Chapter 6. More questions arise with each new question. Realize if a man is born ignorant, to parents that are ignorant, lives a life of ignorance, and eventually dies in ignorance. Ignorance is a norm. Thus, indoctrination can be called education, hypnotism can be called entertainment, criminals can be called leaders, and lies can be called truth, because his mind was never truly his own. Occam's razor asks us which explanation makes the least number of assumptions. The explanation which makes the least number of assumptions is the simplest explanation. Occam's razor works in favor of the flat earth theory. Several examples exist below. What's the simplest explanation? That my experience of existing upon a plane wherever I go and whatever I do is a massive illusion. That my eyes are constantly deceiving me, and that I am actually looking at the enormous sphere of the Earth spinning through space at tens of thousands of miles an hour, whirling in perpetual epicycles around the universe, or is the simplest explanation that my eyes are not playing tricks on me, and that the Earth is exactly as it appears? What's the simplest explanation? That NASA has successfully designed and invented never-before-seen rocket technologies from scratch which can accelerate 100 tons of matter straight up at 7 miles per second, and that NASA can do the impossible on a daily basis, explore the solar system, and constantly wow the nation by landing a man on the moon and sending robots to Mars? Or is the simplest explanation that they really can't do all of that stuff? What's the simplest explanation? That when I look up and see the sun slowly move across the sky over the course of the day, that the globe Earth is spinning at over 1,000 miles per hour, faster than the speed of sound at the equator despite me being unable to feel this centripetal acceleration? Or is the simplest explanation that the sun itself is just moving across the sky exactly as I have observed? What's the simplest explanation? That the sun, moon, and stars are enormous bodies of unimaginable mass, size, and distances which represent frontiers to a vast and infinite unknowable universe teeming with alien worlds, black holes, quasars and nebulae, and phenomena only conceivable in science fiction? Or is the simplest explanation that the universe isn't so large or unknown, and when we look up at the stars we are just looking at small points of light in the sky exactly they appear to be? Earth, vacuum sealed for freshness. Vacuum is absence of air or gases, or the condition when air is removed from a system to create pressure below atmospheric. Taking standard atmospheric pressure as reference, a pressure above it is referred as pressure, while that measured downwards below atmospheric is called vacuum, usually measured as negative pressure. According to NASA, the vacuum of outer space is 1/1015 of atmospheric pressure, 100 nPa, orders of magnitude, even if the Earth's atmosphere got gradually thinner and thinner as we increase in altitude, so that there is very little oxygen. No partition is made by this condition, just thinner air to be sucked away. Any open exposure to Earth's atmosphere, at even the parts per billion vacuum, which is hardly the case with Earth's atmosphere's higher regions, would immediately result in Earth's atmosphere being sucked out into the insanely powerful and immense vacuum of outer space. The reason this does not happen is that there is no outer space, kiddos. You have been had by Jesuits and NASA. Refutations and responses. We see here, also, that the heliocentric zealots invoke the gravity god to say all of the Earth's atmosphere is kept from flying off into the vacuum of outer space by the magic gravity fairy. Same old diatribe. A vacuum is a sealed environment, not a continuum of thinner density. Demonstrate your fantasy on Earth. Show a non-sealed vacuum at 1/1015 of atmospheric pressure, 100 nPa, orders of magnitude, according to NASA. No man has ever replicated such a situation. It is all fantasy. The atmosphere pushes back in is the same as the vacuum sucks the air back in. You are playing semantic sophistry. Thin air doth not equally a seal. Thinning atmosphere does not prevent the vacuum of outer space from vacuuming. Some say, the density of the atmosphere gradually and continuously reduces from the value it has at sea level to zero. There is no sharp boundary. Interesting how people assert things so cocksure with zero real scientific logic. Just fantasies from NASA that they believe in. Some say, there is no such thing as vacuum, only low density or low residual pressure, even inside that light bulb. The same is for outer space, which is merely more semantic sophistry. Explain to NASA that there is no vacuum. It's their fantasy you are defending. You have to play by their rules for their fantasy. It's not my fantasy. And you are merely playing semantics with me, thinking you are administering scientific principles. Why doesn't the vacuum of space suck up Earth's atmosphere? If space is a vacuum, then why doesn't it suck in all the air from Earth's atmosphere? Originally appeared on Quora, the place to gain and share knowledge, empowering people to learn from others and better understand the world. If space is a vacuum, then why doesn't it suck in all the air from Earth's atmosphere? Actually, the answer to this is interesting. While gravity is most certainly a real thing, the answer to this question is not because gravity is stronger. The actual answer is that the vacuum of space does not exert any force on the atmosphere at all. It does not suck the air. We associate the word suck with vacuums, but it's a misnomer. That's not what vacuums do. Consider an example where we've pumped all of the air out of some box and created a vacuum inside of it. Let's say we're on Earth, at sea level, and we poke a hole in the box. What will happen? Air will rush into the box and fill it. Okay. But why did it do that? Was it because the vacuum sucked the air into the box? No. What's actually happening there is that the air pressure around the box is forcing air into the space with no pressure. The air that fills the box is being pushed by air pressure into the empty space. Vacuums never suck air. What they do is present an empty space, and then air pressure forces the air into the vacuum. Air pressure is not uniform throughout the atmosphere. The lower the altitude, the higher the air pressure. Thus, as you move higher, the air pressure decreases. In fact, at the upper limits of the atmosphere, the air pressure reduces to basically nil. And since there's no real air pressure to speak of up there, then there is no force pushing the air into the empty space. Now, this doesn't mean gravity isn't at work here. In fact, gravity is the reason we have air pressure in the first place. Gravity pulls on the atmosphere, compressing it, and creating pressure. If we could magically turn off gravity, then the atmosphere would be released from that compression and spring away from the Earth. So, at the root of it, gravity is the thing that keeps the atmosphere near the surface. It just isn't fighting the vacuum of space to do it. Quora forum. And so, all this refutation does is shift the emphasis from the vacuum of space to the atmospheric pressure on Earth, as if to say the massive atmospheric envelope that theoretical moves with the Earth as the Earth rotates is suddenly unsubstantial and inconsequential, with no formidable pressure throughout its layered strata to push out into the insanely powerful vacuum of outer space. Here are the layers of atmospheric starts according to NASA. Troposphere. The troposphere starts at the Earth's surface and extends 8 to 14.5 kilometers high, 5 to 9 miles. This part of the atmosphere is the densest. Almost all weather is in this region. Stratosphere. The stratosphere starts just above the troposphere and extends to 50 kilometers, 31 miles, high. The ozone layer, which absorbs and scatters the solar ultraviolet radiation, is in this layer. Mesosphere. The mesosphere starts just above the stratosphere and extends to 85 kilometers, 53 miles, high. Meteors burn up in this layer. Thermosphere. The thermosphere starts just above the mesosphere and extends to 600 kilometers, 372 miles, high. Aurora and satellites occur in this layer. Ionosphere. The ionosphere is an abundant layer of electrons and ionized atoms and molecules that stretches from about 48 kilometers, 30 miles, above the surface to the edge of space at about 965 kilometers, 600 miles, overlapping into the mesosphere and thermosphere. This dynamic region grows and shrinks based on solar conditions and divides further into the subregions, D, E and F, based on what wavelength of solar radiation is absorbed. The ionosphere is a critical link in the chain of Sun-Earth interactions. This region is what makes radio communications possible. Exosphere. This is the upper limit of our atmosphere. It extends from the top of the thermosphere up to 10,000 kilometers, 6,200 miles. Credit, NASA/Goddard. Using NASA's own exosphere, the upper limit of our atmosphere, extending from the top of the thermosphere up to 10,000 kilometers, 6,200 miles. We have this fantasy offered by NASA that the pressure is so low here that it is essentially a vacuum. The density, therefore, is almost immeasurable since it is so low. As this part of the atmosphere is no longer homogeneous, it is difficult to give an exact number, as particles are so far apart, but also not uniformly separate. And so, they have merely moved the goal posts a little to say a lesser vacuum touches the greater vacuum of outer space to avoid having to say the greater vacuum is touching the atmospheric pressure of Earth's atmosphere. So, the question remains, why is the exosphere not being flooded by the ionosphere, and the ionosphere not being flooded by the thermosphere, etc.? You see, it is a little game NASA invented to trick the non-scientific crowd. They think the air gets so thin the higher you go up from the Earth's surface that the exterior layers are not interacting to what they touch. It's as if each successive atmospheric layer is not really interacting with the layer below it. Then they invoke magic gravity to brush over any alternative explanations that may suggest that such a situation never happens on Earth. Unless there is a shell of some kind, layers of atmosphere density variances affect each other. This is how we get atmospheric pressure fluctuations. There are many assumptions created by science to keep this atmospheric fantasy alive. Wiki says, atmospheric pressure is caused by the gravitational attraction of the planet on the atmospheric gases above the surface, and is a function of the mass of the planet, the radius of the surface, and the amount of gas, and its vertical distribution in the atmosphere. It is modified by the planetary rotation and local effects such as wind velocity, density variations due to temperature, and variations in composition. Wikipedia again, magic gravity is invoked to explain how the air gets thinner and thinner, but as it approaches vacuum pressure. The lower layers of atmospheric pressure do not get pushed up into the greater vacuum areas of higher atmospheric strata. Occult fantasy from NASA. It is all speculative and proven fantasy physics. By creating models of atmospheric pressure layers, which nobody can really go out to verify, NASA has controlled the narrative and declared that outer space, with its insanely powerful vacuum, is not affected by the pressurized blankets of Earth's atmosphere at all. All the pressure variances of Earth's atmosphere are somehow impotent and docile when they get to a certain altitude, and the entire massive blanket of Earth's atmosphere, which is said to be so substantial as to be attached to the Earth as it spins, is shielded from the mighty vacuum of outer space. Only one problem remains: there is no shield. Thinner air is not a seal, and so there is no outer space. You cannot have it both ways. NASA, the immense vacuum of outer space, and that vacuum is contagious to Earth's atmosphere. Either give up the outer space vacuum fantasy, or give up the outer space fantasy completely. Nature abhors a vacuum. If you had an astronomically vast vacuum of insane power, theoretical outer space, yes, the layers of atmospheric density would be immediately drawn out into that insanely powerful vacuum because nature abhors a vacuum. Nature always seeks equilibrium, except in the Star Trek science fiction globe religion. The plot thickens as alchemical occultists, Jesuit agent accomplice, Sir Isaac Newton fantasizes about gravity to help make the globe and subsequent outer space vacuum less ominous. Fantasy upon fantasy upon fantasy at work. Magic gravity is said to hold the Earth's atmosphere in spite of the insanely powerful vacuum of theoretical outer space, because people will believe anything as long as scientism priest says it. It's all occult Kabbalistic doctrine repackaged and sold to you as actual science by Jesuit scientism priests. There is no vacuum outer space. There is no outer space. Further, there is no perfect vacuum anywhere. Even at the quantum level, no perfect vacuum exists. There can never be nothing. A vacuum will always be filled with its surrounding something to create equilibrium. The stronger the vacuum, the more equilibrium power in transit. Hint equals outer space insanely powerful vacuum? Even Kabbalistic nonsense quantum theory asserts that a vacuum, even the most perfect vacuum devoid of any matter, is not really empty. Rather, the quantum vacuum can be depicted as a sea of continuously appearing and disappearing, pairs of particles that manifest themselves in the apparent jostling of particles that is quite distinct from their thermal motions. These particles are virtual, as opposed to real, particles. At any given instant, the vacuum is full of such virtual pairs, which leave their signature behind, by affecting the energy levels of atoms. Nature abhors a vacuum. Nature will always fill it. Fluid dynamics. One objection to the idea of outer space demolishing Earth's atmosphere draws from fluid dynamics. It is said that water is denser than air and so the two stay separate, the ocean settling in the bottommost parts of the world and the atmosphere in the upper parts, with a clear separation we call sea level. Hence, as this objection goes, the air of the atmosphere is fluid. If you think of the atmosphere as an ocean of air, we are the bottom-dwelling creatures of that ocean. Take us to the surface and, like a deep-sea animal, we would die. Even with air to breathe, we're so adapted to the extreme pressure that we can't survive up there except in a pressurized container or suit. Though on the surface, this objection seems plausible, closer scrutiny exposes it as childish fantasy when the outer space fantasy is injected into the equation. The problem is contained within the statement, water is denser than air, and so the two stay separate, as if the vacuum of outer space was some gentle Earth's atmosphere layering. Have you ever mixed vinegar and oil? Notice how the denser does not stay below the lighter with turbulence added to the mix? Now try being in Earth spinning at 1,000 miles per hour and flying at 67,000 miles an hour around the sun with a vacuum so strong all around it that there is no hope in hell to not create insane turbulence. Now at 640 million billion miles per hour of galaxy expansion velocity for a rip-roaring ride of contrary motion. And you expect the layers of Earth's atmosphere to simply lay gently on the Earth like water below air? It's beyond laughable that grown adults would believe this fantasy. Additionally, scientism priests have invoked and proven ridiculous Disney magic gravity always to the rescue. Magic gravity to sweeten the pot and explain why the Earth's atmospheric strata, the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, ionosphere, exosphere stick to the Earth in spite of all this mythical vacuum outer space and the rip-roaring ride of contrary motions. Obviously, with these strata adjacent to an unimaginably powerful vacuum, and cruising and mind-numbing contrary motion vectored velocities, they would be ripped to shreds and torn off the Earth in nanoseconds. And we all know that Jesuit agent accomplice, alchemical occultist, Sir Isaac Newton saw an apple fall and thereby conjured up gravity, right? I mean, what could be wrong with that story, right? Just like George Washington chopped down a cherry tree, and then refused to lie about it, right? All these fairy tales from our Freemasonic educational systems are still believed by grown adults. Fairy tales like gravity, outer space, evolutionary theory, Big Bang cosmology, heliocentrism, dark matter, dark energy, gravitational waves, special and general relativity, etc. And scientism fairy tales about an apple, and an imaginary force told to children by trusted teachers at an age when they were too young to object, question, or mistrust their woefully ignorant teachers. Today is your birthday. Today is the day you learn the Earth is not a globe. You are living on a still motionless plane. There is no vacuum outer space out there in Star Trek fantasy land. Open eyes. Density and buoyancy work on the Earth, because Earth is not spinning or flying through science fiction outer space at an insane velocity of contrary motions. The Earth cannot be spinning and free falling around the Sun. The Earth cannot be spinning and free falling around the Sun through space, or else fluid dynamics with buoyancy and density separation would not work, but it does. Once again, the heliocentric models fails. Even NASA says the physical behavior of objects change when gravity is missing. In order to be able to form a concept of the general physical conditions existing in a weightless state, the following must be noted: the force of the Earth's gravity pulling all masses down to the ground, and thus ordering them according to a certain regularity, is no longer active. NASA behavior of liquids in free fall. Recent rocket and satellite activities have brought into focus a number of important problems involving the behavior of liquids under weightless conditions. Study of the behavior of liquids in free fall can give considerable insight into the behavior of liquids in space. A photographic study of boiling during 8 feet of free fall clearly demonstrated the existence of differences between earthbound and weightless fluid behavior. An analysis of the relative orders of magnitudes of surface tensile, viscous, and inertia forces acting on weightless liquid allows estimation of the approximate time required for deformation due to surface tension after removal of gravity forces. Chapter 7. Was Ptolemy right? The basic geocentric model examined. The Ptolemaic planetary model, as an indication of exactly how good the Ptolemaic model is, modern planetariums are built using gears and motors that essentially reproduce the Ptolemaic model for the appearance of the sky as viewed from a stationary Earth. In the planetarium projector, motors and gears provide uniform motion of the heavenly bodies. One motor moves the planet projector around in a big circle, which in this case is the deferent, and another gear or motor takes the place of the epicycle. Great shades of Plato's cave. Astronomy equals astrology. Modern cosmology is a contradictory patchwork of ideas that originate as a result of the need to mathematically prove the sun was the center of the universe. This was a religious and mystical concept. The early astronomers were, by definition, alchemically minded men who were religiously inclined to believe in very strange things. Astronomy is the older and original word. Astrology is a subsequent term that was created some 2 centuries after the term astronomy was coined. Astronomers were traditional royal court employees who were tasked with looking up at the ultimate Platonic shadow cave projection with the intent of divining the future and perhaps even the past. Today, the mathematically armed radio telescope astronomer massages all empirical observation through the magically scripted peer-reviewed mainstream modeling process. Naturally, occurring radio background noise becomes magical evidence for the balloon-like expansion of the cartoon universe. Epicycles are artifacts planets rise in the east and set in the west like all celestial bodies. Much noise is made over the Ptolemaic model's use of the epicycle. This is really much ado about nothing. This is just a feature of the model, and one that was, and is very useful. The mainstream promoted and parroted mantra is that the heliocentric model was more elegant. As it turns out, this is not an accurate statement at all. This is in fact just apologetic marketing. If the heliocentric model were both correct and more elegant, it would have not needed centuries of continuous ad hoc guesswork to keep it going. The epicycle is just a construct. It is an element of a model, and should not be confused with the reality, or even with exact observations. If one went out every night to observe the so-called retrograde motions of the planets, one would not see the planet move backwards like we see in the video above. One would notice that the planet was not showing up in a certain part of the sky at the expected time. Instead, the planet would lag or lead, much like the sun during solstices and other times of the year. The planet still rises in the east and sets in the west, and no retrograde motion would be directly observable. In other words, if God blew the sun out like a candle, we would be able to observe the planets rise in the east and set in the west like all celestial phenomena. We would not notice planets moving backwards. The planets would appear to be speeding up or slowing down and otherwise altering their positions in a merry-go-round Saturn ring-like manner. The retrograde motion is the result of looking at the sky at the same time every night, and is not the result of an observation of the true motions of the planets around the Earth. Heliocentric thinking means look up instead of under your feet. We are supposed to think the Sun is the source of the Earth and the rest of the planets in the solar system. We are not supposed to consider the possible truth under our own feet that we tend to overlook. We are not supposed to consider we are the children of the earth. We are part of the earth like an apple is part of the tree. We are not really supposed to consider that idea, are we? The earth is the real demonstrable frame of reference. The heliocentric-based trained mind would have us all forget that all observation of the heavens is from the very real and seemingly absolute vantage point of terra firma and nowhere else. We have been conditioned to believe otherwise with the use of solar system models. The truth is we can only observe all celestial bodies rise and set around the earth and not the sun. The concept of these bodies orbiting the sun is one that is not based in empirical reality at all. This scientific prejudice is the result of some kind of religious alchemical like sun worship and obviously not the result of real demonstrable science. Centuries of cultural conditioning has convinced many of us that down is up and up is down. Too many confuse the model with the reality. Too many confuse art with nature. Newton was wrong. Orbital mechanics are not equal to gravity despite Sir Isaac Newton's alchemically induced vapor-inspired thought experiments. Gravity cannot logically explain the observed phenomena of the celestial bodies. Newton could do no real experiment to prove his ideas. His orbital equation illogically balances a fixed velocity value with an ever-increasing one. This is obvious logical fallacy. Newton's concept for orbital mechanics is logically flawed. Apples are not like the moon. Apples fall back to the earth and the moon never does. Demonstrable ballistic physics proves Newton's cannonball thought experiment for the folly it is. Newton famously had some kind of three-body problem. There are other flaws as well. We would not have a multiverse of black holes and dark energy nonsense, with quantum-measured minutiae, were the basic sun-centered cosmos correct. Einstein would not be considered the sainted genius he is, if Newton and the rest were correct. NASA fakery does not prove Newton and the rest wrong, common sense and logic does. NASA and other fake space programs are supposed to be the real experiments that prove the mainstream patchwork cosmology right. The fact that NASA and the rest are Hollywood production studios simply proves that humanity cannot achieve the kinds of stupendous feats needed to prove which metaphysical ideas make more sense, and which do not. We have to rely on our own individual reasoning for that. Of course, your individual results might vary. Was flat Earth noise an attempt to drown out a geocentric truth? Today flat Earth looks like some kind of YouTube-based marketing/propaganda scheme. Back in the late 1800s or so, flat Earth looks like a way to make criticism of the heliocentric model seem mad. Between flat Earth and late 19th century concave Earth theories, one has to wonder. Both those theories seem to end up being more complicated, not less. Walls of ice and an inside-out world only create more problems, and ad hoc fun, not less, and we still end up faced with the same profound mystery. We can't prove any of the really metaphysical ideas many of us seem to love proclaiming as verifiable scientific truth. This all seems like this might all be noise designed to get people to avoid looking at the long-thought discredited basic unmoving geocentric Earth model. Or perhaps basic human nature drives many of us to seek and claim we found the ultimate truths we can never logically verify. The Earth's imagined axial tilt that points to the fixed stars is a problem for the heliocentric model. You cannot just tie a ball to a string and model the basic heliocentric concepts. It will not work. If you study this history of the subject of astronomy, you will find out that it is a religion that is built on a series of ad hoc explanations that rely on the illogical use of mathematical equations. Parts of the basic heliocentric model make sense and other parts do not. One cannot simply build a model of the solar system that does not require engineering a way for the Earth to always tilt towards one direction. You need to put the Earth on a track. The fact that the fixed stars are indeed seemingly fixed, and we have consistent constellations, is a huge problem for a three-dimensional universe of galaxies which was not the sun-centered universe of Newton and friends. Once people introduced galaxies, they also had to introduce the idea of an inflating balloon universe. Otherwise, how do you explain how the Earth can move around the cosmos and the fixed stars can retain the constellations we have seemingly known forever? As the Earth travels around the Sun, how could the constellations not exhibit parallax? Consider the relative distances between the stars in the mainstream model, and you can see that this is illogical. If one star is say 10 light-years from the Earth and another nearby star is thought to be twice the distance, we would logically expect to notice the very real and naturally demonstrable phenomena of parallax. We would expect to see an ever-changing sky of stars, a constantly morphing sky. We would not logically expect to witness the seeming universe of fixed constellations we always do. Compound all the imagined motions of the complex patchwork mainstream model of the cosmos, and you might begin to see the problem. The Earth is imagined to travel from one side of the imagined solar system to the other and back again, and yet nobody could ever measure any real parallax. All mainstream talk of such measure is peer-reviewed propaganda. See article index for more. Blowing up a balloon universe to patch Newton's patchwork. Kepler has to patch the failings of Copernicus. Newton made clever use of mathematics and demonstrable physical principle to craft an astronomical mythology that was used to define the bounds of reason for centuries. Einstein and the rest of the relativists were needed to further patch the model as it became clear that no experiment could ever show that the Earth moved around the Sun. Sir Isaac and company would find the modern Big Bang balloon cosmology insane. No experiment ever really showed the Earth spins. A logically premised mathematical equation is proof of nothing. The Michelson, Gale, Pearson experiment, which supposedly proved the Earth spins on its imagined axis, is another example of apologetic backed with illogical math sold as science. The area of the experimental apparatus is illogically used as a value in the mathematical equation to derive the predetermined desired result. Michelson would seem to be compensating for his failure to detect the motion of the Earth around the Sun. The use of the measurement for the area cannot be used to measure a difference in light paths for a Sagnac-style experiment. All a Sagnac-style experiment would seem to measure is the relative blue and red shifts. Things like the legendary speed of light are more mythical idea than most know. See article index for more. Planets rise in the east and set in the west. Like all celestial bodies, we do not know, nor can we seem to actually prove what the celestial bodies actually are. We can speculate based upon what we can observe and demonstrate. The moon looks like a crystalline glowing sphere, and the sun looks like a bright white vibrating circle. Planets and stars look like gaseous, ionized bits of light. For all we know, the lights in the sky are just natural electrical phenomena that is occurring as a result of complex radio wave-like, or natural radiation, activity in areas of the atmosphere that are electrically active, like the ionosphere. We might be witnessing what amounts to a complex naturally occurring electrochemical field effect related to the Earth's demonstrable magnetic field. This is just speculation and is not a belief system, by the way. Don't want to rain on your electrical shade. Charade parade. Water is able to be polarized. Perhaps phenomena like the tides can be possibly explained as a result of the seeming electrochemical nature of existence. Water is very electrically conductive, and is the source of all life, after all. There seems to be a good argument to be made for the validity of the electric universe idea. This would seem to be something to consider, at least. Note, geographic north is really magnetic south. Santa's famous home is really located at the magnetic South Pole. Epicycles might be a clever way of emulating a more complex type of electrochemical field interaction. The Earth might be better described and modeled as an active electrical circuit and capacitor of sorts. The Earth's magnetic field and the tides might be clues that the nature of existence might be better described as electrical. Could celestial phenomena be better described in what we would call electrical terms? Is the observable celestial phenomena the result of complex electrical current interactions? Is such an idea worth considering? Light is clearly an electrochemical phenomena, from lightning to light bulbs to jellyfish and glow-in-the-dark sticks. Light would seem best described as electrochemical in nature. Spark gaps used to be used to create early radio broadcasts. This was before the age of mass-produced vacuum tubes, and then subsequent transistor circuitry. Spark gaps and arc lamps used to be the cutting-edge electrical or electronic technology. The early Hertz radio experiments involved spark gap transmitters and receivers. Could the sun and other celestial phenomena be some kind of naturally occurring electrical sparks? The Earth seems to be the source of all sorts of radiation. Can the heavenly bodies be some kind of feedback phenomena? An electrical echo chamber of sorts? Is the sun an electrical anode and the Earth a cathode? Could the celestial lights be some kind of long-lasting electrical sprites? Upper atmospheric lightning or ionospheric lightning are terms sometimes used by researchers to refer to a family of short-lived electrical breakdown phenomena that occur well above the altitudes of normal lightning and storm clouds. Upper atmospheric lightning is believed to be electrically induced forms of luminous plasma. The preferred usage is transient luminous event, TLE, because the various types of electrical discharge phenomena in the upper atmosphere lack several characteristics of the more familiar tropospheric lightning. Chapter 8. The concave Earth theory. Why hide the concave Earth? Why hide the fact of a concave Earth? There are some practical and also some, more esoteric, possibilities as to why they are conspiring to portray a vast universe. I have come up with a few ideas, maybe you can think of some more. If so, then don't forget to add them to the comments section below. These theories have been split up into 10 pages for easy download. 1. Trust theory. For whatever reason at the time, the decision was made long ago to hide the fact of the concave Earth by a group of men sitting around a table. The trouble with lying is that unless you continue to lie, your reputation is shattered. The consequences for a lack of faith, trust, are dire. So, to uphold their trust, or contract, with the public, they, i.e. the church, must continue to lie forevermore. A lot of people in these organizations may be sick and tired of the charade, but the lying has gone on for so long that billions and trillions of dollars and a lot of careers are based on it. These industries range from the obvious ones like the space industry to some areas of the sciences and academics, and even Hollywood, the press, and some areas of government. The heliocentric model is the basis of a lot of money and a large chunk of industry. It has to keep going to keep the wolf from the door. 2. Religious theory. There is good evidence that the heliocentric model is based on some of the interpretative beliefs laid down by the Kabbalah and the Hermetica. These two groups may punch well above their weight in terms of influence on the world and its beliefs. If you look at this video with the quotes from a Kabbalist comparing the heliocentric model with the Kabbalah, you will see it is purely based on their formulations and interpretations, opinions. It is not as if it was written as so in a holy book. This could be the very start of the deception. The rabbis of the Middle Ages were supposed to have predicted string theory, the Big Bang, a 15.3 billion-year-old universe, relativity, huge red flag, and Earth's rotation. Now you understand why after all the late 19th and early 20th century experiments showing that the Earth did not rotate, science had to go bye-bye and relativity introduced. The author of Mathematics in Western Culture by Morris Klein wrote, p. 14, but despite the use of a very ingenious and delicate testing device known as an interferometer, Michelson and Morley were unable to detect the increase in time. The motion of the Earth through the ether was apparently not taking place. Physicists were faced with an inescapable dilemma. The ether that was needed to carry light had to be a fixed medium through which the Earth moved. Yet this condition was inconsistent with the result of experimentation. The failure of theory to agree with such a fundamental experiment could not be ignored. By this time physicists were convinced that their science needed some overhauling. I bet. Cosmology never touched scientific experimentation ever again. The ancient rabbis must be correct. The religious aspect seems to go even further, back to Egypt with the Hermetica. In the book The Forbidden Universe, The Occult Origins of Science and the Search for the Mind of God by Lynn Picknett, Carroll has come across this gem. The dead Copernicus ode to the Hermetica is demonstrated by the fact that the three revolutionary ideas he was to famously propose, the Earth's motion in space, its rotation on its own axis and the orbiting of the Earth, and the other planets around the Sun, all appeared in the Hermetica. Although this may be true in part, below is an odd quote from the Hermetica, for the Sun is situated at the center of the cosmos and wears it like a crown, and around the Sun are the 8 spheres that depend from it, the sphere of the fixed stars, the 6 of the planets and the one that surrounds the Earth. If the sphere, circular orbit, surrounds the Earth, then it cannot be the orbit of the Earth, as the Earth's orbit cannot surround the Earth itself. In this blog's theory, that sphere is the glass sky. The theory also fits the sphere of the fixed stars around the Sun, and then the planets, and then lastly the Earth. Heliocentric theory has the stars a zillion light years away, and planets relatively close by with the Earth stuffed in between the planets. The Hermetica doesn't fit the heliocentric model. It is a false interpretation. Mistake or deliberate cover-up. Lastly, the number 42 is what connects the Kabbalah with the Hermetica. Hermeticists generally attribute 42 books to Hermes Trismegistus, although many more have been attributed to him. Most of them, however, are said to have been lost when the Great Library of Alexandria was destroyed. Nehemiah ben Hakana, a Kabbalist from the 1st century, claimed that one could decipher a long time between the creation of the universe and the creation of man if you know how to use the 42 letters of the name of God. He said the age of the universe is 15.3 billion years. Did Moses train in the ancient Egyptian religion and pass his knowledge on through the Kabbalah? 3. Economic control theory. If the concave Earth is a foundational and fundamental truth, then the house built upon this foundation will be rock solid. In this technological age there is a great danger that man will unify the scientific theories and become less fractured in his thinking. If a turd is allowed to continually fester in the punch bowl, then scientists haven't a hope of making any sense of it all, especially theoreticians. They will be continually surprised, astonished, and perplexed. Look at all the great minds around the turn of the 20th century trying to apply a mechanical model to gravity. None of them could come up with an adequate solution because they all bizarrely took the non-scientific and untested Newtonian/Copernican model as a given. No doubt there are certain elite military scientists who know the core tenets of a concave Earth, the glass sky, inducting sun, and a lot more besides. They have the foundation to dominate many facets of knowledge, keeping academic and commercial facilities in the dark age or puppets on their string. They then have the power to introduce world-changing technology over time in accordance with their plan, not ours. It is ultimately a power game. The last thing they want is some kid or retired engineer supplying his friends and neighbors with free energy or flying platforms, or heaven forbid going off-world into another dimension, or even worse. The less truth the public knows, the more control economically they think they have. Currencies, and the productive capacity behind them must be kept intact. This leads on to the next possible reason. 4. Curiosity containment theory. Mankind is generally a very curious creature. He wants to explore the environment around him. We are born as a blank slate, and have merely a few decades to satisfy our curiosity on top of trying to survive in the world of the Great Cell. Before the Industrial Revolution, there was much less division of labor, especially in rural settings. You and your family had to do and make everything yourself. Although life was much harder in terms of physical labor which either you or your animals took care of, people were a lot freer and self-reliant, and therefore had no fear. He could get on his fishing sloop and sail through the North Pole hole with his son if he was curious enough, the Smoky God. Today we live in an extremely labor-divided society where I do my job, and you do yours, and instead of animals the machines do the rest. This often creates boredom at work, great fear of losing your job/house, and an extreme lack of freedom. The plus side is that for most people there is no hard physical graft involved. This situation suits some people, but not others. Because of this great division of labor, we delegate the need to satisfy our curiosity to others. A large part of these others are the space agencies, as naturally we are told we live on a ball in the middle of a space so vast that we have the entire future of mankind to explore it all. All we need are some faux announcements, must-see video, by their marketing teams as to what they are going to do next, and a few ill-thought-out spoofs on real or fake images of the cosmos to keep us satisfied and sedated, i.e. immobile. Computer graphics have already been capable of absolute realism since at least 2001. Clues Forum is testimony to that. Soon enough, the space realm will be 100% virtual. Imagine if they told us that we live inside the Earth with a glass sky and a light bulb sun. People would ask who built it, where are we, what is on the outside, etc. This brings us on to my next idea, which is more esoteric. 5. Prison theory. The Earth could be a soul prison. Outside the Earth could be the spirit realm. Some people might call this the astral realm perhaps. Occultists say there are many realms, not just the astral, which is a lower spirit world. However, labels are largely meaningless to us here in Earth. This near-Earth realm may not be much different to Earth, except reality may be a bit more flexible, or there is no reproduction, immortality. People in Earth have previously pissed off the authorities in one or more of these worlds for whatever reason, or lost a war, and get incarnated in here with a mind blank to boot. Prison theory is attractive to a lot of people because it fits well. We are born ignorant and die either ignorant or disinformed of our general status. 20% of NDEs go towards the light, which may be a memory wipe because some souls here are doing hard time for their crimes outside. The God feeling to these NDE people is indescribable. It is one of pure unconditional love. Yet at the same time, some of these NDE people ask to know what is going on or understand how everything works, and have out-of-body adventures visiting the vast universe or other planets, some with life on them, etc. Their understanding can never be remembered here in Earth, however. These visions are contrary to Teed's and Stephen Christopher's out-of-body accounts. They are also contrary to the empirical evidence of a concave Earth. So what does that tell us? If the Earth is concave, then at least some NDEs are a deception with a design to memory wipe you and throw you back to Earth. Who can resist unconditional love? Probably nobody. It wipes out your intellectual mental filters and swallows you whole. It sure sounds like a snare to me. They say the astral realm is the emotional world, so maybe an extreme heightened love feeling is easy to produce. Why program the curious NDEs with the heliocentric theory? Because it suits the controllers, artificial intelligence? Perfectly. They come back and tell everyone, which further enforces the brainwashing, especially to right-brainers. These souls will further delegate their curiosity to the space agencies and do nothing. They aren't physically or astrally breaking out anytime soon. What crimes could we, or our individual soul selves, have committed outside? In the book Passport to Eternity, click on the cover for the PDF book. The author claims that he was befriended by human-looking Caucasian aliens who lived practically forever and had far superior mental abilities. These aliens planted the seed that the Earth is used as their prison, and everyone in Earth has committed a crime in their society. There are a few things of note here. 1. The heliocentric theory is heavily promoted along with a big thumbs up for relativity. Earth is a prison planet and UFOs are space vehicles, etc., although there is evidence that they really come from the world beyond the North Pole. 2. The author was chosen to impart this knowledge with the public because he was uneducated and didn't ask troubling questions. Page 5. This is a very common theme with UFO contactee accounts where messages need to be conveyed. I was afraid I didn't measure up very well to this man's in knowledge and told him that I was practically a kindergarten dropout, that all that I knew about world affairs was what I read the newspapers, and they were probably slanted. This seemed to strike a chord in him, and all at once he seemed to make up his mind about something, and I could see that I had been accepted. For what? At the time, I didn't know. Again, the heliocentric theory is an ideal prison theory, because mankind has to delegate its curiosity to those who have the technological capability, or say they do, to travel the cosmos and tell the people what they find, and the mathematicians cannot prove otherwise. Man stays immobile and sedated. 3. The alien mentions that on completion of your sentence, and you are living your life in their world, the records are sealed. He said the reason was to save you being embarrassed. Do you believe that? Normally the records are sealed so that an ex-convict can have a half chance at getting on with life, so that being a previous mass murderer is not held against them. Embarrassment doesn't come into it. I smell shenanigans. They don't want us to know our previous crime, because we would realize that we had been incarcerated for political reasons only. That it is the authority of their world who is the morally bankrupt entity, called God, who cast us out because we rebelled. This does not bode well for the reputation of either the UFO occupants or God. If their God is the same God in the Old Testament, then that speculation is most certainly true. Let us look at our own prison system, and who it serves. Look at the USA. It officially has 0.7% of the population incarcerated, which is a lot more than any other country in the world. Jim Stone claims that this is only an official figure. When including all jails, local, county, one-day lockups, etc. Then a lot more are in jail at one time. Contempt of court is quite common, and good people are often jailed. Nearly all federal male prisoners, 93%, are non-violent, i.e. they are a danger to no one, and half of federal and state prisoners are there for drug offenses. Who benefits from making drugs, marijuana, illegal? A very small percentage of the prison population is also used to manufacture military hardware at slave labor prices, which is another small advantage. Of course, the alien man's testimony might be total nonsense. We don't know his real intention or goals. Why target the uneducated author at all and tell him we are all prisoners? Another red flag is the ever-present "the Earth will suffer a disaster" meme, but don't worry, we will save you with our UFOs. This is a very common and deceptive theme throughout UFO contactee stories and religion. Could there be a connection perhaps? These guys can't be trusted at all. In that regard, I don't blame the military for hiding information, if UFOs are the enemy. The fact that there are benefits to making certain things illegal and putting people in prison leads on to the next idea. 6. Farm theory people are contained within the Earth, not just for the sake of it, but because they are needed by something. You'll notice that the aliens in Passport to Eternity and all the other UFO contactee stories as well tell us how the aliens live for at least thousands of years, if not very nearly immortal. In the book we got to meet all the wives of the male UFO occupants, but not the children. Was someone babysitting for them all back in their home world? Or do they not have children at all because they nearly live forever? This would make more sense if their world resides in a quasi-spirit come physical world close to the lower astral maybe. A paradise in Earth, as in the land beyond the North Pole, where you can still die, but very rarely by natural means. If they live for 1,000,000 years, perhaps they do have children in their 200,000s, equivalent to our 20s, but probably not. There is the idea that the Garden of Eden is located in this land beyond the North Pole where mankind lived forever. Then Eve sinned by eating the fruit whereby God cast them out. Rodney M. Clough thinks this sin was the knowledge of reproduction. If these aliens can't have babies, how do they replenish their stock? Cloning? Their stock will dwindle due to accidents, wars and such like. What if extreme physical worlds like the Earth have been created to replenish the worlds that are situated between ours and the astral? Reproduction would be the #1 driving force of mankind, and if you look at the world today, this is essentially what you see. Most motivations boil down to the reproductive urge at the end of the day. A lot of the evil in this world is excused and ignored because people have to support their family and survive. Nobody rocks the boat for fear of loss, hence the world's Alice in Wonderland state of being. Ignorance is bliss and fine by me as long as I can get to support myself, and my family is the motto of all, but the very brave game players. Why is reproduction so important? Because it is built into our bodies that our bodies must survive at all costs. Who built our bodies in this artificial construct we call Earth? God, or rather the gods. Immediately after the flood, God gave the orders for Noah and the gang to multiply. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. Genesis 9:7. This would make Earth a soul farm, or biological factory of sorts which creates energy bodies for the other worlds. Which worlds? One of them, if not the main one, seems to be the land beyond the North Pole, which is ruled by God or the gods. This quote from the Makuxi tribe is interesting. They were the Amazonian Indian tribe which ventured to the other world through a cave system. This other world sounds like the same one as the land beyond the North Pole, where everyone lived practically forever, and were giant size. The belief or knowledge of the Makuxis is that if they follow the rules given by the giants, after they die here in the outside, they'll be reborn in there, among them. How are they reborn in the other world if they don't have children? Perhaps they mean that when you die you are literally born into another world, a differently perceived environment. Your physical body filters have now been removed, and you can see with your soul. The other important part is follow the rules given by the giants. Are these rules of conduct, how to behave, or rules of secrecy to keep the cave from outsiders? Because rules of conduct ties very nicely with some aspects of religion, where how you behaved in this life determines which world you go to on death. The Egyptian religion had your heart weighed against a feather, and of course the Christian church has its hell and heaven, etc. The place of judgment usually involved the underworld, which again ties in with the theory of a concave earth. On death, your soul goes down, not up. Even role-playing games such as D&D included these aspects. Your character's alignment was determined by its behavior, which on death resulted in which of the other worlds it was reborn into. This means that Earth is a very valuable resource and worth fighting over for possession. The other world which possesses Earth has control over the indoctrination of the populace. Indoctrination is vital. Why? Because it determines beliefs, which in turn determine your code of conduct. If you can brainwash people to behave in a certain way directly, then even better. They want your soul. A fractured world wants your soul to be fractured also. They want you to be them so that on death you can join them. For example, if an indoctrination, brainwashing, tool convinced people that on death there were no consequences for despicable acts which are antitrust or anti-civilization or fracture-causing acts, then those that do not listen to their heart will willfully and gleeful create great evil. Occasionally something deep within, the really religious God, nags at them that this is wrong, conscience, which often creates defense mechanisms such as what have the Romans ever done for us? kind of justifications for these acts against trust. By fracturing society, their own soul itself becomes fractured, so that when the physical body filter is terminated, the world they see or enter is a reflection of their fractured soul, not necessarily fire and brimstone hell, but a kind of internally placed hell. Where in the more flexible astral world, like attracts like. The opposite would be the case for wholesome, trustworthy, civilization-building acts. It seems you really do get to choose your astral world while alive. Choose carefully. Hard to do in an Alice in Wonderland world full of deception and lies where you are told black is white, up is down, and inside is really outside, etc. At least now you know why it is the way it is, and why we have certain information technologies. Find the truth yourself so that you can determine your soul's afterlife. Then there are the shortcuts to an astral world of your choice. You can sell your soul. Yes, your physical life will only be for a short time, but it will be a very pleasant one, and then you get to join the astral world you signed up for. Faust, and the music industry springs to mind. What if farming souls is not the only purpose of mankind's captivity? Let's look at the next idea. 7. Battery theory. This is the idea that people are being exploited for energy, like a battery, not for electricity per se, but more for their emotional soul or astral energy. It stems from the book Far Journeys by Robert Monroe, where he describes his out-of-body experiences. This is the least reliable type of testimony. While out of body, Monroe communicated with another being who was a tourist to Earth and showed Monroe the information he had from his holiday brochure on what the Earth actually was, pages 162 to 170. Essentially, a farm or factory was created to extract a substance called lush. This is an emotional energy derived from life forms, mostly when there is conflict between them. There is positive, love, and negative, fear, lush, and all life forms expend it when they die. There was a series of upgrades over time until mankind was created, whereby each human was given the essence of the farm creator in order to harvest the highest form of lush available, man's yearning or loneliness to be with the creator again. Undoubtedly, the continual and pervasive theme of the great cell of this world is part of this lush production, as well as my own yearning, for example, to find out the truth. The theory is very attractive because it makes sense of all the ups and downs of life, and the pain and perceived suffering. The more ignorant and attached we are to our bodies, the more and better quality is the lush. The roller coaster ride that is life is often enjoyed or triggered in cities and large towns. Could it be that the location of settlements, which turn out to be large cities, are chosen Masonic connections? Because they are near interdimensional portals, probably underground, that can siphon off this energy? Think of all the forms of conflict in the world. Below is a quote from myself on the Davidic forum a few years ago as I allowed my mind to explore this idea, and the concave earth won on the story of lush. Just look around you, and what do you see? What makes up life? What is the passion that drives life and living things forward? Why is life worth living? Just look at it all. We have negative lush such as a heated argument between spouses, acts of violence in the home, on the street, rioting, war, etc. Intimidation at work, bullying boss, or at home. The food chain in and of itself is one massive lush producer. The kill and be killed of everything. Not just a lion eating an animal, but I bet even plants and bacteria will give off lush when they die. The thrill of the chase and the fear of death constantly produces food for them. In fact, I bet constant fear itself is very satisfying. Worried about not having enough, losing your job, losing your house, mortgages. Losing this, losing that, losing your spouse. Worry and fear. Scarcity, that's a big one as it is the main fear creator, yummy to the tummy. Insecurity, conflict, especially in soap operas. Girls, do you get emotionally involved with soap operas? Do you cry at films, or cried when Pat died in EastEnders? Yummy to the tummy. Delicious. Keep it up. They need you. Movies, oh my word, this never stops. Think of the roller coaster ride of movies. Not as good as real life LOL, but I bet it keeps the wolves from their door so to speak ha ha ha. Going to court, getting sued, going to prison, the justice, injustice, the fear, anger oh the lush. Worshipping false gods. Positive lush, feeling passionate about some issue and demonstrating on the street with thousands of others. You feel alive. And you are producing lots of lush, yummy. You are in a stadium supporting a football team you love, and would fight for, literally where some hooligans are concerned. The incredible feeling of winning, and the utter devastation of losing. Oh the lush. Music concerts. Idolizing your favorite music group and putting them on a golden pedestal. Feeling with them, flowing with their music, being entranced, ecstatic. Taking ecstasy and feeling the love enhanced 10 times of those around you. Oh the joys of life, oh the lush. Looking at your spouse or child and just emanating and feeling love for them. Enjoying the incredible moment of playing with your child. The lush is pouring out of you. The joy of sex, oh the lush. When you were young and kept saying that everything is amazing. The joy and optimism of ignorance. Lots and lots of lush. It is the roller coaster of life, the ups and downs, the love, the fear, the enjoyment. The I wouldn't have changed a thing. It's all lush and it feeds them all. It can only be done with false identity and ignorance. If you become enlightened, you stop becoming batteries for them, but Matrix life might get a bit boring lol. In fact you might just die and disappear from the Matrix altogether, at least this Matrix. Monroe mentions certain practices that have been carried out by the collectors for enhanced lush production. From experience, the collectors have evolved an entire technology with complementary tools for the harvesting of lush from the Type 4M units. The most common have been named love, friendship, family, greed, hate, pain, guilt, disease, pride, ambition, ownership, possession, sacrifice, and on a larger scale, nations, provincialism, wars, famine, religion, machines, freedom, industry, trade, to list a few. Lush production is higher than ever before. To instigate these programs requires a lot of oversight and influence on the affairs of man. How much free will do we actually have? Here is an anecdotal story from a person who very briefly entered a different dimension by mistake only to see his/her controllers, very adjustment bureau-like. One day, I was walking to work when I had the sudden urge to take a different path than usual. I don't know why. It was just a strange, spur-of-the-moment decision. I walked down a street I had never seen before and all of a sudden, something weird happened. It was like my mind just became scrambled. I felt like I was floating outside of my body, as if I was in some weird alternate dimension. I started seeing different colors and shapes, and then I had a vision. I saw a group of strange-looking people. They looked like businessmen in suits. They looked startled when they realized I could see them. One of the people made a quick movement, and suddenly everything turned to black. When I came back to normal, I was on a completely different street. It was the same street that I always used to walk to work. I felt sick and severely disturbed. The weird thing is, when the glitch was correcting itself, I could see those strange people watching me like I was a caged animal, and I had the feeling that I was being controlled somehow. It still bothers me. Then there is the 1958 book Operators and Things, The Inner Life of a Schizophrenic, written by Barbara O'Brien. Supposedly she was the only person contacted by the invisible operators, who fully control human beings, in order for them to carry out their experiment. Things. Yes, of course. Think of the word with a capital initial, if you like. It may help your ego a bit. All people like you are things to us, things whose minds can be read, and whose thoughts can be initiated, and whose actions can be motivated. Does that surprise you? It goes on all the time. There is some, but far less, free will than you imagine. A thing does what some operator wants it to do, only it remains under the impression that its thoughts originate in its own mind. Actually, you have more free will at this moment than most of your kind ever have. For you at least know that what we are saying is coming from us, not from you. The truly bizarre aspect of this mentally ill woman was that the operators are supposed to be physical humans living everyday lives as the rest of us, but within a certain distance range. Have the power over the others if they want, i.e. some humans are not born with this mind-influencing power, and others are. They claim their maximum range is from 20 feet to 2.5 city blocks, and things are bought and sold to operators in the operator's currency. Some operators were said to have hundreds of things if they were rich, but everything had an owner. This is logistically impossible, as there is no way another living human being could gangs talk at least one person 24/7, let alone hundreds, and still do a normal job, which the operators are supposed to have. We don't see half the population being followed by the other half all the time. However, what could be possible is that the operators are extra-dimensional and control people that way, like the Adjustment Bureau type story above, or she was completely off her rocker. Who knows? The author likes to talk about the act of the operators tuning in to influence the thing, and draining, a process to read the history of the thing. That term gives the impression of a person being a battery to the operators. In my opinion, her case sounds like spirit possession. Her mind just became fully open so that she could see the spirits/astral entities/otherworld tune-ins, etc. According to some psychotherapists, nearly everyone has at least one, and usually a few or more, spirit attachments, as they like to call it. These attachments are supposed to be able to overlay or implant feelings, thoughts and desires, and cause a lot of problems, intentionally or not. These attachments may not just be previously alive people. They could be native astral entities, or the astral body of a living person that is out of body, or an alien or magician that has the practice or the technology to tune in, etc. Whether battery theory is true or not, I don't know, but I can see its attraction. It is a bit of a negative perspective. The ups and downs of life are what makes this existence so great. Without emotion there would be no fun, which is itself an emotion. Life would be horrendously boring without it. This leads on to the next idea, which is the perhaps more positive perspective of battery theory. 8. Game theory. This stems from the notion that on some level consciousness does not originate from the body, or even the soul, but is an outside aspect tuning in. I have personally experienced being in two bodies at the same time for around 10 seconds in 2009, after some serious and very regular mediation. I only stopped because I got scared. The other body was in a different world, and had translucent skin whereby all the arteries and veins were visible. I could focus on the wallpaper pattern in this other world and see it as clearly as I could if it were in this world. The first thing I did when I was conscious in this other body was look at my hand and turn it over to see what I was. The spooky thing is, when I was 19, I did this hand turning spontaneously with my own body here, which made me wonder if something else was tuning into my body at that time. Funnily enough, Robert Monroe was supposed to have tuned into a being with translucent skin also. I am not the only one to have done this, except the examples below show a swapped consciousness rather than a simultaneous one. I'm on my way into work, and just as I round the final corner in the building to my destination, a coworker looks up from the parts desk and greets me. As the words pass his mouth, I see myself walking as though I were him. This was brief, probably 1.5 seconds. For some time after this I felt dazed and slow. Others have experienced the same, and by doing so have instantly known the thoughts of the other person they are briefly tuning into. This shows that thoughts and consciousness are not the same thing. The former belongs to the individual localized entity, unless you are a thing lol. I like to use the analogy that the body and soul is the record spinning round, or probably a zillion records, parallel use, revolving. Consciousness is the needle, which on contact with the spinning records gets to play, or experience, the tune, your life, on that record in linear time. Of course, the needle may skip now and then if the record is a bit scratchy. This jump may be backwards or forwards on the same record or over to another record close by. Time jumping and or rewinding are very common glitches reported on the Reddit board. Yesterday on 11:27 p.m. this happened. I don't know how it happened, but it was pretty weird. I was watching videos on my phone, and I noticed there was a spider crawling on the wall. I was watching the spider until he was a bit further away from me. I'm not scared of spiders, but it would be very unpleasant if this spider dropped himself on my head. It was 11:47 p.m. after the spider was doing his spider business. But after a couple more minutes I saw the same spider walking on the wall in the exact same pattern as he did the last time. I looked at my phone and it said 11:27 p.m. I traveled 20 minutes back in time somehow. Or how about a whole day missing? One man even experienced the entire work week cut out from one blink of the eye to the next, and nearly injured himself in the process. Medical condition or scratched record? The earth is full of games. For example, I'm going to see that in this life I will get to own and run a restaurant, or have children and bring them up differently than last time, or accumulate as much money as possible, or see if I can get the newest and biggest and shiniest vehicle, or biggest accommodation, etc. Also, considering this world is so much like Alice in Wonderland, there are plenty of high difficulty level games available, such as run a successful alternative medicine clinic without getting destroyed by the medical cartel, or reveal to the world the Earth's true shape despite all the incredible odds against it. So many games to play and experience, and this is thanks to the lush manipulators. We have to thank the aliens for all the fun. Let's face it, if being an alien/astral being/living in the afterlife means living practically forever, they must be bored to tears and need a bit of entertainment now and again. What better place than an Earth incarnation, or tuning in? There is testimony that we are all actors pretending to play our roles. It is from a man who subconsciously knew the rules of the game, and got annoyed when he found out something else was breaking them. I can't find the link, but it is on Reddit's Glitch in the Matrix site, and goes like this. A man is crossing the road and notices that the car coming towards him is driving far too fast, and will hit him in a moment or two. In that split second he thinks, hey, this isn't supposed to happen. This wasn't in the script. He sees an entity breaking the rules, distracting the driver by influencing him to look at something else, such as his radio. So he thinks, well, if someone is breaking the rules, so can I, and puts himself into the car, kind of out of body, and shouts at the driver to look up. The driver looks up, notices the man crossing and swerves/brakes out of the way, missing the man by an inch. The man has no idea why or how he thought those thoughts in that moment. Prison, farm, battery, and game theory are very similar. To keep people playing the game, you need to keep them in Earth. What better way to do this than telling them that outside is in and exploration is up? Ignorance keeps you playing. The Earth may be a playground where all of us have to play let's pretend in order to have fun. Consciousness separate to the body leads on to the next idea. 9. Womb theory. These esoteric theories often boil down to the question of who are we really? Are we the body? Are we the soul or energy, astral, body? Are we non-localized? The answer is probably yes to all three, that consciousness has different levels to it, similar to an old-fashioned sailor's folding telescope. The fact that after meditation, I was able to be conscious in two lives simultaneously is perhaps testament to the fact that the subtler bodies have multiple connections or overlays on those below them. This non-localization of consciousness may not apply until after the astral or soul level of being. Consciousness can be exchanged between physical bodies at the astral level, but not branched out perhaps. Telescope consciousness. The conscious environment is perceived by the last telescopic compartment or body. Consciousness pyramid. The further away from the physical body consciousness is, the more physical bodies it can simultaneously tune into until we get to the ultimate non-localized state of being, which is the all-seeing eye or God. The last level of consciousness is tuned into everything that is. Like game theory, womb theory requires a non-localized origin of consciousness. It is one of personal development. The story of the egg springs to mind, where the recently dead person has a conversation with God the Father. So, what's the point of it all? Seriously? I asked. Seriously? You're asking me for the meaning of life? Isn't that a little stereotypical? Well, it's a reasonable question, you persisted. I looked you in the eye. The meaning of life, the reason I made this whole universe, is for you to mature. You mean mankind? You want us to mature? No, just you. I made this whole universe for you. With each new life you grow and mature, and become a larger and greater intellect. Just me? What about everyone else? There is no one else, I said. In this universe, there's just you and me. You stared blankly at me. But all the people on Earth. All you. Different incarnations of you. Wait. I'm everyone. Now you're getting it, I said, with a congratulatory slap on the back. I'm every human being who ever lived? Or who will ever live, yes. I'm Abraham Lincoln? And you're John Wilkes Booth too, I added. I'm Hitler? You said, appalled. And you're the millions he killed. I'm Jesus? And you're everyone who followed him. You fell silent. Every time you victimized someone, I said, you were victimizing yourself. Every act of kindness you've done to yourself. Every happy and sad moment ever experienced by any human was, or will be, experienced by you. You thought for a long time. Why? You asked me. Why do all this? Because someday you will become like me. Because that's what you are. You're one of my kind. You're my child. Whoa, you said, incredulous. You mean I'm a god? No. Not yet. You're a fetus. You're still growing. Once you've lived every human life throughout all time, you will have grown enough to be born. So the whole universe, you said, it's just an egg. I answered. Now it's time for you to move on to your next life. And I sent you on your way. If the fetus knew it was in a womb, it may want to break out too early. It would also know that its environment was completely artificial, and that it was being cared for. But the fetus has to grow up and be responsible for its own actions in order to be born. Hence it must be told that it is really an adult, and that it must take full responsibility for its actions, and look after itself. It is living alone on a convex ball in the middle of a vast nowhere in a fragile state. There is no God. Man evolved from apes, and that every single process in this world has natural origins, natural philosophy. If the fetus knew the truth, it wouldn't develop. If the world is completely artificial, a concave earth, glass sky, and lamp sun would surely testify to that. Then let's take that unnaturalness even further for the next idea. 10. Library theory. Imagine you are studying the Spanish Empire of the 16th century, and need to find as much information as you can. In the days before the internet, you would enter various libraries and look at documents, maps, books and items either belonging to that time or usually written about that time by others. Eventually, after a lot of research in related fields, you would have a feel for life and attitudes of the Spanish people, sailors, explorers and authorities of that period, and how they related to the South American Indians. Today you would use the internet mostly, as a lot of documents and books would be digital. You type in the required search terms in the search engine, and several data files would pop up, websites. Your understanding wouldn't be great and more fact-based than really knowing or feeling the times, but you would get an inkling as to Spanish life in the 16th century. Let's say you are an alien or spirit, or from the future, and you go to your local library to find out what life was like for a human being in Earth, specifically in America around the turn of the 21st century. The librarian says, "Not a problem, sir. Lie down here in this machine, and we will give you the basic data file, which includes around 100 lives from very varied backgrounds living in the U.S. throughout the years 1950 to 2050. So, you sit back and live out 6,000 Earth years from 1950 to 2050 as if you were these people. The package may involve some interrelatedness between these 100 people also, so you can get a good feel for the different perspectives. The whole process may only take half an hour in the Otherworld library, but now you at least fully understand what it was like within those 100 perspective lives. At the termination of one life, you immediately skip into another, and hopefully not remember the previous one, or play out the same role in a parallel world record until the necessary experience has been acquired, quantum immortality. A more advanced package will entail many more varied lives from around that time, or specific lives surrounding a specific event. You basically lived history, or rather right now, you are living history. To fully understand life as a human being in Earth and America around this time, you must believe and behave as if you are this person in every single lifetime. There must be no memories between lives, especially your real life in the library, otherwise it defeats the whole purpose of fully understanding history. This means that not only is the Earth a machine, it is a virtual one. You and it are merely data files in a library. Earth may not be the only library. The entire existence, as can be sensed, may be virtual data files which can be logged into by other data files, which could mean that the Otherworld library is a data file itself belonging to something else. It gets a bit heavy after this point. Amazingly, there is anecdotal evidence for some of this theory. Consider this story from Poster Silky on the Davidic forum, Even my mom, who never thinks about stuff like this, had a Matrix moment whilst giving birth as she saw herself somewhere else attached to tubes, just like the film with little aliens saying you've been asleep. This is the real world, and that was 1969 when she gave birth to my sibling, way before anyone had even thought of a book or film about the Matrix. And then there was the YouTube comment by Tony Kinsey. Unfortunately, the video, Evading the Machine in the Afterlife, is now unavailable. He basically stated that he suddenly woke up inside a machine, like a coffin/CAT scan or something similar. He had a headband that was wired up. I asked him if he ever looked at his hands, and he said yes, he did. He saw that he had large talon bird-like feet and claws. He then blacked out and found himself human again. The strange thing is, this energetic impression moves around with his human physical body, and is noticed by the more sensitive among us. My real self has large bird wings, I have large talons, my feet are like a bird, and are very big. I glow a sparkly blue color, almost like I am made of fire, if that makes any sense. I feel my wings dragging behind me even in this reality. I have had children walk up to me and tell me my wings are pretty. Avatar machines. Does the consciousness transferring avatar technology exist somewhere? The above examples of consciousness swaps are on the energetic body level, and unfortunately for Birdman have not gone unnoticed. This indicates that the energetic levels not far removed from the physical, etheric and astral, are still localized consciousnesses which can either directly swap with the other energetic bodies attached to the physical, i.e. Commander-in-Chief consciousness exchange, or attached to the physical alongside the host's own energetic body. Heck, there could be a myriad of foreign energetic hangers-on being a nuisance. Then there are the reports of people dreaming large periods of someone else's life. One man dreamt another person's life, got married, had children, etc. Until one night on going to bed, he woke up in this reality in his present body. He mourned for his previous life, which had been a dream. Another person experienced 3.5 years of another version of himself, and then woke up in this reality. About a year ago, I fell asleep one unremarkable night and dreamt roughly 3.5 years of time. It really felt that the previous day was years and years ago. I since had 2 other dreams that took place in that setting. It sounds like his energetic body consciousness, dream state, skipped off his normal record, life, onto a parallel life record fairly removed from his own. The consciousness connected with the physical body may also skip the record during the day and jump onto parallel lives of such minor deviations that go largely unnoticed by us unless something definitely stands out, such as the color of your hairdryer has changed, or something like that. The Hall of Records, or library theory, would greatly benefit from containment. You are supposed to be ignorant of your real status and environment for the whole immersion concept to work. Otherwise the data files may get corrupted. There would possibly be a certain low amount of free will, i.e. narrow amplitude and or bandwidth of realities, records, to oscillate between, simply because you have previously chosen to experience the historical records within a certain range. In that regard, we don't want people leaving the Earth program at all, unless it is predestined, aka preordered in the library. Conclusion: don't forget, the above 10 possible reasons for hiding the concave Earth are only ideas which I have explored with my mind and nothing more. None, one, some, or all of the above may be true, and if they are true, they won't be fully correct as none of us have the correct references while tuned in here. If you yourself can expand on these ideas with testimonies of your own or have other theories to divulge, then please do so in the comments section, and I can then add them to this article. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. William Shakespeare. Chapter 9. The History of Flat Earth. From the beginning of recorded history, and for thousands upon thousands of years, cultures across the entire world all believed the Earth was flat. Their various cosmologies and cosmogonies differed in slight ways, but their overall geographies and astronomies were incredibly consistent and in fact virtually identical. The Earth was a stationary plane void of any motion or curvature, flat across its entire expanse except of course for hills, mountains and valleys. The North Pole was the magnetic monopole center point of the flat Earth with Polaris, the North Pole star situated directly above. Polaris was the only motionless star in the heavens with all the other constellations revolving perfect circles over the Earth every night. The stars were divided into two categories known as the fixed stars and the wandering stars. The fixed stars were so called because they were observed then as we can observe today to stay fixed in their constellation patterns night after night, year after year, century after century, never changing their relative positions. The wandering stars, what are today referred to as planets, were so called because they were observed then as we can observe today to wander the heavens taking their own unique spirograph-like patterns making both forward and retrograde motions over and around the Earth during their cycles. The Sun and Moon were both of equal size, and they too revolved over and around the motionless Earth as immortalized in the Chinese yin-yang symbol. The Sun and Moon were much closer to Earth than supposed nowadays and each shined with their own unique opposite lights, the Sun's being warm, golden, drying, preservative, and antiseptic, and the Moon's light being cold, silver, damp, putrefying and septic. The Sun and Moon as though connected to a magnetic maypole made alternating spiral journeys over and around the Earth every year. The Sun began its journey at the Tropic of Capricorn at the winter solstice where it made its fastest and largest circle over the Earth. For the next 3 months every day the Sun slightly narrowed its path and slowed its speed until by the spring equinox the Sun had spiraled its way from the Tropic of Capricorn to the equator. Then for the next 3 months again every day the Sun continued to slightly narrow its path and slow its speed until the summer solstice when the Sun made its smallest, slowest circle around the Tropic of Cancer. Once the Sun reached this innermost circle, like the ribbons and dancers around the maypole, the Sun would then begin its opposing, widening, quickening journey back to the Tropic of Capricorn. For the next 3 months every day the Sun slightly widened its path and hastened its speed until the autumnal equinox the Sun had spiraled its way from the Tropic of Cancer back to the equator. Then for the next 3 months again every day the Sun continued to slightly widen its path and hasten its speed until the winter solstice when the Sun made its largest, fastest circle around the Tropic of Capricorn, and the annual journey began again. The Moon had a similar yearly path revolving over and around the Earth, but unlike the Sun, which constantly changed its speed to keep a consistent 24-hour day. The Moon's speed never changed, so depending on its latitude the Moon was observed then as we can observe today to take approximately 24.7 to 25 hours per cycle. This is why at different times and places during each month we can see the Moon in the morning, afternoon or night. This is also the origin of old fairy tales such as the hare and the hedgehog or the tortoise and the hare. The hare, like the Sun, begins the annual race full of energy, excitement and ego, declaring himself the definite winner and gets off to an immediate head start. Meanwhile, equally confident in his seemingly lesser abilities, the humble, slow and steady tortoise Moon begins as well allowing the hare to lead. As the race carries on, the cocky hare tires and slows down or takes a nap at which point the tortoise overtakes him. This is analogous to the Moon reaching the Tropic of Cancer before the Sun each year and beginning its return journey. When the hare reaches this halfway point of the race he realizes his lackluster attitude has resulted in being overtaken by the slower tortoise and begins to speed up again. Then for the remainder of the race, the Sun picks up speed day by day gaining on the Moon, but ultimately losing as the slow and steady tortoise reaches the finish line before the hare and wins. So for ancient man, Earth and Polaris were the two immovable center points of the universe around which the sun, moon and other stars all revolved in a dome-like shape. Some cultures believed in a literal, physical solid dome or firmament to which the fixed stars were bound. Other cultures mythologized the axis mundi as the world tree with Polaris at the center, and all the other constellations forming the branches. In these flat Earth depictions, the North Pole occupied the center point, and south was all straight lines extending outwards from there. East and west were not straight lines as is assumed nowadays, but were in fact circles, just like all lines of latitude and the paths of the celestial bodies. The southern circumference of Earth was surrounded by a gigantic wall of ice 150 to 200 feet above sea level, holding the interconnected oceans in like a World Cup. Beyond the ice wall, some cultures claimed a firm barrier existed through which no human could penetrate. Other cultures believed there were entire worlds and other civilizations existing beyond the Antarctic ice. Currently, and for the past half-century, there has existed an international Antarctic treaty preventing all independent exploration of Antarctica. Pre-approved guided tours exist which take visitors to a few coastal regions of Antarctica, but no independent exploration of the continent is allowed. Sailors like Jarl Andahoy have been caught attempting to explore Antarctica and threatened, turned around at gunpoint, fined, and jailed for violating this militarily enforced international treaty. As a result, the public currently has no way to confirm or deny the seemingly fantastical claims of ancient man concerning what may or may not exist at the southernmost extremities of the Earth. We can however confirm that this 200-foot ice wall surrounding the southern circumference of the Earth most certainly exists. We can confirm that Polaris is indeed the only non-moving star in the sky. All the fixed stars indeed rotate perfect circles around Polaris, while remaining stuck in their relative constellations night after night, year after year, century after century. The wandering stars or planets do indeed wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like paths when charted from a geocentric perspective. The sun and moon are indeed observably of equal size and revolve over and around us in daily cycles. Just as the ancients observed, the sun's annual path does indeed travel from the Tropic of Capricorn at the winter solstice, to the equator at spring equinox, to the Tropic of Cancer at the summer solstice, back to the equator at autumnal equinox, and finally back to the Tropic of Cancer at winter solstice. The sun's light is indeed warm, golden, drying, preservative, and antiseptic, while the moon's light is indeed cold, silver, damp, putrefying, and septic. A thermometer placed in the sun's light will always read warmer than a thermometer placed in the sun's shade, while a thermometer placed in the moon's light will always read cooler than a thermometer placed in the moonshade. Plant and animal substances exposed to sunlight quickly dry, shrink, coagulate, and lose their tendency to decompose and putrefy, whereas plant and animal substances exposed to moonlight will quickly show symptoms of putrefaction and decay. Last but not least, just as the ancients espoused, the Earth is observably motionless to all our senses, and the horizon remains perfectly flat as far as the eye can see. Not only does the horizon remain perfectly flat 360 degrees around the observer, but whether at sea level, the top of Mount Everest, 35,000 feet high in an airplane, or even at over 100,000 feet high, the highest any amateur hot air balloon has ever flown. The flat horizon actually rises to the eye level of the observer all the way up. On a globular Earth, no matter how large it is assumed to be, the horizon would remain where it was, and the rising observer would have to tilt his head downwards further and further the higher they rose to see the steadily falling horizon. Many people will be shocked to know that to this day, every single scientific experiment ever devised to show the alleged motion of the Earth has failed to do so, or given evidence of the opposite. That the Earth is indeed motionless, and every attempt ever made to measure the alleged curvature of the Earth has failed to do so, or given evidence of the opposite, that the Earth is indeed flat. The first person in recorded history to ever claim that Earth was anything but the flat, motionless center of the universe was a Greek mathematician and philosopher named Pythagoras of Samos around 500 BC. Pythagoras has also been touted by Freemasonic historians such as Albert Mackey, James Anderson, William Hutchinson and William Preston as being the very first Freemason. Presented more as a thought experiment than a complete cosmology, Pythagoras posited that if the Earth were a spherical globe turning on its vertical axis once per day while revolving annually around a stationary sun, that this model could also equally explain the cyclical motions of the heavenly bodies. This heliocentric model was taught to initiates at Pythagoras Crotona School, but never became popular, or had an influence outside of Greece for another 2,000 years. A century later, another Greek mathematician and philosopher named Plato also espoused a spherical Earth cosmology, except he claimed the Earth globe to be the motionless center of the universe with the sun, moon and stars revolving around. His most famous student, Aristotle, also wrote about this geocentric globe Earth cosmology in his book On the Heavens, offering three main points of evidence for his theory. Firstly, Aristotle noted that when sailing away from an observer on shore, ships approaching the horizon disappeared from view hull before masthead, and he postulated that this occurrence was due to the curvature of the Earth. Aristotle argued that the hull disappeared first because beyond the horizon the globe Earth curved downwards, causing the hull, and eventually the masthead and entire ship to drop below the curvature. Today we can easily prove that Aristotle was incorrect in his assumption by using telescopes, binoculars, and zoom cameras. Once a ship has completely disappeared beyond the horizon, modern technology allows us to zoom in and bring the entire vessel, hull and all, back into full view. This proves that ships do not disappear hull first due to the alleged curvature of the Earth, and that the horizon line is in fact merely the vanishing point of perspective from a given observer's point of view, and not, as Aristotle supposed, the beginning of the Earth's curvature. The horizon is subjective and varies in distance depending on the weather, the observer's height, and the strength of his eyesight or instruments. As noted previously, the horizon actually rises to the eye of the observer no matter how high he climbs, which also proves that the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing point of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Aristotle's second point of evidence offered for his spherical Earth theory was the Earth's round shadow cast on the Moon during lunar eclipses. To this day heliocentrists still offer this argument as proof of a spherical Earth, claiming that during lunar eclipses the Sun, Earth and Moon align in a perfect 180-degree syzygy like three billiard balls, causing the Sun to cast the Earth's shadow onto the Moon. This clever but faulty assumption is rendered completely invalid, however, due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the Sun and Moon are still visible together above the horizon. As early as the time of Pliny the Elder there are records of eclipses happening while both the Sun and Moon were visible in the sky and continue to be recorded by the Royal Astronomical Society today. Obviously, if the Sun and Moon are both observable simultaneously during an eclipse, then they are not aligned in a 180-degree syzygy, and it is therefore impossible that the Sun could be casting Earth's shadow on the Moon, and some other explanation must be sought. Another explanation, in fact, already existed in many cultures around the world, who posited that a third celestial body known as Rahu, or the Black Sun, also existed equal in size to the Sun and Moon. This translucent dark body passed in front of the Sun and Moon during solar and lunar eclipses, causing their lights to dim. Aristotle's final point of evidence offered for his spherical Earth theory was the appearance of Polaris and other stars to gradually decline overhead as an observer travels southwards. He argued that the gradual declination and eventual disappearance beyond the horizon of certain stars and constellations as one traveled southwards was evidence that the observer was traveling over a convex curved surface. Similar to the ships disappearing over the horizon argument, Aristotle posited that the horizon line was the literal curvature of his spherical Earth, and the stars which declined and disappeared beyond it became invisible because a mass of curved Earth existed between them and the observer. Similar to the ships disappearing over the horizon argument, Aristotle posited that the horizon line was the literal curvature of his spherical Earth, and the stars which declined and disappeared beyond it became invisible because a mass of curved Earth existed between them and the observer. In actual fact, however, the gradual declination of objects in the sky towards the horizon is merely a product of the law of perspective on plane surfaces. As any art student of point perspective knows, the human eye views the world in a pyramidal shape so that when looking down a long hallway, the floor appears to rise, the ceiling appears to sink, and the walls appear to narrow into a point at the center of the observer's view. Of course, the dimensions of the hallway remain constant for its entire length. The floor does not actually rise, the ceiling does not actually sink, nor do the walls actually close in, but to the human eye everything is perceived this way. Similarly, when the sun, moon, airplanes or clouds appear to sink towards the horizon, as they move away from us, they are not actually losing altitude and slowly approaching sea level. They are in fact maintaining the same altitude except they are moving away from you, and so the law of perspective makes them appear to sink. A century after Aristotle, around 250 BC, yet another Greek mathematician and philosopher named Eratosthenes made his claim to fame with a new alleged proof of the spherical Earth. Eratosthenes noted that at noon during the summer solstice in Syene, the sun cast no shadow, and the rays could reach straight to the bottom of his well, yet meanwhile in Alexandria a vertically standing metal rod cast a significant shadow. By factoring the length of the shadow with his assumed distance to the sun, Eratosthenes recorded a measurement of Earth's circumference close to what heliocentrist astronomers still use today. The fact of the matter is, however, that Eratosthenes' calculations were made assuming the sun to be millions of miles away, so that its rays would fall perfectly parallel even in points as divergent as Syene and Alexandria. This faulty premise led to his faulty conclusion, which was eventually exposed upon the invention of the nautical sextant. Using sextants and plane trigonometry, by measuring the sun's angle at 2 points on Earth simultaneously and factoring their distance from each other, the Pythagorean theorem reveals both the height and dimensions of the sun. Using this method, the sun and moon have repeatedly been calculated to be approximately 32 miles in diameter, 3,000 miles from the surface of the Earth. High-altitude balloon footage has also filmed lighting hotspots on clouds, proving the sun to be local and acting as a spotlight, and not a burning ball of gas millions of miles away, as supposed by heliocentrists. After Eratosthenes, the globe Earth theory completely disappeared from philosophical thought and recorded history for almost 2 millennia. Geocentric flat Earth cosmologies continued to reign supreme, with even Eratosthenes himself, touted as the father of geography, depicting the Earth as flat in his famous 194 BC map of the world. Crates of Mallows invented the first model globe Earth around this time as well, but it failed to have any effect on the world at large. Fast forward to 1522 AD, Portuguese explorer Ferdinand Magellan became the first person in known history to successfully sail around the world. This circumnavigation of Earth soon became and continues to be touted today as absolute proof of the spherical Earth theory. If Magellan was able to sail east-west around the entire world and return to his original starting point, surely the Earth cannot be flat and must be a globe, right? Wrong. Just as a compass can place its center point on a flat piece of paper, trace a circle either way around, and return to its starting point, so can a ship or plane circumnavigate a flat Earth. The only kind of circumnavigation which could not happen on a flat Earth is north-southbound, which to this day has still never been done. Both the North Pole and Antarctica are military-enforced no-fly/no-sail zones due to restrictions originating from none other than the United Nations, the same United Nations that haughtily uses a flat Earth map in their official logo and flag. In 1543, just days before his death, Freemason and Jesuit Nicolaus Copernicus published his book on the revolutions of the celestial spheres, which revived the old heliocentric cosmology of Pythagoras, and began the so-called Copernican revolution away from a flat geocentric model, and towards a global heliocentric model. Since his book claimed Earth to be a tilting, wobbling, spinning sphere revolving at breakneck speeds around a stationary sun, it was initially met with due incredulity. Copernicus always countered this by claiming his theories were merely hypotheses and shouldn't be considered truth. In his book he even wrote, "The Pythagorean teaching was founded upon hypothesis, and it is not necessary that the hypothesis should be true, or even probable. The hypothesis of the movement of the Earth is only one which is useful to explain phenomena, but it should not be considered as an absolute truth." Contemporaries of Copernicus, such as Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe, famously argued against his heliocentric model, positing that if the Earth revolved in an orbit round the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months of orbital motion could not fail to be seen. Brahe wrote that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, after millions of miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax could be detected in the stars. And even Wikipedia notes, the lack of any observable parallax was considered a fatal flaw in any non-geocentric theory. Copernicus' answer to this obvious problem was simple. He moved the stars so ridiculously far away from the Earth that even after millions of miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, no appreciable parallax could be detected. Copernicus simply needed to claim that the stars were trillions upon trillions of miles away, so then mathematically speaking it would indeed be impossible to detect such slight parallax. Again, contemporaries of Copernicus argued against this convenient correction of his, arguing quite rightly, that if the stars were trillions of miles away, then there is no way we could see them. Backpedaling once again, Copernicus claimed the reason we could still see stars trillions of miles away was because they were not mere tiny points of translucent light in the night sky, but that stars were in fact gigantic gas balls billions of times larger than our Sun. So, first Copernicus had to move the stars trillions of miles from Earth to explain away lack of parallax, and then he had to make the stars billions of times larger to account for why we should see them at all from such fantastical distances. Lastly, he offered very specific distances and mathematical equations to solidify his theory, claiming, for instance, that he had accurately calculated the Sun's distance from Earth to be exactly 3,391,200 miles. At the turn of the 17th century, Tycho Brahe, under the patronage of Emperor Rudolf II, began construction of the largest, most state-of-the-art astronomical observatory ever built. Upon hearing this, German astronomer and Freemason Johannes Kepler was determined to apprentice under Brahe. Even though Kepler championed Copernicus's widely disputed heliocentric globe Earth theory, Brahe begrudgingly accepted Kepler as his apprentice based on his merit as an astute astronomer and mathematician. Brahe allowed Kepler access to the observatory, but guarded his data and findings from him completely, which frustrated and angered Kepler to the point of eventually culminating in a heated argument between the two of them, resulting in Brahe kicking Kepler out. After much amends and apologizing, a year later Brahe finally forgave Kepler and accepted him back as apprentice. This time, however, Kepler was not content with his role as mere apprentice, and soon proposed and secured a commissioned position on Brahe and Emperor Rudolph's new project, the Rudolphine astronomical tables. Less than a month later, Tycho Brahe mysteriously dropped dead. And Johannes Kepler was given access to all of Brahe's coveted data, free reign of the observatory, and become Emperor Rudolph's new official astronomer. Abundant circumstantial evidence and obvious motive have long fed speculation that Kepler actually murdered Brahe. Brahe was only 54 years old and in fine health when suddenly he became deathly ill and passed away. His official cause of death was reported as a bladder infection, but subsequent autopsies of his body revealed toxic quantities of mercury present on his mustache hairs, which has led many researchers to conclude he was poisoned. The 2004 book Heavenly Intrigue suggested that Kepler had indeed murdered Brahe to gain access to his data. Kepler himself never denied this, and he actually wrote, "I confess that when Tycho died, I quickly took advantage of the absence, or lack of circumspection, of the heirs, by taking the observations under my care. Or perhaps usurping them." And so for the remainder of his life Kepler worked at Brahe's observatory for Brahe's employer, using Brahe's data to further his Copernican theories, which Brahe had always criticized. He modified Copernicus's calculations of celestial motions, changing them from perfect circles to irregular ellipses, and even formulated a new updated distance of the Sun from Earth. While Copernicus had claimed positively the Sun to be 3,391,200 miles from Earth, Kepler assured the astronomical community that his new figure of 12,376,800 miles was the true distance. A few years later, in 1608 the first telescope was invented, and by 1609 the next champion of Copernicium, Italian astronomer, Freemason, and probable Jesuit Galileo Galilei, had purchased and built several of them. Galileo improved upon the telescope's design, boosting the zoom capabilities from the original 3x up to 30x magnification, and in 1610 made the most important alleged discovery of his career. With his 30x zoom telescope, Galileo claimed to have seen what he described as three fixed stars, totally invisible by their smallness, all close to Jupiter, and lying on a straight line through it. After tracking these invisible stars for a while and noticing they appeared sometimes, but not others, Galileo concluded that when he could not find them they must be hiding behind Jupiter, and therefore they must not be invisible stars at all, but rather invisible moons orbiting Jupiter. His alleged discovery of moons orbiting Jupiter was then touted as proof of the Copernican system, claiming that Earth must be a planet like Jupiter since both have orbiting moons. To this day, NASA claims to have special telescopes which can, on occasion, see these moons of Jupiter, just as Galileo claimed in his day to see, on occasion, with his special telescopes. Nowadays, with modern telescopes and zoom technology, we can see the celestial bodies far closer, and with far more clarity than Galileo could have ever hoped for. A 2016 Nikon P900 has 83x optical zoom and 332x digital capabilities, which put Galilean telescopes to shame, yet even with this level of magnification Galileo's alleged invisible stars orbiting Jupiter are nowhere to be found. Galileo and his fellow Mason predecessors, acting more like true believers of their heliocentric faith than legitimate scientists, were constantly guilty of inventing elaborate theories to support their foregone conclusion. This was never more evident than when Galileo presented his theory on the cause of tides in 1616. Cardinal Bellarmine had written Galileo the year before stating that the Copernican system could not be defended without a true physical demonstration that the sun does not circle the earth, but the earth circles the sun. Taking this to heart, Galileo hoped to show that the Earth's tides were caused by the sloshing back and forth of water as a point on Earth's surface sped up and slowed down due to Earth's alleged rotation on axis and revolution around the sun. He argued that these hypothetical motions of his globular Earth were the cause of tides, and therefore the tides were proof of Earth's motion. Unfortunately for Galileo, his ideas were not accepted and easily proven wrong by his contemporaries, who rightly pointed out that if his theory were correct, there would only be one high tide per day. Not only this, but if tides were caused by Earth's alleged motion, all lakes, ponds and other inland bodies of water should be similarly affected, yet they are not. The next champion of heliocentricism was English mathematician and astronomer, knighted Freemason and Royal Society President Sir Isaac Newton. In 1687 Newton published his famous Principia Mathematica, which presented his idea of gravity to the world. The globe Earth theory had long faced criticism for being impractical due to the natural physics of spinning spherical objects. Namely, that anything placed on their surface should immediately fall or fly off. How could people, buildings, and the great oceans remain perfectly stuck to a ball Earth spinning faster than the speed of sound? The globe Earth theory needed a force that could keep everything in place somehow, a force strong enough to keep the ocean stuck to the Earth, but weak enough not to sink a sailboat, a force strong enough to drag the entire atmosphere along with Earth's breakneck speed, but weak enough to allow birds and bugs to travel freely and unabated in all directions, a force so strong it could make rain fall upwards and plants grow upside down, but yet so weak that it could not be detected by any contemporary methods. Newton's postulate of an invisible force able to act over vast distances led to him being heavily criticized for introducing occult agencies into the field of science, previous to Newton's theory of universal gravitation. The natural laws of density and buoyancy already perfectly and adequately explain the world around us. For example, the reason a balloon filled with helium rises into the sky while a balloon filled with air drops to the ground is not because Newton's mystical pulling force has an aversion to helium, but rather simply because helium is lighter and less dense than the nitrogen, oxygen and other elements which compose the air around it, so it floats up, and conversely, a balloon filled with your carbon dioxide exhalation is heavier and denser than the air around it, so it falls down to the ground. If you blow a dandelion seed out of your hands, a substance just barely heavier than the air, it will float away, and slowly, but eventually fall to the ground. If you drop an anvil from your hands, something much heavier than the air, it will quickly and directly fall straight to the ground. This is not because gravity prefers anvils to dandelion seeds, but rather because it is the natural physics of buoyancy for objects less dense than the medium surrounding them to rise, while objects denser than the medium surrounding them sink. This is the reason raindrops fall down through the air and air bubbles rise up through the water, because of their relative densities. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the mystical pulling force of spinning balls from Newton's imagination. Newton's theory allegedly began when, upon seeing an apple fall from a tree at Woolsainthorpe, as though no one in the history of humanity up to that point had ever seen a falling object and wondered why it fell, he had a veritable scientific epiphany. The apple fell not because it was heavier and denser than the air around it, but rather because a force at the center of the spinning ball Earth pulled it to the ground. Newton quickly got to work formulating his theory of universal gravitation, which he used to explain not only falling objects, but also orbiting celestial bodies. Newton claimed that the sun, moon, earth, planets and stars' gravity caused them to all orbit around the most massive nearby bodies. So not only was gravity fickle and selective about which objects it caused to fall, and which it allowed to rise, gravity was also able to perform different functions on different scales. At the human scale, gravity allegedly caused people, buildings and oceans to stick to the Earth, while at the planetary scale, gravity allegedly caused moons to orbit around planets and planets to orbit around stars. Unfortunately, Newton never addressed this, but the question remains, how and why would gravity cause both planets to orbit the Sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float around in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth, Moon and planets to all be pulled and crash into the Sun. The two effects are very different, yet the same cause is attributed to both. Furthermore, this magnetic-like attraction of massive objects gravity is purported to have can be found nowhere in the natural world. There is no example in nature of a massive sphere or any other shaped object which by virtue of its mass alone causes smaller objects to stick to or orbit around it. There is nothing on Earth massive enough that it can be shown to cause even a dust bunny to stick to or orbit around it. Try spinning a wet tennis ball, or any other spherical object with smaller things placed on its surface, and you will find that everything falls or flies off, and nothing sticks to or orbits it. To claim the existence of a physical law, without a single practical evidential example is hearsay, not science. By now, however, you are likely beginning to see that these Freemasonic heliocentric priests are less interested in science and truth than they are in propagating contrived evidences for their foregone conclusions. In like manner, as Copernicus had claimed positively the Sun to be 3,391,200 away, and Kepler had calculated it to be 12,376,800 miles away, Newton was quoted as remarking, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." It appears he was correct, because the alleged distance to the heliocentrists' Sun has continued to increase by the millions until today, where we stand with NASA's current official figure of 93 million. In 1773, Captain Cook became the first modern explorer known to have breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. This expedition offered an exciting chance to find proof of either the flat or globe Earth models, because Captain Cook intended to sail completely around Antarctica looking for inlets through the ice wall. If the Earth was indeed a globe 25,000 miles in equatorial circumference, as the heliocentrists claimed, then a complete circumnavigation of Antarctica would be approximately 12,000 miles, and if the Earth was flat with Antarctica surrounding the entire circumference, a complete circumnavigation of Antarctica would have to take over 50,000 miles. During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet, or path through, or beyond the massive glacial wall. Captain Cook wrote, "The ice extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays of light which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height." Later voyages by Captain James Clark Ross and Captain George Nares in the 19th century further confirmed Cook's findings. Ross's expedition spent 4 years and 5 months in heavily armored warships, failing to find an entry point beyond the southern glacial wall, and Nares spent over 3 years circumnavigating Antarctica, taking an admittedly indirect course, but clocking in nearly 69,000 miles total. If Antarctica truly was the tiny ice continent claimed by globe Earth proponents, all of these expeditions would have ended years sooner. In addition to this, many Antarctic explorers, including Captain James Clark Ross and Lieutenant Charles Wilkes, using globe Earth projection maps, wrote in their journals perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, later on further south increasing to as much as 29 miles per day. These huge discrepancies experienced by explorers the further south traveled are usually attributed to increasingly strong storms, winds and currents, but if that were the case they should have just as often found themselves ahead of their reckoning, which they never did. In 1783 the hot air balloon was invented, and for the first time in recorded history people were able to float miles above the Earth's surface and see for themselves once and for all whether or not the Earth was flat or a globe. To many people's astonishment, as high as they rose, the horizon remained perfectly flat 360 degrees around them, and rose to the level of their eyes all the way up. J. Glacier wrote in his Travels in the Air, that, on looking over the top of the car, the horizon appeared to be on a level with the eye, and taking a grand view of the whole visible area beneath, I was struck with its great regularity. All was dwarfed to one plane. It seemed too flat. M. Victor Emmanuel, another hot air balloonist, wrote that, instead of the Earth declining from the view on either side, and the higher part being under the car, as is popularly supposed, it was the exact opposite, the lowest part, like a huge basin, being immediately under the car, and the horizon on all sides rising to the level of the eye. As stated previously, this is only possible on a flat plane. It would be an entire century after Newton published his theories on gravitation before any scientific experiment was devised to attempt to prove its existence. In 1797, Henry Cavendish, the British scientist, Freemason, and wealthy grandson of the Duke of Devonshire, created an experiment which he claimed successfully proved the existence of gravity, measured its constant, and provided accurate figures for the exact masses of the Earth, Sun, Moon, and planets. How did Cavendish achieve this quantum leap for heliocentric pseudoscience? He fixed two large lead balls on opposite ends of a torsion balance, and hung them from the roof of his shed. By watching and recording slight motions of the contraption via telescope through his shed window, so his mass would not affect the reading, Cavendish claimed to have proven gravity. Two small lead balls were hung near the large ones, and any motion observed towards one another was touted as being the influence of gravity. Now, the Cavendish experiment has been widely criticized by the scientific community because never in over 2 centuries since its creation has anyone been able to replicate it. Firstly, the balls simply do not always attract one another, as they must for the so-called gravitational constant to be constant at all. Sometimes the torsion balance turns towards the balls and sometimes away, as it is impossible not to give some slight tremulous motion when interacting with it. Henry even complained in his notes how often as he was performing the measurement the contraption was still in oscillation. Secondly, since his calculated force of gravity was 10 to the power of 39th weaker than the force of electromagnetism, from which all material objects are composed, there is no control for the experiment which can factor out and positively differentiate the alleged gravitational force from the known stronger electromagnetic force. In other words, the balls could simply be attracting each other through static electricity, a known force existing in all things, billions of times stronger than gravity, and impossible to control for the experiment. Even though no one could replicate Cavendish's findings, the experiment went down in history as a great success, and is still taught as veritable proof of universal gravitation in science textbooks today. Half a century later, in 1851, a French scientist named Léon Foucault performed a similar experiment to Cavendish, but this time hanging a single ball from the ceiling, swinging it, and claiming all lateral motion observed to be proof that the Earth was turning beneath the pendulum. Since Foucault's original demonstration, these pendulums have regularly been swinging at museums and exhibition halls worldwide, purporting to provide everlasting perpetual proof of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth theory. The truth is, however, unbeknownst to most of the duped public, that Foucault's pendulum is a failed experiment which proves nothing but how easy it is for pseudoscience to deceive the malleable masses. To begin with, Foucault's pendulums do not uniformly swing in any one direction. Sometimes they rotate clockwise and sometimes counterclockwise, sometimes they fail to rotate and sometimes they rotate far too much. Just like the Cavendish experiment, scientists, who have attempted to replicate Foucault's findings have conceded time and again that it was difficult to avoid giving the pendulum some slight lateral bias at starting. In truth, the behavior of the pendulum actually depends on 1. The initial force beginning its swing and 2. The ball and socket joint used which most readily facilitates circular motion over any other. The supposed rotation of the Earth is completely inconsequential and irrelevant to the pendulum's swing. If the alleged constant rotation of the Earth affected pendulums in any way, then there should be no need to manually start pendulums in motion. If the Earth's diurnal rotation caused the 360-degree uniform diurnal rotation of pendulums, then there should not exist a stationary pendulum anywhere on Earth. Also, in the mid-19th century, another Frenchman named Gaspard Gustave Coriolis performed several experiments showing the effect of kinetic energy on rotating systems, which have ever since become mythologized as proof of the heliocentric theory. His Coriolis effect is often said to cause sinks and toilet bowls in the northern hemisphere to drain spinning in one direction while in the southern hemisphere causing them to spin the opposite way, thus providing proof of the spinning ball Earth. Once again, however, just like Foucault's swinging pendulums and Cavendish's hanging balls, sinks and toilets in the northern and southern hemispheres do not consistently spin in any one direction. Sinks and toilets in the very same household are often found to spin opposite directions, depending entirely upon the shape of the basin and the angle of the water's entry, not the supposed rotation of the Earth. The Coriolis effect is also said to affect bullet trajectories and weather patterns as well, supposedly causing most storms in the northern hemisphere to rotate counterclockwise, and most storms in the southern hemisphere to rotate clockwise. To cause bullets from long-range guns to tend towards the right of the target in the northern hemisphere, and to the left in the southern hemisphere. Again, however, the same problems remain. Not every bullet and not every storm consistently displays the behavior, and therefore cannot reasonably be used as proof of anything. In the late 19th century, mostly thanks to the experiments, books, and lectures of an English inventor and author named Dr. Samuel Rowbotham, a flat Earth renaissance began sweeping the world. Rowbotham's findings, beginning with his 1864 book, Earth Not a Globe. An experimental inquiry into the true figure of the Earth, proving it a plane, without axial or orbital motion, and the only material world in the universe, caused quite a stir in the scientific community, and thanks to 3 decades of his efforts. The shape of the Earth became a hot topic of debate around the turn of the 19th century. Dr. Rowbotham conducted several experiments using telescopes, spirit levels, and theodolites, special precision instruments used for measuring angles in horizontal or vertical planes. By positioning them at equal heights aimed at each other successively, he proved over and over the Earth to be perfectly flat for miles without a single inch of curvature. In his most famous series of experiments, Rowbotham traveled to Cambridge, England, where there is a 20-mile canal called the Old Bedford which passes in a straight line through the fenlands known as the Bedford Level. The water has no interruption from locks or water gates of any kind and remains stationary, making it perfectly suitable for determining whether any amount of convexity/curvature actually exists. If we were living on a ball Earth, every pond, lake, marsh, canal and other large body of standing water, each part would have to comprise a slight arc or semicircle curving downwards from the central summit. If the ball Earth were truly 25,000 miles in circumference as claimed by heliocentrists, then spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downwards an easily measurable 8 inches per mile multiplied by the square of the distance. This means along a 6-mile channel of standing water the Earth would have to curve 16 feet, 8 inches downwards from one end to the other, and or dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak, depending where the measurement is taken. Rowbottom tested first by standing in the water holding a telescope 8 inches above the surface, while his partner rowed away from him in a small boat with a 5-foot-tall flag attached. If the Earth was indeed a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, by the time the boat reached Welney Bridge 6 miles away, the entire boat and flag should have been completely invisible, hidden behind a 6-foot-tall mass of curved water. In reality, however, every time tested, the entire boat and flag remained visible from start to finish. In a second experiment, Dr. Rowbottom placed 7 flags along the edge of the water, each 1 mile distant from the next, with their tops positioned 5 feet above the surface, and stood with his telescope behind the first. If the Earth was a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, each successive flag would have to decline a definite and determined amount below the last. The first and second flags establish the line of sight, then the third should fall 8 inches below the second, the fourth flag 32 inches below, the fifth 6 feet, the sixth 10 feet 8 inches, and the seventh flag should be a clear 16 feet 8 inches below the line of sight. Even if the Earth was a globe of 100,000 miles, an amount of easily measurable curvature should, and would still be evident in this experiment. But the reality is not a single inch of curvature was detected, and the flags all lined up perfectly as consistent with a flat plane. In 1870, one of Rowbottom's supporters, an English scientist of the Royal Academy named John Hampden, offered a public wager of £500 to anyone who thought they could prove the Earth spherical by repeating the Bedford level experiment. Alfred Russel Wallace, a fellow English scientist, ardent evolutionist and personal friend of Charles Darwin, accepted Hampden's wager, and the two met with referees to decide the matter at the Bedford level. The original plan was to repeat Rowbottom's flag experiment, but after hours of attempting to align them one on each mile marker, upon looking through the telescope they could not even judge which was which, let alone decide whether the line of sight along them was flat or curved. Heated debate ensued, an angry quarrel followed, and the experiment descended into a farce. They called it a day, but a week later reconvened, this time Wallace setting new perimeters for the experiment which had never been tested or approved by Rowbottom or Hampden. Wallace hung a large calico sheet from the old Bedford Bridge with a thick black line painted across its center, and positioned his telescope 6 miles south at Welney Bridge at the same elevation. Then halfway between these 2 points, Wallace placed a long red pole topped with a marker disc designed to fall in line with the black painted marker and telescope. All of these he placed at a masonically significant 13 feet 3 inches above the water. Wallace's plan was to view the marker disc and black line through the telescope, and if the middle marker appeared below the line of sight, this would be taken as proof of the water's flat surface. And if the middle marker appeared above the line of sight, it would be taken as proof of Earth's curvature. Hampden immediately took issue with this new method of allegedly determining curvature, but begrudgingly accepted to continue. When viewed through the telescope, the center marker fell a tiny bit below the telescope crosshair, and the far marker on the bridge fell a tiny bit below that. This result was not expected by either party, but Wallace quickly claimed it proof that Earth was curving downwards, while Hampden claimed the results to be in accordance with the law of perspective over flat surfaces. This time an even more heated debate ensued until Wallace refused to speak another word with Hampden, gave him the silent treatment, and even had the police escort Hampden him from his hotel room before leaving town the following day. The referees for the wager decided in favor of Wallace, and the money was given to him. In response, Hampden immediately published a 16-page pamphlet denouncing Wallace as a liar and cheat called, "Is Water Level or Convex After All?" The Bedford Canal swindle detected and exposed. Another fellow English author and flat-earther, William Carpenter, also present during the experiment, wrote his equally scathing 30-page review of the swindle entitled, "Water Not Convex, the Earth Not a Globe." Demonstrated by Alfred Russel Wallace on the March 5, 1870. Hampden later took Wallace to trial, and sued him for his £500. The court formally decided in favor of Hampden that the bet was invalid and returned his money in full. Next, Hampden immediately reissued his challenge to Wallace, increasing the wager to £1,000 and inviting Drive Rowbottom to attend. This time the experiment would be conducted as Rowbottom had originally done, standing in the water with telescope held 8 inches above the water, observing a boat with a 5-foot flag attached sailing 6 miles away from Welch's Dam to Welney Bridge. When the day of the wager came, poor weather prevented them from completing the experiment, so they postponed, met more bad weather, and postponed again. On their third and final attempt before heading home with the weather still overcast, they attempted the experiment. Unfortunately, shortly after reaching the halfway point the boat became indistinguishable beyond the haze, and the bet was called off. The boat and flag were visible, however, for the entire 3 miles. In 2015, a group of flat-earthers once again repeated Rowbottom's experiment at the Bedford level with similar results. They detected no curvature and saw the boat beyond the halfway marker, but became obscured by poor weather before reaching the full 6 miles. In 1871, after getting massive amounts of pressure from the public to address these claims from flat Earth proponents, Royal Astronomical Society President George Airy devised an experiment which he hoped would once and for all prove Earth's axial motion and forever silence the rabble-rousing flat-earthers. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube. Airy planned to measure the speed of the telescope, and thereby the speed of the Earth, by extrapolating the amount of tilt needed to keep the starlight coming in straight. The experiment, however, would go down in history and forever be known as Airy's failure, because every time he repeated it, Airy found the starlight was already coming in the correct angle with no change necessary, proving that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. Airy had meant to prove the heliocentric theory, but instead devised an everlasting proof of the geocentric model. In 1887, American physicists Albert Michelson and Edward Morley performed an experiment to determine Earth's speed through space, or what was then called the ether, by passing light through 2 pathways, one in the direction of the Earth's alleged motion, and the other at right angles to it. The light traveling with the Earth should have taken longer to return than light traveling at right angles to it. To the surprise of Michelson, Morley and the scientific establishment, however, no difference whatsoever was detected, even after repeating the experiment several times in different places. To attempt to patch up this glaring problem, the heliocentric establishment created the Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction, which actually had the gall to claim that the light pathway going the same direction as the Earth became physically shorter during the experiment, so that the time to return became equal to the other pathway. The implications of Michelson and Morley's experiment were so detrimental to the spinning globe Earth myth, that they were forced to concoct this ludicrous backpedaling explanation, which even Arthur Miller denounced, calling it a physics of desperation. After Samuel Rowbottom's death, Lady Elizabeth Blount, an English author, flat-earther, vocal vegetarian, and anti-vivisectionist, founded the Universal Zetetic Society, which attracted thousands of members and published a journal called The Earth Not a Globe Review for several decades. Many other prominent flat-earthers of the time also continued doing their best to spread the word. John Hampden continued publishing his own work and reprinted all of Samuel Rowbottom's material. In 1885, William Carpenter published his famous 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe. In 1892, Alexander Gleason released his new standard map of the world ASID-IS, which remains to this day one of the most accurate flat Earth maps ever created. He had hoped it would completely replace globes and Mercator maps the world over, but unfortunately his map's influence was short-lived. The next year in 1893, Gleason published his flat Earth tome entitled, Is the Bible from Heaven? Is the Earth a Globe? Does Modern Science and the Bible Agree? Which gave many flat Earth proofs, and also explained his wonderful map. In 1899, the South African flat Earth author Thomas Winship published his excellent work, Zetetic Cosmogony, evidence that the world is not a rotating revolving globe but a stationary plane circle. 1903 marked the beginning of airplane travel, which, had it been invented in Copernicus' era, would have destroyed his spinning ball Earth fantasy long before takeoff. When hot air balloons were first invented, people were told the reason they cannot simply float in the air and wait for the spinning ball Earth to bring their destinations to them, was because gravity somehow stuck the entire atmosphere and everything in it in place, dragging it along at 1,000 miles per hour so uniformly that we can't see it, feel it, hear it, or measure it in any way. Once airplane technology evolved so that we could fly at comparable speeds to the Earth's supposed rotation, however, it became immediately apparent that the Earth and its atmosphere could not be constantly rotating 1,000 miles per hour west to east. Simply put, if the Earth were constantly spinning eastwards 1,000 miles per hour, then airplane flight durations going eastwards versus westwards would be significantly different. If the average commercial airliner travels 500 miles per hour, it follows that westbound equatorial flights should reach their destination at approximately 3 times the speed as their eastbound return flights. In reality, however, the differences in east/westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a 1,000 miles per hour spinning ball Earth. For example, flights eastwards with the alleged spin of the ball Earth from Tokyo to LA take an average of 10.5 hours, therefore the return flights westwards against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours. Also of note, if Earth were a globe, there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic continent, such as Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in a straight line over Antarctica, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flight to from/over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder, and far hotter, than any experienced on Earth, such as excuse is clearly just an excuse. And these flights aren't made because they are impossible. If Earth was a ball, and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way if absolutely necessary. In actual fact, however, Santiago-Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. On a ball Earth, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean with convenient refueling possibilities on Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. A casual study of other South Hemisphere flight paths and stopover points will prove to even the most staunch skeptic the clear illegitimacy of globe map projections. Building on Michelson and Morley's experiment, in 1913 French physicist Georges Sagnac again proved the existence of the ether and the stillness of Earth by using a beam splitter to send light in opposite directions around a path, recombining them, then observing their interference fringes. First while stationary and then while rotating the entire experiment table 2 revolutions per second. The changes in interference patterns between the moving and non-moving trials proved that the light, and therefore the Earth, was stationary. In 1914 William Westfield wrote his geocentric classic Does the Earth Rotate? No. And when Gerard Hickson's masterpiece Kings Dethroned, A History of the Evolution of Astronomy from the Time of the Roman Empire up to the Present Day was published in 1922, the heliocentric theory of the universe was on its last legs. In 1925 the Michelson-Gale experiment again vouched for a stationary Earth, and it was clear to the establishment that they needed something big to bring public opinion back their way. In 1916 a Jewish physicist named Albert Einstein had published his general theory of relativity. A brilliant revision of heliocentrism which in one philosophical swoop abolished the ether from scientific study, replacing it with a form of relativism which allowed for heliocentrism and geocentrism to hold equal merit. If there was no absolute etheric medium within which all things exist, then hypothetically one could postulate complete relativism with regard to the movement of two objects, such as the Earth and Sun. In one philosophical leap, with no scientific evidence to support it, Einstein and the heliocentric establishment were thus able to sweep Airy's failure, Michelson, Morley, Sagnac and Gale all conveniently under the carpet and pretend they didn't exist. Simply by claiming that all motion in the universe was relative. By the late 1920s Einstein and his theories had been pushed so vehemently, the heliocentric theory began making a comeback, and Einstein was being touted as a genius, and one of the greatest minds in history. Far from it, even he himself admitted when asked, "What is it like to be the smartest man alive?" Responded by saying, "I don't know, you'll have to ask Nikola Tesla," a true genius who in no way supported Einstein's relativity or the heliocentric theory. Einstein was even caught lying when he originally claimed to have never even heard of the Michelson-Morley experiment, but later admitted that he had indeed created special relativity with the intent of abolishing the ether and nullifying the Michelson-Morley result. By the 1930s an eccentric Christian flat-earther named Wilbur Glenn Voliva was attracting widespread publicity around the world thanks to his American lecture tours and daily radio broadcasts from his personal station which could be heard all the way to Australia. Voliva famously founded and built Zion City in Illinois, a town of 6,500 people, all of whom were Christian flat-earthers. Zion City even had its own schools and churches which taught flat earth cosmology. In the spirit of Rowbottom and Hampton, throughout his life Voliva offered an open-ended wager of $5,000 to anyone who thought they could disprove the flat earth. Until his death in 1942 there were no takers. After the Second World War, Operation Paperclip brought hundreds of top German rocket scientists and physicists into the United States and beginning in the late 50s employed them in NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Meanwhile the Russian space program was also forming and a so-called space race between America and Russia ensued. The geostationary communications satellite was first imagined in a 1945 proposal by Freemason science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke and supposedly became science fact just over a decade later. In 1957 Russia allegedly launched the first satellite named Sputnik into low Earth orbit, followed in 1958 by America's Explorer 1. Nowadays there are supposedly upwards of 20,000 such satellites constantly orbiting the Earth. They are allegedly floating around in the thermosphere, where temperatures are claimed to be upwards of 4,530 degrees Fahrenheit. The metals used in satellites, however, such as aluminum, gold and titanium, have melting points of 1,221, 1,948, and 3,034 degrees respectively, all far lower than they could possibly handle. People often even claim to see satellites with their naked eyes, but this is ridiculous considering they are smaller than a bus and allegedly 100+ miles away. It is impossible to see anything so small that far away. Even using telescopes, no one claims to discern the shape of satellites, but rather describes seeing passing moving lights, which could easily be any number of things from airplanes to drones to shooting stars or other unidentified flying objects. The fact that they are geostationary means they would not appear to move through the sky anyway, but rather be perpetually stuck in the exact same place all day every day. So-called satellite phones have been found to have reception problems in countries like Kazakhstan with very few cell phone towers. If the Earth were a ball with 20,000 plus satellites surrounding, such blackouts should not regularly occur in any rural countryside and deep ocean areas. Also, satellite TV dishes, which existed for years before satellites were supposedly invented, are almost always positioned at a 45-degree angle towards the nearest ground-based repeater tower. If TV antennae were actually picking up signals from satellites 100+ miles in space, most TV dishes should be pointing more or less straight up to the sky. The fact that satellite dishes are never pointing straight up and almost always positioned at a 45-degree angle proves they are picking up ground-based tower signals. Before satellites, radio, television, and navigation systems like LORAN and DECA were already well established and worked fine using only ground-based technologies. Nowadays, huge fiber optic cables connect the internet across oceans, gigantic cell towers triangulate GPS signals, and ionospheric propagation allows radio waves to be bounced all without the aid of the science fiction bestseller known as satellites. Also in the late 50s, a sign maker from Dover, England named Samuel Shenton in the spirit of Robotham and Lady Blunt's Zetetic Society, created IFARS, the International Flat Earth Research Society, and began giving lectures on television, in newspapers, to youth clubs and schools about our flat, motionless Earth. Shenton discovered the writings of the late 19th century flat Earth authors mentioned previously, and made it his mission to spread the Zetetic message as far and wide as he could. With NASA's supposed satellite launches happening, people constantly questioned Shenton about satellites proving the globe Earth, to which he would always reply, "Does sailing around the Isle of Wight prove it is spherical?" When NASA claimed to have put the first man in space, Shenton said from the beginning that it was all photo and video trickery. When John Glenn supposedly orbited the world in 1963, Shenton even sent him a free IFARS membership with a personal message saying, "Okay, wise guy." Shenton knew that John Glenn, two-time U.S. Senator and one of NASA's first astronauts, was a lying Freemason just like his heliocentric forefathers from Pythagoras to Copernicus, Kepler to Cavendish, along with most all of NASA's astronauts. Buzz Aldrin Jr. is an admitted, ring-wearing, hand-sign-flashing 33rd-degree Mason from Montclair Lodge No. 144 in New Jersey. Edgar Mitchell is an Order of Demolay Mason at Art Esta Lodge No. 29 in New Mexico. James Irwin was a Tejon Lodge No. 104 member in Colorado Springs. Don Isley was a member of the Luther B. Turner Lodge No. 732 in Ohio. Gordon Cooper was a Master Mason in Carbondale Lodge No. 82 in Colorado. Virgil Grissom was a Master Mason from Mitchell Lodge No. 228 in Indiana. Walter Skira Jr. was a 33rd degree Mason at Canaveral Lodge No. 339 in Florida. Thomas Stafford is a Mason at Western Star Lodge No. 138 in Oklahoma. Paul Weitz is from Lawrence Lodge No. 708 in Pennsylvania. C. Fred Kleinecht, the head of NASA during the Apollo program, shortly thereafter actually became Sovereign Grand Commander of the Council of the 33rd degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish rite of Freemasonry of the Southern Jurisdiction. NASA astronauts Neil Armstrong, Alan Shepard, William Pogue, Vance Brand and Anthony England all had fathers who were Freemasons as well. The number of astronauts known to be Freemasons or from Freemasonic families is astonishing. It is likely that more astronauts and people of key importance in NASA are affiliated with the Brotherhood as well, but not so open about their membership. For there to be this many Masons, members of the world's largest and oldest secret society, involved with the promotion and propagation of this globalist heliocentric doctrine from its outset to modern times should raise some serious suspicion. Before the first Apollo mission ever even cleared the launch pad, 11 NASA astronauts died in highly suspicious accidents. Gus Grissom, Roger Chaffee and Ed White were all cremated together in an Apollo capsule fire during a completely unnecessary and dangerous test where they were strapped down and locked into a 100% oxygen chamber which incinerated the three of them to death in seconds. 7 other astronauts, Ted Freeman, Charles Bassett, Elliot C., Russell Rogers, Clifton Williams, Michael Adams and Robert Lawrence died in 6 separate airplane crashes, and Ed Givens in a car crash. 8 of these deaths were in 1967 alone. So many astronauts coincidentally dying under such circumstances is highly unlikely, and lends credence to the idea that these were intentional hits by the Masons trying to find the right people to sell their hoax. One of the most outspoken of the fallen astronauts was Gus Grissom. By 1967 Grissom had become increasingly irritated and vocally negative about NASA's chances of ever landing man on the moon. He stated the odds were pretty slim and famously hung a lemon on the Apollo capsule after it repeatedly failed safety testing procedures. Grissom threatened to go public with his complaints about the LEM, and even told his wife Betty, "If there ever is a serious accident in the space program, it's likely to be me." Right after his murder. Government agents raided Grissom's house before anyone had been informed about the fire or his death. They removed all his personal papers and his diary, never to be returned. From 1969 to 1972 the Freemasons at NASA claimed to have landed 6 of their Apollo missions on the moon. With this ingenious deception, a bit of rocket technology, a bunch of lying Freemasons and photographs taken through a round window, with this one psyop, NASA managed to convince nearly everyone on Earth that they live on a spinning ball. However, in the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. You can watch official leaked NASA footage showing Apollo 11 astronauts Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong and Michael Collins for almost an hour, using transparencies and camera tricks to fake shots of around Earth. They communicate over audio with control in Houston about how to accurately stage the shot, and someone keeps prompting them on how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired effect. First they blacked out all the windows except for a downward-facing circular one, which they aimed the camera towards from several feet away. This created the illusion of a ball-shaped Earth surrounded by the blackness of space, when in fact it was simply a round window in their dark cabin. Neil Armstrong claimed at this point to be 130,000 miles from Earth, halfway to the moon, but when camera tricks were finished the viewer could see for themselves the astronauts were not more than a couple dozen miles above the Earth's surface flying in a high-altitude plane. These images showing a globular world soon became the Freemasons' most valuable tool in altering public perception about the shape of the Earth. Since the original so-called blue marble image, NASA has provided the public with many more pictures and videos showing a globe Earth, touting veritable photographic proof that Pythagoras' 2,500-year-old theory was finally validated. When seen with a skeptical eye, however, professional photo analysts have dissected several NASA images of the ball Earth and found undeniable proof of computer editing. For example, images of the Earth allegedly taken from the Moon have proven to be copied and pasted in, as evidenced by rectangular cuts found in the black background around the Earth by adjusting brightness and contrast levels. If they were truly on the Moon and Earth was truly a ball, there would be no need to fake such pictures. When NASA's images of the ball Earth are compared with one another, the coloration of the land/oceans and relative size of the continents are consistently so drastically different from one another as to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that the pictures are all fake. NASA has many alleged photographs of the ball Earth which show several exact, copy and pasted, duplicate cloud patterns. Cheeky graphics artists have even placed things like faces, dragons, and the word sex into cloud patterns over various ball Earth pictures. One recent Pluto picture clearly has a picture of Disney's Pluto the dog layered into the background. On a clear afternoon, during a waxing or waning moon cycle, it is possible to see the blue sky right through the moon. For centuries, stars and planets have often been seen and recorded even by the Royal Astronomical Society to have been seen through the moon. If the moon is translucent enough to see objects through it, it cannot be the solid, spherical planetoid claimed by NASA and modern astronomers. Samuel Shenton, president of EFAIRS, was quoted before the Apollo supposed moon landings, stating that, "Stars have been seen through the moon. The astronauts had better be ready to come right back, because there isn't anything much to land on." Besides Shenton, many of the first people to unequivocally call out the NASA moon landings as being a staged hoax were professional photographers. When the official NASA photographs of the moon are closely examined, it is clear that many were taken inside a studio using repetitive backgrounds, artificial lighting, wires and cranes. Award-winning British photographer David Percy, photoanalyst/historian Jack White, photographer/Nexus magazine publisher Marcus Allen, and many others all put their professional reputations on the line to expose NASA's so-called photographic evidence. None of the Apollo missions brought any extra studio lighting with them on the lunar lander, so the sun should be the only light source on the moon and in all pictures taken there. In that case, the light should only come from one direction, and all shadows should be cast in the opposite direction. However, in dozens of official NASA photos there are shadows being cast in up to 3 directions simultaneously, often at up to 90-degree angles, which can only be the result of multiple light sources not present on the moon. Several pictures even show overhead spotlights reflecting in astronauts' helmets and multiple lens flares originating from 2 or more light sources. Analyzing several images from the 6 missions shows repeated background features, the exact same hills, dunes, and craters, being used over and over again in supposedly different places on the moon, as well as visible foreground and backdrop lines indicative of a studio set. In images from Apollo 11, Buzz Aldrin can be seen wearing different colored gloves and different length boots in pictures that were supposedly taken within minutes of each other. If Buzz was really in the vacuum of space in a pressurized spacesuit, he certainly would not have had the time or reason to depressurize and repressurize his suit just to make such fashion adjustments. Some pictures show the lunar rover with no tracks anywhere around it. Others show rover tracks all over the foreground while it is yet to be unpacked and unloaded. A couple pictures even show what appear to be sneakers and a lady's heel tracks on the moon in addition to the astronaut's boot prints. Another glaring mistake is that none of NASA's images or videos show stars in the background as they should, just complete blackness, likely because exact star maps as they should appear from the moon would be nearly impossible to fake. The testimony of different astronauts on different missions, in their autobiographies and interviews just muddies the waters even more, some of them bragging about the astonishingly brilliant light of the stars and others saying they don't remember seeing a single star while on the moon. Such inconsistencies, and the fact that none of NASA's moon pictures feature stars/planets in their appropriate positions, should raise a red flag that these astronauts were not on the moon. Many pictures of the sun on the moon are clearly spotlights and not the sun. Some images show studio lighting lens flares or studio lighting reflecting off a black background. One image clearly shows a shadow on the ceiling of space as the lunar lander lifts off. Many images show shadows of reticule crosshairs suspended in air over a print underneath, proving them to be doctored and not originals as claimed. Images of the lunar lander supposedly on the moon shows a pathetic 1969 attempt at creating high-tech futuristic-looking equipment using what appears to be construction paper, gold foil, Scotch tape, and metal shower rods. The idea that the piece of junk shown in these official NASA photographs flew to the moon and back is so ludicrous it's laughable. Close-ups of the lunar lander footpads show them without a speck of dust on them, and without a burn print under its 10,000-pound thrusters, like it was just gently set down in place. NASA scientists in their own documents were worried about the LEM falling into its own massive burn radius, yet there it sits with no burn print and spotless clean pads. Even the astronauts' boot prints made deep impressions on the moon dust, yet the lander's 10,000-pound thrusters left not a trace, no blast hole, and no dust on the pads. When the video evidence is examined, even more anomalies are found. In certain frames, light pings can be seen reflecting off overhead stage wires attached to astronauts' backpacks. In one Apollo 16 clip, an astronaut falls to his knees, and is quickly jerked back up to his feet by what can only be an unseen wire hoisting him straight upwards. One of the more obvious video anomalies is how several Apollo missions show American flags flapping around in the non-existent space wind. The moon is supposed to have no atmosphere, and so the flag should remain perfectly still, but can often be seen moving quite boisterously. Another interesting video anomaly is discovered by playing NASA's moon footage at 2x speed, then watching the astronauts walking, running, jumping, or cruising around on their little buggy. Without the speed adjustment, there is a low-gravity illusion as the astronauts seem to float, drift, and glide slowly and smoothly along, but once they are seen at 2x speed it becomes clear that they are in normal gravity, walking, running, jumping and cruising at normal speeds. They simply reduced the play speed by 50% in post-production and voila, instant moon motion. Not only is the Apollo video record fraught with fraud, but NASA claims the original Apollo 11 videos have conveniently disappeared from their records so no one can analyze them for authenticity. You heard correctly, they spent over $30 billion of American taxpayer money traveling to the moon, and then lost the video evidence. Those blurry, ghostly black and white images shown on TV were purposely lousy, because NASA insisted at the time that all TV networks must broadcast directly from a big screen display in their operations room, a mandate which all the major networks accepted. And so what the public saw was just a video of a poorly magnified video, and now it is impossible to watch the original. Not only have the Apollo 11 originals disappeared, but NASA claims to have lost all original audio tapes from the Apollo missions, and that their contractors have lost all prints/plans for the lunar rover, LEM lander, and Apollo ship engines. It even recently came out that when curators at Amsterdam's Rijksmuseum investigated their moon rock personally given to them by Armstrong and Aldrin in 1969, they found that it was actually just a worthless piece of petrified wood from Earth. In 1970, Freemason and philosophy professor at St. Thomas's University, Leo Ferrari created the Flat Earth Society of Canada, which he soon shortened to simply the Flat Earth Society. Unlike Samuel Shenton's International Flat Earth Research Society in every way, Leo Ferrari's Flat Earth Society treated the entire subject as a deadpan joke, making a mockery of it, and even creating several intentionally false flat Earth arguments. For example, Leo Ferrari would always bring a pumpkin-sized rock with him during interviews and lectures, claiming he brought the stone back from the edge of our flat Earth. He would say, with a huge smirk on his face, how his boat had fallen over the edge, but he was luckily saved by hanging onto this rock. Clearly, treating our flat Earth in this tongue-in-cheek way discouraged people from taking the matter seriously, and creating this fake Flat Earth Society was the Freemasons' way of mitigating Shenton's ether's genuine threat to their global deception. In 1971, Samuel Shenton passed away, and the American former airplane mechanic Charles K. Johnson took his place as president of EFAIRS. Charles and his wife Marjorie, like Lady Blount and many of the original Zetetic Society members, were not only flat earthers, but outspoken vegetarians and anti-vivisectionists. Charles and Marjorie maintained a periodical called the Flat Earth News for many years, where they printed articles about NASA's lies, geocentricity, flat Earth and vegetarianism. Unlike Leo Ferrari and his mock society spreading disinformation, Charles Johnson was a genuine voice speaking out against the evils of the world. In 1974, when Johnson heard of Ferrari's budding organization, he decided to contact him and wrote a cordial letter requesting further information about his society, to which Ferrari never replied. 2 years later, Johnson wrote another polite letter saying how he was delighted by the prospect of a like-minded campaigner, and said how it was a very happy day when he learned of Ferrari's society. "I feel sure at the core we can't be too far apart in aims," Johnson wrote. "I do try to practice what I preach, to think and seek and search out reasonable ideas and concepts." He closed saying that he could hardly wait to hear from Ferrari, and hoped he very much would please reply. After 6 months without a response, Johnson wrote one more time, explaining again his sole purpose to enlarge his view and getting and holding on to the facts, which would benefit himself, and in time, the rest of the world. He requested a reply and a copy of Ferrari's FES magazine. In conclusion, Johnson signed "Thanks from the bottom of my heart," in advance, but warned that if Ferrari insisted on ignoring him once again, "I will then know for sure that you are some kind of enemy of the flat Earth work." Eventually Ferrari did reply this time, but not with a message or magazine as requested. He simply enclosed a FES paid application form. Johnson investigated Ferrari's organization further, and found that he was using the flat Earth idea as a gimmick to entertain and promote the atheistic society. From then on, Johnson worked hard to expand his ethos and constantly for the rest of his life exposed Ferrari's FES, calling him a false prophet guilty of muddying the waters of truth. Near the end of his life, tragically, Johnson's house burned down, along with all the flat Earth materials he and Shenton had collected over their lifetimes. Until his dying day, Johnson claimed the fire to be the result of arson by a NASA agent he had seen snooping around. Apparently finished with their moon landing propaganda, starting in 1976 NASA began faking Mars landings instead. To begin with, the planets, formerly known as wandering stars, are not terrestrial Earth-like habitations capable of landing anything on. The sun, moon and stars are all simply luminaries, celestial lights relatively close to Earth, and not something tangibly solid that humans could ever walk on. This is painfully obvious to anyone with functioning eyeballs and a telescope or Nikon P900 camera, but NASA continues to this day to publish thousands of fake CGI images claiming to come from Mars. Even assuming Mars was an actual spherical desert planet as NASA claims, it is impossible for them to have safely landed the probes based on their own trials and statistics. They say the surface pressure on Mars is only 0.3% the surface pressure on Earth, and equivalent to the pressure at about 23 miles above Earth. There is not enough air matter at that pressure, however, to provide any lift for opening and billowing out the parachutes NASA uses to land its Mars probes. No parachute ever devised has been able to successfully deploy at that altitude. They simply stream straight back, then never fill the rest of the way down. Joe Kittinger's record highest, fastest, and longest parachute dive from the Earth's upper atmosphere had him free-falling from only 19 miles high for 15 minutes at 767 miles per hour, and his drogue chute proved useless, and offered no deceleration. Yet NASA would have us believe, for example, that Phoenix's parachute managed to somehow slow it down from 12,738 miles per hour to 123 miles per hour in just 2.86 minutes before its final landing. In other words, NASA is claiming to do something on Mars millions of miles away by remote control, something that we have no evidence is even possible on Earth at significantly lower altitude and 16 times slower speed. To this day, NASA continues to fake Mars landings, and more government space agencies around the world, including Russia, China, Japan, France, India and others, are following the same Freemasonic model of fleecing their populations of taxpayer money to fund programs that provide the public nothing but propaganda. NASA and other space agencies' rocket launches never even go straight up. Every rocket forms a parabolic curve, peaks out, and inevitably starts falling back to Earth. The rockets which are declared successful are those few which don't explode or start falling too soon, but make it out of range of spectator view before crashing down into restricted waters and recovered. There is no magic altitude where rockets or anything else can simply go up, 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 and then suddenly just start free-floating in space. This is all science fiction illusion created by wires, green screens, dark pools, some permed hair, and zero-G planes. In 1998, NASA claimed to have sent up the first piece of the ISS, International Space Station. They have been caught, however, time and again with air bubbles forming and floating off in their official outer space footage. Astronauts have also been caught using scuba space gear, kicking their legs to move. And astronaut Luca Parmitano even almost drowned when water started filling up his helmet while allegedly on a spacewalk. It is admitted that astronauts train for their spacewalks in underwater training facilities like NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab. But what is obvious from their space bubbles and other blunders is that all official spacewalk footage is also fake and filmed underwater. Analysis of many interior videos from the International Space Station have shown the use of camera tricks such as green screens, harnesses, and even wildly permed hair to achieve a zero-gravity type effect. Footage of astronauts seemingly floating in the zero gravity of their space station is indistinguishable from Vomit Comet zero-G airplane footage. By flying parabolic maneuvers, this zero-G floating effect can be achieved over and over again, then edited together. For longer uncut shots, NASA has been caught using simple wires and green screen technology. In 2001, Charles K. Johnson died, and having lost all his flat Earth material and correspondence in his house fire, the e-farce was officially finished. Leo Ferrari's farcical Flat Earth Society, on the other hand, continued operation as usual, making a mockery of the flat Earth subject. In 2004, the reins of FES presidency were handed over to Daniel Shenton, of no relation to genuine flat-earther Samuel Shenton, who, true to Ferrari's example, maintains the Flat Earth Society website to this day, where they purport such fantastical purposeful disinformation as the flat Earth disk constantly rising upwards forever through the universe to account for gravity. Their sole purpose, as Charles Johnson correctly stated, is clearly to poison the well and muddy the waters of truth. In 2008, teacher and author Eric Dubé, that's me, began a website and published a book titled The Atlantean Conspiracy, which exposed, among many other things, Freemasonry, the fake moon landings, geocentricity, and even featured a quote from EFAIR's president Charles K. Johnson. At the time, I had already read Samuel Rowbottom and William Carpenter's old 19th century flat earth books, and though personally still on the fence regarding the shape of the earth, I was confident they were correct about the location, or geocentricity, of Earth, so I wrote about it. In 2009, after watching Alex Jones' interview and praise several NASA astronauts on his show, I wrote an article and sent a message to him and his producers about the moon landing hoax and included a link to Samuel Rowbottom's Flat Earth book for them to read. Alex even mentioned this on air the next day, and called me a flat-earther who thinks he's covering up some Atlantean conspiracy, the title of my book and website. For the next several years I continued writing books/articles about various conspiracies, and worked on building a huge social media presence. By making multiple accounts, adding as many friends/followers as possible, joining and posting to as many groups and pages as possible, over the course of a few years I began building up very large followings on Facebook, Google+, LinkedIn, Twitter, StumbleUpon, Pinterest, Sue, and many other sites. To give you an example of their efficacy, you can see here my main Google+ account with over 135 million views, and my secondary one with over 87 million. In mid-2011, a professional artist, comedian and Hollywood actor named Matt Powerland, claiming to also be an ex-NASA whistleblower, created the NASA channel on YouTube. He made a few decent videos exposing NASA image fakery, but his channel certainly did not contain many flat Earth proofs or evidence, and there are more videos of him ranting about Axe deodorant, hookers on Tinder, his championship sexual prowess, and other irrelevant topics than there are actually exposing the flat Earth. For example, see his recent video entitled The History of the Flat Earth, the same name and comparable length as the video you are watching now, but contains almost no content relating to history or the flat Earth, just inventing his various political frustrations. In short, anyone visiting his channel would not become a flat earther, and would be more likely turned off from the subject due to his manic ranting style and lack of factual content. In November of 2014, after years of researching and writing, I released my book The Flat Earth Conspiracy, the first pro-flat Earth book written in nearly 50 years. I simultaneously released a flat Earth conspiracy documentary on YouTube, began giving radio interviews, and published several influential articles on the subject. Within a very short space of time, the flat Earth keyword saw a 600% rise in activity, and Google search results jumped from a few thousand to over 21 million. Soon after this, just as Johnson had experienced with Ferrari, I noticed a wave of disingenuous so-called flat earthers flooding into the movement with the obvious intent to muddy the waters. For example, when I began writing my book The Flat Earth Conspiracy, I came across Paul Michael Bales on Facebook, a recent flat Earth convert who had been collecting a library of old original flat Earth books and letters. Hoping to find some good reference material, I messaged him asking for recommended titles, and he told me a few choice books to read. The full extent of our interaction consisted of a short Facebook conversation, yet curiously, after my book was published and the flat Earth movement started growing, Paul began stating publicly that he was the Morpheus to my Neo, and that he taught me everything I know about the flat Earth. He even made the ludicrous claim that my book was plagiarized from old Facebook posts of his. Matt Boylan aka Math Powerland also jumped in, and had the gall to say that my entire book was plagiarized from his information, which is equally laughable considering he and his information are only mentioned in 2 paragraphs of my 252-page book. Needless to say, both of their claims are baseless and go to show how desperate they are to receive credit where it is not due. You can also see from this Google Analytics chart that the flat Earth keyword had not made any significant change in 2011 since the launch of Matt's YouTube channel, nor in late 2012/early 2013 when Paul claims to have gotten his start. The moment when the flat Earth tides shifted and the exponential growth of the movement began was clearly around and after November 2014. The exact month when I exploded all of my flat Earth research onto the internet. In November 2014, I published the first pro-flat Earth book written in 50 years, The Flat Earth Conspiracy. I also published several popular articles on the subject, uploaded the most popular flat Earth conspiracy documentary on YouTube, began giving radio interviews, and soon restarted Charles Johnson's e-fairs, the International Flat Earth Research Society, and published my most successful book, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, which has now been translated into 12 foreign languages and read by millions worldwide. These simultaneous actions, my intentional exploding of credible flat Earth information onto the internet all at once, which I had been preparing for the entire year before, are undoubtedly the catalyst behind the exponential growth curve seen beginning here. Later on, around March 2015, recent Flat Earth convert Mark Sargent came out of nowhere, began uploading new Flat Earth videos every day, uploading new interviews several times per week, got offered his own radio show, started being heralded by many as the king of Flat Earth, and credited with starting the modern Flat Earth revival. At first, I was glad to have him on board until the cracks began to show and the clear disinformation campaign began. Mark claimed the moon and stars were holographic projections maintained by alleged dome builders, who keep us inside a Truman Show enclosed structure among much other nonsense. He even lied about me in several interviews, including one where he claimed that I promoted the idea of a constantly rising flat Earth to account for gravity, when in fact I constantly exposed this false concept as being disinformation. Mark was, and continues to be, the Leo Ferrari to my Charles Johnson. In fact, Mark has even bragged several times about being a card-carrying member of Ferrari's farcical organization. By New Year's Eve 2016 our new e-fairs had gained over 3,000 members, and was receiving 50,000 hits monthly when it was suddenly, and without warning or explanation, deleted from the internet. As the administrators and myself quickly worked on salvaging our material and creating a new site, the obvious parallels to Johnson losing everything in his NASA agent-initiated house fire were noteworthy. Around the same time, 2 disingenuous Flat Earth channels issued 2 fraudulent copyright strikes against me, which I managed to overturn by filing legal counterclaims against them. YouTube itself also began a program of regularly unsubscribing old subscribers of mine and lowering view counts of popular videos. Shortly after that, Facebook also decided to jump on the Eric Dubé censorship bandwagon by deleting my account, all my pages, and giving my Atlantean conspiracy group directly over to a team of Freemason shills who still administrate it to this day, filling the group with nothing but death threats to me, pictures of Masonic goats, and ridiculous belittling memes. After re-registering for new accounts and accumulating my friends lists again, Facebook has now deleted 2 more profiles, and I am currently on my 4th, still trying my best to spread the word. In 2016 the movement continued to grow, with many more genuine flat-earthers taking up the reins and exposing the truth online, as well as many more disingenuous shills continuing to poison the well with misinformation. The new e-fairs began thriving with more monthly visitors than ever before. Many new Flat Earth YouTube channels began creating and mirroring excellent content. Now at the turn of 2017, I am truly pleased with the rapid growth of this wonderful Flat Earth movement, and encourage everyone to please help speak out, share this video, and spread the good word. As we look forward to a future where humanity is finally free from this grandest of all deceptions. Occult masters of perception and epistemic autocracy. You see, occultists realized thousands of years ago that they could control the world, though generating all sides to every debate. They knew that by being the creators of epistemological radical empiricism, they could control the range of any debate over what reality might be through the controlled narratives that they, themselves, created. In essence, they created an epistemic autocracy. They worked through time through a network of secret societies, and later created front organizations, thereby establishing epistemological cartels like the Royal Society of Great Britain, much later, to help watchdog over these occult-generated narratives. Such narratives include heliocentrism, flat earth, geocentrism, metaphysical naturalism, radical empiricism, Malthusianism, Darwinism, behaviorism, radical environmentalism. Radical empiricism, atheism, agnosticism, deism, theism, Catholicism, gravity, outer space, aliens, Big Bang cosmology, New Age mysticism, simulation theory, holographic universe theory, quantum theory, etc. All occult doctrines repackage as modern science, quantum new mysticism, and techno-digital science. It all amounts to scientism. Jesuit Vatican rule. A little extra about Copernicus. Copernicus was a Catholic priest and never married. Copernicus confessed that his heliocentric model was false and refused to release it, but the Catholic Church forced him to. Copernicus was known as a Jesuit canon law student, not an astronomer. Copernicus received his doctorate in Catholic canon law from Bologna University. Copernicus was the Vatican mathematician. Copernicus's theory was forced into the public by the Catholic Church directly after Martin Luther had published his 99 Theses to take down the Catholic Church as a way of countering Luther's attack on the Church. Hence, Copernicus was merely a Vatican tool for changing the truth of the Earth's shape to spherical in order to discredit the biblical view of a flat Earth covered by a firmament dome, and thereby return power back into the hands of the Jesuit Vatican Church with a non-biblical heliocentric model, which in turn, the Vatican would then preach. In this way, God was removed from the equation through billions and billions of miles of distance and billions of magnitudes of size, placing man on an insignificant speck of dust, hurtling through space, with the Jesuit Vatican Church as its only hope and salvation. Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler were merely pawns used to create incomprehensibly vast astronomical distances and incomprehensibly large astronomical orders of magnitude to recapture the desired end of Jesuit Vatican rule on Earth. Vatican Jesuits have insinuated themselves into every astronomy institute in the world, in every culture, in order to maintain the heliocentric deception. Jesuits own and operate every major telescope and astrophysics observatory in the world. Jesuits are not scientists, however. They fabricate scientific evidence to perpetuate Vatican rule. The current Pope is finally a Jesuit priest, and we are seeing the end goal of the heliocentric globe deception, which will result in the announcement of alien contact and alien intelligence by Jesuit Vatican astronomers. Freemasonic globe Earth propaganda. Jules Verne. Freemasons. Occultist Freemasons have worked for hundreds of years to create the idea that we love on a globe. Freemasons occultist, Jules Verne, wrote Journey to the Center of the Earth to reinforce the globe model in the minds of children before they were old enough to question such a myth. H.G. Wells, Freemasonic prophet of the NWO. Wells psychologically conditioned the public to accept the stages of the New World Order as if they were self-evident. Freemasonic occultist H.G. Wells wrote War of the Worlds to punctuate the outer space and alien threat narrative to reinforce the idea that the Earth was a globe in space. Additionally, H.G. Wells wrote the book, The New World Order, a vivid vision of a one-world government ruled by elite Freemasonic lords. Is there any proof that events in the world are following a script? The question has intrigued me because many people with inside knowledge have told me they attended meetings where the script of the future was outlined. There were 200-year plans, 40-year plans, 20, 10, and 5-year plans. The futuristic predictions of H.G. Wells, a socialist Masonic prophet, prove that, indeed, more is contrived than we imagine. Written in 1913, Wells' The World Set Free predicted the use of atom bombs and the effect of nuclear war. In other books, Wells said a NWO would come about by the elite controlling the air and sea lanes, as well as energy production, which indeed they have done. Another incredible visionary idea was the concept of air superiority. Whoever gains control of the air will consistently win the ground battle. This has been shown since WW. But it was not realized when H.G. Wells conceived it, and it has taken many years for people to accept the idea. Not only did H.G. Wells predict modern warfare, the bombing of London, atom bombs, the League of Nations, stealth fighters over Iraq, space flight and countless other details of the future, far in advance of their eventual happening. As well as mapping out in detail how a new world order could be created, but he participated in causing events to take place. He was a major player to create the League of Nations. When the Russian Revolution occurred, H.G. Wells, who was known simply as H.G., went to Russia to trade ideas with Lenin on how to follow up the revolution to create a new world order. They disagreed and parted disliking each other. The disagreement stemmed over H.G.'s vision that the elite families through business and technology would create the new order. Lenin wanted to socialize things directly through strong government. Much later in 1934, H.G. visited personally with FDR in the U.S. and Stalin in Moscow. By the way, all three were Freemasons. After visiting with FDR, H.G. declared that the United States was the most effective transmitting instrument possible for the coming of the New World Order. He felt that FDR was incorporating H.G.'s open conspiracy ideas for bringing in the NWO that H.G. had been advocating. For instance, FDR's brain trust, technocratic string pullers like Felix Frankfurter and Raymond Moley, who made policy for FDR. After his meeting with Stalin, he described Stalin, "I have never met a man more candid, fair and honest, and to nothing occult and sinister. Everyone trusts him." Over the years, he advocated the UK help the USSR. Readers may realize from this that the US, the USSR, and the UK have all been guided toward the same goal, but have been taking different paths. In general, H.G. was a guru to his generation, and after his death a society in his name continued promoting his views. While he networked with countless persons around the world directly promoting his views, which obviously lined up with the plan, his books quietly served a more subtle but important role. The reader may have observed the following about human nature. When first confronted with something true but strange, the mind rejects it as ridiculously crazy. The second time it is heard it is merely rejected, and often the third time the truth confronts them the person will say "I knew that," as if the item were self-evident. Now look at the titles of his books Anticipation and Things to Come and the way they were written, and it is evident that he is psychologically conditioning the public to accept the stages of the New World Order as if they were self-evident. He was a master at this. And indeed, when I hear the elite today, I hear echoes of H.G. Wells' ideas. For instance, David Rockefeller at the 1991 Bilderberger meeting. The world is now more sophisticated and prepared to march towards a world government which will never again know war but only peace and prosperity for the whole of humanity. Contrary to the assumptions of many readers of Aldous Huxley, Orson Welles, and H.G. Wells, these authors were not opposed to their prophetic views of Big Brother's one-world dictatorship. H.G. strongly believed in racial eugenics to kill the inferior races and useless eaters. He believed the state should educate people and control their minds to obediently serve the state. He believed in social engineering. He was opposed to Christians being allowed to teach their children about God and religious toleration. If you are an Illuminati insider, like the late Masonic prophet Manly P. Hall, who served as a Grand Master in both the Illuminati and Freemasonry, you would understand the esoteric reference that H.G. made in A Modern Utopia p. 67, that the heir dictatorship's NWO would be Bacon's visionary House of Salomon. This statement alone links H.G.'s thinking with the Illuminati's occult plans. It shows H.G. was an insider with knowledge of the plans. Of course, along with inside knowledge, H.G. contained an intense intellectual curiosity, a keen comprehensive brain, great willpower and a disdain for the common man and the Christian God. He revealed in The Invisible King, 1917, that his deity was a personification of the 5-year plan. Reading from the script? Was Wells merely predicting, or was he helping to shape and create a NWO? There is no doubt that he was a major player to create it. His ideas have been used as a guide, although it could be postulated that his ideas are copied from a master plan that remains hidden from view. The powers that be have intentionally manipulated the crime rate in line with Wells' prediction that a police state would grow in response to the growing crime threat. The War on Terror is a development in line with this. Obviously H.G.'s writings were a blueprint to create, and not mere idle reflections of an intelligent, curious man. Born in 1866, Wells wrote a series of books that spell out how the coming New World Order would come about. In 1895, he came out with The Time Machine, Sci-Fi, and he continued writing and publishing until 1945, with, for instance, The Happy Turning, A Dream of Life, which makes references to the futuristic dreams he had, including Walking with Jesus. Who in H.G.'s repeating dreams was also disappointed in humanity for its stupidity and indifference. One of the concepts of Wells' open conspiracy was that many people worldwide would openly contribute to the creation of the NWO. This parallels another occult prophet, Alice Bailey, and her ideas in externalization of the hierarchy, where she predicts that things done in secret in the occult world would be mainstream to bring in the New World Order. For those familiar with how the Illuminati have set up groups like the CFR and TLC will take note that H.G. was RIIA, Royal Institute for International Affairs, which was the British equivalent to the CFR. The RIIA's first president was Waldorf Astor. As I pointed out in my Be Wise as Serpents, 1991, these organizations also add on a few individual members, who are not Illuminati for window dressing, so membership doesn't equate with a membership in the ultimate secret society. But it certainly indicates a person in the middle of what they are doing. Edith Starr Miller in Occult Theocracy, posthumously in 1933, does a good job of linking the plethora of organizations that the occult hierarchy breed to carry out their program, and the Fabian Society was one of them. H.G. was an active member of the Fabian Society, but his views were controversial with most of its members, but this does again show his active participation in the plan. The Webbs, leaders of the Fabian Society, also under Lord Robert Cecil's, Br. Intelligence, direction, organized the Cliveden set and a group called the coefficients. The coefficients later became the Round Table. H.G. was part of the coefficients, which included such personages as Sir Edward Grey, Bertrand Russell, and Cecil's cousin Lord Arthur Balfour. By the way, names which appear in my Bloodlines of the Illuminati, 1995, book. Son of a servant, he served the elite. Now bear in mind, H.G. was born to a servant, granted a head servant, of the British elite, and here he is rubbing shoulders with the Illuminati aristocratic elite. Also bear in mind that H.G. despised the lower classes and promoted the idea that the elite's big businesses would lead us into the New World Order along with technology and technocrats that run that technology. H.G.'s ideas on the power of technology and technocrats to create a NWO spawned an entire movement in that direction. It is beyond the scope of this short article to go into that, but the use of technology, especially in the ways H.G. outlined, has indeed been achieved. I knew in 1991, when I was the first to identify H.G. as a Freemason, that it could lead to controversy, because the Masons' lodges had not publicly recognized him being a member. There are a certain set of members whose membership they perpetually keep quiet about. I based my assertion that he was a Freemason on my back issues of the Scottish Rite's New Age magazine that I had been fortunate to buy going back to almost WWI. These magazines treated him like they did members, as well as referring to him as a Masonic prophet. On the other side of things, H.G. in his books/movies makes references to Freemasonry and uses Masonic imagery/symbols. Particularly of note is his reference in his short story The Inexperienced Ghost to the Masonic Lodge of Research, the Quatuor Coronati Lodge 2076. His character says, "Now, Sanderson is a Freemason, a member of the Lodge of the Four Kings, which devotes itself so ably to the study and elucidation of all the mysteries of Masonry past and present." The Complete Short Stories of H.G. Wells, pp. 909 to 910, that H.G. carried so much clout with Freemasons around the globe also speaks something. The occult symbol of the winged globe, a symbol often used by Freemason Charles Taze Russell, founder of the JW's Watchtower Society, was to become the symbol of the NWO in the book/movie The Shape of Things to Come. Read my books Be Wise as Serpents, 1991, available in a pirated version on the internet, and The Watchtower and the Masons, 1990, to explore all the numerous links between all of these things. Also noteworthy is H.G.'s close association with the Huxleys, who were Freemasons. Freemason T.H. Huxley, a Fellow of the Royal Society at 26. Mentored Wells and stressed the idea of a scientific dictatorship which H.G. was able to promote to the extent it became a popular movement. H.G. Wells had a belief in himself and a vibrancy that made his ideas and himself attractive. He was skilled with the pen, but a poor speaker. He had affairs with a constant stream of interested women, who he emotionally scarred in short order. He placed importance on friends, such as the international author Joseph Conrad, but the women he conquered were simply sexual objects to him. In this the reader sees he had inconsistencies, in this example, that his rhetoric about women's rights was a cause but not a personal lifestyle. He got his big break in life when William Ernest Henley believed in his abilities, and in 1895 helped his launch his sci-fi writing career. Two books that had a big influence on Wells as a boy writer were Plato's Republic and Jonathan Swift's satire Gulliver's Travels. Wells shows us that decision-makers are indeed guided by detailed futuristic plans. H.G. Wells was at the center of what the Illuminati were doing to create the stages of development towards a one-world government. That he believed in what he was doing, there is no question. His possible occult activities, if they took place, have been well hidden. He was a practical intellectual whose writings have changed our world. The Vatican Jesuits and the Copernican heliocentric globe deception. Knowing accurate history helps in understanding the Jesuit role in the Copernican heliocentric globe model theory, and its creation, deception. Obviously, our Jesuit-influenced American educational system will not supply its loyal subjects this information, so it is up to each person to do their own research to put the puzzle pieces together and discover the truth about how we arrived at the belief structures we embrace today. The Catholic hierarchy was presented with a perfect opportunity to lay the groundwork for a worldwide deception to bear fruit in the final generation. The deception required a small, globe Earth, spinning through vast, limitless reaches of space, a space inhabited by aliens and other sentient life forms. This created doubt in the Bible as the inspired word of Jehovah, for the Bible presents the earth as unmoving. It also removed the Creator far away from His creation by presenting a universe unimaginably vast. The change agent to engineer this transformation in belief was the newly created Society of Jesus, commonly known as the Vatican Jesuits. If there is one thing the Catholic Church wanted more than anything, it was that the Bible be absolutely destroyed, and nobody ever read it again. Requiring that the Bible be written only in Latin, which few could read, was merely one attempt by the Catholic Church to separate mankind from the Bible. But the Jesuit globe deception was the masterstroke of genius that only the illuminated Jesuit order could pull off. Jesuits and the Counter-Reformation at the very time Copernicus was resisting appeals to publish his theory of a heliocentric solar system, the Roman Catholic Church was waging war on the new Protestantism. Catholics admit the Counter-Reformation was an effort to stem the tide of Protestantism by genuine reform within the Catholic Church. The Jesuit order was established in 1540 under the approval of Pope Paul III, the very pope with whom Copernicus had corresponded regarding calendar reform and to whom Copernicus dedicated his book, Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. It cannot be overstated, the Catholic Church was the force behind Copernicus, persistently urging the reluctant cleric to spread abroad his heliocentric theories that contradicted Scripture. The newly formed Jesuits were the perfect instruments to effect a clandestine operation, changing public perception of the authority of Scripture, the earth, and the Creator. The difference between the Jesuits and all other Catholic orders was that the Jesuits deliberately invited demonic spirits into their followers. This was done through the spiritual exercises of Jesuit founder Ignatius Loyola. These spiritual exercises made them virtual mind-controlled slaves. In their own words, they were to be as a corpse or cadaver to unhesitatingly obey the will of their superiors. When the Jesuits deliberately opened their minds to the influences of demons, it brought in a spirit of evil and a demonic intelligence that was unprecedented in Catholicism. It also made the Jesuits extremely successful in every undertaking. Because human life is so fragile, individual lives are so short, no one person, or even group of persons, can plan and implement the long-reaching evil that the Jesuits have perpetrated upon the world. Guided and inspired by supernatural demonic intelligences, the Jesuits became infamous for their adeptness at deception and subterfuge, their ability to infiltrate governments and institutions of learning, and the influence they wielded. Standing as advisors to kings and leaders in education. Working through government entities in education, they have been able to guide scientific research to further their own ends and present the biggest lie of all time, a globe Earth. Follow the clues. Following Copernicus' reluctant publication of his theories, the Jesuit order produced more astronomers than probably any other specific demographic in Europe. That an ostensibly religious order should produce so many scientists is itself cause for surprise. That the scientists of said order were focused almost exclusively on only one area of science is further cause to question. A study of astronomers from the 16th through the 21st centuries reveals a veritable who's who of leading astronomers who were also Jesuit priests. Even the modern civil calendar, the Gregorian calendar, was crafted by a Jesuit astronomer, Christopher Clavius. As long as people accepted Scripture's cosmology of the earth as a fixed, immovable mass under a protective covering, there was no foundation on which to build lies designed to make the human mind doubt the word of Yah. By decreasing people's trust in the dependability of the Bible, it curiously increased confidence in the Pope as heaven's appointed authority on what to believe. The Jesuits have always been enemies of the Bible. Since the Catholic Church ranks papal decree and tradition above the Scriptures anyway, decreasing confidence in Scripture increases confidence in pastors, priests, and the Pope as authorities that know more than the common man can. Hence, it should be no surprise that Jesuits currently lead all the fields of astrophysics, astronomy, and astrobiology. They own and operate the biggest telescopes in the world and write all the standard cosmological literati for the leading universities of astrophysics. The Jesuits, even today, are pushing the heliocentric globe deception, and now the Pope is fully supporting the idea of alien life in a huge star-filled universe. The very same Jesuit concocted heliocentric globe model from 500 years ago, and you guessed it, Pope Francis is a Jesuit pope. No coincidence there. All planned. Ancient Hebrew conception of the universe. Just as soon as the biblical, geocentric model was set aside, a new explanation was required. A globe Earth, traveling millions of miles around the Sun, itself moving through illimitable realms of space, became necessary to explain the new heliocentric model of the universe. This, in turn, created an environment in which the writings of Charles Darwin found a receptive audience who took his elementary speculations still further. Just so long as people relied upon the Bible as the supreme authority, they would never have accepted Darwin's theories. But once science proved the Bible was wrong about something as basic as the shape and movement, or non-movement, of the earth, science sharply diverged from religious faith. Anything was possible. Nothing was above question, including the creation of the world, and the existence of extraterrestrials, the masterstroke of Catholic Jesuit design to finally destroy the Bible once and for all. Advancing the lie. The Big Bang lie is, today, the leading explanation about how the universe began. At its simplest, it talks about the universe as we know it starting with a small singularity, then inflating over the next 14.5 billion years to the cosmos that we know today. The Big Bang theory is atheist science's answer to Genesis 1. Ironically, the Catholics advanced atheism to a science par excellence. In some ways, one could say that the Vatican Jesuit Catholic Church was the first organization to really support atheism at the highest level. It was, at last, the birth of Catholic Jesuit-created scientism, where there is no God and no need of God, as the Jesuit Catholics say. Their reasoning was flawless to many looking for a different model of the earth than was found in the Bible. After all, the Bible was dark and oppressive, so it could not be right. Well, at least that was the teaching of the Catholic Church on the Bible. With a Copernican heliocentric globe model, the Jesuits made the quantum hyperspace jump from a biblical flat Earth to a scientifically endorsed globe Earth in a matter of generations. They placed globes in every school worldwide. It was heresy to question it. There was zero proof that the Earth was spherical, but it was suddenly an unquestionable fact, an unproven assumption that would later be further endorsed through the greatest propaganda deception of all time, Jesuit-controlled NASA. The hidden hand of Catholic Jesuit fingerprints flow all through history up to modern day. They never let go. They will not let go until all the world is immersed in scientific atheism, with outer space as the next Jesuit-created Darwinian step in man's evolution. Jesuit priest, Teilhard de Chardin, eventually took the globe model soccer ball, and ran down the science field to help assure this agenda gained momentum with his satanic Luciferian mystical writings on outer space, and man's evolution into the noosphere. When you think of science fiction books and movies, you should think of Jesuit Catholics. It's all their baby. And when you think of science books and movies, you should think of Jesuit Catholics. It's all the same baby and the same deceptive science fiction stories for both science and science fiction. Father Andrew Pinson serves on the faculty of theology at Oxford University. He holds advanced degrees in theology from the Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome as well as a doctorate in philosophy. He also holds a doctorate in particle physics from Oxford. This incredibly intelligent priest/scientist stated in 2015. Being both a priest and a former particle physicist at CERN, I am often asked to give talks on faith and science. Quite often young people ask me the following question: how can you be a priest and believe in the Big Bang? To which I am delighted to respond, we invented it. Or more precisely, Father Georges Lemaitre invented the theory that is today called the Big Bang, and everyone should know about him. That is correct. The author of the Big Bang theory was none other than the Jesuit-trained priest, Father Georges Lemaitre. On October 28, 2014, Sarah Kerr reported on Pope Francis' address to the Pontifical Academy of Sciences. And the story continues today. The Jesuits and their Copernican-bent agents, owners of the 500-year-old flat earth conspiracy. The Jesuits are a military organization, not a religious order. Their chief is a general of an army, not the mere father abbot of a monastery. And the aim of this organization is power in its most despotic exercise, absolute power, universal power, power to control the world by the volition of a single man, i.e., the Black Pope, the superior general of the Jesuits. Jesuitism is the most absolute of despotisms, sick, and at the same time the greatest and most enormous of abuses. Napoleon i.e., Napoleon Bonaparte, 1769 to 1821, Emperor of the French. It is my opinion that if the liberties of this country, the United States of America, are destroyed, it will be by the subtlety of the Roman Catholic Jesuit priests, for they are the most crafty, dangerous enemies to civil and religious liberty. They have instigated most of the wars of Europe. Freemason and First President George Washington. Note: Freemason is before First American President. This essay is an attempt to lay the groundwork to show primary and circumstantial evidence that the Society of Jesuits, Jesus, founded by Ignatius Loyola in 1540, have been highly instrumental in the creating and perpetuating the great 500-year lie that the Earth is a round ball sphere rotating around a central sun held in orbit by gravity. Below you will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately and deeply involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes, and to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world today. From Copernicus' dedication to On the Revolutions to Pope Paul III to Galileo Galilei, who was fated Rome, honored by the Jesuits of the Roman College, and received by Pope Paul V, to Isaac Newton, who conspired with Jesuits at Ligay in England, to Albert Einstein, who yielded, the publicly praised The Big Bang Theory story created by his colleague, Jesuit priest, Georges Lemaitre. The Society of Jesuits have been intimately involved with both the spreading of heliocentric theory and the burying of 5,000 years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of and are ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to maintain and establish world order out of chaos. The rule over, or are deeply partnered with, the Rothschilds and international bankster, secret societies from Opus Dei, P2 to the York and Scottish Rite Freemasons, as well as the Zionist Jews in seats of power. The rule over all agencies of government and think tanks including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Round Table, the Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucas Trust Publicine, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. Our laws are derived of Roman Latin maritime law and run out of Rome. Their 500-year system is based on openly secret bodies of governance called city-states managed by the Trilateral Commission of the Vatican, City of London, and Washington, D.C. These separate city-states are individual corporations that answer to no country, and have their own special status in world court with their own banking, police force, mayor, constitution and flags. Bonus question: why is Washington named to be in the District of Columbia? For more on the NWO trilateral ownership of the world, please see here. The Jesuits are a military order under the Knights of Malta, and are ruled by the 13 ancient families of satanic bloodlines. The top of power currently is one black pope, Adolfo Nicholas, the current superior general, who all presidents, prime ministers, and banksters answer to. Jorge Mario Bergoglio not only supported the U.S.-sponsored dictatorship, he also played a direct and complicit role in the dirty war, La Guerra Sucia, in liaison with the military junta headed by General Jorge Videla, leading to the arrest, imprisonment, torture and disappearance of progressive Catholic priests and laymen who were opposed to Argentina's military rule. Source: now, for the first time in 600 years, the White Pope Francis is a Jesuit who reigned power in Argentina during their bloody dirty wars. Additionally, drought-engineered California has as governor, Jesuit-trained Jerry Brown. The first Jesuits established Washington, D.C., when the wealthiest man in the U.S. at the time, Jesuit John Carroll, donated the land to found the birthing of the New Jerusalem in 1871 with the passage of the Organic Act creating the separate city-state of Wash, D.C. Note the birthing occurred between the two states of Virginia and Maryland, the Virgin Mary, get it? This is how long these most despicable group of child-abusing men have ruled all worlds of all for centuries. And not it is over. The truth is being revealed, and below you can see how far Jesuit influence has come about all stories and legend relating to round ball Earth hurtling through space around our sun at hundreds, thousands, and even millions of miles per hour. Note how far down government politicians are on this pyramid, so go ahead and vote. https://img.chon4chan.com/img/2010-03-24/29kfo2f.jpg. Very few in the alternate news media is covering this top of the pyramid uncovering while extensively reporting on the Jews, bankster, Rothschilds, Freemasons, Bilderbergs, etc. And the question has to be asked: why? Why have they not included the omnipresent hand in all world events of the Jesuits throughout modern history? For more on all members controlled by Jesuits and a deeper investigation into Jesuit power and control, please see here. Yet now, let's discover how the Jesuits assisted in creating the greatest lie in the past 500 years: helocentrism. The Society of Jesus, Company of Jesus, aka Jesuits, is a 500-year-old all-male Roman Catholic military order. They operate through the Sovereign Military Order of St. John the Hospitalier of Jerusalem, Rhodes and Malta, aka SMOM Knights of Malta, wielding unchecked power behind the scenes. The Society of Jesus, as they are officially known, was originally used by the Vatican to counter the various Reformation movements in Europe, to which the Vatican lost much of its religious and political power. Absolute temporal ruling power has always been the Vatican institution's primary objective source. The Jesuits actually became so powerful and overbearing that they were disbanded by none other than the Pope himself. In 1773, Ganganelli, who succeeded Clement XIII, issued a papal bull in which he declared them suppressed and extinct and their statutes annulled. They remained suppressed for 40 years, but in 1814 Pius VII issued a bull solemnly re-establishing the society under the constitutions of St. Ignatius. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, if the Protestants of the North and the South could learn what the priests, nuns, and monks, who daily land on our shores, under the pretext of preaching their religion, were doing in our schools and hospitals. As emissaries of the Pope and the other despots of Europe, to undermine our institutions and alienate the hearts of our people from our Constitution and our laws, and prepare a reign of anarchy here, as they have done in Ireland, Mexico, Spain, and wherever there are people that wish to be free. They would unite in taking power out of their hands. The Jesuits never forsake. Washington in the lap of Rome, Justin D. Fulton, 50 Years in the Church of Rome, by Charles Chiniquy LCCN, BX 1770.F9, http://www.theforbiddenknowledge.com/hardtruth/Jesuit_Vatican_tyranny.htm. By the 17th century there were more than 500 Jesuit schools established across Europe. The Jesuit standardized curriculum and teaching methods became the basis of many education systems today. There are 20,000 Jesuits working in more than 100 countries, with 200 members in the UK in parishes, schools, colleges and spirituality centers. To understand the who, when, why and how the flat round geocentric Earth theory was destroyed 500 years ago in favor of a well-coordinated, well-planned effort to sell the world that we live on a heliocentric round rapidly spinning ball is what this effort is about. Their purpose for creating the greatest lie in the history of mankind was to create a story that each of us are only a single being amongst billions and billions of other star systems with their own planets and possible inhabitants, versus the reality that we are really the center of the universe and all revolves around us, thus making us one of God's most important creations. Go ye, then, into all the world and take possession of all lands in the name of the Pope. He who will not accept him as the vicar of Jesus and his vice-regent on earth, let him be accursed and exterminated. From Secret Instructions of the Jesuits. The Jesuit Oath exposed. The following is the text of the Jesuit Extreme Oath of Induction as recorded in the journals of the 62nd Congress, 3rd Session, of the United States Congressional Record, House Calendar No. 397, Report No. 1523, February 15, 1913, pp. 3215 to 3216, from which it was subsequently torn out. The oath is also quoted by Charles Didier in his book Subterranean Rome, New York, 1843, translated from the French original. Dr. Alberto Rivera, who escaped from the Jesuit order in 1967, confirms that the induction ceremony and the text of the Jesuit oath which he took were identical to what we have cited below. N. The Ordained Society of Jesuit Oath. I furthermore promise and declare that I will, when opportunity present, make and wage relentless war, secretly or openly, against all heretics, Protestants and liberals, as I am directed to do, to extirpate and exterminate them from the face of the whole earth, and that I will spare neither age, sex or condition, and that I will hang, waste, boil, flay, strangle and bury alive these infamous heretics, rip up the stomachs and wombs of their women and crush their infants' heads against the walls, in order to annihilate forever their execrable race. That when the same cannot be done openly, I will secretly use the poisoned cup, the strangulating cord, the steel of the poniard or the leaden bullet, regardless of the honor, rank, dignity, or authority of the person or persons, whatever may be their condition in life, either public or private. As I at any time may be directed so to do by any agent of the Pope or superior of the Brotherhood of the Holy Faith, of the Society of Jesus. In confirmation of which I hereby dedicate my life, soul, and all corporal powers. And with the dagger which I now receive, I will subscribe my name written in my blood in testimony thereof, and should I prove false, or weaken in my determination, may my brethren and fellow soldiers of the militia of the Pope cut off my hands and feet, and my throat from ear to ear. My belly be opened and sulphur burned therein with all the punishment that can be inflicted upon me on earth, and my soul shall be tortured by demons in eternal hell forever compared to the Freemason first level degrees blood oath, silence, slaves, or will cut your throat from ear to ear. Binding myself under no less penalty than that of having my throat cut across, oath of Freemasonry entered apprentice degree, 1 degree, in every ritual degree of Freemasonry, and in all the most important ceremonial rituals and initiations of elite orders. The candidate is required to take an oath and is warned of the hideous and grotesque penalty that awaits him if he dares ever to reveal any of the group's innermost secrets. For example, in the very first degree oath of Freemasonry, the candidate declares, binding myself under no less penalty than that of having my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by its roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea, at low water mark. Where the tide ebbs and flows twice in 24 hours, should I ever knowingly violate this my entered apprentice obligation. Second-degree Masons recite the following heinous oath, binding myself under no less penalty than that of having my breast torn open, my heart plucked out, and placed on the highest pinnacle of the temple there to be devoured by the vultures of the air. Should I ever knowingly violate the fellow craft obligation. The third-degree oath proclaims, binding myself under no less penalty than that of having my body severed in two, my bowels taken from thence and burned to ashes, the ashes scattered before the four winds of heaven. That no more remembrance might be had of so vile and wicked a wretch as I would be, should I ever, knowingly, violate this my Master Mason's obligation. In the fourth degree, marked Master of the York Rite, the candidate performs a ritual which symbolizes having his ear smitten off if he reveals the order's secrets. And for the fifth degree, past master, the hapless candidate agrees as follows, binding myself under no less penalty than, in addition to all my former penalties, to have my tongue split from tip to root, that I might thereafter be unable to pronounce the word. The sixth degree, most excellent master, of the York Rite continues with the horrific penalties, binding myself under no less penalty than to have my breast torn open, and my heart and vitals taken from thence, and exposed to rot on the dunghill. So, both Jesuits and entry-level Freemasons share very similar blood oaths, or brutal death is brought upon thee. To understand the great power of the Jesuits we need to take a brief overview of how much power they yield, and who and what they control. The order traces its history to an 11th century CE infirmary in Jerusalem set up by a monk to care for pilgrim visiting the Holy Land. During the Crusades it took on a military role to protect pilgrims in Christendom as a whole from Muslim attacks. In February 1113 Pope Paschal II recognized the order with a papal bull establishing its sovereign status by saying it was independent of both lay and other religious authorities. The order's international legal status is entirely unique, a sovereign entity that prints its own stamps, coins, license plates and passports, yet has no territory over which it rules. Its forces once occupied Cyprus, Rhodes and Malta, but Napoleon expelled the order from Malta in 1798, depriving it of the final patch of land over it ruled. Nevertheless, the order still enjoys many of the trapping of a small country observer status and diplomatic relation with 104 countries. Orders of chivalry directly under papal protection. These are today the Sovereign Military Hospitaller Order of Malta, and the Equestrian Order of the Holy Sepulchre. These orders are under the protection of His Holiness as Supreme Pontiff, and are not considered to be awards of the Vatican State. Knights of Malta meet in Vatican for their 900-year event, then the Pope resigns. The Military Knights of Malta, one of the most peculiar organizations in the world, marked its 900th birthday Saturday, February 9, 2013 with a colorful procession through St. Peter's Square, a Mass in the Basilica, and an audience with Pope Benedict XVI. Himself a member of the one-time chivalrous order drawn from Europe's nobility. The order traces its history to an 11th century CE infirmary in Jerusalem set up by a monk to care for pilgrim visiting the Holy Land. During the Crusades it took on a military role to protect pilgrims in Christendom as a whole from Muslim attacks. In February 1113 Pope Paschal II recognized the order with a papal bull establishing its sovereign status by saying it was independent of both lay and other religious authorities. The order's international legal status is entirely unique, a sovereign entity that prints its own stamps, coins, license plates and passports, yet has no territory over which it rules. Its forces once occupied Cyprus, Rhodes and Malta, but Napoleon expelled the order from Malta in 1798, depriving it of the final patch of land over it ruled. Nevertheless, the order still enjoys many of the trapping of a small country, UN observer status and diplomatic relation with 104 countries. When flat round Earth got dropped from scientific inquiry, geocentrism versus heliocentrism, and no longer discussion of flat Earth theory in 1543, Copernicus suggested the Sun was at the center of the cosmos. When Jesuit astronomer Giovanni Battista Riccioli published his Almagestrum Novum, or New Almagest, the title alone suggested the boldness of the project. This was to be a new and updated take on Ptolemy's Almagest. The book offered new insight into the state of thought about the cosmos in 17th century Europe. The frontispiece to Riccioli's Almagestrum Novum tells his perspective on the state of astronomy in 1651. Urania, the winged muse of astronomy, holds up a scale with two competing models, a sun-centered Copernican model, and the Tychonic geocentric model. The Ptolemaic model sits discarded in the bottom right corner of the scene. On the right, 100-eyed Argus points at cherubs in the upper right corner of the illustration. The cherubs hold recent observational discoveries, the moons of Jupiter, a detailed mountainous moon, and the rings of Saturn. Under God's hand from the top of the image, the scale reports the Tychonic model to be heavier, and thus the winner. Early channeling Sagan, billions and billions. Some of the most interesting details in this illustration are tucked away in the corners. In the upper right corner, among the clouds, are small representations of additional solar systems. Beyond the central diagram, the mapmaker shows the concept of the plurality of worlds. Each of these little sets of circles represents its own solar system with a star and planets. This image directly draws on the literary author, de Fontenelle, who, building on the ideas of Newton and Descartes, explored the significance of living in a universe with a plurality of worlds each orbiting their own stars. Riccioli leans on the authority of a number of contemporary and historical thinkers. He lists 38 different astronomers and thinkers, such as Aristotle, Ptolemy and others, who believe the Earth to be the center of the universe. He compares them to the 16 astronomers, including Copernicus, Kepler, and Descartes, who favor a sun-centered model. 1600s there were three mathematical models to describe the movements of the heavens in 1630, the Aristotelian/Ptolemaic system, with everything orbiting around a stationary Earth, which had largely fallen out of favor following Galileo's observations. The Tychonic system, developed by Tycho Brahe, in which the Earth was viewed as stationary, the Sun went around the Earth and everything else went around the Sun. After Galileo's presentations in 1611, this became the favored model of the Roman Catholic Church. Most Jesuit astronomers, such as Clavius, had adopted this system by 1620. The Copernican system, with a stationary sun around which everything else revolved. A statue of Nicolaus Copernicus erected 1973, 500 years after his birthday in front of the Jesuit College, and a planetarium in Piotrków Trybunalski. Copernicus among Catholics, Christoph Clavius, 1537 to 1612, was the leading astronomer in the 16th century. A Jesuit himself, he incorporated astronomy into the Jesuit curriculum, and was the principal scholar behind the creation of the Gregorian calendar. Like the Wittenberg astronomers, Clavius adopted Copernican mathematical models when he felt them superior, but he believed that Ptolemy's cosmology, both his ordering of the planets and his use of the equant, was correct. Pope Clement VII, r. 1523 to 1534, had reacted favorably to a talk about Copernicus's theories, rewarding the speaker with a rare manuscript. There is no indication of how Pope Paul III, to whom on the revolutions was dedicated, reacted. However, a trusted advisor, Bartolomeo Spina of Pisa, 1474 to 1546, intended to condemn it but fell ill and died before his plan was carried out. See Rosen, 1975. Thus, in 1600 there was no official Catholic position on the Copernican system, and it was certainly not a heresy. Tycho Brahe, December 14, 1546 to October 24, 1601, was a Danish nobleman known for his accurate and comprehensive astronomical and planetary observations. After disagreements with the new Danish king Christian IV in 1597, he was invited by the Bohemian king and Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II to Prague, where he became the official imperial astronomer. He built the new observatory at Banatki nad Jezeru. There, from 1600 until his death in 1601, he was assisted by Johannes Kepler, who later used Tycho's astronomical data to develop his three laws of planetary motion. Some acceptance of the Tychonic system persisted through the 17th century, and in places until the early 18th century, it was supported, after a 1633 decree about the Copernican controversy, by a flood of pro-Tycho literature of Jesuit origin. Among pro-Tycho Jesuits, Ignace parties declared in 1691 that it was still the commonly accepted system, and Francesco Blanquinus reiterated that as late as 1728. Persistence of the Tychonic system, especially in Catholic countries, has been attributed to its satisfaction of a need, relative to Catholic doctrine, for a safe synthesis of ancient and modern. Galileo Galilei, friend of the Pope and Jesuits and quite wrong about the solar system. The laws of nature are written by the hand of God in the language of mathematics. Galileo Galilei, Il Saggiatore, 1623, initially a beneficiary of church patronage of astronomy. Galileo rose to prominence with the publication of Sidereus Nuncius, which comprised astronomical observations made possible by the 1608 invention of the telescope. He was feted in Rome, honored by the Jesuits of the Roman College, and received by Pope Paul V and church dignitaries in 1611. Galileo traveled to Rome to present his findings, and was greeted with great acclaim. He demonstrated his observations of Jupiter to Christopher Clavius, a Jesuit at the Collegio Romano, and the most respected astronomer in Europe at the time, who confirmed Galileo's observations in parts of his theses of planetary motion. He was monumentally arrogant, belligerent, and abrasive towards any who opposed him. Controversial questions, don't you just love that title? Wrote a letter to Galileo in April 1615 outlining the Church's official position. He pointed out that Copernican theory was perfectly acceptable as a working hypothesis, and if there were proof that the Earth circles around the Sun, then we should have to proceed with great circumspection in explaining passages of Scripture which appear to teach the contrary. Galileo had no astronomical proof to offer, partly because his own observations did not align properly with his theory. Instead, Galileo proposed as proof a flawed and unconvincing theory that the tides were evidence of the Earth's rotation and, incidentally, specifically denying that lunar attraction was involved. In 1616 the Church ordered him to cease and desist his public advocacy of the unproven theory. In 1623 his friend and supporter Maffeo Barberini ascended to the papacy, and Galileo confidently re-entered the public fray. In the same year he published Il Saggiatore, the Assayer, in which he launched a vicious assault on a treatise on comets by Orazio Grassi, a Jesuit mathematician at the Collegio Romano. Grassi used observations of parallax to argue that comets are further away than the Moon. Galileo ridiculed this idea and claimed instead that comets are an optical illusion. His factual error notwithstanding, the harshness of Galileo's tone permanently soured his relations with the Jesuit order. Pope Urban VIII thoroughly enjoyed the rhetorical flourishes of Galileo's prose, however, and composed a poem in his honor. The Jesuits at the Roman College undoubtedly followed Aristotle in philosophy and Ptolemy in astronomy, at least for didactic purposes. Orazio Grassi, S.J., May 1, 1583 to July 23, 1654, was an Italian Jesuit priest, who is best noted as a mathematician, astronomer and architect. He was one of the authors in controversy with Galileo Galilei on the nature of comets. Giovanni Battista Riccioli, April 17, 1598 to June 25, 1671, was an Italian astronomer and a Catholic priest in the Jesuit order. He is known, among other things, for his experiments with pendulums, and with falling bodies, for his discussion of 126 arguments concerning the motion of the Earth, and for introducing the current scheme of lunar nomenclature. Other 17th-century Jesuit astronomers: 1. Matteo Ricci, 1552–1610, Italian mathematician, translator, and noted for his importance to the Jesuit China missions. 2. Christopher Clavius, 1538–1612, German mathematician and astronomer, most noted in connection with the Gregorian calendar, but also his arithmetic books were used by many mathematicians including Leibniz and Descartes. 3. François d'Aiguillon, 1567–1617, Belgian mathematician and physicist who worked on optics. 4. Giuseppe Biancani, 1566–1624, Italian astronomer and selenographer who wrote Sfera Mundi, Scu Cosmographia Demonstrativa, AC Facili Methodo Tradita. 5. Wenceslas Pantaleon Kierwitzer, 1588–1626, Czech astronomer and missionary to China. 6. Charles Malapert, 1581–1630, Belgian astronomer known for observing the stars of the southern sky and being against Copernicus. 7. Cristoforo Bori, 1583–1632, Italian mathematician and astronomy who made observations on the magnetic variation of the compass. 8. Christoph Greenberger, 1561–1636, Austrian astronomer and mathematician. 9. Giovanni Battista Zuppi, c. 1590–1650, Italian astronomer who discovered that Mercury had orbital phases. 10. Alexius Silvius Polonus, 1593 c. 1653, Polish astronomer. 11. Johann Baptist Cécet, 1587–1657, Swiss mathematician and astronomer who did important research on comets and the Orion Nebula. 12. Mario Bettinus, 1582–1657, Italian mathematician and astronomer. 13. André Tackett, 1612–1660, Flemish mathematician whose work prepared the ground for the eventual discovery of calculus. 14. Francesco Maria Grimaldi (1618–1663), Italian physicist, who coined the word diffraction and used instruments to measure geological features on the moon. 15. Niccolò Zucchi (1586–1670), Italian astronomer known for his study of Jupiter and work on telescope design. 16. Giovanni Battista Riccioli (1598–1671), Italian astronomer who was the first to note that Mizar was a double star. 17. Albert Kurtz (1600–1671), German astronomer. 18. Jacques de Billy (1602–1679), French mathematician who wrote on number theory and astronomy. 19. Athanasius Kircher (1601–1680), German who in his Scrutinium Pestis of 1658 he noted the presence of little worms or animalcules in the blood and concluded that the disease was caused by microorganisms. This is antecedent to germ theory. That's a lot of religious men involved in perpetuating a secular view now, isn't it? But of course it is, because it is not a secular view at all. Heliocentrism is a Jesuit religious, occult idea with no real scientific support. Cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am. René Descartes laid the foundation for 17th-century continental rationalism, later advocated by Baruch Spinoza and Gottfried Leibniz, and opposed by the empiricist school of thought consisting of Hobbes, Locke, Berkeley, and Hume. Leibniz, Spinoza and Descartes were all well versed in mathematics as well as philosophy, and Descartes and Leibniz contributed greatly to science as well. In 1607, late because of his fragile health, he entered the Jesuit College Royal Henry Legrand at La Flèche, where he was introduced to mathematics and physics, including Galileo's work. 1650s Jean Fran Fouquet was born in Vézelay in a wealthy family. He studied at Lycée Louis le Grand in Paris. In 1681 he entered the Order of the Jesuits. For years later he taught mathematics. In 1693 he became a priest, and in the following year he decided he wanted to volunteer in Asia. In 1699 he arrived in Amoy. Until 1711 he worked in Fujian and Jiangxi, then he was invited to Peking to teach math and astronomy. Jean Picard Jean-Félix Picard, July 21, 1620 to July 12, 1682, was a French astronomer and priest born in La Flèche, where he studied at the Jesuit College Royal Henry Legrand. He was the first person to measure the size of the Earth to a reasonable degree of accuracy in a survey conducted in 1669–70, for which he is honored with a pyramid at Juvisy-sur-Orge. While the Kirch comet of 1680–1681 was discovered by and subsequently named for Gottfried Kirch, credit must also be given to Eusebio Kino, the Spanish Jesuit priest who charted the comet's course. Jesuit astronomers with Chinese scholars in the 18th century. The Jesuit China missions of the 16th and 17th centuries introduced Western science and astronomy, then undergoing its own revolution, to China. One modern historian writes that in late Ming courts, the Jesuits were regarded as impressive especially for their knowledge of astronomy, calendar-making, mathematics, hydraulics, and geography. The Society of Jesus introduced, according to Thomas Woods, a substantial body of scientific knowledge and a vast array of mental tools for understanding the physical universe, including the Euclidean geometry that made planetary motion comprehensible. Another expert quoted by Woods said the scientific revolution brought by the Jesuits coincided with a time when science was at a very low level in China. On June 8, 1723, Fouquet was received by Pope Innocent XIII. Fouquet met another Chinese in Rome, who offered him help with translating. In 1725, he was appointed as Bishop of Eleutheropolis in Palestine. Johannes Kepler, December 27, 1571 to November 15, 1630. Johannes Kepler December was a German mathematician, astronomer, and astrologer. A key figure in the 17th century scientific revolution, he is best known for his laws of planetary motion, based on his works Astronomia Nova, Harmonics Mundi, and Epitome of Copernican Astronomy. These works also provided one of the foundations for Isaac Newton's theory of universal gravitation. During his career, Kepler was a mathematics teacher at a seminary school in Graz. Austria Jesuits produce first telescopes. Modern refracting telescopes are based on a design proposed by Johannes Kepler in 1611, but first constructed by Father Christopher Scheiner sometime between 1613 and 1617. See timeline of the telescope. Why did Scheiner build an astronomical telescope when other scientists of his day seemed quite content with the Galilean telescope? The answer may require looking past Scheiner to his order, the Jesuits. Scheiner's unorthodoxy regarding telescope construction, use and theory was not out of place in the Jesuits. Another Jesuit of Scheiner's and Galileo's time, Niccolò Zucchi, demonstrated that a telescopic effect could be achieved using a combination of parabolic mirrors and lenses instead of just lenses. This crude reflecting telescope was built more than 50 years before Newton's famous telescope. The Jesuits also have a connection with the spread of telescope technology beyond Europe. The first telescope in North America was a gift presented by the Jesuits in 1646 to Jean Bourdon, an engineer in New France, modern-day Quebec. The first telescope in China was brought there by Johannes Schreck, another Jesuit, in 1621. His trip from Europe started in 1618. The Jesuit Jean Richaud is wrongly thought to be the first to use telescopes for astronomical purposes in India. The Vatican's latest, the LUCIFER telescope. The dedication plaque of the VATT reads, "This new tower for studying the stars has been erected during the 15th year of the reign of John Paul II on this peaceful site so fit for such studies. And it has been equipped with a new large mirror for detecting the faintest glimmers of light from distant objects. May whoever searches here night and day the far reaches of space use it joyfully with the help of God." Why is the Vatican the largest and longest owners of telescope observatories? It may be boldly asked, where can a man be found, possessing the extraordinary gifts of Newton, who could suffer himself to be deluded by such a hocus-pocus, if he had not in the first instance willfully deceived himself? Only those who know the strength of self-deception, and the extent to which it sometimes trenches on dishonesty, are in a condition to explain the conduct of Newton and of Newton's school. To support his unnatural theory, Newton heaps fiction upon fiction, seeking to dazzle where he cannot convince. In whatever way or manner may have occurred this business, I must still say that I curse this modern history theory of cosmology, and hope that perchance there may appear, in due time, some young scientists of genius, who will pick up courage enough to upset this universally disseminated delirium of lunatics. Along with the rest of the world, I was convinced that all the colors are contained in the light. No one had ever told me anything different, and I had never found the least cause to doubt it, because I had no further interest in the subject. But how I was astonished, as I looked at a white wall through the prism, that it stayed white. That only where it came upon some darkened area, it showed some color. Then at last, around the windowsill all the colors shone. It didn't take long before I knew here was something significant about color to be brought forth, and I spoke as through an instinct out loud. That the Newtonian teachings were false. Johannes Wolfgang Goethe. Isaac Newton's theory of colors worked out with Jesuits of England. Sir Isaac Newton was also engaged in another exchange on his theory of colors with a circle of English Jesuits in Ligue, perhaps the most revealing exchange of all. Although their objections were shallow, their contention that his experiments were mistaken lashed him into a fury. The correspondence dragged on until 1678, when a final shriek of rage from Newton, apparently accompanied by a complete nervous breakdown, was followed by silence. Newton has been identified as a Grand Master of the Priory of Chaun from 1691 to 1727 in documents by Pierre Plantard. There is a secret society known as the Priory of Chaun, which has a long history starting in 1099. And had illustrious Grand Masters including Leonardo da Vinci and Isaac Newton. It created the Knights Templar as its military arm and financial branch, and it is devoted to installing the Merovingian dynasty, that ruled the Franks from 457 to 751, on the thrones of France and the rest of Europe. Newton was made president of the Royal Society in 1703, and an associate of the French Academy des Sciences. In his position at the Royal Society, Newton made an enemy of John Flamsteed, the Astronomer Royal, by prematurely publishing Flamsteed's star catalogue. The researchers say that a little-known school of scholars in southwest India discovered one of the founding principles of modern mathematics hundreds of years before Newton, a University of Manchester statement says. Newton's supposed law of gravity is what's truly dubious. Heliocentrists cannot show us a single object massive enough that by virtue of its mass alone, causes other smaller masses to stick to or orbit it as they claim happens with the Sun, Moon, Earth, stars and planets. If you cannot give me a single practical example of gravity smaller than the Earth or the Sun, then it is merely hearsay, not science. Eric Dubé Flat Earth Conspiracy. Newton's major body of work, heavily edited by Jesuits. Newton's laws have been responsible for the discovery of planets, for the construction of safe bridges, roads and amusement park rides, for an understanding of the ocean's tides, and for realistic computer animations and video games, said Ehrlich, the class of 2017 Associate Professor of Physics. It would be difficult to overstate the importance of at least some of these things. After the first edition, hereafter referred to as Newton 1, 2 subsequent editions were published. The second edition, Newton 2, was published in 1713 and the third edition, Newton 3, in 1726. Then, just over a decade later, comes Newton 4, the so-called Jesuit edition, which was edited by 2 Minim friars. The Jesuit edition contains commentary that extends to roughly the same length as Newton's text. The text for the Jesuit edition was, in fact, taken from the Newton 3 edition of the Principia, the last edition to be edited by Newton himself. Newton did not discover calculus, but passed on by Jesuits. Dr. George Gevorgis Joseph from the University of Manchester says the Kerala school identified the infinite series, one of the basic components of calculus, in about 1350. The discovery is currently, and wrongly, attributed in books to Sir Isaac Newton and Gottfried Leibniz at the end of the 17th centuries. And there is strong circumstantial evidence that the Indians passed on their discoveries to mathematically knowledgeable Jesuit missionaries who visited India during the 15th century. Source: Newton vs. Castel, Theory of Colors. Louis Bertrand Castel, November 15, 1688 to January 9, 1757, was a French mathematician born in Montpellier and entered the order of the Jesuits in 1703. The distance from the prism, and that Newton was looking at a special case. It was an argument that Goethe later developed in his theory of colors. Roger Joseph Boscovich, May 18, 1711 to February 13, 1787, was a Ragusan physicist, astronomer, mathematician, philosopher, diplomat, poet, theologian, Jesuit priest, and a polymath from the city of Dubrovnik in the Republic of Ragusa, modern-day Croatia, who studied and lived in Italy and France, where he also published many of his works. In 1744 he was ordained to the Roman Catholic priesthood. He produced a precursor of atomic theory, and made many contributions to astronomy, including the first geometric procedure for determining the equator of a rotating planet from 3 observations of a surface feature, and for computing the orbit of a planet from 3 observations of its position. In 1753, he also discovered the absence of atmosphere on the Moon. Other Jesuit astronomers of the 1700s: Valentin Stancel, 1621–1705, Czech astronomer in Brazil, who discovered a comet, that after accurate positions were made via F. de Godigny's in Goa, became known as Estancel-Godigny's comet. Paolo Casati, 1617–1707, Italian scientist, notable in meteorology and speculation on vacuums. Franz Rienzer, 1661–1708, Austrian writer who wrote about comets, meteors, lightning, winds, fossils, metals, etc. Eusebio Kino, 1645–1711, Trentino missionary, mathematician. Cartographer and astronomer who drew maps based on his explorations, first showing that California was not an island as then believed, and who published an astronomical treatise in Mexico City based on his observations of the Kirsch comet. Giuseppe Asclepi, 1706–1776, Italian astronomer. Christian Mayer, 1719–1783, Czech astronomer known for his pioneering study of binary stars. Roger Joseph Boscovich, 1711–1787, a Raguzin polymath famous for his atomic theory in part. Also, for devising perhaps the first geometric procedure for determining the equator of a rotating planet from 3 observations of a surface feature, and for computing the orbit of a planet from 3 observations of its position. João de Loureiro, 1717–1791, Portuguese mathematician and botanist active in Cochinchina. Maximilian Hell, 1720–1792, Hungarian director of the Vienna Observatory who wrote astronomy tables and observed the transit of Venus. Ignacij Sant-Martini, 1718–1793, Croatian, who obtained the title of royal mathematician and astronomer and used his astronomical knowledge in mapping parts of Brazil. Someday someone will write a pathology of experimental physics and bring to light all those swindles which subvert our reason, beguile our judgment and, what is worse, stand in the way of any practical progress. The phenomena must be freed once and for all from their grim torture chamber of empiricism, mechanism, and dogmatism. They must be brought before the jury of man's common sense. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. 1800s, the 1822 Treaty of Verona. In the 1822 Treaty of Verona, between Austria, France, Prussia and Russia, the Jesuits agreed to smash the U.S. Constitution and suppress the freedom of the U.S. Their methods included destroying free speech, destroying and suppressing the press, universal censorship, sustaining the cooperation of the Pope and clergy to use religion to help keep nations in passive obedience, and financing wars against countries with representative governments. The monarchs who signed this treaty were ultimately deposed. Most of these families are very wealthy, and may be more powerful today than when they sat upon thrones. They are known collectively as the black nobility. Privately, these families refuse to recognize any right to rule except their own. The fact that this treaty was made long ago does not mean it is void. The treaty was placed in the Congressional Record on April 25, 1916 by Senator Owen. Treaty of Verona, the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine was a U.S. foreign policy regarding domination of the American continent in 1823. The threat under the secret Treaty of Verona to suppress popular governments in the American republics is the basis of the Monroe Doctrine. This secret treaty sets forth clearly the conflict between monarchical government and popular government, and the government of the few as against the government of the many. The Holy Alliance made its powers felt by the wholesale drastic suppression of the press in Europe, by universal censorship, by killing free speech, and all ideas of popular rights, and by the complete suppression of popular government. The Holy Alliance, having destroyed popular government in Spain, and in Italy, had well-laid plans also to destroy popular government in the American colonies which had revolted from Spain and Portugal in Central and South America under the influence of the successful example of the United States. It was because of this conspiracy against the American republics by the European monarchies that the great English statesman, Canning, called the attention of our government to it, and our statesmen then, including Thomas Jefferson, took an active part to bring about the declaration by President Monroe in his next annual message to the Congress of the United States that the United States should regard it as an act of hostility to the government of the United States, and an unfriendly act if this coalition, or if any power of Europe ever undertook to establish upon the American continent any control of any American republic or to acquire any territorial rights. This is the so-called Monroe Doctrine. Fr. Secchi was born in Reggio Emilia, where he studied at the Jesuit gymnasium. At the age of 16, he entered the Jesuit order in Rome. He continued his studies at the Roman College and demonstrated great scientific ability. In 1839, he was appointed tutor of mathematics and physics at the college. In 1841, he became professor of physics at the Jesuit College in Loreto. In 1844, he began theological studies in Rome, and was ordained a priest on September 12, 1847. In 1848, due to the Roman Revolution, the Jesuits had to leave Rome. Fr. Secchi spent the next 2 years in the United Kingdom at Stonyhurst College, and the United States, where he taught for a time at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. He also took his doctoral examination in theology there. Vastly changing distances to the Sun, Nicholas Copernicus estimated, 3 million miles away. Johannes Kepler estimated, 12 million miles away. Current distance story, 93 million miles away. Invent any distance you want. It's all fantasy anyway. Royal Astronomical Society. The Royal Astronomical Society, RAS, is a learned society that began as the Astronomical Society of London in 1820 to support astronomical research, mainly carried on at the time by gentlemen astronomers rather than professionals. It became the Royal Astronomical Society in 1831 on receiving its royal charter from William IV. India gets astronomy with help of Jesuits. G.V. Juggaro Observatory, established in 1840, was the earliest private modern Indian astronomical observatory that functioned till the turn of the 20th century. Jesuit priest astronomers were the real initiators of telescopic astronomy in India, particularly Father J. Richard, who carried out systematic observations of binary stars, comets, zodiacal light, dark clouds, etc. At Pondicherry from 1689, Rao et al. 1984, other 19th-century Jesuit astronomers. Franz de Paula Treisnecker, 1745–1817, Austrian astronomer. Angelo Secchi, 1818–1878, Italian astronomer, who discovered the existence of solar spicules and drew an early map of Mars. Benito Vines, 1837–1893, Spanish scientist, who led the Bethlehem College Observatory in Havana, and was known as Father Hurricane because of his research on hurricanes. 1900s. The consensus that Catholic faith is somehow opposed to science, and has stifled and restrained it, is a long-held bias based on prejudice and not evidence. At times in the history of science and faith, the truth has been just the other way around. Big Bang creationist, Father Georges Lemaitre schools Einstein. It was about the Belgian Jesuit priest, mathematician and physicist, Father Georges Lemaitre, originator of the Big Bang theory, and the man who changed the mind of Albert Einstein on the true origin of the created universe. The term Big Bang was coined by a bitter opponent of the theory, the English astronomer and physicist Fred Hoyle. In 1950, Hoyle gave a series of Saturday night radio talks for the BBC on the nature of the universe. Detesting the notion that the universe had a beginning, he held a different theory, according to which the universe is eternal. In his concluding talk, Hoyle, striving for a visual image of the theory he opposed, called it this Big Bang idea. The name gradually stuck, without any of the pejorative overtones Hoyle may have intended. At the very end of that post, there is a photograph of Father Lemaitre with Albert Einstein, who once told Father Lemaitre in response to his theory about the Big Bang, "Your math is perfect, but your physics is abominable." 6 years later, in 1933, Einstein declared that his own cosmological constant, his theory that the universe always existed, was his greatest error. And he called Father Lemaitre's work the most beautiful and satisfactory explanation of creation I have ever heard. For Einstein to use the C word, creation, was a pivotal moment in modern science. In 1941, he was elected member of the Royal Academy of Sciences and Arts of Belgium, and he received the very first Eddington Medal awarded by the Royal Astronomical Society in 1953. The story of Fr. Lemaitre's role in modern cosmology was often stifled by science because he was a Catholic priest. In January 1933, Lemaitre and Einstein, who had met on several occasions in 1927 in Brussels, at the time of a Solvay conference, in 1932 in Belgium, at the time of a cycle of conferences in Brussels, and lastly in 1935 at Princeton, traveled together to the U.S. state of California for a series of seminars. Newspapers around the world called him a famous Belgian scientist and described him as the leader of the new cosmological physics. Origins of Man is told by Jesuits, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, 1881–1955, French paleontologist and philosopher involved in the discovery of the so-called Peking man. Teilhard was praised by Pope Benedict XVI, and he was also noted for his contributions to theology in Pope Francis' 2015 encyclical Laudato Si'. The Michelson-Morley experiment was the reason for the creation of Albert Einstein. Beginning in 1887, U.S. scientist Albert Abraham Michelson began to do experiments to try and detect the motion of the Earth around the Sun by using the speed of light as a barometer. This experiment was called the Michelson-Morley experiment and was famous for one thing: all the results were negative. Dr. Albert Michelson, 1852–1931. Professors Michelson and Morley were the two halves of the famous team who conducted experiments on the speed of light. At that time, all scientists believed in the existence of an invisible ether which carried light waves. They supposed that the ether would cause a drag on the speed of light as the Earth raced around the Sun at 30 kilometers per second or over 108,000 kilometers per hour. To their astonishment, no variation in the speed of light was found. An interferometer for measuring the motion of the Earth around the Sun used by Dr. Michelson in 1887. After serving as professor at Clark University at Worcester, Massachusetts, from 1889 until 1892, Michelson was appointed professor and the first head of the Department of Physics at the newly organized University of Chicago. With his big salary from Rockefeller, and the Nobel Prize money, Michelson was content not to make waves about the non-motion of the Earth. In 1924, Michelson received a huge grant from the university in order to determine the rotation of the Earth by using the speed of light. This test consisted of a mile-long 12-inch tunnel with all the air removed. As expected, all the results were negative. By 1900, the proof of the non-motion of the Earth did not cause Michelson to get on his knees and acknowledge that the Bible was correct after all. Had he and the scientific community done so, the whole evolutionary house of sand would have come crashing down. That is the last thing that the Jesuits wanted. Their answer was to use Albert Einstein to invent a completely new theory of the universe called relativity. So now the scene shifts from the US to Switzerland, and an obscure clerk in the Swiss patent office named Albert Einstein. Origins of the science fiction universe. First, the entire idea of the universe coming from some outer space origins is science fiction, and not science. Science reveals zero evidence for the existence of outer space. All observations reveal a firmament above the Earth, with no current data about anything above that. NASA is a CGI computer science fiction production company, so no evidence there. When you look up at the firmament with a telescope, you see shimmering bits of sonoluminescence, which actually appear to be a few thousand miles away, not trillions of light years. But for science fiction's sake, to indulge the science fiction NASA view of the universe for fun, there is not one instance of nothing creating nothing in all of the physics, and infinite examples of design elements creating designs. At the timeless origins of the universe, an eternal God creator is the only true scientific explanation to the origins of the universe. And the idea of God being the origin of time-space, deduced by pure scientific reasoning, with God being the origin point, is the most scientific explanation for the creation of the universe known to man. Additionally, sense data, the fetish of modern science, on the way the universe operates informs us of a God, expanding creation force, as the origin point. Hence, God is the author of time-space, reason from sufficient scientific a posterior logic, logic relating to or denoting reasoning or knowledge that proceeds from observations or experiences to the deduction of probable causes. Such reasoning is the foundation of all scientific inquiry. Belief, faith, and theism are not needed whatsoever for such research and inquiry. Further, extrapolating from the preceding, God has no prior cause, because with no time-space for an antecedent extension, no prior anything can be. This is pure scientific deductive reasoning, which is used in all aspects of mechanical and theoretical physics and science in general. Stick close to scientific inquiry and logic, and you will see very clearly how the idea of a creator as the cause of the creation is the only legitimate, bona fide scientific conclusion. Atheism is a religion based on blind superstition and illogical assumptions. No God equals no universe. Logic, science, self-evident truth. Zetetic Astronomy by Samuel Burley Rowbottom, 1881, Sued. Parallax, Chapter 15. General Summary Application Cui Bono, no one can serve two masters, no one can serve two masters. You either serve God or you serve money. So, the bankers do everything in their power to hide God from you. Department slavery, mortgage, credit cards, loans, bills, gas, food, etc. Nobody escapes. Cui bono? Literally, to whom is it a benefit? The following except from Zetetic Astronomy by Samuel Burley Rowbottom is the summary section which lays out the who and the why the heliocentric deception was put forth. In the preceding chapters it has been shown that the Copernican or Newtonian theory of astronomy is an absurd composition of truth and error, and, as admitted by its founder, not necessarily true nor even probable, that instead of its being a general conclusion derived from known and admitted facts, it is a heterogeneous compound of assumed premises, isolated truths, and variable appearances in nature. Its advocates are challenged to show a single instance wherein a phenomenon is explained, a calculation made, or a conclusion advanced without the aid of an avowed or implied assumption. The very construction of a theory at all, but especially such as the Copernican, is a complete violation of that natural and legitimate mode of investigation to which the term zetetic has been applied. The doctrine of the universality of gravitation is a pure assumption, made only in accordance with that pride and ambition which has led philosophers to think it beneath them to offer anything less to the world than a complete and finished system of nature. It was said, in effect, by Newton, and has ever since been insisted upon by his disciples, allow us, without proof, which is impossible, the existence of two universal forces, centrifugal and centripetal, or attraction and repulsion. And we will construct a theory which shall explain all the leading phenomena and mysteries of nature. An apple falling from a tree, or a stone rolling downwards, and a pail of water tied to a string and set in motion, were assumed to be types of the relations existing among all the bodies in the universe. The moon was assumed to have a tendency to fall towards the earth, and the earth and moon together towards the sun. The same relation was assumed to exist between all the smaller and larger luminaries in the firmament, and it soon became necessary to extend these assumptions to affinity. The universe was parceled out into systems coexistent and illimitable. Suns, planets, satellites, and comets were assumed to exist infinite in number and boundless in extent, and to enable the theorists to explain alternating and constantly recurring phenomena, which were everywhere observable. These numberless and forever extending objects were assumed to be spheres. The earth we inhabit was called a planet, and because it was thought to be reasonable that the luminous objects in the firmament, which were called planets, were spherical and had motion, so it was only reasonable to suppose that, as the earth was a planet, it must also be spherical and have motion. Ergo, the earth is a globe and moves upon axes, and in an orbit round the sun. And as the earth is a globe and is inhabited, so again it is only reasonable to conclude that the planets are worlds like the earth, and are inhabited by sentient beings. What reasoning! What shameful perversion of intellectual gifts! The very foundation of this complicated theory is false, incapable of proof, and contrary to known possibilities. The human mind cannot possibly conceive of its truth and application. To assume the existence of two opposite equal universal forces is to seek to make true things or ideas which are necessarily contradictory, to make black and white, hot and cold, up and down, life and death and truth and falsehood, one and the same. Can anyone by any known possibility conceive of two opposite equal powers acting simultaneously, producing change of position or motion in that which is thus acted upon? Do not two opposite forces, when equal in intensity and operating at the same moment, neutralize each other? There is nothing in practical science to gainsay this conclusion, and in the earliest days of the Newtonian astronomy this contradiction was quickly perceived, but as the assumption was an essential part of the system it was not rejected. An attempt was made to overcome the fatal objection that from two opposite equal forces, acting simultaneously on the earth, no motion whatever could arise, by the further assumption that, when the earth was first made, the Creator threw it out into space, at right angles to the two forces which had been assumed to exist universally, and that then the conjoint action of attraction and repulsion, with the primitive impulse, resulted in a parabolic orbit round the sun. It will scarcely be believed that Laplace-Legrand, actually entered into an elaborate calculation, with a view to determine at what particular point the Creator held the earth at the time of giving the grand push, and that after a most profound investigation he arrived at the sublime and never to be forgotten conclusion, that when the primitive impulse was imparted, the earth was held exactly 25 miles from the center, and hence, quote Laplace, the earth revolved upon her axis in 24 hours. If she had been held a little nearer to the center, our days would have been longer, and if a little further off, she would have revolved with greater velocity, and our days would have been shorter. All efforts to reconcile the various inconsistencies with which the system abounds have necessarily failed. In the above instance, it cannot be denied that the two assumed forces of necessity destroy each other, and that therefore the assumed primitive impulse given at right angles to them must operate alone. There might as well be no other forces operating, for out of the three two are suspended by mutual opposition, and the primitive impulse alone is left to produce a parabolic circuit. Let geometry and practical mechanics be questioned as to the possibility of such a thing. Can a parabola be described by a moving body if acted on by one force only? If so, then the assumption of the existence of the two other forces was unnecessary. To assume that attraction and repulsion exist universally is also illogical and inconsistent. In the sense in which the word universal is used in astronomy, we cannot separate it from the idea of boundless existence without limit, eternity and infinity. But infinity or infinite extent necessarily implies unity or oneness of existence. There cannot be anything not an atom, nor a hair's breadth in addition to whatever is infinite. Hence, both practically and in the abstract, there can only be one infinity, one eternity, one universe. To say then that two equal universal powers exist, is to say that there exist two infinities, two eternals, two everythings. But that which is infinite and eternal, or universal, is alone, and is itself all and everything, to which no addition can be made or imagined. Thus, we see that this Newtonian philosophy is devoid of consistency. Its details are the result of an entire violation of the laws of legitimate reasoning, and all its premises are assumed. It is, in fact, nothing more than assumption upon assumption, and the conclusions derived therefrom are willfully considered as things proved, and to be employed as truths to substantiate the first and fundamental assumptions. Such a juggle and jumble of fancies and falsehoods extended and intensified as in theoretical astronomy is calculated to make the unprejudiced inquirer revolt with horror from the terrible conjuration which has been practiced upon him, to sternly resolve to resist its further progress, to endeavor to overthrow the entire edifice, and to bury in its ruins the false honors which have been associated with its fabricators, and which still attach to its devotees. For the learning, the patience, the perseverance and devotion for which they have ever been examples, honor and applause need not be withheld, but their false reasoning, the advantages they have taken of the general ignorance of mankind in respect to astronomical subjects, and the unfounded theories they have advanced and defended, cannot be otherwise than regretted, and ought to be by every possible means uprooted. It has become a duty, paramount and imperative, to meet them in open, avowed, and unyielding rebellion, to declare that their reign of error and confusion is over, and that henceforth, like a falling dynasty, they must shrink and disappear, leaving the throne and the kingdom of science and philosophy to those awakening intellects whose numbers are constantly increasing, and whose march is rapid and irresistible. The soldiers of truth and reason have drawn the sword, and ere another generation has been educated and grown to maturity, will have forced the usurpers to abdicate. Like the decayed and crumbling trees of an ancient forest, rent and shattered by wind and storm, the hypothetical philosophies, which have hitherto cumbered the civilized world, are unable to resist the elements of experimental and logical criticism, and sooner or later must succumb to their assaults. The axe is uplifted for a final stroke. It is about to fall, and the blow will surely cut the cumberer down. Chapter 10. The Impossible and the Shape of Things to Come. Okay, let me level with you. The earth is flat. Ba-dum. I love flat earth puns because we all know deep inside the heliocentric globe model is impossible. Ba-dum. Okay, I'm done. But seriously, I think people think flat earth is all Bible stuff. Actually, a lot of flat earthers hate the Bible. There is no correlation between flat Earth belief and loving the Bible at all, as a matter of fact. Two separate things. Entirely. Luciferian occult alchemy has infiltrated science. The more vastness of space you can invent, and place mankind on a spinning ball in that vast void with impossible distances, the more insignificant man becomes. Heliocentrism is a way of enslaving man by existential insignificance. Quantum theory is indistinguishable from ancient Hermetic Luciferian alchemical mystery school teachings. Ask yourself if that is a coincidence when the pioneers of quantum theory were studying Kabbalah when they invented quantum theory? Really, ask yourself this? The New Age Aquarian Luciferianism coming from the United Nations is pantheistic monism, as we see in the New Age quantum mysticism, which is none other than Lucifer rising, where humanity is de-elevated into seeking the divinity in itself. I mention in my book, The Scientism Delusion, that the elite want to bring the entire Earth online. They are spraying chemtrails of strontium, barium, and aluminum constantly to metallicize the Earth. Eventually AI digital will connect everything, the entire Earth, in a Luciferian AI techno prison. Absolutely, nanobots, microchips the size of an atom sprayed over the land, nanobot microchips in your food, water, your bloodstream, in the air you breathe. Chemtrails are nanobot microchips too, in the soil, oceans. The entire world will be online. AI will govern. The impossible plain truth, it's self-evident we live on a flat plane. Top 10 undeniable proofs the Earth is flat. 1. The horizon always appears completely flat 360 degrees to the observer, regardless of how high you go up. Any curvature you think you see is from curved airplane windows, or GoPro cameras and fisheye lenses, which NASA loves to use. The reality is that the horizon never curves because we are on an endless plane. On a globe with 25,000 miles in circumference, you would see a noticeable disappearance of objects the further they are, as they would be leaning away from you and dropping below the constantly curving horizon. 2. The horizon always rises to meet your eye level, never, no matter how high in altitude you go. Even at 20 miles up, the horizon rises to meet the observer/camera. This is only physically possible if the Earth is a huge endless flat plane. If Earth were a globe, no matter how large, as you ascended, the horizon would stay fixed, and the observer/camera would have to tilt downward, looking down further and further to see it. 3. The natural physics of water is to find and maintain its level. If Earth were a giant spinning sphere tilting and hurling through space, then truly flat, consistently level surfaces would not exist here. There would be a massive bulge of water in the oceans because of the curvature of the Earth. If Earth was curved and spinning, the oceans of water would be flowing down to level and covering land. Some rivers would be impossibly flowing uphill. There would massive water chaos and flooding. What we would see and experience would be vastly different. But since Earth is in fact an extended flat plane, this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. The water remains flat because the Earth is flat. 4. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, as NASA and modern astronomy claim, spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downward an easily measurable 8 inches per mile multiplied by the square of the distance. This means along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak. Every time such experiments have been conducted, however, standing water has proven to be perfectly level. 5. The Sun is much closer than we have been told. It is, in fact, in our atmosphere. You can clearly see that it is not 93 million miles away. Many times, you can see the Sun's rays shooting out of a cloud forming a triangle. If you follow the rays to their source, it will always lead to a place above the clouds. If the sun was truly millions of miles away, all the rays would come in at a straight angle. Also, the sun can be seen directly above clouds in some balloon photos, creating a hot spot on the clouds below it, and in other photos you can clearly see the clouds dispersing directly underneath the close small sun. 6. If we were living on a spinning globe, airplanes would constantly have to dip their noses down every few minutes to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. With a circumference of 25,000 miles, the Earth would be constantly curving at the speed of an airplane. In reality, however, they never do this. They learn how to fly based on a level, flat plane. Also, if the Earth was spinning, the airplanes going west would get to their destination much faster, since the Earth is spinning in the opposite direction. If the atmosphere is spinning with the Earth, then airplanes flying west would have to fly faster than the Earth's spin to reach its destination. In reality, the Earth is flat and airplanes just fly level and reach their destination easily because the Earth is not moving. 7. The experiment known as Airy's failure proved that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy failed to prove the heliocentric theory, since the starlight was already coming in the correct angle with no change necessary, and instead proved the geocentric model correct. 8. The Michelson-Morley and Sagnac experiments attempted to measure the change in speed of light due to Earth's assumed motion through space. After measuring in every possible different direction in various locations, they failed to detect any significant change whatsoever, again proving the stationary geocentric model. 9. If gravity is really a force strong enough to hold the world's oceans, buildings, people and atmosphere stuck to the surface of a spinning ball, then it is impossible for gravity to also simultaneously be weak enough to allow little birds, bugs, and planes to take off and travel freely unabated in any direction. If gravity is strong enough to curve the massive expanse of oceans around a globular Earth, it would be impossible for fish and other creatures to swim through such forcefully held water. 10. Ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry, making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were in fact a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constant glaring inaccuracies. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, however, and plain trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. If the Earth were truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. If, however, the Earth is an extended plane, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. The fact that many captains navigating south of the equator assuming the globular theory have found themselves drastically out of reckoning, more so the farther south traveled, testifies to the fact that the Earth is not a ball. The is nothing to sphere but sphere itself. History is a set of lies that people have agreed upon. Napoleon Bonaparte, the ascendancy of the scientific dictatorship in the past. The elite manipulated the population through a more mystical belief system. In particular, there was the institution of sun worship, typified by deities such as Osiris and Set. However, as antiquity gave way to modern history, this system of control began to lose its effectiveness. During the 16th century, the ruling class managed to co-opt a relatively new methodology of truth discernment science. Over the years, they would contaminate this institution with their own virulent strains of thought: metaphysical naturalism, radical empiricism, Malthusianism, Darwinism, behaviorism, radical environmentalism, etc. Many of these paradigms were derivative of their own occult doctrines, thinly veiled to appear as objective science. All of these concepts correlate in some way and, at some point, coalesce. Together, they are gradually paving the way for the reintroduction of the hidden God of the ancient mysteries. The preceding blurb from an Amazon book review of the ascendancy of the scientific dictatorship, an examination of epistemic autocracy. From the 19th to the 21st century by Philip Darrell Collins, Paul David Collins, clearly shows that there is a definite agenda to resurrect ancient occult rule, and to place a world dictator on the throne of the world and capture the masses in a net of brave New World-style scientific tyranny. Hence, such an elite cartel would put tremendous stress upon the world to embrace its own brand of epistemological fact as the only way of seeing reality. Those who would challenge their worldview would be mocked and ridiculed to no end until they submitted to the occult doctrine of the elite. And so, it is no wonder so many fear challenging the heliocentric model. There is so much scorn and derision poured upon those who challenge the mainstream scientific paradigms as to be comical. Nobody wants to be ostracized from the peer group, and so it is no surprise that so many fear letting go of the sphere. In spite of the insurmountable evidence that demonstrates there is no curvature on the earth, people will defend the globe illusion until even they can't possibly believe in what they are defending. And then they will defend it with even more fervor and zeal, as if to compensate for their fear of being rejected by clinging to the mainstream view ever stronger. The Flat Earth Conspiracy. I have included some helpful places you can go if you want to learn about Flat Earth. The YouTube sites are being taken down all the time because Google is the gatekeeper for Luciferian authority, and so any significant truths will eventually not be available online. Some YouTube sites, The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, celebrate truth. Dean Odell Ministries. Rob Skiba, Testing the Globe. DITRH Globebusters. Flat Earth Clues. Directors Cut. Mark Sargent. Under the Dome. They Are Hiding God. Odd TV. Eric Dubé, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball. D. Marble. Hank Brem. Smiley. Chris Raps. Just Jack. Flat Earth. Renaissancy. Pyrus. Flat Earth. Live. Poncho. Pete. Tribute. Sean Strong. Deanna LeRae. Flat Earth and More. Celebrate Truth. India Gestion. Plain Sight. Wakey Wakey. Let's Mind Travel. Flat Smackers Live. Scuba Dracula. We Are Change. Orlando. Ava Atchison. Nick Havoc. Gods. Flat Earth. Reason 2. Stay_flat. Marty Leeds. Live Beyond the Veil. Flat Earth Club 69. Little Miss Minecraft. Flatline. Globe is Dead. Aquarius. Osser Jackson Films. AJF Tone. Space Jick. Drop by Sydney. Earther. Emerald Rider. Jtolan Media 1. Flat Earth Family. Mr. Moot. Flat Earth Poncho Pete. Flat Earth Brothers. Empress of the Sun. Humanistory. Jose J.G. Gonzalez. Now You See TV. Maryland. Spirit Level. Mass Hunters. Scrawny 2. Brawny. Flat Earth Hollywood. Iron Realm Media. Rodrigo Ferrari. Nunes. C. Oddity. Young Blue Skeptics. Proxy. Liftin' the Lid. Annabelle W. No Lies. Dome Skies. Flat Reality. Earth Explorers. Some Flat Earth Books. Zetetic Astronomy. Earth is Not a Globe. By Samuel Robotham. Is the Bible from heaven? Is the Earth a globe? By Alex Gleason. 100 Proofs. The Earth is Not a Globe. By William Carpenter. Terra Firma. The Earth Not a Planet. Proved from Scripture, Reason and Fact. By David Wardlaw Scott. Kings Dethroned. By Gerard Hickson. The Greatest Lie on Earth. Proof that Our World is Not a Moving Globe. By Edward Hendry. The Flat Earth Conspiracy. By Eric Dubé. KJV Bible Extra Biblical Text. The Book of Enoch. The Scientism Delusion. By Gregory Lessing Garrett. Chapter 11. The Infinite Plane. Flat Earth Theory. There is another flat Earth theory that states the Earth is not an enclosed cosmology, but rather, it is an infinite plane. It is not as crazy as one might think when you consider most people easily accept an incomprehensible universe that is infinite. So why not a plane? Why the finite flat Earth theory? They are hiding land beyond the first ice ring called Antarctica. I think it's very easy to imagine the world as infinite plane. People are too zombified by science and conventional reality to think outside the box. Scientists claim that the universe is infinite. Most people don't have a problem with picturing an infinite universe. Now turn the concept around and imagine the world to be infinite. Not that hard, and it is very possible. The firmament in this theory, the dome, may be nothing more than electromagnetic potentiality, a kind of ether that Tesla spoke about, and not a vitreous, crystalline, metallic structure. Some possible ramifications of an infinite plane flat Earth, aliens on the same plane ET, because life will have certainly occurred elsewhere. A vanishingly small chance in infinite space is a guarantee. We could meet life forms that would be totally alien to us, but clearly able to live in similar conditions. They might even be significantly more advanced than us. Geolocation would be difficult. We couldn't build geosynchronous satellites. No GPS. For something to remain geostationary, it would need to constantly thrust. Orbit wouldn't be possible. Getting the satellites into the same impossible space as the Sun, or Moon if we've got it, wouldn't help because they wouldn't be good references for geolocation. The best we could do is build beacon towers. But the range would be incredibly limited and line-of-sight requirements would make it fairly ineffective. Infinite resources, obviously, we wouldn't need to worry about resources so much, including fresh air and water. We could pollute as much as we wanted because there would always be more resources further away. Nomadic lives, most likely we'd live a long-term nomadic life. Is it really worth building a massive city when the resources in the area will eventually be used up? Why would a farmer preserve their land if it's so much easier just to keep moving? When something like land becomes infinite, it's hardly precious anymore. We'd use it up and move on. Maybe we'll circle around in 10,000 years when things have replenished a bit. Ring centrism, each place on the infinite Earth plane could and would probably be considered as the center of the universe, figuratively and/or literally, by its inhabitants. You haven't specified how this flat Earth would be lit, but a single sun, or light source of any kind, could never be enough, so there must be either some kind of luminous sky or multiple suns revolving up there, for example. In any case, there would be no north, south, east or west. Navigation would have to be done using notable local landmarks such as mountain peaks. In a flat plane, the horizon would not exist. Things would just appear to become infinitesimally small in the distance, in a clear day, or obscured by air itself. No mixture of gases is perfectly transparent. So people who happen to live in a place with no great mountains around would effectively lack all navigational clues. Religion and science would include these things in their paradigms. They would have to cope with infinity. Some could imagine that reality must be finite and therefore everything outside a given radius from the local origin is an illusion. Legends could be common about some adventurer or prophet who traveled to the end of the real world and came back. Chapter 12. Enochian Cosmology and the Flat/Round Earth. Daring to look. This weekend I had a bit of an epiphany while doing some Bible reading. Maybe not an epiphany to the degree of suddenly feeling like aha, I figured it all out, I know the answer. But more the kind of epiphany where I at least feel like perhaps I have begun to stumble upon what the real question might actually be. I was reading through the book of Revelation. It had actually been a while since I just sat down and read through it. And I got to the point in chapter 8 where the trumpet judgments begin. In verse 10 it says, "The third angel sounded his trumpet, and a great star, blazing like a torch, fell from the sky on a third of the rivers and on the springs of water. The name of the star is wormwood." A third of the waters turned bitter, and many people died from the waters that had become bitter. Now, we all know that literal stars, essentially huge masses of gases performing thermonuclear fusion, could not fall to Earth without completely obliterating it. And so understandably we take on an interpretation of such verses as involving more than just literal stars. Along with the following verse in chapter 9 which reads, "The fifth angel sounded his trumpet, and I saw a star that had fallen from the sky to the earth. The star was given the key to the shaft of the abyss. When he opened the abyss, smoke rose from it like the smoke from a gigantic furnace." It got me thinking about the whole angels/stars association in the whole of the Bible. And then suddenly I'm also thinking about the flat earth issue which I've been seeing receive a fair amount of attention lately. Biblical earth, I'll just cut to the chase here. What suddenly dawned on me was the idea that this concept of a flat earth, or enclosed system, might actually be accurate after all, only, not in the way that so many people think. What I mean is, what if flat earth cosmology wasn't intended as a mere physical description of the universe at all, but rather a metaphysical one? The very moment this question popped into my head, my mind started racing and running through all the little bits and pieces of back-burner info that suddenly were making a ton of sense within such a conceptual construct. I began thinking about the flatlander metaphor once again, which I've written about before in the context of reflecting upon higher dimensions as beings confined to a three-dimensional reality. I quickly began to think that surely this is perspective which other people have already rediscovered, and sure enough, it is. I found this summation to be quite poignant. If the flat earth cosmology of the ancients appears to the critical modern mind as physically naive, we should remind ourselves that it related primarily to the inward, or vertical, dimension of existence. Flat Earth cosmology was the product of a fundamentally different intention from that of our own modern cosmology. It was not meant to chart precisely the physical cosmos, but to represent symbolically a metaphysical order of being. For all its physical naivete, it had a spiritual profundity that is totally absent from the physically sophisticated but metaphysically barren modern cosmology. The ancients lived in a world that could be entered into and experienced in its inward depth, the moderns, oblivious of the depth dimension, are content to map in interminable detail outer surfaces of a godless universe. Excerpt from Temple of the Cosmos. The ancient Egyptian experience of the sacred, in essence, we're talking about what might be called the spiritual architecture of the universe here. A universe with multiple dimensions, i.e. spiritual dimensions, beyond that which we are able to experience and comprehend on a day-to-day level. So how to describe things which exist beyond three-dimensional space/time to a 3D being? Well, you have used three-dimensional terms, concepts and descriptions because that's all we can really comprehend. Just as a two-dimensional flatlander could only try to conceptualize 3D space/time within their own 2D perspective, so it is for us. The moment we take this concept with us and keep it in mind when we examine various examples of flat Earth Bible interpretation, things really start to open up on a whole new level. The metaphysical architecture of the universe operates on a scale which both higher dimensions of existence, yet also intersects with and involves our own physical dimension at the same time, and so is not a description of some entirely separate or detached reality, but one that seeks to describe the creation on a level which pushes the limits of our finite comprehension. I read through the entirety of this exposition through the lens of metaphysical interpretation, and was just amazed. The author talks about the various historical references made to defend a literal flat earth, such as 1 Chronicles 16:30, "He has fixed the earth firm, immovable." Psalm 93:1, Thou hast fixed the earth immovable and firm. Psalm 96:10, He has fixed the earth firm. Immovable. Psalm 104:5, Thou didst fix the earth on its foundation, so that it never can be shaken. Isaiah 45:18, Who made the earth and fashioned it, and himself fixed it fast. And other scriptures which refer specifically to the concept of the vault of heaven, Job 9:8. Who by himself spread out the heavens, Shemaim. Psalm 19:1, The heavens, Shemaim, tell out the glory of God, the vault of heaven, Rakia, reveals his handiwork. Psalm 102:25, The heavens, Shemaim, were thy handiwork. Isaiah 45:12, I with my own hands stretched out the heavens, Shemaim, and caused all their host to shine. Isaiah 48:13. With my right hand I formed the expanse of the sky, Shemaim. What really interested me though was the thorough exploration of the many intersecting tangents between the biblical examples of these cosmological themes and the ones found in the book of Enoch. The ends of the earth. The angel Uriel guided Enoch in most of his travels. They made several trips to the ends of the earth, where the dome of heaven came down to the surface. For instance, Enoch says, I went to the extreme ends of the earth and saw huge beasts, each different from the other, and different birds, also differing from one another in appearance, beauty, and voice. And to the east of those beasts, I saw the ultimate ends of the earth which rests on the heaven. And the gates of heaven were opened, and I saw how the stars of heaven come out. 1 Enoch 33:1-2. The sharp-eyed reader will note what I suspect is an editing error in the Isaac translation. The earth resting on the heaven makes no sense. R. H. Charles has whereon the heaven rests. Again, Enoch says, I went in the direction of the north, to the extreme ends of the earth, and there at the extreme end of the whole world I saw a great and glorious seat. There, also, I saw 3 open gates of heaven. When it blows cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain, through each one of the gates, the winds proceed in the northwesterly direction. 1 Enoch 34:1-2. This accords well with Jeremiah 51:16, which says, He brings up the mist from the ends of the earth, he opens rifts for the rain and brings the wind out of his storehouses. In subsequent chapters, Enoch journeys to the extreme ends of the earth in the west, south, and east. In each place he saw 3 more open gates of heaven. King James Version of Job 26:7, He stretcheth out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. On several occasions when Enoch and the angel are out beyond the dome of heaven, Enoch comments that there is nothing above or below. For instance, and I came to an empty place. And I saw, there, neither a heaven above nor an earth below, but a chaotic and terrible place. 1 Enoch 21:1-2. Could this be the kind of nothingness referred to in Job? An angel also showed Enoch the storerooms of the winds, 18:1, and the cornerstone of the earth, 18:2. The sun and moon, and what of the sun and moon? Psalm 19:4-6, quoted earlier, suggests that the sun holds up at the ends of the earth until it is time to rise. Enoch expands upon this idea. In 1 Enoch 41:5, he saw the storerooms of the sun and the moon, from what place they go out, and to which place they return. Further, they keep faith one with another, in accordance with an oath they set, and they rise. Enoch discusses the solar and lunar motions at length, explaining why the apparent azimuths of their rising and setting varies with the season. The explanation, found in the section called the Book of the Heavenly Luminaries, begins thus: This is the first commandment of the luminaries. The sun is a luminary whose egress is an opening of heaven, which is located in the direction of the east. and whose ingress is another opening of heaven located in the west. I saw 6 openings through which the sun rises and 6 openings through which it sets. The moon also rises and sets through the same openings, and they are guided by the stars, together with those whom they lead. They are 6 in the east and 6 in the west heaven. All of them are arranged, one after another in a constant order. There are many windows, both to the right and the left of these openings. First there goes out the great light whose name is the sun. Its roundness is like the roundness of the sky, and it is totally filled with light and heat. The chariot in which it ascends is driven by the blowing wind. The sun sets in the sky in the west, and returns by the northeast in order to go to the east. It is guided so that it shall reach the eastern gate and shine in the face of the sky. 1 Enoch 72:2-5. The openings in the vault of heaven in the east and west are matched to the seasons. On the longest day of the year, the sun rises and sets through the northernmost pair. On the shortest day, it rises and sets through the southernmost pair. The return routes of the sun and moon are outside the dome. Perhaps they rest in their storerooms during their time off. The stars, like the Bible, 1 Enoch typically depicts stars as living, anthropomorphic beings. The sons of the gods are also dealt with in 1 Enoch, and they are associated with stars. This is consistent with Job 38:7, which says that when the earth's cornerstone was laid, the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted aloud. As mentioned earlier, Matthew 24:29 and Revelation 6:13 deal with stars that fall to earth. The image comes from Enoch, but Matthew and John omit some details. In 1 Enoch 88:1, a star that fell from the sky is seized, bound hand and foot, and thrown into an abyss. A few verses later, other stars whose sexual organs were like the organs of horses are likewise bound hand and foot and cast into the pits of the earth. 1 Enoch 88:3. Most stars just go through their motions night after night. Some stars never set, and Enoch was shown their chariots. 1 Enoch 75:8. Stars that do rise and set do so through openings in dome, just like the sun and moon. God, according to 1 Enoch, runs a tight universe, and stars that do not rise on time are thrown into the celestial slammer. Showing Enoch a hellish scene, the angel Uriel explains, "This place is the ultimate end of heaven and earth. It is the prison house for the stars and the powers of heaven. And the stars which roll over upon the fire, they are the ones which have transgressed the commandments of God from the beginning of their rising, because they did not arrive punctually." 1 Enoch 18:14-15. Enoch was not told the sentence for tardy rising, but Uriel later shows him other stars which have transgressed the commandments of the Lord, for which they were doing 10 million years of hard time. 1 Enoch 21:6. Enoch also was shown an even more terrible place, a fiery prison house where fallen angels were detained forever. 1 Enoch 21:10. Even in what here is a larger post than what which I typically write, I know I am barely scratching the surface in exploring the many directions which could be taken while speculating on these matters from the both/ and type of approach. One of the themes often related to flat earth theory, by figures such as Mark Sargent and others, is the concept of an enclosed system. While they might apply this idea in a very straightforward materialistic way, the sky being a literal, physical dome that you would physically crash into if you flew high enough. From my newly developing perspective of the flat earth being more a description of the plane of existence in which we live, it very much can be looked at as being an enclosed system, albeit in a much more dynamic sense, particularly from the perspective of both mortal humans and fallen angelic beings, Oculus. From the perspective of satanic agenda, once again the idea that there is very real, tangible yet spiritual veil separating the earth and the heavens, creating an imposing barrier which the fallen cherub hopes to penetrate and ascend through in order to dethrone God himself, then once again. This cosmological model seems to fit almost too perfectly. When I think about all instances where Luciferian/Illuminati symbolism in the media involves the imagery of the oculus in the ceiling or rising through a portal in the eye of some pantheon-like structure, it's just quite amazing to see how much these concepts really do all fit together. Chapter 13. Bible verses about flat Earth. Isaiah 40:22 ESV. It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain, and spreads them like a tent to dwell in. Psalm 104:5 ESV. He set the earth on its foundations, so that it should never be moved. Revelation 7:1 ESV. After this I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 winds of the earth, that no wind might blow on earth, or sea, or against any tree. Matthew 4:8 ESV again. The devil took him to a very high mountain, and showed him all the kingdoms of the world, and their glory. Job 26:7 ESV. He stretches out the north over the void, and hangs the earth on nothing. Proverbs 8:27 ESV. When he established the heavens, I was there, when he drew a circle on the face of the deep. Job 26:10 ESV. He has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness. Psalm 93:1 ESV. The Lord reigns, he is robed in majesty, the Lord is robed, he is put on strength as his belt. Yes, the world is established, it shall never be moved. Job 37:18 ESV. Can you, like him, spread out the skies, hard as a cast metal mirror? Job 37:3 ESV. Under the whole heaven he lets it go, and his lightning to the corners of the earth. Isaiah 11:12 ESV. He will raise a signal for the nations, and will assemble the banished of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah from the 4 corners of the earth. Psalm 102:25 ESV. Of old you laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands. Job 22:14 ESV. Thick clouds veil him, so that he does not see, and he walks on the vault of heaven. 1 Chronicles 16:30 ESV. Tremble before him.
Job 22:14. Job 20.
Job 22:14 ESV. Thick clouds veil him, so that he does not see, and he walks on the vault of heaven. 1 Chronicles 16:30 ESV. Tremble before him, all the earth, yes, the world is established. It shall never be moved. 1 Samuel 2:8 ESV. He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes, and inherit a seat of honor. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world. Job 28:24 ESV. For he looks to the ends of the earth, and sees everything under the heavens. Psalm 75:3 ESV. When the earth totters, and all its inhabitants, it is I who keep steady its pillars. Selah. Psalm 19:1 ESV. To the choirmaster. A Psalm of David. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the sky above proclaims his handiwork. Isaiah 45:12 ESV. I made the earth and created man on it. It was my hands that stretched out the heavens, and I commanded all their host. Psalm 19:4-6 ESV. Their voice goes out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them he has set a tent for the sun, which comes out like a bridegroom leaving his chamber, and, like a strong man, runs its course with joy. Its rising is from the end of the heavens, and its circuit to the end of them, and there is nothing hidden from its heat. Isaiah 48:13 ESV. My hand laid the foundation of the earth, and my right hand spread out the heavens. When I call to them, they stand forth together. Psalm 96:10 ESV. Say among the nations, the Lord reigns. Yes, the world is established. It shall never be moved. He will judge the peoples with equity. Job 9:8 ESV. Who alone stretched out the heavens and trampled the waves of the sea. Revelation 1:7 ESV. Behold, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him. And all tribes of the earth will wail on account of him. Even so. Amen. Job 38:13. That it might take hold of the skirts of the earth, and the wicked be shaken out of it? Joshua 10:12 ESV. At that time Joshua spoke to the Lord in the day when the Lord gave the Amorites over to the sons of Israel, and he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand still at Gibeon, and moon, in the valley of Ajalon. Genesis 1:1-31 ESV. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. And God said, Let there be light, and there was light. And God saw that the light was good. And God separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. Isaiah 40:21-22 ESV. Do you not know? Do you not hear? Has it not been told you from the beginning? Have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain, and spreads them like a tent to dwell in. Psalm 136:6 ESV. To him who spread out the earth above the waters. For his steadfast love endures forever. Genesis 1:6 ESV. And God said, Let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters. Amos 9:6 ESV. Who builds his upper chambers in the heavens and founds his vault upon the earth? Who calls for the waters of the sea and pours them out upon the surface of the earth? The Lord is his name. Daniel 4:10-11 ESV. The visions of my head as I lay in bed were these. I saw, and behold, a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great. The tree grew and became strong, and its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. Job 38:4 ESV. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me, if you have understanding. 2 Samuel 22:16 ESV. Then the channels of the sea were seen, the foundations of the world were laid bare, at the rebuke of the Lord, at the blast of the breath of his nostrils. Ecclesiastes 1:5 ESV. The sun rises, and the sun goes down, and hastens to the place where it rises. Psalm 18:15 ESV. Then the channels of the sea were seen, and the foundations of the world were laid bare at your rebuke, O Lord, at the blast of the breath of your nostrils. Isaiah 44:24 ESV. Thus says the Lord, your Redeemer, who formed you from the womb. I am the Lord, who made all things, who alone stretched out the heavens, who spread out the earth by myself. Ezekiel 10:1 ESV. Then I looked, and behold, on the expanse that was over the heads of the cherubim there appeared above them something like a sapphire, in appearance like a throne. Isaiah 45:18 ESV. For thus says the Lord, who created the heavens, he is God. Who formed the earth and made it, he established it. He did not create it empty, he formed it to be inhabited. I am the Lord, and there is no other. Job 9:6 ESV. Who shakes the earth out of its place, and its pillars tremble. Genesis 7:11 ESV. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. Genesis 1:2 ESV. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Ezekiel 1:22-26 ESV. Over the heads of the living creatures there was the likeness of an expanse, shining like awe-inspiring crystal, spread out above their heads. And under the expanse their wings were stretched out straight, one toward another. And each creature had 2 wings covering its body. And when they went, I heard the sound of their wings like the sound of many waters, like the sound of the Almighty, a sound of tumult like the sound of an army. When they stood still, they let down their wings. And there came a voice from above the expanse over their heads. When they stood still, they let down their wings. And above the expanse over their heads there was the likeness of a throne, in appearance like sapphire, and seated above the likeness of a throne was a likeness with a human appearance. Isaiah 24:18 ESV. He who flees at the sound of the terror shall fall into the pit, and he who climbs out of the pit shall be caught in the snare. For the windows of heaven are opened, and the foundations of the earth tremble. Revelation 28 ESV. And will come out to deceive the nations that are at the 4 corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them for battle. Their number is like the sand of the sea. Job 11:9 ESV. Its measure is longer than the earth and broader than the sea. Genesis 1:14 ESV. And God said, let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night. And let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and years. Psalm 19:4 ESV. Their voice goes out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them he has set a tent for the sun. Joshua 10:13 ESV. And the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, until the nation took vengeance on their enemies. Is this not written in the book of Jasher? The sun stopped in the midst of heaven, and did not hurry to set for about a whole day. Genesis 1:1 ESV. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Matthew 24:29 ESV. Immediately after the tribulation of those days the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Daniel 4:11 ESV. The tree grew and became strong, and its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. Isaiah 66:1 ESV. Thus says the Lord, heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. What is the house that you would build for me, and what is the place of my rest? Psalm 65:5 ESV. By awesome deeds you answer us with righteousness, O God of our salvation, the hope of all the ends of the earth and of the farthest seas. Job 22:12 ESV. Is not God high in the heavens? See the highest stars, how lofty they are. Genesis 1:9 ESV. And God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. Hebrews 1:10 ESV. And you, Lord, laid the foundation of the earth in the beginning, and the heavens are the work of your hands. Isaiah 42:5 ESV. Thus says God, the Lord, who created the heavens and stretched them out, who spread out the earth and what comes from it, who gives breath to the people on it and spirit to those who walk in it. Luke 4:5 ESV. And the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. Daniel 8:10 ESV. It grew great, even to the host of heaven. And some of the host and some of the stars it threw down to the ground and trampled on them. Isaiah 22:18 ESV. And whirl you around and around, and throw you like a ball into a wide land. There you shall die, and there shall be your glorious chariots, you shame of your master's house. Deuteronomy 4:15-19 ESV. Therefore watch yourselves very carefully. Since you saw no form on the day that the Lord spoke to you at Horeb out of the midst of the fire, beware lest you act corruptly by making a carved image for yourselves, in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any animal that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the air, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the earth. And beware lest you raise your eyes to heaven, and when you see the sun, and the moon and the stars, all the host of heaven, you be drawn away, and bow down to them and serve them, things that the Lord your God has allotted to all the peoples under the whole heaven. Psalm 61:2 ESV. From the end of the earth, I call to you when my heart is faint. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I. 1 Samuel 2:10 ESV. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Against them he will thunder in heaven. The Lord will judge the ends of the earth. He will give strength to his king, and exalt the power of his anointed. Genesis 1:20 ESV. And God said, let the waters swarm with swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the expanse of the heavens. Ezekiel 1:26 ESV. And above the expanse over their heads there was the likeness of a throne, in appearance like sapphire, and seated above the likeness of a throne was a likeness with a human appearance. Isaiah 43:6 ESV. I will say to the north, give up, and to the south, do not withhold. Bring my sons from afar and my daughters from the end of the earth. Proverbs 34 ESV. Who has ascended to heaven and come down? Who has gathered the wind in his fists? Who has wrapped up the waters in a garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name, and what is his son's name? Surely you know. John 17:24 ESV. Father, I desire that they also, whom you have given me, may be with me where I am, to see my glory, that you have given me because you loved me before the foundation of the world. Matthew 24:31 ESV. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Habakkuk 3:11 ESV. The sun and moon stood still in their place at the light of your arrows as they sped, at the flash of your glittering spear. Isaiah 38:8 ESV. Behold, I will make the shadow cast by the declining sun on the dial of Ahaz turn back 10 steps. So the sun turned back on the dial the 10 steps by which it had declined. Psalm 148:4 ESV. Praise him, you highest heavens, and you waters above the heavens. Revelation 6:13 ESV. And the stars of the sky fell to the earth as the fig tree sheds its winter fruit when shaken by a gale. Isaiah 14:13-14 ESV. You said in your heart, I will ascend to heaven, above the stars of God I will set my throne on high. I will sit on the mount of assembly in the far reaches of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. Psalm 59:13 ESV. Consume them in wrath, consume them till they are no more, that they may know that God rules over Jacob to the ends of the earth. Selah. Joshua 10:12-13 ESV. At that time Joshua spoke to the Lord in the day when the Lord gave the Amorites over to the sons of Israel, and he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand still at Gibeon, and moon, in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, until the nation took vengeance on their enemies. Is this not written in the book of Jasher? The sun stopped in the midst of heaven, and did not hurry to set for about a whole day. Genesis 1:8 ESV. And God called the expanse heaven. And there was evening, and there was morning, the second day. Malachi 3:10 ESV. Bring the full tithe into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house. And thereby put me to the test, says the Lord of hosts, if I will not open the windows of heaven for you and pour down for you a blessing until there is no more need. Psalm 136:7 ESV. To him who made the great lights, for his steadfast love endures forever. Psalm 103:12 ESV. As far as the east is from the west, so far does he remove our transgressions from us. Job 38:12-13 ESV. Have you commanded the morning since your days began, and caused the dawn to know its place, that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth, and the wicked be shaken out of it? Genesis 11:4 ESV. Then they said, Come, let us build ourselves a city, and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be dispersed over the face of the whole earth. Genesis 8:2 ESV. The fountains of the deep, and the windows of the heavens were closed. The rain from the heavens was restrained. Genesis 1:10 ESV. God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were gathered together he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Revelation 6:13-16 ESV. And the stars of the sky fell to the earth as the fig tree sheds its winter fruit when shaken by a gale. The sky vanished like a scroll that is being rolled up, and every mountain and island was removed from its place. Then the kings of the earth and the great ones and the generals and the rich and the powerful, and everyone, slave and free, hid themselves in the caves and among the rocks of the mountains, calling to the mountains and rocks, Fall on us and hide us from the face of him who is seated on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. Proverbs 8:29 ESV. When he assigned to the sea its limit, so that the waters might not transgress his command, when he marked out the foundations of the earth. Psalm 22:27 ESV. All the ends of the earth shall remember and turn to the Lord, and all the families of the nations shall worship before you. Psalm 104:1 ESV. Bless the Lord, O my soul. O Lord my God, you are very great. You are clothed with splendor and majesty. Deuteronomy 33:17 ESV. A firstborn bull he has majesty, and his horns are the horns of a wild ox. With them he shall gore the peoples, all of them, to the ends of the earth. They are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. Jonah 2:6 ESV. At the roots of the mountains I went down to the land whose bars closed upon me forever. Yet you brought up my life from the pit, O Lord my God. Jeremiah 51:16 ESV. When he utters his voice there is a tumult of waters in the heavens, and he makes the mist rise from the ends of the earth. He makes lightning for the rain, and he brings forth the wind from his storehouses. 1 Corinthians 15:52 ESV. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. For the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised imperishable, and we shall be changed. Isaiah 13:13 ESV. Therefore, I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place, at the wrath of the Lord of hosts in the day of his fierce anger. Psalm 96:9 ESV. Worship the Lord in the splendor of holiness. Tremble before him, all the earth. Psalm 33:13 ESV. The Lord looks down from heaven. He sees all the children of man. Psalm 2:8 ESV. Ask of me, and I will make the nations your heritage, and the ends of the earth your possession. Deuteronomy 28:64 ESV, and the Lord will scatter you among all peoples, from one end of the earth to the other, and there you shall serve other gods of wood and stone, which neither you nor your fathers have known. Song of Solomon 8:1-14 ESV. Oh, that you were like a brother to me who nursed at my mother's breasts. If I found you outside, I would kiss you, and none would despise me. I would lead you and bring you into the house of my mother, she who used to teach me. I would give you spiced wine to drink, the juice of my pomegranate. His left hand is under my head, and his right hand embraces me. I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, that you not stir up or awaken love until it pleases. Who is that coming up from the wilderness, leaning on her beloved? Under the apple tree I awakened you. There your mother was in labor with you, there she who bore you was in labor. Psalm 72:8 ESV. May he have dominion from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth. The flat earth descriptions in the Bible, except among biblical inerrantists, it is generally agreed that the Bible describes an immovable earth. Chronicles 16:30, he has fixed the earth firm. Immovable. Psalm 93:1, thou hast fixed the earth immovable and firm. Psalm 96:10, he has fixed the earth firm, immovable. Psalm 104:5, thou didst fix the earth on its foundation, so that it never can be shaken. Isaiah 45:18, who made the earth and fashioned it, and himself fixed it fast. Suffice to say that the earth envisioned by flat earthers is as immovable as any geocentrist could desire. Most, perhaps all, scriptures commonly cited by geocentrists have also been cited by flat earthers. The flat earth view is geocentricity with further restrictions. Like geocentrists, flat earth advocates often give long lists of texts. Samuel Burley Rowbottom, founder of the modern flat earth movement, cited 76 scriptures in the last chapter of his monumental second edition of Earth Not a Globe. Apostle Anton Darms, assistant to the Reverend Wilbur Glenn Voliva, America's best-known flat earther, compiled 50 questions about the creation and the shape of the earth, bolstering his answers with up to 20 scriptures. Each scriptural quotes, unless otherwise noted, are from the New English Bible. Hebrew and Greek translations are from Strong's exhaustive concordance of the Bible. The biblical cosmology is never explicitly stated, so it must be pieced together from scattered passages. The Bible is a composite work, so there is no a priori reason why the cosmology assumed by its various writers should be relatively consistent, but it is. The Bible is, from Genesis to Revelation, a flat earth book. This is hardly surprising. As neighbors, the ancient Hebrews had the Egyptians to the southwest, and the Babylonians to the northeast. Both civilizations had flat earth cosmologies. The biblical cosmology closely parallels the Sumero-Babylonian cosmology, and it may also draw upon Egyptian cosmology. The Babylonian universe was shaped like a modern dome stadium. The Babylonians considered the earth essentially flat, with a continental mass surrounded by ocean. The vault of the sky was a physical object resting upon the ocean's waters, and perhaps also upon pillars. Sweet, salt-free, waters below the earth sometimes manifest themselves as springs. The Egyptian universe was also enclosed, but it was rectangular instead of round. Indeed, it was shaped much like an old-fashioned steamer trunk. The Egyptians pictured the goddess Nut stretched across the sky as the enclosing dome. What was the Hebrew view of the universe? The order of creation. The Genesis creation story provides the first key to the Hebrew cosmology. The order of creation makes no sense from a conventional perspective, but is perfectly logical from a flat earth viewpoint. The earth was created on the first day, and it was without form and void. Genesis 1:2. On the second day, a vault, the firmament of the King James Version, was created to divide the waters, some being above and some below the vault. Only on the fourth day were the sun, moon, and stars created, and they were placed in, not above, the vault. The vault of heaven is a crucial concept. The word firmament appears in the King James Version of the Old Testament 17 times, and in each case it is translated from the Hebrew word rakia, which meant the visible vault of the sky. The word rakia comes from rikwa, meaning beaten out. In ancient times, brass objects were either cast in the form required or beaten into shape on an anvil. A good craftsman could beat a lump of cast brass into a thin bowl. Thus, Elihu asks Job, "Can you beat out, Raka, the vault of the skies, as he does, hard as a mirror of cast metal?" Job 37:18. Elihu's question shows that the Hebrews considered the vault of heaven a solid, physical object. Such a large dome would be a tremendous feat of engineering. The Hebrews, and supposedly Yahweh himself, considered it exactly that, and this point is hammered home by 5 scriptures. Job 9:8, who by himself spread out the heavens, Shemaim. Psalm 19:1, the heavens, Shemaim, tell out the glory of God, the vault of heaven, Rakia, reveals his handiwork. Psalm 102:25, the heavens, Shemaim, were thy handiwork. Isaiah 45:12, I with my own hands stretched out the heavens, Shemaim, and caused all their host to shine. Isaiah 48:13, with my right hand I formed the expanse of the sky, Shemaim. If these verses are about a mere illusion of a vault, they are surely much ado about nothing. Shemaim comes from Shema, a root meaning to be lofty. It literally means the sky. Other passages complete the picture of the sky as a lofty, physical dome. God sits throned on the vaulted roof of earth, Chug, whose inhabitants are like grasshoppers. He stretches out the skies, Shemaim, like a curtain, he spreads them out like a tent to live in, Isaiah 40:22. Chug literally means circle or encompassed. By extension, it can mean roundness, as in a rounded dome or vault. Job 22:14 says God walks to and fro on the vault of heaven, Chug. In both verses, the use of Chug implies a physical object, on which one can sit and walk. Likewise, the context in both cases requires elevation. In Isaiah, the elevation causes the people below to look small as grasshoppers. In Job, God's eyes must penetrate the clouds to view the doings of humans below. Elevation is also implied by Job 22:12, surely God is at the zenith of the heavens, Shemaim, and looks down on all the stars, high as they are. This picture of the cosmos is reinforced by Ezekiel's vision. The Hebrew word rakia appears 5 times in Ezekiel, 4 times in Ezekiel 1:22-26, and once in Ezekiel 10:1. In each case the context requires a literal vault or dome. The vault appears above the living creatures and glitters like a sheet of ice. Above the vault is a throne of sapphire, or lapis lazuli. Seated on the throne is a form in human likeness, which is radiant, and like the appearance of the glory of the Lord. In short, Ezekiel saw a vision of God sitting throned on the vault of heaven, as described in Isaiah 40:22. The shape of the earth disregarding the dome, the essential flatness of the earth's surface is required by verses like Daniel 4:10-11. In Daniel, the king saw a tree of great height at the center of the earth, reaching with its top to the sky and visible to the earth's farthest bounds. If the earth were flat, a sufficiently tall tree would be visible to the earth's farthest bounds. But this is impossible on a spherical earth. Likewise, in describing the temptation of Jesus by Satan, Matthew 4:8 says, once again, the devil took him to a very high mountain, and showed him all the kingdoms of the world, cosmos, in their glory. Obviously, this would be possible only if the earth were flat. The same is true of Revelation 1:7, "Behold, he is coming with the clouds. Every eye shall see him." The celestial bodies. The Hebrews considered the celestial bodies relatively small. The Genesis creation story indicates the size and importance of the earth relative to the celestial bodies in two ways, first by their order of creation, and second by their positional relationships. They had to be small to fit inside the vault of heaven. Small size is also implied by Joshua 10:12, which says that the sun stood still in Gibeon and the moon in the vale of Ajalon. Further, the Bible frequently presents celestial bodies as exotic living beings. For example, in them, the heavens, a tent is fixed for the sun, who comes out like a bridegroom from his wedding canopy, rejoicing like a strong man to run his race. His rising is at one end of the heavens, his circuit touches their farthest ends, and nothing is hidden from his heat. Psalm 19:4-6. The stars are anthropomorphic demigods. When the earth's cornerstone was laid, the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted aloud. Job 38:7. The morning star is censured for trying to set his throne above that of other stars. You thought in your own mind, "I will scale the heavens, I will set my throne high above the stars of God, I will sit on the mountain where the gods meet in the far recesses of the north. I will rise high above the cloud banks and make myself like the Most High." Isaiah 14:13-14. Deuteronomy 4:15-19 recognizes the godlike status of stars, noting that they were created for other peoples to worship. Stars can fall from the skies according to Daniel 8:10 and Matthew 24:29. The same idea is found in the following extracts from Revelation 6:13-16. The stars in the sky fell to the earth, like figs shaken down by a gale. The sky vanished, as a scroll is rolled up. They called out to the mountains and the crags, "Fall on us and hide us from the face of the one who sits on the throne." This is consistent with the Hebrew cosmology previously described, but it is ludicrous in the light of modern astronomy. If one star, let alone all the stars in the sky, fell on the earth, no one would be hollering from any mountain or crag. The writer considered the stars small objects, all of which could fall to the earth without eradicating human life. He also viewed the sky as a physical object. The stars are inside the sky, and they fall before the sky opens. When it is whisked away, it reveals the one throned above. See Isaiah 40:22. Weaker arguments. Flat earthers also offer some scriptural arguments that are, in my view, weak, ambiguous, erroneous, or irrelevant. Ironically, it is these that apologists for sphericity usually choose to deal with in their rebuttals to the flat earthers. The weak and ambiguous arguments can help support a cumulative picture, but are insufficient on their own. One of the weaker scriptural arguments is that the sky literally has openings, windows, which God can open to let the waters above fall to the surface as rain. See Genesis 7:11, Genesis 8:2, Isaiah 24:18-19, Jeremiah 51:15-16, and Malachi 3:10. While the idea and scriptures are certainly consistent with the flat earth cosmology, they could, for instance, refer to openings in a spherical shell surrounding a spherical earth. The same applies to the Tower of Babel story in Genesis 11:4, often cited as an attempt to literally reach the heavens. Likewise, flat earthers frequently cite the numerous Old Testament verses referring to the earth's foundations. See 2 Samuel 22:16, Job 38:4, Psalm 18:15, Proverbs 8:29, Isaiah 24:18, and numerous others. Foundations are, however, fairly well covered by geocentricity. No one would argue for a flat earth solely on the basis of foundations quotes. Another less than conclusive argument that the Bible is a flat earth book is its references to the earth's corners. For example, after this, I saw 4 angels stationed at the 4 corners, Gonia, of the earth holding back the 4 winds, Revelation 7:1. Spherical apologists are quick to point out that the Greek gonia can refer to regions rather than points. Most translations of the Bible opt for points. The King James Version says on the corners of the earth, implying that the writer viewed the habitable earth as a 4-cornered area. This was indeed the way many early churchmen interpreted it, Cosmas, 548. The modern flat earth model doesn't have literal corners. The corners could, however, be those regions at the ends of the earth referred to by Jeremiah. He brings up the mist from the ends of the earth. He opens rifts for the rain and brings the wind out of his storehouses. Jeremiah 51:16. We shall return to the ends of the earth. The biblical view of the universe is relatively clear and consistent. Biblical statements bearing on cosmology are, with one possible exception yet to be discussed, consistent with the well-known flat earth cosmologies of the ancient Near East, but they are often flatly contradicted by modern science. How do spherical apologists reply? Spherical apologetic: those who claim biblical support for a spherical earth typically ignore this forest of consistency and focus on 1 or 2 aberrant trees. Some take refuge in audacity. Henry Morris, president of the Institute for Creation Research, cites one of the more explicitly flat earth verses in the Old Testament, Isaiah 40:22, the grasshopper verse quoted earlier, as evidence for the sphericity of the earth. Quoting the King James Version, "He sitteth upon the circle of the earth." Morris ignores the context, and the grasshoppers, and claims circle should read sphericity or roundness. 1956-8. This divide and conquer strategy is poor scholarship and worse logic. Heroic efforts have been made by apologists to explain away the firmament, which encloses the celestial bodies, has waters above it, and is a masterpiece proving the Creator's craftsmanship. The late Harold W. Armstrong argued that it is empty Newtonian space, and that the waters above still surround the edges of the universe, though perhaps not in liquid form. 1979-26. This simply ignores difficulties and invents evidence. Garrett tried to identify the firmament as a mathematical plenum. 1987. In my view, it is a grave error to reinterpret ancient documents to force their authors to speak with modern voices. Gary Zukav, 1979, and Fritjof Capra, 1976, for instance, read modern physics into the teachings of Eastern mysticism. I consider all such attempts equally suspect. Perhaps the scripture most frequently offered as evidence of the earth's sphericity is the King James Version of Job 26:7. He stretcheth out the north, Sophan, over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. Belima. The New English Bible translates it: God spreads the canopy of the sky over chaos and suspends earth in the void. It is not clear what this means. The Hebrew Sophan literally meant hidden or dark, and it was used in reference to the northern regions. Belima literally means nothing. That would contradict all of the scriptures which say the earth rests on foundations, but that interpretation is not necessary. We will return to Job 26:7 later. Speaking of foundations, Garrett, in an undated paper entitled The Form of the Earth, cites a barrage of scriptures about the foundations of the earth or world as evidence for sphericity. All, or nearly all, of these verses have traditionally been used by flat-earthers to prove the earth flat. If one views the earth as an architectural structure with floor, curtain walls, and a roof, it is natural to assume it has foundations, and, I might add, a cornerstone. Why a sphere would have foundations escapes me. Bau's argument that these scriptures refer to the earth's core seems strained at best. Also strained is Bau's interpretation of the ends of the earth as the points most distant from Jerusalem, and his identification of the Chukchi Peninsula of the Soviet Union, Alaska, Cape Horn, and the southeastern tip of Australia as the four corners of the earth. Bau's most interesting argument for sphericity is based on the Gospel of Luke. He compares the King James Version of Luke 17:31 and 17:34. The former says, "In that day, he which shall be upon the housetop. And the latter, in that night there shall be two men in one bed." Italics added. Bau then cites 1 Corinthians 15:52 to argue that the events are simultaneous, claiming simultaneity is possible only on a spherical earth. First of all, the latter claim is wrong. The modern, though not the ancient, flat Earth model has day and night occurring simultaneously at different points on Earth. Second, the Greek hemera was used much like the English day. It could mean the daylight hours, a 24-hour day, or, figuratively, an epoch of unspecified length. Third, Luke appears to have been writing figuratively, and citing Paul to prove otherwise begs the question. One more spherical argument deserves notice. The 1985 National Creation Conference in Cleveland ended with a formal debate on the relative merits of heliocentricity and geocentricity. Richard Neeson of Christian Heritage College, defending the Copernican view, remarked that the Bible teaches a spherical earth because it treats north and south as absolutes, but east and west as relative. As evidence of the latter, he cited Psalm 103:12, which says, "As far as the east is from the west, so far has he put our offenses from us." Again, the modern flat earth model holds that north and south are absolutes, but east and west are relative. In the ancient flat earth model, however, east and west were about as far apart as you could get, which seems to be the image Psalm 103:12 was intended to invoke. In my view, all arguments to prove the Bible teaches a spherical earth are weak if not wrong-headed. On the other hand, the flat earth cosmology previously described is historically consistent and requires none of the special pleading apparently necessary to harmonize the Bible with sphericity. The Book of Enoch, the cosmology previously described, is derived from the Bible itself, following the 19th century flat earthers. Some of the evidence is more ambiguous than we would like. Ambiguities in ancient documents can often be elucidated by consulting contemporary documents. The most important ancient document describing Hebrew cosmology is 1 Enoch, sometimes called the Ethiopic Book of Enoch, one of those long, disjointed, scissors and paste jobs beloved by ancient scribes. For a dozen or so centuries, European scholars knew 1 Enoch only from numerous passages preserved in the patristic literature. In 1773, the Scottish adventurer James Bruce found complete copies in Ethiopia. Numerous manuscripts of 1 Enoch have since been found in Ethiopian monasteries. Turn-of-the-century scholars concluded that parts of the book are pre-Maccabean, and most, perhaps all, of it was composed by 100 BC, Charles, 1913. These conclusions were largely vindicated when numerous fragments of 1 Enoch were found among the so-called Dead Sea Scrolls at Qumran. There have been two major English translations of 1 Enoch, the 1913 translation of R. H. Charles and the 1983 translation by E. Isaac. All of the quotations that follow come from the newer translation. The importance of 1 Enoch is poorly appreciated outside the scholarly community. Comparison of its text with New Testament books reveals that many Enochian doctrines were taken over by early Christians. E. Isaac writes, "There is little doubt that 1 Enoch was influential in molding New Testament doctrines concerning the nature of the Messiah, the Son of Man, the Messianic kingdom, demonology, the future resurrection, final judgment, the whole eschatological theater, and symbolism. No wonder, therefore, that the book was highly regarded by many of the Apostolic and Church Fathers. 1986:10. The cosmos as described in the book of Enoch. First Enoch influenced Matthew, Luke, John, Acts, Romans, and several other New Testament books. The punishment of the fallen angels described in 2 Peter seems to come directly from 1 Enoch, as does much of the imagery, or even wording, in Revelation. The Epistle of Jude contains the most dramatic evidence of its influence when it castigates enemies of religion as follows. It was to them that Enoch, the seventh in descent from Adam, directed his prophecy when he said, I saw the Lord come with his myriads of angels, to bring all men to judgment and to convict all the godless of all the godless deeds they had committed, and of all the defiant words which godless sinners had spoken against him. Jude 14:15. The inner quote, 1 Enoch 1:9, is found in the original Hebrew on a recently published Qumran fragment, Shanks, 1987-18. By attributing prophecy to Enoch, Jude confers inspired status upon the book. First Enoch is important for another reason. Unlike the canonical books of the Bible, which, in my view, were never meant to teach science, sections of 1 Enoch were intended to describe the natural world. The narrator sometimes sounds like a 2nd century BC Carl Sagan explaining the heavens and earth to the admiring masses. The Enochian cosmology is precisely the flat earth cosmology previously derived from the canonical books. The ends of the earth. The angel Uriel guided Enoch in most of his travels. They made several trips to the ends of the earth, where the dome of heaven came down to the surface. For instance, Enoch says, I went to the extreme ends of the earth and saw huge beasts, each different from the other, and different birds, also differing from one another in appearance, beauty, and voice. And to the east of those beasts, I saw the ultimate ends of the earth which rests on the heaven. And the gates of heaven were open, and I saw how the stars of heaven come out. 1 Enoch 33:1-2. The sharp-eyed reader will note what I suspect is an editing error in the Isaac translation. The earth resting on the heaven makes no sense. R.H. Charles has whereon the heaven rests. Again, Enoch says, I went in the direction of the north, to the extreme ends of the earth, and there at the extreme end of the whole world I saw a great and glorious seat. There, also, I saw 3 open gates of heaven. When it blows cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain, through each one of the gates, the winds proceed in the northwesterly direction. 1 Enoch 34:1-2. This accords well with Jeremiah 51:16, which says, He brings up the mist from the ends of the earth, He opens rifts for the rain and brings the wind out of his storehouses. In subsequent chapters, Enoch journeys to the extreme ends of the earth in the west, south, and east. In each place he saw 3 more open gates of heaven. There were other things to be seen at the ends of the earth. Earlier, we deferred discussion of the King James Version of Job 26:7. He stretcheth out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. On several occasions when Enoch and the angel are out beyond the dome of heaven, Enoch comments that there is nothing above or below. For instance, and I came to an empty place. And I saw, there, neither a heaven above nor an earth below, but a chaotic and terrible place. 1 Enoch 21:1-2. Could this be the kind of nothingness referred to in Job? An angel also showed Enoch the storerooms of the winds, 18:1, and the cornerstone of the earth, 18:2. The sun and moon, and what of the sun and moon? Psalm 19:4-6, quoted earlier, suggests that the sun holds up at the ends of the earth until it is time to rise. Enoch expands upon this idea. In 1 Enoch 41:5, He saw the storerooms of the sun and the moon, from what place they go out, and to which place they return. Further, they keep faith one with another, in accordance with an oath they set, and they rise. Enoch discusses the solar and lunar motions at length, explaining why the apparent azimuths of their rising and setting varies with the season. The explanation, found in the section called the Book of the Heavenly Luminaries, begins thus: "This is the first commandment of the luminaries. The sun is a luminary whose egress is an opening of heaven which is located in the direction of the east, and whose ingress is another opening of heaven located in the west. I saw 6 openings through which the sun rises and 6 openings through which it sets. The moon also rises and sets through the same openings, and they are guided by the stars, together with those whom they lead. They are 6 in the east and 6 in the west heaven. All of them are arranged, one after another in a constant order. There are many windows, both to the right and the left of these openings. First there goes out the great light whose name is the sun. Its roundness is like the roundness of the sky, and it is totally filled with light and heat. The chariot in which it ascends is driven by the blowing wind. The sun sets in the sky in the west, and returns by the northeast in order to go to the east. It is guided so that it shall reach the eastern gate and shine in the face of the sky. 1 Enoch 72:2-5. The openings in the vault of heaven in the east and west are matched to the seasons. On the longest day of the year, the sun rises and sets through the northernmost pair. On the shortest day, it rises and sets through the southernmost pair. The return routes of the sun and moon are outside the dome. Perhaps they rest in their storerooms during their time off. The stars, like the Bible, 1 Enoch typically depicts stars as living, anthropomorphic beings. The sons of the gods are also dealt with in 1 Enoch, and they are associated with stars. This is consistent with Job 38:7, which says that when the earth's cornerstone was laid, the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted aloud. As mentioned earlier, Matthew 24:29 and Revelation 6:13 deal with stars that fall to earth. The image comes from Enoch, but Matthew and John omit some details. In 1 Enoch 88:1, a star that fell from the sky is seized, bound hand and foot, and thrown into an abyss. A few verses later, other stars whose sexual organs were like the organs of horses are likewise bound hand and foot and cast into the pits of the earth. 1 Enoch 88:3. Most stars just go through their motions night after night. Some stars never set, and Enoch was shown their chariots. 1 Enoch 75:8. Stars that do rise and set do so through openings in dome, just like the sun and moon. God, according to 1 Enoch, runs a tight universe, and stars that do not rise on time are thrown into the celestial slammer. Showing Enoch a hellish scene, the angel Uriel explains, "This place is the ultimate end of heaven and earth. It is the prison house for the stars and the powers of heaven. And the stars which roll over upon the fire, they are the ones which have transgressed the commandments of God from the beginning of their rising, because they did not arrive punctually." 1 Enoch 18:14-15. Enoch was not told the sentence for tardy rising, but Uriel later shows him other stars which have transgressed the commandments of the Lord, for which they were doing 10 million years of hard time. 1 Enoch 21:6. Enoch also was shown an even more terrible place, a fiery prison house where fallen angels were detained forever. 1 Enoch 21:10. Enoch deserves study for its cosmology, but there is much more of interest. It profoundly influenced Christian eschatology, and it is necessary reading for anyone trying to understand Hebrew religious thought at the dawn of the Christian era. Conclusion: from their geographical and historical context, one would expect the ancient Hebrews to have a flat earth cosmology. Indeed, from the very beginning, ultra-Orthodox Christians have been flat earthers, arguing that to believe otherwise is to deny the literal truth of the Bible. The flat earth implications of the Bible were rediscovered and popularized by English-speaking Christians in the mid-19th century. Liberal scriptural scholars later derived the same view. Thus, students with remarkably disparate points of view independently concluded that the ancient Hebrews had a flat earth cosmology, often deriving this view from Scripture alone. Their conclusions were dramatically confirmed by the rediscovery of 1 Enoch. Chapter 14. A significant order of events exploring the boundaries of Earth and the firmament, a New World Order exposition. Dateline: Admiral Byrd's expeditions to Antarctica, 1928–30 and 1933–35. Operation Paperclip, 1945. Operation High Jump, 1946–1947. Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd, Jr., Operation Deep Freeze, 1955. Currently operating. NASA begins, October 1, 1958. Antarctic Treaty System, December 1, 1959. Within the larger Operation Dominic Nuclear Test Program, Operation Fishbowl, with 3 tests named Bluegill. Starfish and Uraka, 1962–1. Admiral Byrd's expeditions to Antarctica, first, 1928–30 and 1933–35. Later Antarctic expeditions, Operation High Jump, 1946–1947, Operation Deep Freeze I, 1955–1956, death, March 11. 1957, aged 68. 2, Operation Paperclip. A group of 104 rocket scientists, aerospace engineers. Operation Paperclip was the United States Office of Strategic Services, OSS, program in which more than 1,500 Germans, primarily scientists, but also engineers and technicians, were brought to the United States from Nazi Germany for government employment starting in 1945, and increasing in the aftermath of World War II. It was conducted by the Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency, JIOA, and in the context of the burgeoning Cold War. One purpose of Operation Paperclip was to deny German scientific expertise and knowledge to the Soviet Union and the United Kingdom, as well as to inhibit post-war Germany from redeveloping its military research capabilities. 3. Operation High Jump. Operation High Jump, officially titled the United States Navy Antarctic Developments Program, 1946–1947, was a United States Navy operation organized by Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd, Jr., USN, RET, Officer in Charge, Task Force 68, and led by Rear Admiral Richard H. Cruzen, USN, Commanding Officer, Task Force 68. Immediately after World War II, the U.S. Navy launched the largest military operation ever down to Antarctica called Operation High Jump. Admiral Byrd, a 33-degree Freemason, led the expedition of 30 ships and 4,700 militarized soldiers. The mission had 3 task forces that were sent out in different directions, and was to last 6 to 8 months, but the fleet came back in just 6 weeks. Admiral Byrd reported UFO sightings, but that was a public relations ruse. They were really trying to find out about the electromagnetic field above the ice wall and the edge of the dome. Just several years later, the US and the Russians began firing over 49 high-altitude thermonuclear rockets up into the dome with Operation Fishbowl and Dominic. Rockets went haywire and many had to be aborted as they tried to blast through the dome. In this presentation we chronicle the history of Antarctic expeditions, as well as demonstrations of how the dome functions, as well as how tidal changes and sun and moon movement occur in flat Earth model. Then both the Russians and the US signed off on a ban on any more tests of the dome as the space race and the fake moon missions were sold to the world. 4. Operation Deep Freeze. Operation Deep Freeze, OPDFRZ or ODF, is the codename for a series of United States missions to Antarctica, beginning with Operation Deep Freeze I in 1955-56, followed by Operation Deep Freeze II, Operation Deep Freeze III, and so on. Given the continuing and constant U.S. presence in Antarctica since that date, Operation Deep Freeze has come to be used as a general term for U.S. operations in that continent, and in particular for the regular missions to resupply U.S. Antarctic bases, coordinated by the United States military. 5. Operation Fishbowl. Operation Fishbowl was a series of high-altitude nuclear tests in 1962 that were carried out by the United States as a part of the larger Operation Dominic nuclear test program. The Operation Fishbowl nuclear tests were originally planned to be completed during the first half of 1962 with 3 tests, named Bluegill, Starfish and Eureka. The first test attempt was delayed until June. Planning for Operation Fishbowl, as well as many other nuclear tests in the region, was begun rapidly in response to the sudden Soviet announcement on August 30, 1961 that they were ending a 3-year moratorium on nuclear testing. The rapid planning of very complex operations necessitated many changes as the project progressed. 6. NASA. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA/NS/, is an independent agency of the executive branch of the United States federal government responsible for the civilian space program, as well as aeronautics and aerospace research. 7. The Antarctic Treaty. The Antarctic Treaty, and related agreements, collectively known as the Antarctic Treaty System, ATS, regulate international relations with respect to Antarctica, Earth's only continent without a native human population. For the purposes of the treaty system, Antarctica is defined as all of the land and ice shelves south of 60 degrees south latitude. The treaty entered into force in 1961 and currently has 53 parties. The treaty sets aside Antarctica as a scientific preserve, establishes freedom of scientific investigation, and bans military activity on the continent. The treaty was the first arms control agreement established during the Cold War. Since September 2004, the Antarctic Treaty Secretariat headquarters has been located in Buenos Aires, Argentina. The main treaty was opened for signature on December 1, 1959, and officially entered into force on June 23, 1961. It should be very clear from the sequence of events that sometime very significant was discovered in Antarctica which spurred the eventually closing down of Antarctica to all the world, nuking at high altitudes, and the need for NASA to create the idea that the Earth is not flat. If the Earth is not a flat plane, why go to all the trouble to enforce the idea that it is not? As Shakespeare said, "The lady doth protest too much, methinks, inferring that something is being hidden by virtue of the fact that it is denied so heavily." Chapter 15. Did they really walk on the moon 48 years ago on the very first attempt? Ever wonder why they claim to have walked on the moon, on the very first attempt, even though, right here on Earth, MT? Everest and the South Pole took numerous tries before success, allegedly accomplishing this amazing feat with antiquated 1960s technology, while today a cell phone has 1 million times the computing power than all of NASA did back then, yet 50 years later. The farthest an astronaut can travel from the Earth to the Moon is only 1/1000th the distance as claimed half a century ago with antique equipment? The bitterest truth is better than the sweetest lie. Men in Black 3, all truth passes through 3 stages. First, it is ridiculed. Then, it is violently opposed. Finally, it is accepted as self-evident. Arthur Schopenhauer, in An Age of Universal Deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Whoever controls the past, controls the future. George Orwell. One of the saddest lessons of history is this: if we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. We're no longer interested in finding out the truth. The bamboozle has captured us. It's simply too painful to acknowledge, even to ourselves, that we've been taken. Once you give a charlatan power over you, you almost never get it back. Carl Sagan: it is easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. Mark Twain. Life is not so much a battle between right and wrong, as it is a battle between truth and lies, as this generally precedes and ultimately leads to good or evil. Truth leads to good. Lies lead to evil. Life is wonderfully simple. The simple fact is, half of all crimes are conspiracies. Half are done without forethought, in the heat of the emotion of the moment, and half are plotted out in advance, thus making them conspiracies. Those who would like the public to ignore half of all the crimes in the world by ridiculing those with an intellect to perceive such forethought frauds are simply those perpetrating the deceptions in the first place. We have to understand that if a tiny spider, the size of a dime, can meticulously plan and trap its prey weeks in advance, then the human mind, if inclined to evil, can do so much more evil so much farther in advance. Additionally, a lie, or conspiracy, is the only crime that can exist without tangible evidence. If someone is murdered, there is a dead body. If someone steals, there is the material possession lacking in one place and existing in another. Yet when someone lies, where is it? A lie is the only crime that you cannot touch, that you cannot see. A lie is purely ethereal. This is why lies are the favorite misdeeds of habitual criminals. After all, out of all of the crimes committed in the world for which people are put in prison, how many of them are there for simply lying? The origin of crime is the lie, or conspiracy, invented in advance of the iniquity, to cover up the wrongdoing before it is even committed. When crimes are committed on a national and international scale, then national and international lies, or conspiracies, are needed. This is why criminal multi-billion-dollar corporations and governments have consolidated all television networks, magazines, and newspapers. It is to control your perception of reality, not to offer you reality. As someone who worked as senior editor in television news for 2 years, I can testify to this fact. We referred to our broadcast as a show, not news, simply because it was completely controlled from the top down like any corporation, where the anchors, readers, simply regurgitated the scripted words from unseen superiors. Don't believe me? Simply watch the short, yet very revealing, clip below and notice the network logos in the lower part of the screen, left and right, which reveal that all of the major networks, ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, are receiving the very same scripts from a central authority above them. Independent news? Give me a break. While the naive studio audience being shown these clips laughed at the reality of the outrageousness of this blatant centralized media control, when I watched the clip, my heart sank in horror within the depths of my soul as to the degree to which the average citizen is subject to their daily deliberate manipulations. Highly respected and Pulitzer Prize-winning Watergate reporter Carl Bernstein had this to say about exactly who it is who has central control over the media. The Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, of course. The very ones who staged the moon missions through their favorite manipulative tool. Television. More than 400 American journalists, that we know of, have secretly carried out assignments for the Central Intelligence Agency, according to documents on file at CIA headquarters. In many instances, CIA documents show that journalists were contracted to perform covert missions for the CIA with the consent of the managers of America's leading news organizations. Among the executives that we know of who lent their cooperation to the CIA were the heads of Time magazine, Newsweek, the New York Times, ABC, NBC, CBS, the Associated Press, United Press International, and Reuters. I think that just about covers everyone. When President Trump says that his loathing of dishonest information is with the media and not the CIA, he fails to recognize, or at least acknowledge for reasons of personal safety, that they are one and the same thing. The media is controlled by the CIA, whose native language, as spies, is lies. The perhaps once honorable agency, like many others, first initiated to protect American citizens from foreign adversaries, has been turned against them, like a rabid dog on their owner, spending taxpayers' hard-earned money to lie to them without their consent, breaking federal law, which forbids domestic propaganda, of which the moon landings were the climax thereof. If Mr. Trump and his team are serious about draining the swamp and ethics reform, then what better rallying cry of the ages than to inform the citizenry that the corrupt and out-of-control federal government took their hard-earned money, about $1,000 per person in today's dollars, to lie to them about the moon landings without their consent. Once every American knows of this outrageous federal government fraud, the Trump administration, or any other, will have an ethics reform mandate unlike any in all of American history. If the truth about the moon landings is swept under the rug for another 4 years, like countless cowards before them have done, then America's honorable reputation will be forever sealed with permanent criminality and corruption. In order to rebuild, make America great again, you have to tear down decaying infrastructure, methodology, and corruption. This convenient lie of the Nixon administration must be humbly acknowledged by the Trump administration in order for our country to start fresh, otherwise we are just painting over mold that will infest our future. To confess sin is no bell. It is the very reason why President Kennedy had unprecedentedly high approval ratings, because he acknowledged his and his country's mistakes. If indeed the moon landings during the notoriously unscrupulous Nixon administration were part of a television deception, then you better believe that the CIA played a central role in the endeavor, which was entirely presented by the above media outlets, already proven to be under the CIA's direct control. Furthermore, unlike any other occasion in recorded history, there was absolutely no independent press coverage of such a monumental event. 100% of the television pictures and photographs presented to the public were entirely controlled by the federal government. Give a thief keys to your house and see what happens. When I was a child, believing in Santa Claus was so much fun. Believing that we live in a magical world where men can fly to the moon on their very first attempt with 1960s technology is fun too, even though the feat cannot be repeated 50 years later, by any nation on Earth, including the one that allegedly did it first nearly 50 years ago. Even though all truth reminds us that the South Pole and Mt. Everest and first flight, and the light bulb, was never, ever achieved on the first attempt, and certainly never abandoned once achieved, never to be repeated again. The fact is, when you find out the truth about Santa Claus, you are glad to know it, even if it hurts a little, realizing that a painful truth is still better than a sweet lie. All of academia and aerospace needs to know the painful truth. They will be thankful for it, and it will save the future lives of those who wrongfully believe in space travel's ease. The fact is, if it were so easy to go to the moon with 1960s technology nearly 50 years ago, on the very first attempt, then there would be manned bases there by now, and there would have been a man on Mars 25 years ago. The fact that there are still not moon bases to this day, with 50 years more advancements in rocketry and computers, is proof itself that traveling to the moon still cannot be done today, and much less in the 1960s. With 1/millionth the computing power in all of NASA than is found in a modern-day cell phone. claiming that they went 1,000 times farther, with 5 decades older technology, than the farthest astronaut can travel today, with half a century more advancements in rockets and computers, simply defies logic. This is like saying Charles Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic in 1927, yet the feat cannot be repeated by any nation on Earth, including the one who made the original claim, 50 years later, completely illogical regarding the perpetual advancement of technology. Yet this is what we are told to believe, through misplaced and manipulated patriotism, regarding the alleged moon landings of the 1960s, a feat which is only estimated to be duplicated 70 years later. At the earliest. Why do so many smart people believe this lie? Because they want to. They want to believe this lie. Believing this lie means that they live in a better world than they actually do. Yet the fact is, they do not. The number one reason I hear from intelligent, yet disbelieving critics of the moon landing fraud, is that no one would ever do such a dishonest thing as lying about such an important accomplishment. They forget that they live in a world full of unthinkable child molestation, vicious murder, hateful racism, deplorable rape, and horrific million-man genocide. In a world such as this, what is all this in minor comparison to merely cheat in a contest, as so many people have done before? In their longing to be part of a society of pride-boosting miraculous science, intellectuals fail to see the plainness of this simple fact: technology does not go backwards. Again, if it were so easy to go to the moon in the 1960s on the very first attempt with 1/millionth less computing power in all of NASA than is found today in a single cell phone, a distance which is about 1,000 times farther than the most advanced modern manned rocket can presently travel, then not only would the feat be easily and routinely repeatable today, there would be lunar bases there by now, nearly 5 decades later. Technology does not go backwards. The South Pole has temperatures that reach below 100 degrees Fahrenheit, -73°C, and nearly continual hurricane force winds, yet there are bases there today. Why? Because it is humanly possible. If it were humanly possible to reach the moon, nearly 50 years ago or today, there too would be bases there right now. The fact that there are not, with half a century more advancements in rockets and computers, is proof itself that it simply cannot be done today, and especially not with 50 years older technology. The problem is, you have to be willing to give up this deep emotional imprinting, in pursuit of honor and truth, in order to see the plainness of this harsh and startling reality. After Columbus arrived in the New World, within a year, numerous other European nations traveled to the Americas. After Lewis and Clark ventured to the American West, shortly thereafter, citizens everywhere traveled to the American West. After the Wright brothers accomplished powered flight, within a year, numerous others repeated their technological accomplishment. Charles Lindbergh first flew across the Atlantic in an airplane in 1927. 50 years later, there were millions of airplanes flying across the Atlantic. Soon it will be 50 years since America allegedly had men leisurely playing golf on the moon in complete safety, all with antiquated 1960s technology, and on the very first attempt. In comparison, the 747 aircraft, built after 70 years of successful aviation history and millions of manufactured aircraft, which was developed with a decade newer technology than that of the moon spacecraft, the first ever vehicle to allegedly take men to another planet. Yet the 747 took 1 year longer to construct and endured over 160 failed engine attempts before it finally got off of the ground. When it comes to perceiving the truth in a world full of lies, historically, the majority has always been deceived, and later proved wrong by the minority of their contemporaries, whom they persecuted and considered deluded at the time when in fact, it was the majority who were misled. Does a person know it when they are deceived? No, they do not. You see, you can be sincere and be sincerely wrong. The majority of scientists thought the world was flat. The majority of astronomers thought the Earth was the center of the universe. The majority of physicians thought bleeding the sickness out of a person was a cure. The majority of Americans thought Nixon was honest. Likewise, a majority of scientists, astronomers, physicians, and Americans think the moon landings were real, yet their titles and majority do not equal truth, as history has well proven. And will prove again. Why is it so difficult for them to see the truth? Very simple. Pride. The pride of your heart has deceived you. Obadiah 1:3, pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong, just as humility is the willingness to be wrong. The great thing about being wrong, which is what I had to finally admit about the moon landings, is that I am learning something new, and I am no longer walking through life in error. The bad thing about being right all the time is that I cannot learn anything new, and I am living my life in a self-deceived state, which is the very worst form of deception. When someone else deceives me, if I try hard enough, I can eventually figure it out. After all, I know that other people cannot be trusted all of the time. Yet when I am self-deceived, it is nearly impossible for me to overcome this, because the person I am relying on for facts is myself. And of course I can trust myself, even when I am wrong. When someone considers themselves smart, this is the first step towards their ignorance. They boast about their years of experience and degrees, and thereby pour concrete around their finite knowledge, unknowingly calling their stone mound of limited facts the entire universe of truth. If you try to tell them they are wrong, they will defend their post to their emotional and intellectual death at all cost, all the while attempting to defile you with their venomous words for pointing out their error, even though you are right and merely trying to help them. Just like O.J. Simpson's lawyers, who later admitted they knew of his guilt, and were only doing their job, no matter how plain the evidence, their pride-filled manipulative lawyer-like minds have an explanation for why the truth is a lie, and why lies are the truth. Otherwise they would be forced to admit their error, which their pride will not allow, and which blinds them from the unwanted reality. With every evidence submitted as to why the moon landings were indeed falsified, no matter how condemning and obvious, there is always a zealous counter-explanation to throw away the truth and institute a lie in its place, in order to keep the status quo alive. Just because someone has explanations for everything, like O.J. Simpson's lawyers and moon landing defenders, does not mean that the explanations are true. Rather than looking for the truth, at the unacceptable cost of being wrong, the majority of people, because of their blinding pride in the accomplishments of themselves and like-minded others, instead gather around them a great number of teachers to tell them what their itching ears want to hear. 2 Timothy 4:3, in other words, rather than looking for the truth, they look for people to agree with what they already believe, so as to prove themselves right. The real question is, if you had cancer, would you want to know? Or would you rather have your doctor lie to you and tell you that everything was just fine, even though it really was not? Sometimes you have to cut off a diseased limb to save your life. The same is true of the moon landings. A costly admission, yet a saving one as well. If the moon missions were real, then they hold a place of prominence in the annals of human history. If they were not real, and $150 billion, in today's value, was embezzled from the taxpayers to lie to the very ones who funded the missions, then this would actually be a more significant moment in history than if they had actually gone. Thusly, this great truth, the faking of the moon missions out of pride, arrogance, and greed, is being withheld by the minority of government leaders against the vast majority of citizens. Why? because they think they are better than the rest of us. It is at this point that I highly recommend you watch the film, by clicking on the title I made on this subject called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, so that you can not only fully comprehend the historical as well as hidden facts of this event, yet also understand my earnest motives for bringing this sad chapter of American history into the light, for the betterment of future generations, and to prevent such error from forever smearing America's honorable reputation into a criminal one. Until the truth comes out about the moon landings, humanity's character, and especially that of America, will be forever stunted from growth and advancement, the very aid of which would come by simply admitting this very mistake with its deplorable dishonesty. Unless we are willing to face and confess the cold hard facts of our errors, much like a disciplined athlete rejecting appealing yet detrimental desserts, we will be under the spell and complete control of this diabolical hidden minority of government leaders, who represent themselves rather than the people. The falsified moon landings are utter proof that this is the state in which America lives today, the very admission of which would lead to these unscrupulous leaders' demise. This is why there are more than 100 websites and films in existence today, specifically dedicated to squashing the emerging truth of the moon landings' blatant and deplorable falsification. The fact is, if the moon landings were so obviously real, which were said to have been done with such ease on the very first attempt with 1960s technology, though they cannot be duplicated today by any nation on Earth with nearly 50 years more advancements in rockets and computers, including the nation that is said to have done it initially, then anyone who says otherwise is merely an idiot. Why then are there more than 100 websites and films, which took tens of thousands of hours to produce, in existence to refute the insane rantings of morons? As Shakespeare so famously said, "Thou dost protest too much." Another historical commentator said this: "The likelihood of one individual being right increases in direct proportion to the intensity with which others are trying to prove him wrong." Even former President Clinton, once holding the, allegedly, highest office in the land, doubts the authenticity of the moon landings. On page 156 of his autobiography My Life he states, just a month before, Apollo 11 astronauts Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong had left their colleague, Michael Collins, aboard spaceship Columbia and walked on the moon, beating by 5 months President Kennedy's goal of putting a man on the moon before the decade was out. The old carpenter asked me if I really believed it happened. I said sure, I saw it on television. He disagreed. He said that he didn't believe it for a minute, that them television fellers could make things look real that weren't. Back then, I thought he was a crank. During my 8 years in Washington, I saw some things on TV that made me wonder if he wasn't ahead of his time. If a president of the United States is finally admitting his doubts as to the authenticity of the moon landings, albeit after he safely left office, and is calling those who perceive the truth of the event ahead of their time, shouldn't you also reconsider your thinking on the matter, if you haven't already? A year or two after I produced A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, I suppose influenced by courtroom television programs wherein witnesses take an oath on the Bible as to telling the truth, I came up with the idea to track down as many Apollo astronauts as I could and simply ask them if they would swear on the Bible as to the authenticity of their moon missions. It was during the production of this follow-up documentary that my infamous encounter with Edwin Buzz Aldrin occurred, in which he punched me after I called him a liar, a coward, and a thief. I certainly did not wake up that morning intending to say those strong words to Aldrin, neither did he plan that day to sock me in the face. It was just one of those unplanned moments that got heated up, and Aldrin, in my opinion, overreacted. Even if he did walk on the moon, as some would like to believe, it would be hard to call him an American hero when he will not defend the constitutional right of free speech, instead physically attacking those who utter words of criticism against him. like so many arrogant communist dictators have done in the past. A great thing about America is that presidential candidates can openly call each other liars when debating the facts, yet they do not punch each other in the face for doing so. If they did, I doubt if they would be idolized for very long. So why is Aldrin? Let me tell you why. I have received so many emails with the words, "I am not a violent person, yet I loved seeing you get punched, and I hope it happens again." That is like saying, "I am faithful to my spouse, yet I regularly lust after others." These are violent people in self-denial of their love for violence. When someone reacts with violence, or salivates at the sight of it, simply because someone says that they think the government lied about the moon landings, then like radical Muslims killing people over critical cartoons of Muhammad. This is irrefutable proof that this moon landing event has become a god to them, and a false one at that, whose prophet I have insulted. When it comes to false religion, just as it is with the false moon landings, it is this very fanaticism that prevents people from seeing the truth about their overadored apostatized idol. While I do believe the things I said about Aldrin are true, I now feel that it was inappropriate to rebuke an older man so harshly. See 1 Timothy 5:1. Additionally, I too have been a liar, a coward, and a thief. It is just that I am mindful to be repentant of these things, and Aldrin is not yet. If I were to do it all over again, I am not sure I would have made the second film confronting the astronauts, as it even makes me a little uncomfortable to watch it. It is nevertheless, as some fans have noted, a benefit to the historical record when viewed in the future, that these men were given the opportunity to come clean, and they instead adamantly chose to go to their graves with the poisonous lie they fed lifelong to their misled countrymen. I later offered Edwin a sincere apology for my disrespectful words, and he recompensed by immediately purchasing a DVD of A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. With all this said, perhaps a viewing, by clicking on the title, of my second film on this subject, Astronauts Gone Wild, is advisable at this time, to better understand this predicament I got myself and the astronauts into. Understandably, if people stumble upon this film first on the internet, having never seen A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, their opinion of my sincere efforts, painstaking diligence, and absolute surety in this truth, so as to proceed in such a manner, might be misunderstood. My life story regarding the moon landings is a true conversion story, much like an ancient religious leader who persecuted the truth, whom then became their leader. My father was in the Air Force. As a result, I grew up around the latest aviation and technology. I loved it. On July 20, 1969, I was only 4 years of age, quietly asleep in bed. My father, as a high-ranking military officer, was given a VIP package of commemorative photographs of the event, which he gave to me as a cherished present. From the age of about 4 to 14, these pictures of the moon landings covered an entire sacred wall in my bedroom. It was a shrine, like a religion, to the intellectual prowess of mankind. I saw these images, every day, 365 days a year, for 10 years. This means I propagated the desired belief in their authenticity 3,650 times before I even considered the possibility that they were misrepresentations of reality. That's a lot of brainwashing. Fortunately, at the age of 14, I saw an innovative television program featuring an interview with William Kaysing, a NASA contractor during the Apollo moon missions. He asserted quite confidently, from first-hand eyewitness experience, that the impossible Apollo flights were staged to increase the prestige of the United States during the height of the Cold War. And while in the pit of domestic discontentment because of tens of thousands of young American men dying needlessly in an ambiguous foreign war in Vietnam, Nixon himself said at the time that the Vietnam War protests were the #1 cause of American strife. After watching the inaugural program suggesting a moon landing fraud, I went to my bedroom wall shrine of moon landing pictures and looked, for the very first time, with new eyes, at these surprisingly telling photographs. Sure enough, just like Casing said, stunning evidence of photographic anomalies were hidden in plain sight. They say that this is the very best place to hide something investigators are looking for. I just had to have eyes that see. After all, a famous prophet notably said that most people have eyes that do not see, and ears that do not hear. I equate this with a salt shaker always being placed in the left kitchen cabinet, on the third shelf, on the left side, for 10 years. If your spouse inadvertently moves it to the left kitchen cabinet, on the third shelf, on the right side, you do not see it, even though it is right there in front of your eyes. There you stand, with the cabinet door wide open, the salt shaker right in front of you, only inches away, though on the right side of the shelf rather than the left, where you are conditioned to not look, and you do not see it. There I was, looking at the same pictures of the alleged moon landings, over and over again for a full decade, yet not seeing quite obvious inconsistencies and abnormalities that would quickly give away the deceptive criminality of the event, if only I would look beyond my programmed response. In a way, like naive Adam and Eve, you can't blame people for initially being deceived, after all, which is a more pleasant realm in which to live, one in which your country and world continually lies about history and spending, or one in which your country and world is honorable and honest? Naturally, most people would prefer to see the latter. So they do. Fortunately, 10 years after seeing the revealing interview with former NASA contractor William Casing at the age of 14, then at the age of 24, I had become a filmmaker. And happened to be editing a movie one day for the very producer of the program I had seen 10 years earlier, which first brought to light the moon landing fraud. Do you remember that man you had on your program who said that the moon landings were fake? I asked the producer, "What is his name? I'd like to talk with him." The rest is history. I went from being the biggest fan of the moon landings, to becoming their most outspoken critic. Why? Because I was open-minded and willing to be wrong when the evidence presented itself to the contrary of my first opinion, even if that evidence was unpredicted, unprecedented, and quite discouraging. Hitler, the master of deception, said that it was actually easier to get away with a gigantic lie rather than a small one, because small lies are so common, and therefore anticipated, so that no one would expect the audacity of a grand deception. This is precisely the psychological tactic that was used by the CIA in precipitating and maintaining the monumental, yet very simple, lie of the moon landings. During the domestically injurious riots protesting the Vietnam War, President Nixon decided that a unifying pep rally of a successful moon landing was just what the sickly American patient needed. Do you really think that Nixon was going to risk killing 3 national heroes on live worldwide television, when simply failing to rescue kidnapped hostages would ruin you for life as it did President Carter a few years later? How then could Nixon absolutely guarantee a successful moon mission? To stage it. Just like a skilled poker player's bluff. Not to mention that it was technologically impossible at the time to begin with. In fact, according to NASA contractor William Casing, who worked for 6 years on the Apollo program, a classified interdepartmental memo, which he personally read and edited, estimated the likelihood of a successful manned-moon mission on the first attempt at a mere 1 in 10,000 chance. Some assume that if the Soviet Union, Russian, or Chinese intelligence agencies found out that the American moon landings were fraudulent, they would spill the beans to the rest of the world. This is simply not true, and again, thinking only one step farther than programmed to do so, reveals the truth. If wars are created for the profiteering of the military-industrial complex, as many forward-thinking people including President Eisenhower now realize, then foreign adversaries of the United States may only be profitable creations thereof, solely existing in the minds of Americans. Just as the moon landings did, brought about through the deceptive CIA's mainstream media outlets, done so to benefit the billionaire military manufacturers, who in turn, help get their like-minded politicians elected, thus perpetuating this endless cycle of lucrative lies which mutually feed corrupted bureaucrats and politicians alike. Think about it. America has been engaged in war for 214 years of its 240-plus-year history, more than 90% of the time, yet never with Russia or China. As such, Russia and China are, in fact, allies of the United States, despite mainstream media appearances which portray them, for profit, as adversaries, as trillions of dollars in annual mutually beneficial trading proves. Just imagine a fake wrestling match in which both sides are paid by the same party. This being the case, these overseas entities would not bring the truth of such an American scandal as the moon landing fraud into the light to injure such an important trading partner toward their own financial loss. Not to mention that their hidden skeletons would then be forced out of the closet in retaliation. Any bad blood the United States appears to have with these foreign powers is merely staged for the very purpose of keeping their complicity a secret and the trillions of dollars in profitable military spending flowing. Even if these two superpowers were actual enemies of America, they still would not expose the truth about the moon missions. For example, if I had a picture of a famous world leader with a prostitute, would it be more profitable for me to give the picture away to the press for free, or to blackmail the world leader, year after year, with ever-increasing tolls until the day they died? If such countries really were enemies of America, and had proof of the moon landing fraud, which I suspect they probably do by now, it would serve their interests much more to keep such knowledge to themselves and blackmail the United States, year after year, administration after administration, to get the behind-the-scenes negotiations to favor them, whether it regards trade, arms, debt, or anything else they so desire. This is another reason why the truth coming out about the moon landing fraud would be good for America. It would put an end to any potential blackmail from foreign powers. The fact is, there were no independent tracking stations for the Apollo missions. The only entities that had such capability were the United States' own government agencies, who orchestrated the deception to begin with, and the aforementioned countries, who profited from keeping the secret. Additionally, NASA launched the TETRA satellite shortly before the Apollo missions, specifically designed to simulate transmissions coming from the moon so that the ground crews could rehearse the moon landings during their many simulations. Conveniently, it was purported that the TETRA satellite accidentally burned up in the Earth's atmosphere just before the first moon mission. That way the government satellite could secretly still be in service, performing the same simulation function during the moon missions to convince the staff at NASA of their authenticity. In fact, a retired ground crew member recently acknowledged that our computers could tell no difference whatsoever between a real and a simulated moon mission. From Wikipedia regarding the Apollo fraud, some people insist that the Apollo moon landings were a Cold War deception of the Nixon administration. However, empirical evidence is readily available to show that manned moon landings did occur. Anyone on Earth with an appropriate laser and telescope system can apparently bounce laser beams off 3 retroreflector arrays reported to be left on the moon by Apollo 11, 14, and 15, suggesting deployment of the lunar laser ranging equipment at asserted Apollo moon landing sites, implying equipment constructed on Earth was transported to the surface of the moon. In addition, in August 2009, NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter claimed to send back high-resolution photos of the estimated Apollo landing sites. These government-issued pictures show not only what is reported to be the faint shadows of the descent stages of the lunar landers allegedly left behind, but also apparent tracks of the astronauts walking paths nearby in the lunar dust. At first, and only, glance, these appear to be relevant arguments, yet each one is, surprisingly, most easily and unconditionally refuted with only a modicum of further investigation beyond the initial conditioned interpretation. First of all, it has recently come to light through employee whistling-blowing that United States spy agencies regularly use Wikipedia, as well as hundreds of other websites, for deceitful misinformation purposes. As they can anonymously post intelligent-sounding pro-government theses to the masses, intentionally contradicting and smugly belittling truthful conspiracy theories of very real crimes, of which they themselves have committed. In an attempt to conceal their wrongdoing through such contrary postings. The fact that billions of our tax dollars are being spent each year by the government for the very purpose of concealing their own crimes and lying to their own citizens, is utterly disgusting. What high-ranking brave soul in their midst will come forward to save us with the simple truth about the moon missions? When they use statements like empirical evidence because the emperor says so, is readily available to show that the manned moon landings did occur, it not only shows their arrogance, which, in and of itself, demonstrates their blindness to the facts, it also exemplifies their desperation to make an argument that is so much losing ground that they have to resort to the tactic of claiming that if you don't agree with them, you are somehow deficient in intelligence. Again, if the moon landings were so obviously real, even though they cannot be repeated today with 50 years more advanced technology, and the farthest a man can travel from the Earth to the moon today is 1/1000 th as far as they allegedly could travel half a century ago. And there is no proof whatsoever of the mission's deliberate falsification, then there would be no need whatsoever for the 100+ films and websites, which took tens of thousands of hours to produce, solely dedicated to reassure the public of the moon landing's genuineness. The fact that there are, is proof itself that mounting evidence does exist which proves the moon missions to be a forgery, otherwise the deceptively claimed obviousness of their authenticity would speak for itself, without the need of hundreds of websites to defend them. When a structure needs such repeated precarious support and maintenance, this alone is evidence that the structure is not sound to begin with. First of all, it was proven in 1962 that a laser can be bounced and calibrated off of the moon without a man-made reflector thereon, simply due to the reflectivity of the lunar surface. NASA simply designated these reflective locations as landing sites for the very purpose of contriving this evidence. Additionally, Russia put a man-made mirror on the moon's surface during the time of the Apollo missions for this same claimed reason, using instead an unmanned probe that would not have to suffer the biological ravages of lethal space radiation en route, one of the main reasons NASA was, and still is, unable to send humans to the moon. Don't believe me? Click here to see the March 1959 issue, Volume 200, Number 3, of the magazine Scientific American, article entitled Radiation Belts Around the Earth. To see how deadly and impenetrable space radiation is beyond the safety of low Earth orbit where the space station currently resides, at an altitude of merely 250 miles above the Earth, the moon being about 239,000 miles away, or roughly 1,000 times farther. Furthermore, seeing how all of these lasers have their data computer controlled, it would only take one computer hacker to manipulate the information shown on a viewing screen, making even the employees of NASA ignorant of the facts. This was precisely the case at Mission Control during the moon missions, where dozens of computer operators actually just read the contrived pre-programmed data on their screens like news anchors, who do not write their own words, openly admitting afterwards that they could tell no difference whatsoever between a real flight and a simulation. Secondly, to say that additional new photographs from the criminal NASA are evidence that prove the moon landings were real is laughable. They already faked high-resolution, full-body pictures of an astronaut standing on the moon's surface nearly 50 years ago, so what is it to fake additional pictures now, with almost 5 decades better Photoshop technology? Of such simple things as alleged tiny shadows of lunar landers, or supposed faint footpaths, from miles above the moon's surface, allegedly taken from NASA's orbiting satellites? These die-hard believers are just seeing what they want to see, like a naive spouse of a cheating partner, accepting the fox's evidence that they didn't steal a chicken. Additional arguments against the fraud are reported to be the hundreds of thousands of people throughout the industry who contributed to the moon missions, who allegedly would have been informed of the fraud and kept it a secret. Again, seemingly a good argument, yet it is not with only a little extra thought. Do you really think the CIA would be so careless as to tell hundreds of thousands of low-level contractors the goings-on of a top secret project? Would the CIA really be so inept as to tell the person making the rocket's door handle, or the glove, or the boot of the spacesuit, that they were secretly faking the moon landings, and to be sure not to tell anyone? Do we really think the CIA is stupid enough to tell hundreds of thousands of low-level workers something they wanted to keep as a strict secret? Furthermore, to say that because my uncle worked at NASA and believed the moon landings were real is proof that they were real, is like saying that because my uncle worked as a vendor at the Super Bowl and believed that the game was honest, that this is proof that the football players didn't cheat. Just like a pyramid of power in any business, what the employee, the manager, and the regional manager knows about the business' actual agenda is completely different than what the CEO at the very top knows. Remember, there were only 3 people, trusted government employees, who were actually there at the time of the moon missions, with no independent press coverage whatsoever. As demonstrated in my film A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, the 3 crew members were indeed on the rocket. They did launch into Earth orbit on July 16, 1969, to attain realistic zero-gravity flight photography within the spacecraft. They did splash down in the ocean 8 days later, to add to the authenticity, yet the rest of the mission, everything beyond Earth orbit, which is only as far as astronauts can go today with 50 years more advanced technology, was completely contrived, like a masterful illusionist. By satellite data manipulation, complete media control, and professional movie sets. After all, what is easier to do, to actually build a rocket and travel to another planet with 1960s technology on the very first attempt, or to simply make a movie set about it? The age-old argument, the simplest explanation is the true one, which many Apollo proponents deceptively used to suggest the moon missions were real, actually proves the fraud instead. The simple fact is, it is easier to fake a moon mission than to actually do one. The exact reason why the recent film The Martian was filmed in an earthly simulated television studio, rather than on Mars. Another overlooked fact is that, according to their own scientific method, a scientific claim, such as the manned moon landings of the 1960s, in order to be considered authentic, must be independently verified and duplicated by a third party, which, to this date, has never been done regarding the Apollo missions, as only the corrupt United States government, alone, has claimed that this was possible on the very first attempt, with antiquated 1960s technology, even though no nation on Earth can repeat the claim. Even with 50 years more advancements in rockets and computers. This is precisely why, if someone today made the claim of perfecting cold fusion, yet said that they could not repeat their successful experiment for another 50 years, they would be laughed off of the planet. Yet, this is not the standard for the manned moon landing claims of America in the 1960s, which cannot be repeated by any nation on Earth, even 50 years later. This event has become a god of their own greatness of scientific intellectuals, who intentionally overlook any criticism thereof, because it insults their self-aggrandized narcissistic idol. Some of the best evidence proving the fraud is the fact that in 1998, when the space shuttle flew to its highest altitude ever, 365 miles, one-third higher than they normally flew, Mission Control asked the crew to descend to a lower altitude due to lethal space radiation they encountered. By approaching too close to the Van Allen radiation belts, which don't even begin until 1,000 miles altitude, and continue for an additional 25,000 miles. That is to say, they were 635 miles away from radiation that was so intense, that the crew reported they could see the radiation with their eyes closed as sparks of light hitting the retinas of their closed eyes, and were subsequently told to descend away from it. When this happened, CNN inadvertently, and unknowingly, reported the moon landing fraud by stating, "The radiation belt surrounding Earth is more dangerous than previously believed." Apparently, not a single journalist on the entire planet figured out, except for myself, that this statement totally contradicts the authenticity of the moon landings. Here's why. The only time in world history when human beings are said to have traveled through the 25,000-mile thick radiation field called the Van Allen radiation belts, which, unbeknownst to most, surrounds the Earth starting at an altitude of 1,000 miles and extends 25,000 miles beyond that, is during the alleged Apollo moon missions, as all other manned missions from every country on Earth including the United States, such as Gemini, Mercury, Soyuz, Skylab, the Space Shuttle, and the current International Space Station. All orbited about 750 miles below this dangerous radiation field, merely 250 miles above the Earth's surface, specifically out of safety concerns for the lethal radiation above them. Even airline crews, 240 miles below this orbital altitude, are subject to health concerns from this hazardous radiation, so all the more for astronauts, 20 times higher than they. Why is it then that space shuttle astronauts, some 635 miles away from this intense radiation, 29 years after the first moon mission, knew more about this radiation than the Apollo astronauts who claimed they were in the middle of it 18 times to the moon and back? Remember, the Space Shuttle crew's recent discovery proves that this large radiation field is more dangerous than previously believed. What is previously believed if not based on the previous reports from the experts of the radiation field, the Apollo crews, who were allegedly the only ones in all of world history to have ever traveled through this radiation? With no ill health effects of any kind, and no reports of the visible sparks of radiation being seen, as were later reported by the shuttle crew from 635 miles away. Of course, this is simply not possible if the moon missions were real. What does this mean? It means that the moon mission astronauts, who previously claimed to have been inside of this large radiation field, lied about being there. Of course, if the Apollo crews never went through the Van Allen radiation belt, as this contradictory report reveals, then they certainly could not have gone to the moon either, which the traversing of this radiation would require. This is precisely why, nearly 50 years later, all that astronauts from any nation on Earth can do, including the United States, is orbit the Earth at about 250 miles altitude. Seeing how the Space Shuttle has killed 14 people just orbiting at 250 miles above the Earth, and that with well-proven, 3 decades newer technology than the Apollo program, it is quite a conundrum that 30 years earlier, with antiquated untried machinery, NASA claims to have gone 1,000 times farther, 6 times, without any fatalities whatsoever, and that with inaugural equipment. According to the highly esteemed National Research Council, a private non-profit scientific think tank which submits recommendations to NASA based on the latest scientific findings, radiation beyond Earth orbit is so dangerous that returning to the moon is deemed impossible until better ways are found to protect astronauts from this lethal radiation. The question is, if the NRC says that returning to the moon is impossible today, until better ways are found to protect astronauts from lethal space radiation beyond Earth orbit, such as the Van Allen radiation belts, then how did men reach the moon on their very first attempt with 1960s technology? Or better still, why not simply use the same outstanding methodology and equipment that the supposed first moon crews had to protect themselves from the lethal space radiation rather than reinventing the wheel? You can read their report by clicking here. Likewise, when Bush Jr. was president, he went on national television and proclaimed that the United States will return to the moon as a logical first step to Mars and beyond. Did no one besides me notice that if they already really went to the moon 6 times, why would they need to do a first step over again for the 7th time? He was even so bold as to go on to say that first we will need to learn how to protect astronauts from lethal space radiation. Am I the only one curious enough to ask, why not do it the same way that worked so well the first time they went to the moon? Why does no journalist, except me, connect the obvious dots with this very revealing information? Because the dots lead to a horrific truth that would appall the entire American nation, demanding that their government be reformed. It is simply because journalists are part of the CIA's media empire that they do not report anything that would cause their very own undoing. In December of 2014, NASA sent their brand new Orion spacecraft, unmanned, directly into the Van Allen radiation belt, to a 3,600-mile altitude, and then promptly U-turned it for a return to Earth. What is worth studying at 3,600 miles? The Van Allen radiation belts. According to NASA, the purpose of the Orion mission was to test the instruments. What instruments were on board the Orion spacecraft? 2 Geiger counters to measure the radiation inside of the radiation belts. Didn't NASA already have these measurements decades ago from the Apollo moon missions, if indeed men actually went through the radiation belts 18 times to the moon and back? Why is it so important to test the instruments at a 3,600-mile altitude inside of the radiation belts? To see if humans can survive traversing it for the very first time. Apparently, today's new generation of NASA engineers, some in their 20s, have stumbled upon this significant NASA contradiction. Though they were probably led into the space exploration field by the motivation of the seemingly easy moon missions of the 1960s, the fact that such an acclaimed feat cannot be repeated today, with 5 decades more advanced technology. And that aside from These's alleged moon missions of the Nixon administration, no one has ever gone more than 400 miles away from the Earth in the nearly 50 years since, the trip to the moon being 1,000 times farther than the space station is today. Must make their positions with this newly discovered truth quite precarious. Kelly Smith, one of these 20-ish engineers, was selected as the official Orion mission spokesperson in the following NASA video press release. Notice that at 43 seconds into the film, Smith confirms that the radiation belts are made up of extreme radiation. At time 3:06 he again refers to the belts as dangerous radiation. Finally, at time 3:36, for the 3rd time, Smith plainly states, "We must solve these radiation challenges before we send people through this region of space." The question is, if the solution to the dangerous radiation belt problem has yet to be invented, we must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. Then how is it that the Apollo crews during their alleged moon missions went through this dangerous and extreme radiation nearly 50 years ago when the necessary equipment to survive doing so has yet to be invented? We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. Did Kelly Smith reveal this contradiction accidentally or intentionally? When I asked NASA's press office if I could interview Kelly Smith about this matter, they refused to grant him permission to talk with me. When I emailed a list of mostly harmless questions about the Orion mission, NASA politely answered all of them. When I submitted a more difficult inquiry about Kelly Smith's 3 statements about the dangerous radiation of the Van Allen belts, and how the radiation problem must be solved before NASA sends astronauts through them, NASA refused to reply to these questions, as if I had never asked them. When I asked for the radiation readings of the Orion spacecraft's 2 onboard Geiger counters, NASA said that such measurements were a secret, and that I would have to file a Freedom of Information Act request to attain the information. When I asked why such ordinary data about the radiation belt's strength is a secret, NASA refused to answer, and then terminated all further communication with me. Just 1 rem of radiation per hour is 5 times a lethal dose. As you will read later below, the radiation belts contain up to 100 rem per hour. When NASA sent publicly funded probes and spacecraft to measure the temperature of the Sun, and the amount of hydrogen in Jupiter's atmosphere, this information was readily available to scientists, and to the public. After all, why would a measurement of a part of nature be a secret? Likewise, the amount radiation in the Van Allen radiation belts which surround the Earth is simply a part of nature, and as such, there is no reason whatsoever why such elementary measurements of nature should be a government secret. Unless disclosing such measurements would reveal the impossibility of the Apollo crews having gone through them and surviving with decades-older technology, especially seeing how NASA just acknowledged, accidentally or otherwise, that such protection from this dangerous and extreme radiation has yet to be invented by the space agency, and must be invented before we send people through this region of space. Quite interesting. Yes? James Van Allen, the discoverer of the radiation belts who so humbly named them after himself, originally said that they were 100,1000 times more radioactive than a lethal dose. Under pressure from NASA, he dramatically recanted his original findings in order to make it appear as if the moon landings were possible. Don't believe me? Below is the link to his original published findings in the respected national journal Scientific American, in which Van Allen spoke plainly about the radiation belts beyond Earth orbit being an obstacle for practical space travel to the moon and beyond. Just as Kelly Smith of the Orion mission did. Van Allen himself said this, immediately after NASA sent probes with Geiger counters into the radiation belts in 1958. Our measurements show that the maximum radiation level as of 1958 is equivalent to between 10 and 100 rem per hour, depending on the still undetermined proportion of protons to electrons. Since a human being exposed for 2 days to even 10 rem would have only an even chance of survival, the radiation belts obviously present an obstacle to space flight. Occupational safety limits for radiation is 5 rem over an entire year. As the danger is calculated by the amount of rem and the period over which it is received, and thereby gradually absorbed, so that the body may have time to incrementally expel the radiation before it reaches a lethal level. Absorbing 5 rem of radiation in just an hour, rather than a year, is 24 times a lethal dose. 10 rem of radiation absorbed in an hour is therefore 48 times more lethal a dose than 10 rem gradually absorbed and expelled over 2 days, or 48 hours, which Van Allen himself said was already a lethal dose, as calculated by it killing 50% of those exposed to it. Rounding 48 times a lethal dose per hour in the radiation belts up to 50, for the slightly longer than an hour trip through them to leave Earth orbit and reach the moon, and then doubling the amount for the return from the moon through the radiation belts again to re-enter Earth orbit. This is, according to Van Allen himself, a minimum of 100 times a lethal dose, and a maximum of 1,000 times a lethal dose for the trip to the moon and back. The Apollo spacecraft had inferior shielding, 1/8 of an inch of aluminum, compared to that of a medical X-ray technician, who wears a much more effective lead vest, prohibitive to launch into space because of the weight. Even though the radiation exposure to a chest X-ray is 1/5000 th of the radiation exposure to the Van Allen radiation belts, and that only for a split second, rather than continually for more than 2 hours during the alleged trip to the moon and back. Some misinformed and grasping NASA fans have falsely claimed that the Apollo astronauts did not go through the radiation belts, while others claim that they only went through weak fringe parts thereof, though NASA never made any such claims. Yet this is a scientific impossibility, unless the launches took place at the north or south poles where there are small openings in the belts, as Van Allen clearly stated at the end of the above article. As there was no additional fuel available to zigzag around them, and launching closest to the equator as possible, where the radiation belts are strongest, permitted the fuel-saving trajectory. Launching at the poles would be virtually impossibility due to the cold temperatures, at least 50 degrees Fahrenheit, 19 C, or more below safe launch temperatures, because the cold dramatically deteriorates sensitive launch equipment. As the Space Shuttle Challenger's cold launch explosion, at just 36 degrees Fahrenheit, 2 C, already proved was deadly. What these die-hard unresearched supporters of the fraud have inadvertently admitted, is that yes indeed the radiation belts are deadly, just as Van Allen and NASA's own Kelly Smith acknowledged in the Orion mission video press release. By desperately saying the crews went around the radiation belts in a forlorn attempt to prove the missions were real, even though NASA claims the crews went right through the most intense part of the radiation, in their acknowledgement of the belt's lethality. They have themselves unknowingly conceded that the missions were scientifically impossible. Even self-proclaimed moon astronaut Alan Bean, when I interviewed him unprepared for my challenging questions, accidentally admitted on camera that he did not travel through the lethal Van Allen radiation belts, which he would have to in order to reach the moon. When I pointed out this error to him, he corrected himself by saying, "Maybe we did go through the radiation belts." When I asked him if he experienced any unusual phenomenon from traveling through the radiation belts, he said no. When I pointed out to him that a crew of the Space Shuttle, decades after his alleged moon mission, on the highest altitude of any Space Shuttle flight, more than 600 miles away from just the beginning of the intense radiation belts, experienced radiation that was so severe, even from that great distance away, that they could see the radiation as sparks of lights through their closed eyelids, Bean then suddenly remembered seeing the same phenomenon. When I pointed out to him that I believed that this Space Shuttle crew was the first of any astronauts in history to report this strange optical radiation phenomenon, he changed his story a third time to keep up with the revelatory information, and immediately recanted what he had just said about seeing the radioactive sparks of light in the first place. Absolutely amazing. Did I mention the fact that each astronaut who was interviewed at length asked for $2,000 an hour in cash for the honor of being lied to? In August of 2009 it was reported, albeit as a news oddity, and it certainly was, that a moon rock, personally given to the President of the Netherlands by Neil Armstrong in 1969, who supposedly handpicked it off of the moon's surface himself, was opened 40 years later from its hermetically sealed container by a curious museum curator after they had watched a funny thing happen on the way to the moon. Following microscopic examination, the rock was verified to actually be a forgery. A deceptive and otherworldly-looking piece of petrified wood instead. Yet again, not a single journalist, except for myself, asked the question if the moon rocks are fake. What about the moon missions? You can read the story by clicking here. After Neil Armstrong's departure from this mortal coil, in 2012, his widow found a bag of moon souvenirs in the back of his closet. The problem is, for Armstrong's entire life, he said that these specific items were left on the moon. Again, more proof that the moon missions took place on Earth was completely ignored by the media. You can read the story by clicking here. When I discovered absolute proof, actual on-camera evidence that the Apollo astronauts never left Earth orbit. Contained in a newly discovered unedited NASA reel which was never broadcast to the public, debuted in A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon and showcased below, and presented this controversial videotape to a news director at NBC. He turned pale white, practically fainted, and collapsed in his chair exclaiming, "Oh my God. It looks like we didn't go to the moon." "I know," I said, "what do we do?" This man, who held the betterment of America in his hand, thought for a long time. And then eventually chickened out. He said, "I cannot broadcast this with a clear conscience. It will cause a civil war. I will not be the one responsible for that." While I disagree that the public knowing the truth about the moon missions would cause a civil war, Americans would probably demand immense government reform, or possibly a new institution thereof, as well as start investigating other matters of their yet uncovered dark corruption and deception. Naturally, government criminals would rather not get caught and preserve their way of life, which the release of this truth would inevitably bring. This is precisely why my film has never been broadcast, only to be seen on DVD and YouTube. Instead, numerous networks, owned by bedfellows of the government, have broadcast a dozen full-length documentaries as to why my well-known film's accusations are unfounded. If more people would only view with an open, deprogrammed mind, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, which contains newly discovered video evidence of the moon landing fraud, then they would see, with their own eyes. These recently uncovered unedited behind-the-scenes outtakes of false photography from the first moon mission, which prove the deception beyond any doubt. In fact, 4 out of 5 people who actually view this footage, who previously thought the alleged moon landings were real, recant their faith in the supposed mission's authenticity. Thusly you can see why broadcasters are terrified to present this extremely condemning evidence to the public. If they did so, plainly acknowledging as the news director did that this proves the moon missions were a government deception, then not only would they be admitting the mainstream media's own complicity in the fallacy by being the means through which this lie was disseminated, the public would also call into question the very foundational integrity of the government, possibly leading to its immediate restructuring, as well as the media's for their own participatory dishonesty. The unedited outtakes of which I speak were never broadcast to the public. In them, Neil Armstrong is using a 1-foot diameter model of the Earth, inside of the spacecraft from low Earth orbit, to create the illusion for the television audience that he and his crew are halfway to the moon, when they are, in reality, still in Earth orbit, from which they never left. After all, this is as far as an astronaut can travel today, 50 years later. This is absolute proof that, though they were on the rocket at launch and achieved Earth orbit, the crew never went any farther. This revealing footage is even dated by NASA's own computer clock as having taken place 2 days into Armstrong's flight, when he is supposed to be halfway to the moon, or some 135,000 miles away from the Earth. Yet he and his crew are clearly shown in these revealing outtakes to still be in Earth orbit 2 days after launch, and are instead falsifying the television photography to deceive the viewing public as to their real location. The CIA is even heard on a private, third audio channel, prompting Armstrong to respond to Mission Control's questions only after 4 seconds have elapsed, in order to create the false impression of an increased radio delay, so as to appear to be much farther from the Earth than he and his crew actually were. Jump ahead to time 32:03, 40:50 and a funny thing happened on the way to the moon by clicking here if you do not wish to view the entire 47-minute documentary, and only see these newly discovered unedited outtakes of Neil Armstrong falsifying mission photography during the historic and now infamously falsified flight. Due to the obvious genuineness of the footage I uncovered, as it precisely matches their other broadcasts, NASA had to acknowledge that this newly discovered unedited behind-the-scenes video from the first moon mission, which debuted in A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, is indeed authentic. They simply said that I was misinterpreting it. Misguided diehard fans of NASA and detractors of my documentary on the internet elaborated a bit more, to their very own demise. They plainly acknowledged the simple fact that the crew was indeed falsifying the photography of being halfway to the moon in these newly discovered outtakes of mission photography, as nearly everyone has the mind to see and admit after examining it. Claiming though that the crew did so merely to rehearse an upcoming scene for the television viewers. The fact is, this moon mission cost about $13 million per minute in today's value. As such, the last thing the crew would do would be wasting their precious time and limited weight creating a model of the Earth in space at an alleged distance of halfway to the moon, when the real Earth from a distance halfway to the moon was supposed to be right outside their window. If the crew was rehearsing, they would have just rehearsed with the real Earth out the window rather than wasting valuable time creating an unnecessary model of what supposedly really existed a few feet away. Furthermore, the edited and approved segments of this exact footage, those without the errors I uncovered which give the illusion away, appear in numerous NASA documentaries where their narrator refers to the very same material as genuine. Additionally, with there already being talk at the time by 10% of Americans that the mission was disingenuous government propaganda, the last thing NASA would do if the mission was real would be to falsify any of it, for fear they would be accused of such dishonesty. What critics have inadvertently done is acknowledged that the first moon crew falsified part of their photography. Thank you. Now you see why broadcasters will not present my film with this clip in it. The fact is, if they really went to the moon, there would be no need to falsify any of the photography. Just as if only one ingredient at a salad bar is contaminated with poison it fails the health inspection, having discovered only one reel of false footage disqualifies the reality of the missions. All that desperate critics were left with to say was that the remarkable newly uncovered, unedited behind-the-scenes footage of outtakes of blatant false photography from the first moon mission was no big discovery, because the video is readily available to the public. These people are obviously lying through their teeth. It says in big letters, right at the beginning of the newly discovered reel, not for public distribution. Take it from someone who has personally and exhaustively gone through the entire NASA archives, more than any diehard fan of the moon missions has ever done. This is the only unedited reel available. Absolutely everything else is pre-edited. My detractors know this, and shortly after my film debuted, they borrowed some of the footage to hastily put into their new pro-NASA releases, as it was not available previously. In a dying attempt to minimize the important discovery by falsely trying to demonstrate that pro-NASA people had access to this remarkable find all along, though it was never shown by them until after my film's release, unwittingly proving, by their latent disclosure, the genuineness of the important revelatory discovery. In their edited version of my newly discovered footage though, they specifically deleted the most incriminating video segments, as well as the revealing audio of the CIA prompting the astronauts with talk at the beginning of the deplorable fraudulent footage. Done so to remind Armstrong to respond to mission control's questions only after 4 seconds have elapsed, so as to create the false impression of an increased radio delay, and thusly appearing to be much farther away from the Earth than he and his crew actually were. Why would they edit out this important betraying audio in their films, if this newly discovered hidden track of secret communications revealed nothing of the forgery? Some despondent critics have even suggested that I am the one doing the deceiving, simply because in my documentary I edit from one relevant part of the new footage to another. As my film is only 47 minutes in length, and the unedited reel is 1 hour 48 minutes long, this is no more deceptive than a news sportscaster, with limited time for their segment, showing just the highlights of a football game. Some, believe it or not, are so desperate to keep the truth buried, that they have even suggested that I staged the violent attacks which I received from the various angry astronauts in Astronauts Gone Wild. LOL. At least they are being creative. I am constantly assailed with the age-old juvenile, disreputable, and ineffective technique of assaulting the messenger who brings bad news, by those who feel they have no other course of action because the reality of my position speaks for itself and cannot be truthfully refuted otherwise. The fact that critics resort to attacking the bearer of bad news is proof itself that the message is sound, otherwise they would have no need to do so in the defense of their position. If their position was not so dramatically faltering to begin with, and in such dire need of misdirection from the condemning evidence. In coping with the pressures of such professional and personal ostracization, I once gave prescription antidepressants a try. In doing so while engaged in a prolonged fast, 60 days without food, I had a negative reaction, having a fit or rage over a disputed parking place, where I walked across the hood of my adversary's car, denting it in the process. While the investigative journalist to whom I gave personal copies of the fraudulent moon landing footage years earlier completely ignored reporting on this felony of the United States government, they found it noteworthy to report on this misdemeanor of the whistleblower, adding false aggrandizations in the process. This reminds me of the 2016 leaks of the Democratic Party leadership obtained from hacked computers. Instead of the FBI pursuing the criminals who brazenly rigged a presidential primary, one in which the candidate with the fewest votes repeatedly received the most delegates, a revelation of such corruption that the people involved resigned in humiliation from their lofty positions at the disclosure of their unethical behavior. The federal policing agency chose alternately to start a prosecutorial investigation into those who merely released the condemning truthful information of the illegal acts, rather than pursue those who actually committed the unlawfulness in the first place. What a sad joke of our country's government. How on earth my personal error on a random street became so quickly known and disseminated to the press, I have no idea. Someone somewhere is keeping up with my every move. Why would this be necessary if they really went to the moon? We have to remember that General Motors president, James Roche, admitted during a United States Senate investigative hearing that he had hired private detectives to follow consumer advocate Ralph Nader in an effort to harass and discredit him, simply for pointing out errors in the automaker's safety. As one who is spearheading a much more horrendous revelation of the much more powerful federal government, you can imagine why any misstep I take in private may mysteriously make its way to a government-affiliated public media forum in an effort to discredit me. My tenure of 2 years as news editor at an NBC affiliate has been falsely identified by my leading critic as 2 months, in an unscrupulous effort to discredit my experience. I worked there through 2 consecutive Christmas holidays and then some, so I and a dozen eyewitnesses know better than he how long I worked there. If my leading critic has to lie to make his point, then his point is not valid to begin with, as valid points don't need lies to support them. If he was simply mistaken, then his inept powers of research prove that if he cannot uncover the truth about one simple fact on Earth in his own country, then how could he possibly discern the numerous intricacies of CIA intrigue as to what may or may not be taking place on the moon? The great thing is, either way, his own false statements regarding such a simple thing prove himself wrong on the more complicated matter. The fact that I, during one past occasion, though no longer, drove a taxi on weekends to help pay the bills during an economic downturn, is used by some desperate critics to negate the fact that I have been a professional filmmaker for more than 30 years, and as such, can highly discern fraudulent photography when I see it. See a list of my films, whose budgets ranged from $2,000 to $500,000 by clicking here. If you really think about it, what these lovers of denial are saying is that if you drive a yellow car, this disqualifies you from being able to perceive the truth. Anyone who makes such a nonsensical argument to begin with is likewise proving, by their own ridiculous misstatements, that it is they who lack the ability to perceive reality. Completely false and highly outrageous accusations have been made against me, and I regularly receive vulgar curse-filled death threats. All for simply saying that I think the federal government lied to the public on at least one occasion. The fact that some people react like vicious and insane rabid dogs from a mere statement of opinion is further proof that the statement is true, as a sword with no point causes no injury. The further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. George Orwell, ever wonder why they claim to have walked on the moon, on the very first attempt, even though, right here on Earth, Mt. Everest and the South Pole took numerous tries before success, allegedly accomplishing this amazing feat with antiquated 1960s technology, while today a cell phone has 1 million times the computing power than all of NASA did back then, yet 50 years later, the farthest an astronaut can travel from the Earth to the Moon is only 1/1000th the distance? Just as when Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic in 1927, 50 years did not go by before the event was repeated by other nations. It was repeated only a few months later, and then thereafter, this tiny milestone was left in the dust with even far greater accomplishments. Yet today, 50 years later, with 50 years more advancements in rockets and computers, the farthest any astronaut can travel from the Earth to the Moon is only 1/1000th the distance as they said they did with 1960s technology on the very first attempt, half a century ago. Wake up! Your mind is clouded with something if you cannot see the reality of this blatant contradiction of simple logic of the normal technological advancement of things, and respond like a rabid dog to those who merely see things differently than you. The moon landings have become a god to you, and a false one at that, whose prophet I have insulted. Your vulgar and violent reaction to theses plain facts, and towards another person who merely holds a different opinion than you, proves that you are in this religious trance. Not too long ago, I interviewed the second man to not walk on the moon, Edwin Buzz Aldrin. He sat down with me thinking that I was going to interview him in order to help him make money off of a book he was promoting. Instead, I had a television monitor set up to ask him about the newly discovered unedited outtakes of false photography from his moon mission, in which he was actually the camera operator orchestrating the deception. You have to understand, at that moment, with 2 professional television cameras there, a crew of about 5 people, as well as professional lights and microphones, Aldrin thought, for a brief moment, that the news story of the moon landing fraud had just broken worldwide. It was at this time that he exclaimed in anger, at time 8:58 to 9:11 in the sequel to my film entitled Astronauts Gone Wild, showcased in the link below, and this makes you a real famous person that has discovered this, and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself, your career, like this. The question is, if I was wrong with my discovery, how could I become famous from exposing nothing? Therefore, this statement itself is an admission of guilt, as he didn't say I was wrong with my revelation, rather he said that I had impure motives for revealing this truth to the world. Aldrin even shouted back, at time 8:30 to 8:38, well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator of NASA? We're only passengers. We're guys going on a flight. As Aldrin was only a passenger, as he plainly stated, then that certainly means that he never piloted the lunar module to the moon's surface as he previously claimed, because a passenger and a pilot are certainly very different from one another. Merely orbiting the Earth for 8 days, entirely under the control of NASA, is what made him a passenger, not a pilot, as he firmly admitted. Aldrin finally remembered that I was not with ABC News, as he previously believed, rather ABC Digital, the name of my independent television production company at the time. At this point, when he realized that the discovery of the fraud was isolated, by an independent television producer, not yet to be broadcast worldwide by a major television network, he started backpedaling on his admission of guilt and started to reassert, though not very convincingly, his mission's alleged authenticity. When Aldrin finally realized that he had made a critical error in judgment by acknowledging twice, with the above two statements, that I was right in regard to my discovery of the truth, he threatened to sue me if I showed his admissions of guilt to anyone. Certainly, if these two statements were not admissions of guilt, he would have no problem releasing them to the public. Seeing how my job as a filmmaker of more than 30 years is to make fake scenes look real, this specific expertise of mine is how I first discerned that the moon missions were filmed inside of a television studio with electrical light, rather than with sunlight on a natural exterior landscape as was falsely claimed. In fact, more than 2 decades ago, in showing a colleague of mine, with many more years of professional filmmaking experience than I had at the time, a recent dramatic film I had just completed, he complimented me by saying, "I really liked the way you captured the sunset at the end of your movie." I smiled and said, that was actually an electrical light, not the sun. In the case of the moon scenes that were allegedly lit solely with the bright sunlight on the atmosphereless moon, the shadows from one object or person, compared to another, should always, without exception, run parallel with one another and never intersect. Yet, in several of the photographs allegedly taken on the moon, shadows from one object or person run at a different angle than the other and eventually intersect. This would absolutely never happen in sunlight, as the sun, the alleged only light source in the moon pictures, is 1 million times bigger in volume than the Earth, and therefore evenly lights in the exact same direction of any given area. According to NASA, no electrical lighting whatsoever was used on any of the moon missions, simply because of allegedly being on a heavenly body in very bright sunlight, which doesn't have clouds or atmosphere, made supplemental lighting completely unnecessary, and a waste of precious electrical power. In fact, according to NASA, because the moon has no atmosphere of any kind, the sunlight there is 20 times brighter than on the Earth, so the last thing any photographer on the moon would need is an electrical light that would cast intersecting shadows. In the now infamous National Geographic television special on how the moon landing hoax was supposed to not be a hoax at all, in a vain attempt to bury the emerging truth, the program of which they subsequently removed from YouTube, because I exposed the following blatant deception of theirs immediately after its broadcast, they went to a California desert at night to simulate the alleged conditions on the moon. They dressed up an actor in an astronaut costume, had them stand a few feet apart from a television crew member, brought in one electrical light to simulate the sun, and basically said, "See. The shadows of the two people standing near one another do intersect in our moon simulation, so filmmaker Bart Sibrel is wrong." The very simple fact is this: why didn't they just wait 12 hours, and use the very same desert during the day with real sunlight to accurately depict the very same sunlit condition on the moon? The filmmakers claimed, "We can't duplicate the sun, yet they easily could have if they only filmed in the very same spot 12 hours earlier, in natural sunlight. They went on national television trying to prove a funny thing happened on the way to the moon wrong with the exact same evidence that proves the film is right. All the while telling the viewers the exact opposite. The point is, their shadows in their little demonstration intersected because their moon simulation was lit with electrical light. All the while they claimed that this proved that the moon missions were real, when their very demonstration proved that the moon missions were fake instead. Think about it. In their moon simulation, with electrical light, the shadows did intersect, just like some of the moon pictures, right? Yet, they said, these results directly contradict the conspiracy claims, which are that the pictures from NASA on the moon were lit with electrical light, not sunlight. They told this blatant lie in a deceptive attempt to confuse the viewer from seeing the truth, when in fact, these very results of theirs prove the conspiracy claims to be true rather than false. Do you see this? They went to the desert at night, allegedly, to get a black background like on the moon, yet this was not the point of the experiment. The point of the experiment was to see which of the two casts parallel shadows, sunlight, as claimed by NASA, or electrical light, as claimed by me. Because the assertion I made in my film was that the reason the shadows intersect in some of the NASA pictures is because they were lit with electrical light in a television studio instead of sunlight outside on the moon as they falsely claimed, where the shadows would never intersect. Did you get this? I discovered a copy I made of their one-time broadcast, later pulled from YouTube, because I exposed their deception, and uploaded this devious attempt of theirs to lie through their teeth to the viewer. Here it is, the National Geographic Channel, a propaganda arm of the United States government, simulated the moon pictures, matched them, by using electrical light not sunlight, which means that the Apollo pictures were taken with electrical light, not sunlight. Meaning they were taken on Earth. All the while they tried to mislead the audience into believing the exact opposite of the truth, that this deceptive evidence of theirs proved the moon mission's authenticity, when in fact this exact evidence proves the exact opposite, that the NASA pictures were also taken with electrical light. And this is precisely why the shadows intersected in their reenactment, because the moon pictures were also taken on Earth with electrical light, likewise causing intersecting shadows. The National Geographic program further lied in their special when they said, only a very small group of people believe that the moon missions were fraudulent. Really? Is 60 million of 300 million Americans a very small group? Not to mention approximately 4 billion others, in other non-brainwashed countries, that perceive the truth. If the group of believers of the truth is so very small, as they falsely claimed, then what is the esteemed National Geographic Channel doing wasting an entire expensive hour of television, and tens of thousands of dollars in production costs? Trying to convince such a small minority out of their crazy and insignificant error, or are these extensive resources being spent because of the growing millions who are awakening to their senses, that networks like these are trying to keep the multitudes perpetually deceived and asleep? Their own expert on the program, as to the moon landing's alleged authenticity, the one of such astuteness that he proved my film right when he was trying to prove it wrong, admitted that his life's work is to convince people that the moon landings were real. Why would this be anyone's life's work if the moon missions were so unquestionably real, the numbers opposed to him were so very small, and the people opposed to his belief were merely crazy as the program insinuated? Would you spend your entire life's energy trying to convince crazy people who thought that the country's first president was Mickey Mouse that it was really George Washington? Of course not. The amount of time, energy, and expensive resources spent on this, and 100 other films and websites to convince accused defective simpletons of the self-proclaimed obviousness of the alleged moon landings, itself speaks of a deliberate propagandizing of the truth. Even the scene at time 30, 38, 31:06 in A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, click here to view, in which the astronauts appear to be floating around in 1/6 gravity, is so obviously a simple, yet very convincing, slow motion effect, that when they showed the same clip in the deceptive National Geographic program, they deliberately zoomed in far past the soles of the astronauts' feet touching the ground in the original NASA footage, in a blatant attempt to conceal this condemning evidence. Because showing the original clip of the bottoms of their feet only getting an inch or two off of the ground, would have conclusively proved that they were on Earth and not on the Moon, where they should have been able to leap a yard, meter, or higher because of the much lighter gravity. When you simply double the speed of the footage with professional video equipment, it becomes blatantly obvious that the seemingly convincing 1/6 gravity floating effect is nothing more than a rudimentary slow motion effect. Truly, this alone proves that they were not on the Moon, rather on Earth. Mythbusters did the very same thing as the National Geographic special, by lighting their simulated moonscape with electrical light rather than sunlight, in an inverted attempt to prove the reality of the government photographs with intersecting shadows and other lighting anomalies, conclusively demonstrating once again that the moon pictures were lit with electrical light, not sunlight as NASA claimed, as only electrical lights, not sunlight, casts intersecting shadows with similar inconsistencies, meaning that the pictures were taken on Earth, as no electrical lights were brought to the Moon. Why they, like the others, did not use sunlight to simulate sunlight is beyond me, unless the real intention was to deceptively mislead the television viewers into wrongly believing this reenactment of theirs with electrical light proved the mission's authenticity, when this very methodology actually proved the exact opposite, as they duplicated the intersecting shadows of the moon pictures and other anomalies with electrical light rather than sunlight, proving that NASA's moon pictures were also lit with electrical light rather than sunlight. Therefore likewise taken inside of a television studio on Earth, all the while they too lied to their audience saying that their deceptive technique proved the exact opposite. As before, if this misrepresentation was intentional, then deliberately lying to make a contested point proves that their position is false to begin with. If such an inversion of the truth was accidental, then it proves their complete incompetence on the subject. Either way, it proves that the moon landings were indeed false, completely contrary to their misleading presentation. It was when I pointed out these deceptions of theirs that the producers of these two shows, who were NASA surrogates, recanted to have me on their programs or deleted my previously recorded interviews from their content. Because not only could I prove on national television that the moon landings were fraudulent beyond any doubt, I would have also exposed their blatantly deceptive methodology to make their misleading points to a beguiled public, something they were not about to allow me to do. If a television program about the moon landing conspiracy theory, really produced to reassure the public that it was not a deliberate deception against mounting evidence to the contrary, refuses to have on their show the world's leading advocate on this very subject, or deliberately deletes conclusive evidence from him of the fraud from their content, how can they at all be trusted to be presenting the truth in the first place? If the moon landings were so obviously real and incontestable as they falsely claim, then they would let me speak uncensored about their fraudulent methodology, and show the newly discovered and highly condemning, unedited video evidence in its entirety, without any fear whatsoever. Neither of which programs allowed me to do. Do you see how upside down the truth is presented on television? The myth is that the moon landings took place with 1960s technology, on the very first attempt, allegedly going 1,000 times farther than the space station is or any man can travel today, with 5 decades older technology. This is the myth they should be busting. Instead, they are a propaganda arm of the corrupt United States government and CIA, whose native language is lies, saying that the truth is a myth, and that a myth is the truth, all the while the corrupt government charges their citizens billions of dollars in taxes for the honor of being lied to by their deceptive leaders. Utterly disgusting, and are only for eyes which see what the magician wants you to see. NBC, my old alma mater, for a program on their Discovery Channel, paid me thousands of dollars, flew me to New York City, put me up in the very expensive Waldorf Astoria Hotel, all because a new, independent-minded producer of theirs wanted to air my side of the story, as well as exclusively showcase the first network broadcast of my newly discovered unedited video evidence of behind-the-scenes photographic fraud from the first moon mission. When NASA got wind of their intended broadcast of my recorded interview introducing this condemning footage to an awakened American audience, how they found out is a mystery to me. They threatened NBC with permanently disconnecting their live camera aboard the International Space Station as retaliation. Remember, another NBC News director previously viewed the very same evidence and promptly concluded that it conclusively proved the moon landing fraud, though disappointedly said, "I cannot air this. It will cause a civil war." Seeing how the Discovery Channel and NBC regularly used and boasted about video feeds from this camera of theirs on board the International Space Station on numerous ongoing television programs, they succumbed to the NASA blackmail and never aired the interview they filmed of me painstakingly explaining the newly discovered condemning NASA footage, which they had already purchased exclusive rights to, even though it cost them tens of thousands of dollars of loss in the process. Do you still believe there is a free press outside of government control? I was even once invited to the NASA launch headquarters in Florida as an official member of the press, with personalized credentials, a formal written invitation, and a scheduled appointment. Yet when I asked an Apollo astronaut to confirm that he actually left Earth orbit, because I had newly discovered evidence to the contrary, I was promptly and forcibly removed from the public property by security forces, with the threat of arrest if I persisted with my questions. If you had been there and witnessed this firsthand as I and my camera crew did, you would have sworn that we were in oppressive North Korea or China, rather than the free United States of America, with an alleged free press. The only television program to ever broadcast my newly discovered condemning footage of unedited outtakes of false photography from the first moon mission, with its most revealing secret audio channel of the CIA prompting the astronauts during their deception, was Tech TV's enormously popular national cable talk show Unscrewed, who mistakenly did so without prior executive approval. In fact, the show was so successful that their viewership doubled every 30 days for the first 2 years it was on the air. Despite being the highest-rated program on the entire network, bringing in the owners of the channel untold millions of dollars, the show was abruptly canceled immediately after airing this inflammatory footage of the NASA forgery. Especially with the studio audience reaction of horror and indignation when they saw it. This cancellation was a not-so-subtle warning to other broadcasters who might make the same error in judgment. Since then, knowing this penalty of termination hanging over their heads, no other network has dared to air, on any of their programs, any condemning portions of this monumental evidence, which emphatically proves that the moon missions never left Earth orbit. The simple truth is, if I really walked on the moon and someone thought otherwise, I would find that hysterically funny. If someone asked me to swear on the Bible to that fact, why in the world would I object to taking an oath of such an obvious event? Instead, the astronauts in question reacted to the request, as if I walked up to them in the company of their wife and asked them how their secret mistress was doing. If they really walked on the moon, me saying otherwise would be like throwing a feather at them. Why would anyone be violently mad at someone for throwing a feather at them? If, on the other hand, I were exposing a real crime of infidelity that they had gotten away with for decades and built lifelong financial reputations on, then you could certainly see why they would react with such violent hatred. I even met privately with investigative journalist Geraldo Rivera in New York City to personally give him a copy of A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, which includes the newly discovered condemning video evidence. While I later appeared as a guest on his show to discuss this topic, he made it clear to me that though he may be personally suspicious of the moon mission's authenticity, he is not able to say so publicly and keep his job. The only way that I could appear and present my case on his program was if I did not show the number one key piece of evidence of the fraud. Why would this matter? If they really went to the moon? Instead of debuting the recently uncovered absolute proof of the fraud, Geraldo chose to sensationalize the violence I received in pursuit of the truth. Subsequently, one has to question his credentials as a real investigative journalist, rather than a pop culture propagandist, when he privately confided in me that he knows the hidden truth and refuses to share it with the public, whom he claims to look out for. The same is true of the New York Times. While Investigate reporter John Schwartz interviewed me in depth on the topic of the moon landing fraud, the story which he actually wrote was about how interesting it is that some people doubt the moon landings. Rather than an actual investigation into the real possibility that indeed the missions were a Cold War deception. When I asked him about the newly discovered condemning video evidence of the astronauts staging their photography of being halfway to the moon when they were still in Earth orbit, he replied, "I can't explain that." And then he went on to say that such an investigation of his along these lines would result in his termination by his superiors. USA Today, along with many other newspapers, television and radio stations, reviewed my documentary A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, yet repeatedly touted the status quo. In each and every case, with the exception of John Schwartz, who was admittedly dumbfounded by the newly discovered condemning video evidence, when I tracked down the actual person who wrote the critical review of my film and asked them, "What did you think about the newly discovered unedited footage of false photography from Apollo 11 showcased in my movie?" They replied, "Well, I didn't actually watch the movie. I wrote the review on the concept of the film, not the actual content." The fact is, 4 out of 5 people who actually watched the 47-minute documentary, with the condemning new evidence debuted in it, reversed their opinion as to the moon mission's authenticity. 99% of professional journalists, for major magazines, newspapers, and television stations, actually write reviews about films that they don't even watch? Can you believe this? Why aren't people like this fired for incompetence or dereliction of duty, instead of being promoted to positions of national media authority? For networks, so far, have paid thousands of dollars for the exclusive license to broadcast this newly discovered amazing NASA footage, only to be told at the 11th hour not to do it by senior network executives, who are likely under the direct control of the CIA, whose criminality would be exposed by airing it. The BBC did this very thing only 3 days before my film's scheduled broadcast, after they had licensed the condemning footage nearly a year in advance at the cost of thousands of dollars. I was privately informed that a senior U.S. government official telephoned the president of the BBC and put pressure on them not to air the program. The BBC even bribed the executive producer of my film with additional thousands of dollars to sign a contract not to publicize their recanting, and the reason for it. In fact, this executive producer of which I speak, who wishes to remain anonymous, who put up approximately $1 million to help produce these films of mine exposing the moon landing fraud, has an IQ nearing 200 and is a board member of an aerospace company which is presently building rockets for NASA. Wouldn't such a person know whether the moon landings of the 1960s were possible or not with the available technology? Of course, they would. They do know. They know that they were fake, a Cold War bluff against the Soviet Union, as well as a domestic pep rally for the Nixon administration during the Vietnam War's detrimental national protests. They know, from an engineering standpoint, that 1960s NASA low-bid equipment, that barely put a man in orbit for the first time only a few years earlier, could never have successfully landed on the moon on their first attempt with 1960s technology. Especially considering the fact that the feat cannot be repeated today with 50 years of more advanced computers and rockets, now only able to travel 1/1000 th as far from the Earth to the moon as was claimed a half a century ago. Although the technology allegedly used to put a man on the moon was not classified, because the missions were supposed to have been done by a non-military civilian government agency, NASA, all of the specific blueprints of the hypothetically miraculous machinery, according to NASA, are nevertheless unavailable. This is because all of the flight telemetry data, as well as all of the technical specifications of the Apollo spacecraft, were deliberately destroyed by NASA after the moon missions. You would think that such important, one-of-a-kind, and supremely valuable and expensive designs, at a cost of $150 billion in today's value, would be kept for just short of all of eternity, in case such costly to attain information would be needed again in the future. Yet the exact opposite is the case. How did the lunar lander power air conditioning against an outside temperature of 252 degrees Fahrenheit, 122 C, down to an amazing 72 degrees Fahrenheit, 22 C, inside a boiling spacecraft for 3 days nonstop with a bank of, essentially, car batteries? No one will ever know. All of the schematics and electrical diagrams of the lunar lander were deliberately destroyed. How did the moon rocket go 1,000 times farther than the space shuttle with decades less advanced technology? No one will ever know. The rocket diagrams and blueprints were removed from the National Archives and are nowhere to be found. Imagine Bill Gates spending $150 billion to build the first computer, and then once successfully completing it, throwing the computer with its blueprints into a furnace. Would anyone ever do such a crazy thing? Of course not. Yet. This is what NASA did with the technology which they claimed could reach the moon in the 1960s. This is proof itself that the moon missions were fraudulent. Here's why. If you really went to the moon and spent $150 billion to do so, you would never deliberately throw away such precious hard-earned technology. Never. Has anyone ever deliberately thrown away breakthrough technology in the entire history of the world? Of course not. Even the atomic bomb, though this technology should have been thrown away, was cherished with relish, protected with all security, and then multiplied and improved upon 100-fold within just 10 years. Thusly, if the moon landings were real 50 years ago, men would have walked on Mars decades ago. On the other hand, if NASA faked going to the moon, and a detailed analysis of the engineering specifications could prove mathematically that the rocket did not have enough fuel to reach its destination and return, or that the onboard computers were not fast enough to process the complicated trajectories in real time as the mission required, or that the power in the lunar module batteries was not sufficient to supply the air conditioning to combat exterior temperatures of 252 degrees Fahrenheit, 122 Celsius, for 3 days without cooking alive the crew inside. Then yes, indeed, NASA would definitely destroy any and all proof of their deception, which is exactly what they did. Again, if NASA really went to the moon, they would never, ever destroy that important technology. If, on the other hand, NASA faked going to the moon, then they would most definitely destroy the blueprints that would prove it a technological impossibility. Thusly, the fact that NASA did destroy the technological blueprints is concrete proof that they did not go to the moon. End of story. All of this intentional file burning was done so that if a curious and astute propulsion or electrical engineering student in the future were to do the actual mathematical calculations, they would not be able to expose the fact that the lunar lander, in reality, did not have the electrical battery capacity necessary to power the air conditioning down 180 degrees Fahrenheit, 82 C, from the outside temperature, non-stop for 3 days, nor did the main Apollo rocket have the fuel necessary to leave Earth orbit to begin with. As the newly uncovered video evidence clearly proves by the crew's falsification of being halfway to the moon. Don't believe me? Watch the video clip below in which I read the super-intelligent Apollo rocket designer's original mathematical calculations to moon astronaut Eugene Cernan, as to the only way possible to reach the moon, a methodology which NASA never used. You can see Cernan squirm as he realizes that he has just been caught in a lie. Wernher von Braun, the astute mathematician and rocket scientist, said this regarding the only way to reach the moon: it is commonly, and falsely, believed that men will fly directly from the Earth to the moon. But to do this we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the theoretical, non-stop flight from the Earth to the moon and to return. The figures speak for themselves. 3 rockets would be necessary. Each rocket ship would need to be taller than the Empire State Building, 1,250 feet, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or some 800,000 tons. The moon rocket the United States government could afford weighed just 2,500 tons, a difference of 32,000%, and was just 363 feet tall. And there was just one of them, rather than 3. Furthermore, Braun went on to say that a space station must be constructed before a manned mission to the moon, from which to ferry the 3 rockets to the moon and back. The International Space Station was not completed until 2011. Braun further insisted that after once landing on the moon, crews would have to find or dig a cave in which to shelter themselves from thousands of micrometeorites per hour hitting the moon's surface, traveling at speeds in excess of 20,000 miles per hour, which would inevitably puncture the spacecraft, as well as the astronaut's spacesuit, causing catastrophic and fatal environmental decompression. This, of course, like the other requirements, was never done. When the government told the man in charge of the moon rocket to adjust his numbers a little bit to reflect a fictitious way to reach the moon with the available resources and technology of the time, he immediately, and obediently, dramatically recanted. Did I mention that this man in charge of the moon program's authenticity, Wernher von Braun, was a former World War II Nazi whom our own government's State Department is on the record for saying that, had he not prematurely died shortly after the moon missions, he would have been immediately thereafter indicted for war crimes for overseeing the genocide, and the cover-up thereof, of hundreds of innocent people during the war. This threat of blackmail was obviously used to gain his obedient submission to the government deception, and his adjustment of irrefutable mathematical calculations. Not only are all of the specifications, blueprints, and telemetry data of the miraculous NASA 1960s technology that allegedly went to the moon on the very first attempt nowhere to be found because it was all intentionally destroyed, all of the original television transmission videotapes, estimated to weigh about 2 tons, have also been mysteriously lost inside the federally secured National Archives. Why? Because naive director Ron Howard, whose own wise grandfather warned him that the moon missions were staged, requested that all of the original videotapes be transferred to high definition for an IMAX documentary he was producing to gleefully commemorate the moon missions, as he believed. at that time, that they were real. Prior to Howard's request, the highest quality version of the television footage that anyone had ever seen was deliberately fourth generation, a copy, of a copy, of a copy, of a copy, in order to disguise the falsification detail of the fake moon landscapes. When this moon landing-believing prominent film director asked for the original NASA videotapes of all of the moonwalks to be transferred to high definition, in order to be projected for the first time in history onto a screen that was nearly 120 feet by 100 feet. For all the world to see at a resolution that was at least 4 times greater in detail than had ever before been witnessed, within days of his request, all of the original videotapes vanished from the Federal Archives. But of course, we still went to the moon, right? Proof of this bewildering predicament is that when Howard's documentary commemorating the moon missions was finally produced without this essential material, he resorted to filling about 95% of his landmark film with reenactments of the moonwalks, which he likewise filmed in a television studio. In fact, there was so little actual original footage available of the alleged greatest event of the 20th century, that this multi-million-dollar director had to resort to renting VHS tapes of other filmmakers' previous work at Blockbuster Video in order to have at least some of the vanishing NASA footage. He was so ashamed of the low quality of the VHS images that he was forced to use, because of the scarcity of them, that he reduced their size within the nearly 120-foot by 100-foot screen to only about 10% of the available space. In case you were wondering what if, someday, the mysteriously vanished original videotapes were to one day be found? Oops! Did I forget to tell you? The only machine on the entire planet that could ever play these one-of-a-kind format videotapes was deliberately disassembled and destroyed by NASA, right after the original tapes got misplaced, making that scenario absolutely impossible. Funny, isn't it? The National Archives has the original Declaration of Independence, more than 240 years old, yet misplaced, or intentionally destroyed, every original document about the greatest achievement of all mankind, which is only about 50 years old. As various nations and private enterprises finally, after nearly 50 years, have the capability to send microwave oven-sized probes to the moon, still no men, NASA has quickly drafted regulations to keep their alleged manned landing sites of the Nixon administration completely off limits. They have said that any flyovers of these locations, or ground incursions thereof, by probes of any nations, including their own, to prove or disprove the moon mission's authenticity, are strictly forbidden. Since when does the U.S. government own the moon? You would think that they would gladly welcome independent proof, which there has never been, that their outrageous scientific claims of 1960s technology were real, even though the feat cannot be repeated today, especially in the face of growing universal doubt to the contrary. Yet the exact opposite proves to be the case. It is like a murderer who boasts of their innocence, all the while refusing to give a personal DNA sample, when they know full well that incriminating DNA evidence was left by them at the crime scene. China, a trillion-dollar trading partner of the United States, recently sent an unmanned probe to the moon. As all of the moon is uniformly desolate and one landing site is just about as good as any other for exploration, I would think that the perfect and most logical place to land would be that of the United States' alleged first moon mission, to prove to the world that their probe was really on the moon. Yet if the American government's moon landing artifacts are not there themselves, this might be biting the trillion-dollar trading partner hand that feeds them. Subsequently, China steered clear of any supposed NASA moon landing sites for any of their lunar probes, even though these were the most logical places to land. Astrobotic Technology, a private firm, had planned to land an unmanned probe precisely at the claimed Apollo 11 landing site, as they too saw this as the most logical choice to prove that their probe was really on the moon, yet because of pressure from NASA not to do so, and subsequently embarrassed the organization and government for not having really landed on the moon in 1969, the president of the company, John Thornton, caved in and agreed not to land there as originally planned, even though the moon is owned by no one, and he was free to do so. Is it freedom when scientific exploration is completely altered because of political pressure to maintain a falsehood from a government spy agency? If putting a man on the moon is supposed to be the greatest achievement of mankind, then certainly not doing it, lying about it to the entire world, embezzling $150 billion in the process, deceiving and misleading college students, high school students, scientists, academics, Congress, the Senate, and future space pioneers who will endanger their lives thinking it was so easy to go to the moon in the 1960s on the very first attempt, then this event, the falsification of the moon landings, out of pride, greed, and arrogance, is really one of the most profound events in human history. The falsification of the moon landings is more profound historically than if they had actually gone. Do you see this? This great truth, as to the true nature of mankind and their governments, the deceptive, arrogant, and criminal nature thereof, is being withheld from the majority, by the few people at the top. Because they are the ones who committed this crime in the first place and think that they are better than the rest of us. This great truth, which would humble mankind and their governments into changing their character for the better, before it is too late, is being withheld from the public, like a cure for cancer, the very disclosure of which would bring about its recovery, and without which our intellectual and moral growth will be forever stunted. I am sometimes criticized by my fellow countrymen as unpatriotic for saying that the glorious American moon landings were a Cold War CIA deception, even though this is the truth. Our country has hopelessly descended into a realm where liars are heroes, and truth speakers are villains. If George Washington arose from his grave today, and saw all of this unspeakable corruptive government deception, he would grab the first ship back to England. He repeatedly told the painstakingly detailed, unflattering truth of the desperateness of the situation of his Continental Army against the vastly outnumbered and better equipped British troops, to a Congress that even at that early historic hour wanted to hear flowery lies of success instead of unpleasant realities. Our leaders have gone from "I can never tell a lie" to practically lying all of the time. It is not unpatriotic to expose corruption, it is patriotic. It is unpatriotic to have committed the deceitfulness in the first place. Just as a gangster's children would have a hard time seeing dear old Papa as anything but a benevolent patriarch, prideful intellectuals and deceived patriots will seldom admit, without being shown, that their idolized science and aggrandized government can be just as corrupt as pedophile priest. The fact remains that if all of the scientists from all of the nations on Earth cannot go to the moon today with 50 years more advanced computers and rocket technology, and astronauts can now only travel 1/1000 th the distance from the Earth to the moon as was claimed half a century ago, on the very first attempt, with 1/millionth the computing power in all of NASA than a modern-day cell phone, then it simply means, and it cannot mean anything else, that America did not go to the moon in the 1960s. Technology does not go backwards. It is so obvious to anyone with an open mind who does not have a religious attachment to the blasphemous event. Tell my people their transgression. Isaiah 58:1 God opposes the proud yet gives grace to the humble. James 4:6 Apollyon, the origin of Apollo, means the devil or deceiver. Revelation 9:11 The painful truth from a friend is better than flattery from an enemy. Proverbs 27:6 Have nothing to do with deeds of darkness, instead, expose them. Ephesians 5:11 Each of you, for themselves, by themselves, and on their own responsibility, must speak And it is a solemn and weighty responsibility, and not lightly to be flung aside at the bullying of pulpit, press, government, or the empty catchphrases of politicians. Each must for themselves alone decide what is right and what is wrong, and which course is patriotic and which isn't. You cannot shirk this. To decide against your convictions is to be an unqualified and inexcusable traitor, both to yourself and to your country, let them label you as they may. If you alone of all the nation shall decide one way, and that way be the right way according to your convictions of the right, you have done your duty by yourself and by your country. Hold up your head. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Mark Twain, the truth will set you free. John 8:32. Chapter 16. Astronomy is a religion. Mysterium Cosmographicum. Kepler thought he was a prophet of God's circular logic, and mathematical proofs are the new 10 commandments of the modern religion we know of as astronomy. The foundational ideas of this so-called science are in fact nothing but cleverly, but illogical mathematically modeled myth. There are no actual experiments anyone could ever conduct to prove the metaphysical babble of these men. NASA and Disney/Hollywood studio film fare is offered as highly edited propaganda proof. Yet none of this very contrived product stands up to scrutiny. There are too many problems with the claims of government, the video and film evidence put forth to support these claims, and the fact that the underlying theories are nonsense backed with illogically applied mathematical models. Mathematical equations can be grammatically correct and still be fallacious. The strong division between mathematics, a tool, and demonstrable natural principle makes sense. Kepler lived in an era when there was no clear distinction between astronomy and astrology. But there was a strong division between astronomy, a branch of mathematics within the liberal arts, and physics, a branch of natural philosophy. Kepler also incorporated religious arguments and reasoning into his work. Motivated by the religious conviction and belief that God had created the world according to an intelligible plan that is accessible through the natural light of reason, Kepler described his new astronomy as celestial physics, as an excursion into Aristotle's metaphysics, and as a supplement to Aristotle's on the heavens, transforming the ancient tradition of physical cosmology by treating astronomy as part of a universal mathematical physics. Religious mysticism turns logic on its head. Chaos from order. Astronomy is not mathematics. The Wikipedia entry claims otherwise. Math is a tool. Astronomy is the study of the motions of the celestial bodies. As we shall also learn, astronomy was always mysticism and was never science. Kepler and Newton were not scientists at all, and their work was never anything but very clever fantasy. Mysterium Cosmographicum. As he indicated in the title, Kepler thought he had revealed God's geometrical plan for the universe. Much of Kepler's enthusiasm for the Copernican system stemmed from his theological convictions about the connection between the physical and the spiritual. The universe itself was an image of God, with the Sun corresponding to the Father, the stellar sphere to the Son, and the intervening space between to the Holy Spirit. The world does not work as many of us have been raised from birth to believe. The foundation of modern cosmology, or as we call it, astronomy, is a precarious mess. The solar system model is flawed. The orbital mechanics of Newton and Kepler rely on illogically premised mathematical formulations. The space programs of the world are the result of Hollywood special effects. The world is run by international banking managers, and governments do not work for any of us. Governments, the military, and the various forms of media exist to manage us, the mass public. So-called space science or astronomy is a religion. It is not meant to make sense. This is one of the reasons why modern astronomy is an obvious patchwork maze of contradictory ideas. All of the evidence that is claimed to support the modern cosmological model is not what it seems, not at all. Astronomical data has long been filtered through one and only one set of ideas. No other explanations for the witnessed phenomena is ever considered. Natural phenomena that show the fallacy of the mainstream model, like the solar analemma and solstices, are ignored in favor of a rigid adherence to the catechism of modern space science. Future articles in this series will further develop and demonstrate these ideas. The modern astronomical model of the universe is no longer the sun-centered universe of the religious astronomers who were the founding fathers of the heliocentric faith. Most of us really believe that there are space probes heading towards the bounds of the solar system. Most think radio-controlled rovers can crawl the surface of imaginary places like Mars. Despite the fact that around 100 years ago amateur shortwave radio enthusiasts were bouncing radio waves off the ionosphere and around the globe. People really believe that satellites are necessary, and they do not see these constructs as the artifacts of the Cold War atomic bomb propaganda machine. They actually are. Most of us think the International Space Station is real despite the fact that Hollywood has been faking zero-G for years. SpaceX is so obviously fake it is not worth mentioning. Newton's orbital mechanics illogically balances a fixed velocity with a fixed constant rate of change in velocity, which is of course demonstrably illogical. Gravity is demonstrably an accelerated phenomenon. The use of the gravitational constant in the orbital mathematical formula is fallacious sleight of hand, and not proof nor evidence of anything. What goes up comes back down. Demonstrable ballistic physics proves Newton wrong. See article index for more. The fact is Newton's orbital mechanics are based on the body in orbit possessing a fixed velocity, and yet the Earth is considered to have an ever-changing orbital velocity. There are many contradictions with the mainstream model. The history of science is the story of how subsequent scientists attempt to compensate for all the mistakes, resulting in the contradictory cosmology of today. Modern cosmology, astronomy, is a religion. Astronomy is astrology. Astronomy is the original word. The word astrology comes about some 200 years later. Political spinning, apologetic and marketing sloganeering turn astronomy into science. Early court astrologers were astronomers. The word was astronomy, not astrology. In other words, astronomers would attempt to predict the future using esoteric mathematics, and the observations of the heavens run through a very biased filter of fantastic and illogical reasoning. The same zodiac that is of interest to an astronomer is also of interest to an astronomer. Astrology is astronomy. Natural astrology was devoted to modeling natural phenomena, and judicial astrology was devoted to studying the influence the stars had over human affairs. Astronomy, c. 1200, astronomy, astrology, scientific or occult study of heavenly bodies, from Old French astronomie, astronomy, astrology, from Latin astronomia, from Greek astronomia, abstract noun from astronomos, literally star regulating, from astron star, see star, n. Plus nomos arranging, regulating, rule, law from pie root asterisk nem, to divide, distribute, allot, see nemesis. Perhaps originally with reference to mapping the constellations or movements of planets. In English, it is earlier than astrology and originally included the senses now distributed over both words. The gradual differentiation happened 16c-17c. In Latin and later Greek, astronomia tended to be more scientific than astrologia. Compare, astrology, n. Late 14c, calculation and foretelling based on observation of heavenly bodies, from Latin astrologia, astronomy, the science of the heavenly bodies, from Greek astrologia astronomy, literally a telling of the stars, from astron star, see star, n. Plus logy a treating of, see logy. Originally identical with astronomy, and including scientific observation and description. The special sense of astronomy applied to prediction of events was divided into natural astrology, the calculation and foretelling of natural phenomenon, tides, eclipses, dates of church festivals, etc. And judicial astrology, the art of judging occult influences of stars and planets on human affairs. Differentiation between astrology and astronomy began late 1400s and by 17c. This word was limited to the sense of reading influences of the stars and their effects on human destiny. Astronomy is not science. It is a fine example of a religion, however. As it turns out, Kepler was a deeply religious man and an imaginative author of fantasy. His is more than just a scientific bias. We have to remember that we have been told that astronomy is science, we have not been shown that it is. NASA and all the other space programs of the world are the result of Hollywood production techniques, and nothing more. It is a long-standing international program that began in the mid-20th century, right after World War II. International bankers manage the world, and the governments work for them. There is no real evidence to support modern cosmology. When we actually go back and read the source material, we find out that we have not been told the entire story, and that Kepler, Newton, and the rest of the early astronomers are not as scientifically minded as we have been led to believe. In fact, these men served royal masters in the same way that court astrologers and mystics always had. Modern astronomy is just rebranded and reimagined astrology. In fact, the original word is astronomy and not astrology. When you read the word astronomy, think mysticism, mythology, magic, and religion. Astronomy is not demonstrable science at all. The founders of modern space science were astronomers, mystics, who believed in unsubstantiated theories. Their ideas were not based on observation and natural process. Their ideas were based on religious and metaphysical assumptions with no basis in reality. The astronomers had to justify their positions and their wages. The nobility had to believe they needed these men to look to the skies and to tell them their future. The royalty who hired the astronomers and mystics did so with an agenda of one kind or another. The fact is, the astronomers are just religious fanatics, and they would be the founding fathers of a new sun-based religion. We have been indoctrinated into a worldwide space cult by means of the power of the 20th and 21st century media. Modern astronomy points optical and radio telescopes at ionized gas in the sky. Computers massage the data and apply it to the officially sanctioned model of the cosmos, and abracadabra, presto changeo, new planets and black holes are magically discovered. Naturally occurring electrical activity produces light and radio waves. Massaged radio noise is sold as echoes of the Big Bang, which was a theory dreamt up by a Jesuit-trained Catholic priest. This concept is another ad hoc explanation that was applied like a band-aid on an already shorty house of shattering glass cards. Planetariums use the Earth-centered, the Ptolemaic model, to create the illusions of the heavens. All the supposed evidence to support modern theories is just literal religious propaganda. As an indication of exactly how good the Ptolemaic model is, modern planetariums are built using gears and motors that essentially reproduce the Ptolemaic model for the appearance of the sky as viewed from a stationary Earth. In the planetarium projector, motors and gears provide uniform motion of the heavenly bodies. One motor moves the planet projector around in a big circle, which in this case is the deferent, and another gear or motor takes the place of the epicycle. Kepler's dream come true. Carl Sagan calls Kepler's work science fiction. Science fiction suggests that there is a reality to the fictional musings. This is what religious apologetic or spin looks like. The story Kepler wrote is a fairy tale. It is a fantasy and is aptly titled Dream. Fantasy fiction is the correct term. Sagan gets an F for vocabulary use. He is a propagandist, of course, so strap in because he is going to take us on a ride. He wants us all to believe the Earth is a spaceship. The novel is titled The Dream. Somnium, Latin for the dream, is a novel written in 1608, in Latin, by Johannes Kepler. The narrative would not be published until 1634 by Kepler's son, Ludwig Kepler. In the narrative, an Icelandic boy and his witch mother learn of an island named Lavania, our moon, from a demon. Somnium presents a detailed imaginative description of how the Earth might look when viewed from the moon, and is considered the first serious scientific treatise on lunar astronomy. Carl Sagan and Isaac Asimov have referred to it as the first work of science fiction Somnium novel. Wikipedia: How can a work of fantasy be considered the first serious treatise on lunar astronomy? Kepler's dream come true done in 1609. Kepler's fakery is one of the earliest known examples of the use of false data by a giant of modern science. He fudged things, Dr. Donahue said, adding that Kepler was never challenged by a contemporary. Source: The Art of Apologetic is alive and well. Although the term apologetic has Western, primarily Christian origins, and is most frequently associated with the defense of Christianity, the term is sometimes used referring to the defense of any religion in formal debate involving religion. Apologetic, Wikipedia: This attempted defense of Kepler simply reveals the truth. These people either do not hear how they sound or are lying. If they believed what they are claiming, they are examples of people brainwashed by a cult. There is no actual defense of Kepler. These scientists agree with the premise that Kepler lied. They simply attempt to spin this fact. Of course, this is a huge foundational problem, but NASA sent men to the moon. It's in the history books after all. It's a shame too many of us believe in the Hollywood product sold as the space program. This is what modern religion looks like. Kepler's work is flawed and wrong just like Newton's is. Modern space science is about selling marketed ideas to the public, and not about revealing or investigating the truth about the nature of our reality. Experts, nearly unanimous in defending the great astronomer, say Kepler's act may be less reprehensible than it seems. For instance, methods of investigation and reporting at the start of the scientific revolution were often quite rudimentary. Kepler was one of the people who invented modern science, said Walter W. Stewart, a researcher with the National Institutes of Health, who is helping Congress investigate cases of scientific fraud. It's not clear his standards were the same as ours. Dr. Owen Gingerich, a professor of astronomy and science history at the Center for Astrophysics of the Smithsonian Institution and Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, said Kepler's act, in its day, may simply have been a legitimate rhetorical flourish meant to persuade recalcitrant colleagues of the correctness of his insight. Normally one would not expect there to be a rhetoric of science, or a political part of the presentation, Dr. Gingerich said. But in reality, that element is very important. Kepler's proposal of elliptical orbits was a radical departure from anything before, he noted. You could hardly sell that without making it look like you'd done it with tremendous accuracy. After 400 years, a challenge to Kepler, he fabricated his data. Modern astronomy owes much to Mysterium Cosmographicum, despite flaws in its main thesis. Modern astronomy is a religion, and the huge observatories are staring us at ionized gas. The telescope has gone from navigation tool to religious iconic artifact. Mysterium Cosmographicum, as he indicated in the title, Kepler thought he had revealed God's geometrical plan for the universe. Much of Kepler's enthusiasm for the Copernican system stemmed from his theological convictions about the connection between the physical and the spiritual. The universe itself was an image of God, with the Sun corresponding to the Father, the stellar sphere to the Sun, and the intervening space between to the Holy Spirit. His first manuscript of Mysterium contained an extensive chapter reconciling heliocentrism with biblical passages that seemed to support geocentrism. Kepler's first major astronomical work, Mysterium Cosmographicum, The Cosmographic Mystery, 1596, was the first published defense of the Copernican system. Kepler claimed to have had an epiphany on July 19, 1595, while teaching in Graz, demonstrating the periodic conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter in the zodiac. He realized that regular polygons bound one inscribed and one circumscribed circle at definite ratios, which, he reasoned, might be the geometrical basis of the universe. After failing to find a unique arrangement of polygons that fit known astronomical observations, even with extra planets added to the system, Kepler began experimenting with three-dimensional polyhedra. He found that each of the 5 Platonic solids could be inscribed and circumscribed by spherical orbs. Nesting these solids, each encased in a sphere, within one another would produce 6 layers, corresponding to the 6 known planets Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. By ordering the solids selectively octahedron, icosahedron, dodecahedron, tetrahedron, cube, Kepler found that the spheres could be placed at intervals corresponding to the relative sizes of each planet's path, assuming the planets circle the Sun. Kepler also found a formula relating the size of each planet's orb to the length of its orbital period, from inner to outer planets. The ratio of increase in orbital period is twice the difference in orb radius. However, Kepler later rejected this formula because it was not precise enough. Cosmos, Kepler's persecution. Though the details would be modified in light of his later work, Kepler never relinquished the Platonist polyhedral spherist cosmology of Mysterium Cosmographicum. His subsequent main astronomical works were in some sense only further developments of it, concerned with finding more precise inner and outer dimensions for the spheres by calculating the eccentricities of the planetary orbits within it. In 1621, Kepler published an expanded second edition of Mysterium, half as long again as the first, detailing in footnotes the corrections and improvements he had achieved in the 25 years since its first publication. In terms of the impact of Mysterium, it can be seen as an important first step in modernizing the theory proposed by Nicolaus Copernicus in his De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium. Whilst Copernicus sought to advance a heliocentric system in this book, he resorted to Ptolemaic devices, viz., epicycles and eccentric circles, in order to explain the change in planets' orbital speed, and also continued to use as a point of reference the center of the Earth's orbit rather than that of the Sun, as an aid to calculation, and in order not to confuse the reader by diverging too much from Ptolemy. Modern astronomy owes much to Mysterium Cosmographicum. Despite flaws in its main thesis, since it represents the first step in cleansing the Copernican system of the remnants of the Ptolemaic theory still clinging to it. Kepler's laws. Carl Sagan is a 20th-century high priest of a religion. He is a screen and filter. He defines the bounds of reason for you. Kepler would think the modern patchwork cosmos insane. He would have thought Carl Sagan was nuts. Sagan was a Big Bang inflation balloon kind of guy. I'm not sure Sagan publicly held as religious views about the Sun as Kepler did. Carl is silent, as this would undercut his entire presentation. This man was a television propagandist. He was also an author. He crafts the bounds of the imagination of the mass public. The public is encouraged to parrot and echo these ideas. This man was the late 20th century version of the Richard Feynman, and all the rest of the con artists. Kepler believed the sun was the father, as in the center of all existence. He believed it was the center and source of the universe. Carl filters this information out. See how the media works to screen reality and present a distorted view to us? Kepler's work is actually more complicated than that of Ptolemy. So is Tycho Brahe's work. These men were mystics. The word astronomer was the original word, existing some 200 years before the subsequent word, astrology. Get it? They were not what we think they were. Their profession was not science, even though they had knowledge of mathematics. Sky watchers did not need Kepler's laws prior to Kepler's imaginings, and we do not need them now. There are no such things as the laws of nature. NASA is a photographic cartoon studio. The model of Ptolemy is used today as the basis for the projection systems used in planetariums. Mainstream astronomy is modern mythology. It really is a religion. Astrology is astronomy. Both use complex mathematical models to predict the future in one way or another. Mysterium musings. Following the publication of Mysterium, and with the blessing of the Graz school inspectors, Kepler began an ambitious program to extend and elaborate his work. He planned 4 additional books, one on the stationary aspects of the universe, the sun and the fixed stars, one on the planets and their motions, one on the physical nature of planets and the formation of geographical features, focused especially on Earth, and one on the effects of the heavens on the Earth, to include atmospheric optics, meteorology, and astrology. He also sought the opinions of many of the astronomers to whom he had sent Mysterium, among them Reimarus Ursus, Nicolaus Reimers Bar, the imperial mathematician to Rudolf II, and a bitter rival of Tycho Brahe. Ursus did not reply directly, but republished Kepler's flattering letter to pursue his priority dispute over what is now called the Tychonic system with Tycho. Despite this black mark, Tycho also began corresponding with Kepler, starting with a harsh but legitimate critique of Kepler's system. Among a host of objections, Tycho took issue with the use of inaccurate numerical data taken from Copernicus. Through their letters, Tycho and Kepler discussed a broad range of astronomical problems, dwelling on lunar phenomena and Copernican theory, particularly its theological viability. But without the significantly more accurate data of Tycho's observatory, Kepler had no way to address many of these issues. Instead, he turned his attention to chronology and harmony, the numerological relationships among music, mathematics, and the physical world, and their astrological consequences. By assuming the Earth to possess a soul, a property he would later invoke to explain how the sun causes the motion of planets, he established a speculative system connecting astrological aspects and astronomical distances to weather and other earthly phenomena. By 1599, however, he again felt his work limited by the inaccuracy of available data, just as growing religious tension was also threatening his continued employment in Graz. In December of that year, Tycho invited Kepler to visit him in Prague, on January 1, 1600, before he even received the invitation. Kepler set off in the hopes that Tycho's patronage could solve his philosophical problems as well as his social and financial ones. Carl Sagan and Isaac Asimov have referred to it, Kepler's Somnium, as the first work of science fiction. Kepler's laws are nonsense. The term law is propaganda jargon. Laws are artificial rules of behavior we force onto ourselves and others. Natural phenomena are. We can describe the phenomena, but our descriptions are models, not laws. The use of the term law is to reinforce the legitimacy of what are obviously fallacious ideas. Much is made of Kepler's claim that his model was simpler than that of Ptolemy, yet the modern cosmological model is a contradictory patchwork mess. Kepler would think Carl Sagan insane. The Big Bang and black hole universe of the late 20th century is not the sun-based religious vision of Kepler. Kepler's orbital mechanics are complex nonsense, and are more complex than the Ptolemaic model, which is still used today as the basis for the design of the projectors used in stellar planetariums. One of the next articles in this series will cover the specific flaws and fallacies with Kepler's orbital mechanics. The article index and menu bar contain links to other articles about this subject. Orbital mechanics are nonsense and logically fallacious. Please notice Carl Sagan is an apologist and propagandist. He is selling obvious illogically premised fantasy as science. We have been so indoctrinated by photographic Disney cartoons, and the rest of the Hollywood productions sold as reality, that too many of us still believe in what is obviously contradictory nonsense. What goes up comes back down. Basic demonstrable ballistic physics proves Newton's mathematical musings nonsense, as does common sense. A fixed velocity can never balance with an ever-increasing one. Orbital mechanics relies on us ignoring this fact. Please notice too that Sagan not only glosses over Kepler's mistakes, he also fails to mention the fact that the model he is demonstrating has the planets speeding up and slowing down in their orbits, which contradicts the premise of the fixed velocity of the orbital velocity formula. The formula is v equals the square root of the gravitational constant times mass divided by radius. The value for v is meant to be fixed and unchanging. This contradicts the idea that a planet can speed up and slow down its orbital velocity. We have to accept magical reasoning. Gravity, a mysterious force that can magically do whatever it needs to. It also is never defined by science. We can only demonstrate that an apple accelerates as it is drawn towards the center of the Earth. Newton and company would have us accept ideas that they never did an experiment to demonstrate. It's not like students can replicate Newton's cannon thought experiment. History. Kepler's laws. Johannes Kepler, the father of modern astronomy, fabricated data in presenting his theory of how the planets move around the sun, apparently to bolster acceptance of the insight by skeptics, a scholar has found. The scholar, William H. Donahue, said the evidence of Kepler's scientific fakery is contained in an elaborate chart he presented to support his theory. Kepler showed that the planets move in elliptical orbits rather than in circles, as Copernicus suggested. In his book describing the insight, he said it was confirmed by independent calculations of the planets' positions. In fact, Dr. Donahue says, Kepler derived the data by calculations based on the theory itself. Kepler anticipated stiff criticism of his theory. From antiquity, the circle had been considered the only geometrical shape perfect enough to describe the movement of heavenly bodies. Done in 1609, Kepler's fakery is one of the earliest known examples of the use of false data by a giant of modern science. The discovery was made by Dr. Donahue, a science historian, while translating Kepler's masterwork, Astronomia Nova, or the New Astronomy, into English. Dr. Donahue, who lives in Santa Fe, NM, described his discovery in a recent issue of the Journal of the History of Astronomy. The fabricated data appear in calculated positions for the planet Mars, which Kepler used as a case study for all planetary motion. Kepler claimed the calculations gave his elliptical theory an independent check. But in fact, they did nothing of the kind. He fudged things, Dr. Donahue said, adding that Kepler was never challenged by a contemporary. After 400 years, a challenge to Kepler, he fabricated his data. The story begins with Kepler reading about a skillful magician named Libussa. He falls asleep while reading about her. He recounts a strange dream he had from reading that book. The dream begins with Kepler reading a book about Duracotus, an Icelandic boy who is 14 years old. Duracotus' mother, Fylgchild, makes a living selling bags of herbs and cloth with strange markings on them. Duracotus is sold by Fylgchild to a skipper after cutting into one of these bags and ruining her sail. He travels with the skipper for a while until a letter is to be delivered to Tycho Brahe on the island of Hön, now Ven, Sweden. Since Duracotus is made seasick by the trip there, the skipper leaves Duracotus to deliver the letter and stay with Tycho. Tycho asks his students to teach Duracotus Danish, so they can talk. Along with learning Danish, Duracotus learns of astronomy from Tycho and his students. Duracotus is fascinated with astronomy, and enjoys the time they spend looking at the night sky. Duracotus spends several years with Tycho before returning home to Iceland. Upon his return to Iceland, Duracotus finds his mother still alive. She is overjoyed to learn that he is well studied in astronomy, as she too possesses knowledge of astronomy. One day, Fylgchild reveals to Duracotus how she learned of the heavens. She tells him about the demons she can summon. These demons can move her anywhere on earth in an instant. If the place is too far away for them to take her, they describe it in great detail. She then summons her favorite daemon to speak with them. The summoned daemon tells them, 50,000 miles up in the ether lies the island of Lavania, which is Earth's moon. According to the daemon, there is a pathway between the island of Lavania and Earth. When the pathway is open, demons can take humans to the island in 4 hours. The journey is a shock to humans, so they are sedated for the trip. Extreme cold is also a concern on the trip, but the demons use their powers to ward it off. Another concern is the air, so humans have to have damp sponges placed in their nostrils in order to breathe. The trip is made with the demons pushing the humans toward Lavania with great force. At the Lagrangian point between the Earth and the Moon, the demons have to slow the humans down lest they hurtle with great force into the Moon. After describing the trip to Lavania, the daemon notes that demons are overpowered by the sun. They dwell in the shadows of the earth, called vulva by the inhabitants of Lavania. The demons can rush to vulva during a solar eclipse, otherwise they remain hidden in shadows on Lavania. After the daemon describes another demon's behavior, she goes on to describe Lavania. Lavania is divided into 2 hemispheres called prevulva and subvulva. The 2 hemispheres are divided by the divisor. Prevulva never sees Earth, subvulva sees vulva as their moon. Vulva goes throughout the same phases as the actual moon. The daemon continues the descriptions of subvulva and prevulva. Some of these details are scientific in nature, such as how eclipses would look from the moon, the size of the planets varying in size due to the moon's distance from the Earth, an idea about the size of the moon, and more. Some details of Lavania are science fiction, such as descriptions of the creatures that inhabit subvulva and prevulva, plant growth on each side, and the life and death cycle of Lavania. The dream is cut short in the middle of the description of the creatures of prevulva. Kepler wakes up from the dream because of a storm outside. He then realizes that his head is covered, and he is wrapped in blankets just like the characters in his story. Novel, the square and compasses, or, more correctly, a square and a set of compasses joined together, is the single most identifiable symbol of Freemasonry. Both the square and compasses are architects' tools, and are used in Masonic ritual as emblems to teach symbolic lessons. Some lodges and rituals explain these symbols as lessons in conduct. For example, Duncan's Masonic Monitor of 1866 explains them as the square, to square our actions, the compasses, to circumscribe and keep us within bounds with all mankind. 1. However, as Freemasonry is non-dogmatic. There is no general interpretation for these symbols, or any Masonic symbol, that is used by Freemasonry as a whole. Carl Sagan, 20th century false choice fear propagandist newspapers Zodiac astrology versus his version of science both lead to states of stupefied reasoning. Sagan insists on promoting the fallacious idea that we are explorers, who have a natural drive to do so, and that we will end up colonizing the stars. He sells the fantastic future of a Star Trek-like galaxy of hope alongside heavy doses of atomic-age rocket fear. This is what religions do. He ignores the real history of manipulated and forced slavery, immigration in favor of religious catechism. Carl Sagan invokes the all-powerful we incantation. This has mesmerized audiences for centuries. Carl Sagan makes many claims he cannot logically support. His is the work of a propagandist. We are supposed to be impressed by empty appeals to his media-promoted and university-graded and conditioned authority. His ideas are circularly reasoned and are nothing but the fallacy-based mythology of modern culture. Outer space is not a real place. If it were, you could wait on a line for an X-ray body scan before your flight to the Hilton Hotel space station. Some 50 years after the first airplane flight we could fly to Rome. Some 50 years after the news showed the NASA Apollo 11 moon landing, we still can't take a ride into even low Earth orbit. Only the precious few can go to that film set. The rest of us are left behind. We the people is a marketing slogan and magical spell invoked by propagandists for centuries. The governments of the world need people like Mr. Sagan to promote tall tales of fictional military might, and all sorts of other unverifiable claims. So we continue to believe that we need governmental protection from unreal existential threats, and we need governmental aid in fixing all the perceived problems of the world. We have to believe we need to continue to pay taxes for it all. Government does not work for us, we serve it. This is why the people of the world are continually subjected to a multimedia propaganda blitz. Communication systems primarily exist to act as medium of and for governmental authority. The world is a lot safer and the government's a lot weaker than they need or want any of us to realize. We do not need all the artificial layers of external authority known as government. This is why people like Mr. Sagan have long been employed to publish essays, and to go out and give public talks. The news media just amplifies this power. Social media of today is the new television, and the new public forum for the same old propaganda tactics and strategies. These people all liberally mix some small doses of truth with a whole lot of fiction. The purpose of it all is to define our thoughts and imagination for us. The talking head pundit is meant to act like a social shepherd, who will define the bounds of reason for us. Chapter 17. Is the lack of Earth's perceived curvature due to a mirage of atmospheric refraction? Atmospheric refraction is the deviation of light or other electromagnetic wave from a straight line as it passes through the atmosphere due to the variation in air density as a function of height. This refraction is due to the velocity of light through air, decreasing, the refractive index increases, with increased density. Atmospheric refraction near the ground produces mirages. Such refraction can also raise or lower, or stretch or shorten, the images of distant objects without involving mirages. Turbulent air can make distant objects appear to twinkle or shimmer. The term also applies to the refraction of sound. Atmospheric refraction is considered in measuring the position of both celestial and terrestrial objects. Wikipedia. Laser experimentation case. Supposedly the Earth curves 8 per mile squared, and so, 1 mile is 82 miles is 32 3 miles is 72 4 miles equals 128 etc. However, after doing several studies myself, with an assistant armed with a high-powered laser over a vast body of still water, my assistant, and I could not find any curvature whatsoever. For a distance of over 6.4 miles we experienced a slight bit of refraction, as the atmospheric conditions and heat gradually increased throughout the day, yet still early in the morning when we were the furthest apart, some 6.4 miles with the water still and calm, as if it were a sheet of glass. We saw zero curvature, let alone the estimated 25.4 feet of curve the currently accepted chart says we should have seen. So, take that for what it's worth. I also must ask, at what point does water start to bend and curve? Which would in itself mean supporting its own weight in the center to create this sphere we all supposedly live on. Due to the findings we stumbled upon with these simple tests, I can't but help question the entire heliocentric model itself. Could mirages bend around the curve of the Earth, if the Earth was actually curved? Let's consider various types of mirages and their nature. Mirages are created because of an optical illusion. The underlying principle being refraction of light. When light travels from one medium to another where the speed of light is different, it bends either towards or away from the normal based on the speed of light in the two mediums. Mirages are generally created on hot days when the air near the ground is sufficiently heated. Hot air tends to be less optically dense than cooler air. When a light ray travels from a denser medium to a rarer medium, the refracted ray bends away from the normal. When the angle of incidence is further increased, the angle of refraction also increases. At a particular angle of incidence, the refracted ray just grazes the surface separating the two media, or in other words the angle of refraction becomes equal to 90 degrees. The angle of incidence for which the angle of refraction is 90 degrees, is called critical angle, and is denoted by C. If the angle of incidence is greater than the critical angle, the light rays are not refracted, but they are reflected back in the same denser medium. This phenomenon is known as the total internal reflection. Now, mirage is an optical illusion caused by this phenomenon. In deserts or in peak summers, the air above the Earth's surface gets heated up and becomes less dense, therefore it acts as a rare medium. Whereas the upper layers of air in the atmosphere are comparatively denser. Thus, the light from the sun travels from denser medium to rarer medium, and the ray undergoes total internal reflection if the angle of incidence is greater than the critical angle of air. Sometimes, these rays are reflected from another surface before being incident on the rare medium. So, they form an inverted and real image of the surface from which they have been reflected. For example, if the incident ray bounced on the rare medium after being reflected from the surface of a tree nearby, then an inverted image of that tree will be formed on the rare medium. https://www.quora.com/why am I able to see reflections on a mirage? Nighttime mirages. The conditions for producing a mirage can take place at night. Under most conditions, these are not observed. However, under some circumstance, lights from moving vehicles, aircraft, ships, buildings, etc., can be observed at night, even though, as with a daytime mirage, they would not be observable. Wikipedia, however, without some source of light, there can be no nighttime mirages. Light going through a medium is required for a nighttime mirage. And the greater the distance the observer is from the object being viewed, the greater the intensity or prevalence of light that is required to facilitate a nighttime mirage. Superior mirage. A superior mirage occurs when the air below the line of sight is colder than the air above it. This unusual arrangement is called a temperature inversion, since warm air above cold air is the opposite of the normal temperature gradient of the atmosphere. Passing through the temperature inversion, the light rays are bent down, and so the image appears above the true object, hence the name superior. Superior mirages are in general less common than inferior mirages, but when they do occur, they tend to be more stable, as cold air has no tendency to move up and warm air has no tendency to move down. Superior mirages are quite common in polar regions, especially over large sheets of ice that have a uniform low temperature. Superior mirages also occur at more moderate latitudes, although in those cases they are weaker and tend to be less smooth and stable. For example, a distant shoreline may appear to tower and look higher, and thus, perhaps closer, than it really is. Because of the turbulence, there appear to be dancing spikes in towers. A superior mirage can be right side up or upside down, depending on the distance of the true object and the temperature gradient. Often the image appears as a distorted mixture of up and down parts. Wikipedia types of mirages. Often, a mirage contains multiple images, alternately erect and inverted. Mirages are classified according to the number and relative positions of these images. The classical mirages are number of images, name and description, #2 inferior mirage, inverted image below erect 1, #2 superior mirage, inverted image above erect 1, number 33 image mirage, inverted image between erect 1's many fata morgana, complex alternation of distorted, erect, and inverted images, greatly stretched vertically straight lines. Everybody says light travels in straight lines, but if that were true, we wouldn't have atmospheric refraction or mirages. The common saying should be amended by adding in a homogeneous medium, but everybody forgets to mention that. Air isn't homogeneous, it has different densities at different heights above the surface. That's the whole point of this exercise. Even if the air were isothermal, i.e., if it had the same temperature everywhere, it wouldn't have the same density everywhere, because it's in hydrostatic equilibrium, the air at each level incompressed by the weight of the air above it. The higher you go, the less compression, the density is lower at greater heights, which is why it's hard to breathe on mountaintops, and why jet airliners have to be pressurized. You see what you have been brainwashed to see. People claim they've seen the curvature from civilian airplanes, which don't go above 40,000 feet, yet video footage well above that altitude consistently proves otherwise, zero curvature. So, clearly, we've all just convinced ourselves that we are seeing something that is not there, based on our programming. I once thought the same way myself, having flown in planes more times than I can count. But now that I am intentionally looking for the curve, I'm finding it is not really there. The Chicago skyline mirage. ABC News story. The flat earthers have a lot of terrestrial-based observation, revealing things which should not be there and or cannot be true on a ball. Perhaps one of the more compelling examples of this nature is Joshua Nowicki's picture of the Chicago skyline, taken from nearly 59 miles away. The photo clearly reveals the bases of building that are many hundreds of feet below vision, if the Earth was actually a sphere. Weatherman Tom Coombs, claiming how the Chicago skyline was a mirage looming from Grand Mere Park, was a big story on ABC News. Coombs claimed it was a superior image-type mirage. The problem with Coombs' ridiculous explanation is that a superior image mirage generally appears as an inverted image above the actual image. It is possible to see a superior image of the Chicago skyline under ideal atmospheric conditions. However, this was not that satiation, and what happened is a crystal-clear photo of the Chicago skyline, bases of buildings and all, which should not be visible if the Earth was indeed spherical. Photographer Rob Skiba sailed a boat from the mouth of the New Buffalo Harbor on the Michigan shore toward the Chicago skyline with cameras trained on the bases of the Chicago buildings to see if it was a mirage effect, and recorded with his camera that the bases of the buildings were always in sight from 42 miles away all the way to 8 nautical miles away from the Chicago skyline, proving that zero curvature existed when at least 1,176.36 feet of drop should have hidden the Chicago building's bases. Calculations for Earth's curvature, using the scientifically verified equation for the geometry of a sphere, miles squared times 8 inches, with the Earth's radius assumed to be 3,959 miles. Further, the elevation of Grandmere Park, Michigan, where Joshua Nowicki claimed his Chicago skyline picture was taken, is 587 feet above sea level. While Lake Michigan, which is generally a few feet higher than the Chicago River, has recently varied from 576 to 582 feet above sea level. Several residential areas along the South Lakefront are close to 580 feet, or lake level. Google and so, that is a difference of about 7 feet, which comes out to a trifling, negligible, and insignificant 0.001158 degrees of decline from Grandmere Park, Michigan, where Joshua apparently took his Chicago skyline photo, resulting in a camera shot, virtually parallel to the Earth, across Lake Michigan. Thus, elevation was not a variable in affecting the ability to see further above the Earth's curvature at 57 nautical miles. Since at least 2,116 feet of drop, based upon a 59 nautical mile distance, should have hidden the Chicago building's bases, the camera shot would need to be at least at 2,116 feet higher than it was to begin to see the bases of the Chicago skyline buildings. Adding that figure to the elevation above sea level of Lake Michigan, which is approximately 577 feet, from Google, the camera would have to be approximately 2,743 feet above sea level to start to see the Chicago skyline building bases, which were clearly seen in Joshua Nowicki's Chicago skyline image on ABC News. One has to understand how exponential calculations work on a sphere to get this. The exponential factor in the miles squared times 8 inches equation for Earth's curvature has to do with the miles of distance being calculated, and not the altitude of observation. 10 more feet of elevation does not exponentially increase one's viewing ability, but twice the miles distance away does exponentially limit one's viewing ability, according to spherical geometry. To sum up, the Chicago skyline mirage was said to be a superior category mirage. A superior mirage occurs when the air below the line of sight is colder than the air above it. This unusual arrangement is called a temperature inversion, since warm air above cold air is the opposite of the normal temperature gradient of the atmosphere. Passing through the temperature inversion, the light rays are bent down, and so the image appears above the true object, hence the name superior. This category of mirage is rare, and are not the crystal-clear images that some think them to be. They are often a distorted mishmash of right-side-up and inverted images, coupled with atmospheric distortion from smog, dirt, and smoke in the atmosphere. They are often splintered, layered, fragmented, shimmering, truncated, stretched, and doubled and tripled images looming as optical illusions in the distance. If you are seeing a crystal clear and distinct image from 59 miles away of a ship, building, mountain, the Chicago skyline, or even a person through a Nikon P900 telescopic lens camera, you are seeing the actual image, not a mirage due to atmospheric refraction. And you are seeing it because there is no curvature to be seen or measured on the Earth. 12 actual landmarks that can only be seen on a flat Earth. Lighthouses, a sailor's tried and true salty old friend, especially when the sky be dark and the ocean rough. But in case you didn't know, they're also the ally of flat earthers, and let me tell you why. According to Ball Earth estimates, the globe curves at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So, if your line of sight is 6 feet from sea level, and you're looking across the ocean, your horizon will be 3 miles away. That's how quickly the edge of the Earth sinks below our feet. To quote Thomas Winship in his 1899 publication, Synthetic Cosmogony, or conclusive evidence that the world is not a rotating revolving globe but a stationary plane circle, he states. The distance at which lights can be seen at sea entirely disposes of the idea that we are living on a huge ball. Oh, I know what my opponents are likely already thinking. Okay, listen up. With the right weather conditions, they'll say, and a little light refraction, you get a mirage. I guess that's why lasers stay perfectly level with a frozen lake or any other flat surface for a testable 20 miles, because of light refraction and mirages. But don't worry, for everyone who doesn't trust lasers and lighthouses, I've included other perfectly recognizable landmarks that aren't known for their ability to blindside you with a flashlight. Oh, and one more thing. If the Earth is truly a curving ball, it should curve all the time, and in every direction, not just when it feels like it. That means when you stand on the seashore looking for the edge of the Earth to the east, or to the west 3 miles away, look to your right, and to your left. Why is it possible to take a ruler to the horizon every time? As a photographer myself, I've come to learn that the Earth must be very camera shy when it comes to her figure. So, let's get started. 1. Notre Dame's Antwerp spire, which stands 403 feet high from the foot of the tower with Strasbourg measuring 468 feet above sea level. With the aid of a telescope, ships can be distinguished on the horizon and captains declare they can see the cathedral spire from an amazing 150 miles away. If the Earth were a globe, however, at that distance the spire should be an entire mile, 5,280 feet below the horizon. 2. Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor stands 326 feet above sea level, and on a clear day can be seen as far as 60 miles away. If the Earth were a ball, Lady Liberty would sink 2,074 feet below the horizon. 3. Philadelphia. The Philadelphia skyline is clearly visible from Apple Pie Hill in the New Jersey Pine Barrens 40 miles away. If the Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, factoring in the 205-foot elevation of Apple Pie Hill, the Philly skyline should remain well hidden beyond 335 feet of curvature. 4. New York City. The New York City skyline is clearly visible from Harriman State Park's Bear Mountain 60 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, viewing from Bear Mountain's 1,283-foot summit, the Pythagorean theorem determining distance to the horizon being 1.23 times the square root of the height in feet, the NYC skyline should be invisible behind 170 feet of curved Earth. 5. Washington Rock. From Washington's Rock in New Jersey, at just a 400-foot elevation, it is possible on a clear day to see the skylines of both New York and Philadelphia in opposite directions at the same time, covering a total distance of 120 miles. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, both of these skylines should be hidden behind over 800 feet of Earth's curvature. 6. Chicago. It is often possible to see the Chicago skyline from sea level 60 miles away across Lake Michigan. In 2015, photographer Joshua Nowicki photographed this portrait of the city. News channels quickly claimed his picture to be a superior mirage, an atmospheric anomaly caused by temperature inversion. While these certainly do occur, the skyline in question was facing right side up and clearly seen, unlike a hazy illusory mirage, and on a ball Earth 25,000 miles in circumference should be 2,400 feet below the horizon. Notice also there is no bend in the buildings, as they should be leaning away from the viewer, nor is there a curve to the left or right of Chicago's skyline. Scientist and flat earther Rob Skiba recently proved that seeing Chicago over such supposed curvature is not due to a mirage. 7. M.T. Farquhar. Let's talk about mountains. From Anchorage, Alaska, at an elevation of 102 feet, on clear days Mount Farquhar can be seen with the naked eye 120 miles away. If Earth were a ball 25,000 miles in circumference, Mount Farquhar's 17,400 summit should be leaning back away from the observer, covered by 7,719 feet of curved earth. In reality, however, the entire mountain can be quite easily seen standing straight from base to summit. 8. Mt. Denali. Also, from Anchorage, Mount McKinley, or Mount Denali, as it's named now, can be seen with the naked eye from 130 miles away. Keeping the Earth's proposed circumference in mind, Mount McKinley's 20,320-foot summit should be leaning back away from the observer, and almost half covered by 9,220 feet of curvature. 9. North Wales. On a clear day from the Highland near Douglas Harbour on the Isle of Man, the whole length of the coast of North Wales is often plainly visible to the naked eye. From the Point of Ayr at the mouth of the River Dee to Holyhead comprises a 50-mile stretch which has also been repeatedly found to be perfectly horizontal. If the Earth actually had curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, as NASA and modern astronomy claim, the 50-mile length of Welsh coast seen along the horizon in Liverpool Bay would have to decline from the center point an easily detectable 416 feet on each side. 10. Cape Elagulhas Lighthouse. The Cape Elagulhas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles, which would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. 11. Cape Bonavista Lighthouse. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland, is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. 12. A bunch of other lighthouses. Dunkerque Light in southern France stands at an altitude of 194 feet, and yet is visible from a boat 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that the light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson Light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level, and visible from 35 miles away, where it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Edgerø Light in Norway is 154 feet above high water, and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high, and can be seen up to 42 miles away. If the Earth were a globe with a circumference of 25,000 miles, the light should fall 996 feet below an observer's line of sight. The lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, despite being 2,182 feet below the line of sight. Etheric wind. As a whole being, the human body resonates to a broad spectrum of etheric frequencies. If the human being is healthy, these frequencies are in perfect harmony to one another. In this article, we look at the increasing levels of electromagnetic radiation in the atmosphere due to technological innovation, and at what we can do to protect ourselves from it. The Greek-derived word ether is defined as a hypothetical medium, supposed to fill space, by means of vibrations in which light and other forms of radiation are transmitted. Up until the latter part of the 19th century, the ether theory was an established scientific fact. Then in 1881, two men named Michelson and Morley carried out an experiment, which concluded that there was no earth motion relative to the ether. This experiment discredited the ether theory, and caused its rejection in favor of the theory that space is a vacuum and air is merely a chemical composition of oxygen and nitrogen plus other minor constituents. Today, there is a return amongst many scientists to some sort of ether theory, whether they call it ether, org1, quantum sea of energy, zero-point energy, scalar wave fields, or whatever. Here at the Center for Implosion Research, we believe that the ether is for real, that it is basically dynamic vibratory energy. Dynamic because it is in motion, and this motion always follows a vortex path. Scientists such as John Worrell Keely, Nikola Tesla, Victor Schauberger, Wilhelm Reich have shown that etheric energy, although invisible to most, is very real. It is the stuff that enables the perpetual motion of planets, stars, and universes. It is the driving force whereby planets are moved within the flow of ether, similar to logs being moved by the flowing water of a river. This explains why there is no relative motion between Earth and ether. Etheric energy moves in a vortex fashion because the vortex provides least resistance to the flowing motion. It follows that physical matter, which is materialized etheric energy, seeks the same low-resistance motion, and water and air have this intrinsic vortex motion. Our blood and the sap of plants move in this way too. After all, our veins, arteries and minute blood vessels are not straight channels. They are winding their way through our bodies just like a river winds its way through the countryside. Everybody has the ability to see the etheric energy field that surrounds matter. We are born with this natural gift. Unfortunately, we have been brought up to focus only on so-called real material objects. Visions of etheric light and color around people, and in nature generally, are dismissed as flukes or optical illusions. Through peripheral vision, our eyes are capable of seeing the subtle light and color emanations of etheric fields. People can train themselves to regain this ability. The human aura, or etheric energy field, contains numerous energy centers, also known as chakras. Etheric energy is spiraling into these chakras in a vortex fashion, thereby sustaining the aura. We would like to explain in a little more detail how we think etheric energy works. We have explained that the vortex motion of air, water, sap and blood accumulates etheric energy. Further to this, since etheric energy is essentially a broad spectrum of frequencies, these frequencies, once accumulated, can be transferred onto other objects by way of resonance. The dictionary defines resonance as the vibrant, amplified effect produced by sound causing sympathetic vibration in surrounding bodies, i.e., if a radio receiver is tuned into a particular transmitted frequency, it will resonate. This phenomenon makes radio transmission possible. On an etheric level, the same phenomenon exists. The elements, out of which our planet and everything on it is composed, all resonate to different etheric frequencies, i.e., they have their own specific eigenfrequency, individual intrinsic frequency. Therefore, the energy fields of objects and their color emanations differ according to their chemical composition. It follows that the numerous cells, organs and symbiotic organisms within us also resonate to different etheric frequencies. Thus, the human aura is a symphonic spectrum composed of many individual eigenfrequencies. This explains the association in ancient Eastern knowledge of certain colors with certain parts of the human body. As a whole being, the human body resonates to a broad spectrum of etheric frequencies. If the human being is healthy, these frequencies are in perfect harmony to one another. It is like a wonderfully harmonious orchestral sound. Debilitating outside influences, such as disease-forming, pathogenic organisms, resonate to etheric frequencies which are dissonant or disharmonious to our energy field. If these pathogenic organisms become lodged within our bodies, they interfere with and disrupt the harmony of our energy field. Likewise, if one prominent instrument in an orchestra is riot in tune with the rest of the players, if it plays off-key, its sound will interfere with and disrupt the otherwise harmonious orchestral sound. So, what does modern science think about an energy that pervades space? Well, apart from the quantum energy that every atom contains, there are atmospheric resonance phenomena that have been investigated, called the Schumann waves or resonances. The Schumann resonances, SR, are a set of spectrum peaks in the extremely low frequency, ELF, portion of the Earth's electromagnetic field spectrum. Schumann resonances are global electromagnetic resonances, excited by lightning discharges in the cavity formed by the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. These are very long waves of extremely low frequency, which are present everywhere in the atmosphere on this planet. The Schumann waves have been identified as part of the natural electromagnetic radiation, which is particularly important for life on this planet. The human brain actually resonates with these atmospheric waves. NASA, the American National Aeronautics and Space Administration, has studied these Schumann waves extensively and recognized the importance of these waves for human health. Space shuttles, leaving our atmosphere, are equipped with artificial Schumann wave generators to simulate the natural electromagnetic environment of the Earth. One of the Schumann wave researchers is Dr. Phil Callahan from Florida, whom we recently met in Germany. He has traveled all over the world measuring these frequencies. What he found was that most prehistoric monuments and church towers, and in particular the round towers of Ireland, act as dielectric, non-metallic, antennae and amplifiers for Schumann waves, thus creating an enhanced natural electromagnetic environment within their vicinity. This might explain the special atmosphere in churches and why people experience a feeling of reduced stress and reinvigoration. Curvature on Lake Pontchartrain debunked. The recent picture going around saying that the power lines on Lake Pontchartrain prove the Earth's curvature apparent to the unaided eye. However, there is no curvature on a lake, any lake. In all laboratory experiments and all observations of Earth, since the beginning of recorded history, water has never been observed to curve beyond the surface tension level of a single droplet. Water does not curve. Gravity is an unproven nonsensical farcical myth. No help there, either. Fluid dynamics, buoyancy, density, and electromagnetics govern all behavior of objects in physics. Fluid dynamics and electrodynamics are a proven and provable facts of empirical science. Gravity is hocus-pocus, unproven, invisible, occult brainwashing. Water does not curve over small or great distances, period. Perspective is the imaginary curve. Apparent curvature is a consequence of vantage point perspective mathematics, as any trained visual artist can attest to. As things get farther away, they converge to a single vanishing point on the horizon, and appear to disappear on the convergence line. When viewed close up from the shore they appear to curve, but when viewed from further away they converged in straight lines. That is how our eyesight works. Nor is the ocean floor curving. There's a much bigger lake 400 miles long in Russia that freezes over every year, and has been laser measured and filmed to be completely flat, zero curvature. There is no observable nor measure empirically demonstrable curvature anywhere in Earth. If you believe it, it is a religion and nothing more. It is not empirically demonstrated using science. The Lake Pontchartrain picture is simply an illusion of perspective. The lake isn't curving, or we would definitely see the curve from high-altitude photos, but we don't. If you zoom in on the power lines, you see that they are not curving, and you can see the shoreline at the other side of the lake, just like how you can zoom in on a ship that disappears on the horizon, and it will reappear, because there is no curve. That's because the Earth is flat and large bodies of water don't curve. There is no curve. The power line section is 16 miles, which means 16 times 16 times 8 inches divided by 12 feet to get the total curvature for 16 miles of 170.67 total feet. Now, as any heliocentrist loves to say incessantly, the human eye cannot detect any curvature over any distance, since the Earth is 24,000 miles in circumference. And I have never argued this. Yes, the human eye cannot detect this curvature since the vanishing point of the horizon compresses everything down to nothingness. Study vanishing point perspective in geometry to verify. There is no way the unaided human eye could detect 170.67 feet of drop over 16 miles. Look at the video of Pontchartrain, notice how much curve there is. Now follow that imaginary curve in a full circle around a 24,000-mile circumference globe. Notice how much smaller the Earth would have to be if 170.67 feet curvature were actually detectable over 16 miles. 16 miles, which means 16 times 16 times 8 inches divided by 12 feet to get the total curvature for 16 miles of 170.67 total feet. Over 16 miles no curvature is detectable by the human eye unless one wants to admit that the Earth is only about 1,000 miles in circumference, and not 24,000 miles. The Pontchartrain image proving the Earth's curve is just very dishonest, fake, and fallacious science. As a side note, then, comically, people like to show fake NASA CGI computer cartoons of the Earth at 50,000 feet with the Earth curving like a balloon. But then independent weather balloon agencies show the Earth's horizon flat as a pancake at 120,000 feet. So, it is obvious to any thinking person what is going on here. NASA is using computer cartoon images to create the illusion that the Earth is curved. It is only the brainwashing that prevents anyone from realizing this simple fact. Additionally, NASA fans claim 121,000 feet is too low to see curvature, but in their insane twisted world, they can easily see over 1,667.67 feet of Earth curvature from 157 feet height at 50 miles away? It's crazy on steroids. Hence, the Lake Pontchartrain power lines would not show any curvature unless they were constructed with a bend at the end. And lo and behold, when you examine the Google Earth footage from above of the power lines, indeed, they were constructed with a considerable bend at the end, which creates the illusion of curvature. Anyone can verify this by looking at the Lake Pontchartrain power lines from Google Earth. Do it. Lastly, due to vanishing point perspective mathematics, straight lines appear to curve on a flat plane. Dominoes will appear to curve off into the distance on a flat dining room table, if you view them at the table level. Try it at home to confirm. If you add a half inch of glass to the tabletop, to simulate atmosphere, the atmospheric refraction causes an even more amplified curvature from ground level. But rest assured, all of this is an optical illusion. When you actually check the construction the dominoes on the tabletop, you find that the dominoes are perfectly straight, and the table is absolutely flat. A band of horizon convergence and surface mirroring creates the illusion of bending lines over a flat surface. The following video provides all this information. Flat Earth curved water found debunked https://youtube.be/pqfn_xwyf8. The Lake Pontchartrain power lines actually prove the flat Earth. Additionally, often people will say, we can't see any curvature from 200,000 feet up because the Earth is too big. Then in the next breath they will say, we can see the Lake Pontchartrain power lines curving at 16 miles. But 200,000 miles up is 37.878 miles, far beyond 16 miles. You see, it is all nonsense and cognitive dissonance with the heliocentric religion, just one lie after another. Curvature experiment from Costanoa, CA to the Monterey shoreline. A simple experiment to check for the Earth's curvature was executed from Costanoa, CA to the Monterey shore. A Nikon P900 telescopic camera was used to view a person on the Monterey shoreline with a red flag from the Costanoa shoreline. At 50.4 miles distance across the ocean from Costanoa to the Monterey shoreline, 1,667.67 feet of curvature drop is expected given the NASA equation for the Earth's curvature of miles squared times 8 inches, with the Earth's radius being 3,959 miles. The results clearly point to the fact that there is no curvature to the Earth, where 1,667.67 feet of curvature were expected to exist by all accounts of known and tested spherical geometry. Experimental data. 1. Costanoa on Pacifica Highway, CA is situated at 37.61 degrees north latitude, 122.49 degrees west longitude, and 183.727 feet elevation above the sea level. Pacifica, California. Wiki 2. Monterey, Spanish, Monterey, is a city located in Monterey County in the U.S. state of California, on the southern edge of Monterey Bay on California's central coast. It stands at an elevation of 26.2467 feet above sea level. Wiki. So, the difference in elevation between Costanoa and Monterey is 183.727 feet minus 26.2467 feet, which equals 157.4803 feet difference. Looking across the ocean, from Costanoa to the Monterey shore is approximately 50.4 miles, with 65 nautical miles from Half Moon Bay to Monterey Harbor. Now, 50.4 miles equals 266,112 feet. Which equals 0.033907 degrees of descent looking down from 183.727 feet above sea level at Costanoa to 26.2467 feet above sea level on the Monterey shoreline. You can check this degree number fact at this following angular size calculator website, http://www.1728.org/ongsize.htm. Discussion. And so, from Costanoa, one is looking down at 0.03 degrees over the distance of 50.4 miles, with a Nikon P900 telescopic camera. Anyone who has taken geometry knows that 0.03 degrees of descent so small that only special instruments can even detect it. It is so small that surveyors and engineers toss it out of the equation because it is too small a descent to even deal with in physical construction. They just consider it parallel to the ground. And so, the elevation variance is not a variable in this equation at all. 3 degrees from 50.4 miles is extremely tiny. You are still, essentially looking straight out, parallel to the Earth. But 0.03 is so beyond noticeable even to the most sensitive instruments, let alone the human eye, that it is a trifling, insignificant, inconsequential, negligible value that is tossed out of the equation. Hence, elevation variance is not an issue with this experiment. As was expected, on a day with clear visibility conditions, with minimal atmospheric high and low pressure, and heat differentials which would assist in atmospheric refraction. The person holding the red flag on the Monterey shoreline was clearly in full view from the Castanoa shoreline. There was zero atmospheric refraction effect of shimmering, stretching, distorting, image doubling or image inversion at all, which rules out all atmospheric refraction index variables, completely. Conclusion: the Earth is flat. Thousands of other experimenters have had identical results. The Earth simply is flat. NASA is a movie production company created from Operation Paperclip Nazi scientists, verifiable fact, and engineered by Vatican Jesuit agents to keep the world deep inside a sun-worshipping cult called Helios worship. Sun worship equals heliocentric. By doing so, the Vatican Jesuits were able to steer the world towards the desired outcome of alien contact, and eventual world submission to Jesuit Vatican authority as the emissaries and authority between mankind and alien life. All fake, of course. It was all a hoax from day one, ever since the 15th century when Jesuit agent, Copernicus was pushed by the Vatican Church to assert a heliocentric deception. The heliocentric model has always been a Vatican Catholic idea. That is where it came from. Then Georges-Henri Joseph Edouard Lemaitre, Belgian Roman Catholic Jesuit priest, simply furthered the hoax with his Big Bang cosmology deception. Why do you think the current Jesuit Pope keeps talking about alien contact? Why do you think that the Vatican Jesuits own all the major telescopes in the world? Why do you think NASA is Jesuit Nazi-owned and run? The whole game is Vatican Jesuit, and it is a hoax. The Vatican was losing control after the Reformation with Martin Luther's 99 Theses. They started the Counter-Reformation to place the Vatican back in power over the world. That Counter-Reformation was largely fake astrophysics and astronomy, all fake numbers and magnitudes to mesmerize the masses into the submission to a sun-worshipping cult. Helios horizon always rises to eye level no matter how high you go in the sky, whether it is in an airplane or in a high-altitude hot air balloon. The horizon, where the ground meets the sky, will always rise to your eye level. This is a proof that the Earth is flat plane. If the Earth was a sphere, then the higher you go in altitude, the more you would have to look down in order to see the horizon. But as it is in reality, when we go higher, we do not have to look down. The horizon always stays in the same position relative to us. Try it. Go see for yourself. Empirical data does not lie. Scientism priests do. A masterpiece of reverse engineering, heliocentrism. Mathematicians of science. The heliocentric model is nothing more than the result of the collective culmination of hundreds of astronomers and astrophysics, over centuries. Taking the actual empirically accurate data about the Earth and the universe and reverse engineering every detail to fit a heliocentric model. For each flat plane proof that was offered, they would use perfected mathematics to explain it away and place the celestial objects farther and farther away from Earth, while creating the fantasy that the Earth was a spinning ball orbiting a sun. The mathematics created to fabricate this heliocentric deception has no relation to our actual world. As Nikola Tesla said, today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation, and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. Nikola Tesla. They placed Polaris quadrillions of miles away from Earth to mathematically account for its lack of stellar parallax in its stationary fixed position. Additionally, since the heliocentric model is simply an occult sun-worshipping religion, the sun had to be placed at the center of the model. To achieve this, they had to make the sun over 1 million times larger than the Earth so that it appeared logical that the Earth was orbiting the sun. But a new problem arose with a massive sun that looked so small from Earth, and so they said the sun looks small because it is 93 million miles away. To make the sun and moon make sense, since obviously they are about the same size when you look at them, they had to use perfected mathematics to trick the observer into thinking that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon, while the moon is also 400 times farther away from Earth. So the sun and the moon have the same apparent size in the sky. You see, they reverse engineered their model from every problematic question that arose. As George Orwell wrote in his dystopian masterpiece, 1984, do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? George Orwell, A Flat Earth proves there is a creator. The earth and firmament are a perfect ecosystem for life. The billions of years of cosmic evolution was a hoax fabricated by Jesuits, and Jesuit-supported astronomers to hide this fact. The Big Bang, evolution, gravity, and heliocentrism all work together to create the illusion that no creator was needed to create the earth, and therefore, man is not morally accountable to any creator for his deeds. Giving the Catholic Church unlimited power to govern over the world with its occult version of morality and counterfeit creation story. With this heliocentric model, the Jesuits sought to destroy the authenticity of the Bible and usurp all power from the true Creator through their occult secular astrophysical model. Scientism became the new world religion with its fake gravity, fake Big Bang model, eventual fake Big Bounce model, fake heliocentric model, and fake evolutionary theory, all unproven, contrived, occult-based nonsense. Through this deceptive system, the Vatican Church keeps us as their debt slaves, serving them through international banking and subservience to a hostile, lethal, cold, godless universe rather than seeking higher virtue and connection with the true Creator. The Jesuits cut mankind off from God through their astrophysics, sun-worshipping religion, and they daily work to make everyone feel as if they are merely the result of blind, random, dumb, heartless evolution, with no meaning or purpose other than copulation and seeking money and material goods. While forever plummeting into a dark abyss of nihilistic despair through their contrived wars, terrorism, famines, conflict, mind control, and weaponized weather. The earth is a plane, and it was created for man to inhabit. You live on Earth, inside the center ring. Look at all the concentric rings containing lands not known to modern man. Who is the Lord of the Rings in this particular trilogy? About the author Gregory L. Garrett lives in California in the USA.